Maybe we should agree that since we have this gigantic amount of money, that no kids should be hungry.
Yeah.
How about that? And then since we got that done, hey, how about regular people? How about no people should fucking starve?
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not you think people are lazy or this and that, how much would we solve if no one could possibly starve?
Yeah.
We set up free restaurants or free kitchens in every city. But we should have really good ones and massive ones.
Yeah.
Like for real, like food should be free for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think
if we're this rich as a country,
we're pretty rich.
So let's have no babies starve, no babies be malnourished, nobody starve to death.
I mean, health too, healthcare would be
100%.
You shouldn't be
but you
going
have
bankrupt.
To revamp the whole thing.
Yeah.
You would have to get to the real nitty gritty. Like, why are you prescribing this? Like, who's making money off of this? How did this happen? How many ads did you guys run? What did the ads say? You know, like what are the studies? What are all the studies? Not just the ones you submitted. What's the actual data instead of the data that's reviewed by the pharmaceutical company and then given to the scientists in the report when they do their peer review? When that was explained to me, I was like, hey, you guys are making too much money. You're getting crazy. This is what it is. You went above and beyond the rules because you have too much power and influence. But also, you do great stuff.
Yeah, they do.
Also, they make life-saving drugs. Also, they stop a lot of diseases. Also, see, like, there's a lot of good there.
Yeah.
And you can't say the pharmaceutical drug companies are all evil. Bitch, they keep us alive in a lot of respects.
Yeah, they do.
They keep people healthy. They've saved people from depression. There's, like, a lot of good that pharmaceutical drugs and the drug companies have done. They've saved people who have diabetes. There's a lot of good. A lot of good. So to say that they're all evil, no, it's fucking money, people.
It's easier to do that, though, too, because you don't have to really come up with a solution if everyone's just at each other's throats.
Well, there's not enough oversight. If there was real oversight, objective oversight by people who actually knew what they were doing, they would never let them get away with prescribing a bunch of stuff that they knew was going to have a negative effect. Like the Vioxx scandal. Like that's part of the whole scandal was that they knew that people were going to have these effects, these side effects that were very bad. Mm-hmm. They knew it. They talked about it in emails, these knuckleheads. They're fucking so stupid. They said they were going to have some problems, but we also think we're going to do well. They're explaining all the cardiopulmonary, cardiovascular, all those different blood clotting problems. I have a friend who had a fucking stroke when he took that stuff.
No.
He was in his 30s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's in his 30s. He's a martial arts champion.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm kind of stupid and I just am like a clown.
Yeah.
I'm not like smart enough to fix these problems. I can observe them and experience them on my own and see that it does behoove these people to just have everybody fighting so that they don't actually have to come up with, like politicians in particular, they don't have to come up with real solutions. They can just be like, it's the other guy forever.
Have you ever lived in a house that has black mold?
No, thank God, because that shit will destroy you.
You'll destroy it.
Yeah.
I've had a couple friends who have had problems with black mold, and it's really interesting. And usually what happens is they get sick. And they're sick all the time. And they can't figure out why they're sick.
And they're tired.
They're really tired. They're just worn out all the time. And then finally they get their house examined. And somebody probably suggested to them. And then, oh, Jesus Christ, your walls are filled with black mold. And a lot of times it's like a leaky pipe or something. A leaky pipe. And there's water in the walls and all the moisture. And in Texas, it gets crazy. They get it bad out here. But when you have that, you have to burn the fucking house down, essentially. You have to, like, cut out all the walls. Like, it's a very invasive process. Remember that guy, Tom Likas? Remember Tom Likas, who's a radio DJ in L.A.? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he had, like, Flash Fridays where girls would pull their tits out. Yeah. He would tell people they're useless on the phone. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
He had that. That happened to him. And he was explaining it to me. He said it was horrific. That, like, he's just sick all the time. Couldn't figure out what was up.
And it's hard to get out of your system.
Yep, hard to get out of your system. It wrecks your health, and it takes a long time to recover just from the effects of it. It's essentially a breathing poison every day. And who knows what it actually does overall that you're not going to recover from. Like, it might actually take, like, years off your life. Like, who knows? But the point was, it's really hard to get rid of it. It's so invasive. And I think that's where money is today. Money is with pharmaceutical drugs. Money is with politics. It's like we could all agree I think we could all agree that the way the pharmaceutical drug companies should work is they should be very careful about what they prescribe, and they should be very careful about side effects, and they should be very careful about what is addictive and not addictive, and what should be prescribed openly and regularly, and what should not be, for the greater good of humanity. And even if they did that, they would still make ungodly amounts of money. That's what's so crazy about all this. But it wouldn't be the maximum amount of money. And when you have a publicly shared company, it's your responsibility to the shareholders to make the most money.
Yeah.
And you make more money every quarter. You want to keep going. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
Our planes are falling out of the sky.
It's also why you get a private jet. So you got to let's fucking go. And the thing is, that's been attached, unfortunately, to our health. And then you get people that, they fucking advocate for public health, and they look super unhealthy. And they're telling you that the only solution is bang, bang, bang. And the only solution is generally tied to something that they have invested in.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy, but it's black mold. It is. That's what it is. And it shouldn't exist.
The resistance to getting stock trading out of politics, you shouldn't be able to affect the stock and trade on it, the policy about a company, and then be able to make
millions and millions of money. Have you seen the Nancy Pelosi one where they question her?
No.
You never saw it?
I feel like maybe I have seen it.
Find it. It's fucking amazing because she's all stammering. She looks like she's a little drunk already. And then they hit her with it. She's like, what? I think we should be able to participate, but it's just.
I think I have seen that.
It's amazing how badly she handles it.
They're so rich. It's crazy.
Crazy rich.
How are you 100 millionaires? You get paid like
$170,000 a year. And you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. That is so wild.
It is very Rome-esque,
It's amazing. It's amazing they do it right in front of you. I'm not jerking off. It's raining out.
They come right in your face, and they're like, suck it.
It's so crazy.
It's
so crazy because there's so many of them, and then nobody talks about it. The other ones don't talk about it because then you look at the list, and it's like black.
It's bipartisan.
It's here you go. It's blue, it's red.
Yeah,
some of the Republicans are making the most.
Oh, yeah.
Be banned from trading individual stocks while serving in Congress.
No, I don't know to the second one. We have a responsibility to report on the stock, but I'm not familiar with that 5 month review, but if the people aren't reporting, they should be. Yeah. Because this is a free market and people, we are a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that.
That's such bullshit. Like saying that it's a free market.
It's not.
When you're when
you're going to pass laws, and those laws are going to affect the company. It's going to make the stock go up. That's crazy.
Okay, yeah, that is a free market, I guess, for you.
It's free for you. That's crazy. If you could fucking go to jail for insider trading, what is that? What? Come on, what is that?
Martha Stewart's watching this, these motherfuckers.
Well, we figured that out the other day. Martha Stewart did not go to jail for insider trading. She went into jail for lying to an investigator. She was lying under oath.
They all lie, though. She's lying right now.
Was she lying under oath, or was she just lying when questioned? Something like that. Yeah, something like that. So that's why she went to jail but that's like a little trick they do. They get you to start talking, and then, you don't tell the truth about something. Have you ever talked to Doug? Do you know Doug? Doug. Who's Doug? Right away, you're lying. And for her, I don't even think it was a lot of money, which is really crazy. She would have only lost a certain amount of money. She's super duper rich.
Doug.
Yeah, you're like, who the fuck is Doug? Fucking what?
You're lying. We see you texting Doug right here.
Oh no!
Not Doug.
And then you think Signal is really encrypted.
His name was Douglas.
They're showing you the fucking things from Signal. Why were you doing it on an encrypted app? How did you read it? Wait a minute.
just ridiculous.
Do you believe any of these apps are really truly encrypted?
No, none of them are encrypted. They're all CIA honeypots.
They're all honeypots. I think they are encrypted, but I don't think that matters to the fucking CIA or the NSA or whoever wants to read your shit.
Shooter, I was like, give me whatever phone that
we
kid
can't
has.
get into it. Yeah, we can't get into his phone. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bitch? You get into Elon Musk's phone.
They got into it. They couldn't get into it on the field, but they went back to Quantico and they got the software update, and then they got into it like.
Oh, the software update. The old software update. That's what they're calling it these days.
The software update. That's how they crashed all the planes the other day or whatever.
Oh my God.
Like they were like, oh, it was a software update. And like that, it took one software update to like stop all global flights.
I read like the ultimate of ultimate conspiracies.
Oh, I want to hear it.
The company, please let America know I've done zero research into this, and I just saw a tweet, and the tweet was essentially saying that it was that this company was owned by a Ukrainian billionaire.
Oh, here we go. It's Zelensky.
That this company that, what's it called? CrowdStrike? That crashed the entire internet for all the fucking airlines was owned by some rich Ukrainian guy. This was like this grand conspiracy. There's so many good conspiracies going on. If you're into conspiracies, it's like murder mystery podcasts.
No, it's like that
everywhere.
That meme with the guy from where it's like, ow!
There's so many.
And by the way, so many of them have become. So I had.
How about the phone call?
Which phone call?
The phone call with Kamala Harris. And he's on speakerphone.
But they found him now.
Allegedly.
No, there's video.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I'm not
so
saying
that
he's not really. That's not really Joe Biden. That's a guy in a CIA makeup suit walking up the stairs. I'm not saying that, but they can do that.
Wait, so what's the conspiracy about CrowdStrike? I don't understand.
I don't know. I didn't read into it.
I know.
That it's owned by some Ukrainian billionaire. It's like, did you know that there's ties to Joe Biden? Ukraine.
I love how it's like telephone.
Hunter Biden and there's Ghislaine Maxwell in the planes. It's like, Jesus Christ! I can't keep up with this season.
I can't.
This season, every night when the episode ends, I sit in my couch and I go, what are they going to do next?
You're like, I'm afraid to turn it off. I was talking to my sister on the way, and I was like, and she was going off about something, and she's like, I was like, oh, did you see that this kid might have had ties to the FBI? She's like, he did? I'm like, I don't know. I saw a tweet, but I'm just going to tell you that he did.
Let's send it to Jamie for further investigation. So the allegation is that this kid had been visited multiple times. See, they got cell phone data, so they got geo-tracking data, and some phone had been visiting him and going back to Washington D.C. on multiple times, and that this thing had been happening near the FBI location. I know I have it here somewhere. I know I have it saved. But God damn it. So many people are sending me this shit today that I can't keep up.
I'm sure.
Yeah, oh, it's Tim. Tim sent it. Here, let me send it to you. Me and Tim Dillon are going back and forth all day on conspiracies.
Yeah. That's like Landau and I. Dave Landau, all day long. We're just like...
He's a fun dude.
Oh, my God. My favorite human. One of my favorite humans. He's just a good... Like, when I got back into comedy, he started letting me open for him, and his crowds are amazing, first of all. The guy's been on the road for like 20 years. But watching him, it's like he's good at everything. I don't understand. He's good at act outs. He's good at crowd work. He's good at like coming up with shit that day from the news cycle. Like the guy is like, it's actually, he's one of the most underrated comics.
Well, I think there's a lot of comics that for whatever reason, they never caught a break. They never caught a thing that got them out there, that people got to see him, but they're really good. Yeah,
he's doing Mothership though. I'm excited.
He's doing it the weekend. A friend of mine was going. She was telling me that's in October.
It's the end of August.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, right.
Last weekend in August.
September 1st is when my friend's going.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
He's just like a joy to watch, and his humor's so dark.
Well, he's a good dude to hang out with too.
He's so good.
Oh, here
like,
it is.
Good person.
So, oh my God, this needs to be shared everywhere immediately. The Heritage Foundation. First of all, red flags all over the place. First of all, who the fuck is it? What's the Heritage Foundation?
They're like the Project 2025 people. I
love it. They got Jesus on speed dial. The Heritage Foundation just released cell phone data of a mysterious figure who made frequent trips between Trump shooter Thomas Matthew Crook's home and a building in D.C. near an FBI office. Well, you know what? My house is fairly close to a Taco Deli, but there's really no connection. What does that mean? You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
9 devices were identified in the analysis linking to both his home and work. Oh.
How does that data get out?
Well, no.
Let's find out, Jamie.
So here's the thing: I had this guy on my podcast, Walk-ins Welcome, back during the BLM stuff, and he said all of it.
Jamie, get back to it. Open the link. There's no link.
I went to this oversight committee's place. I was looking for the original tweets about it.
Do they have the Heritage Foundation has a post about it on their website?
I never saw from Heritage Foundation.
Can you go there without catching braces?
Oh, you know the guy I had, Coach T.
Oh, okay.
So I had him on my podcast. And he said all the guys who were marching in BLM were either homosexuals or actors. He's like, there are no black men who are marching in this. And he was like, not like heterosexual black men. He said
hilarious.
this. I lost a sponsor for it.
Whoa. Because Coach T said that you lost a sponsor?
Yeah. Because they were
We're
like,
supposed to edit that out?
I don't
Can't
know.
people have opinions?
What? He's a black man. He can't say what he.
Also, he's funny. Saying something
He's also
funny.
hilarious.
And you probably laughed when he said it, right?
Then the cell phone data came out because they can track all of us all the time, and it turned out it was like he was deadly accurate. It was like
misinformation, or you know what they call that?
People confused about their identity. That's what he said. He said people in entertainment, homosexuals, or people confused about their identity.
That's hilarious. What is this, Jamie?
Heritage Foundation tweeted this oversight project thing that says assassination info drop. And
so it says 4 hours of congressional testimony later, and we still have more information about the assassination attempt on former President Trump from X and Oversight PR than the Secret Service, DHS, or the FBI. We found the assassin's connections through our in-depth analysis of mobile ad data tracker to track the movements of Crooks and his associates. To do this, we tracked devices that regularly visited both Crook's home and place of work and followed them. So think about what they're saying here, though. Analysis of mobile ad data.
Yeah.
So the ads are tracking you every step of the way, wherever you are.
When my
just
husband,
open about it.
When my husband was the ads like outed my husband looking for a ring for me. I started getting ads for rings.
No.
It's creepy shit.
Well, we were talking about the other day, Jamie. Purses. So someone was explaining to me, my wife was explaining to me like what purses and why people like certain purses, and some purses are like
all the brands
exclusive. Mm-hmm. Like you have to develop a relationship.
They're an investment.
You have to develop a relationship with the person selling the purse in order to get one of those purses. You can't even get the ones that are on the shelf. I can't go buy that.
No.
Like it's like Rolex is like that. If you go into a Rolex store, you can't just buy a Rolex. Like, no. We don't have anything to sell. But you have a giant store. What the fuck is this? So I was talking about it with her, and then all of a sudden I started getting these purse ads on my
she knows what
Google.
She's doing.
So it's listening, but it's just listening.
Yeah.
And we just accept that.
But it also knows who's in the same room together. Right. So it knew my husband was looking for rings for me, and then I started getting ads for the ring.
It's a dirty rat.
It's a fucking rat.
But the thing is, like, how do they get that?
I think that's like the
publicly available.
Yeah, a lot of it I think, or you pay. I think you pay.
So you can pay and then plug in a phone number.
I thought about asking if we can do an investigation like this just for funsies to see like what data can we get?
Yeah, let's
And,
do
like,
that. Let's
what
track
can we-
Jamie all
what
day
can we-
long. Let's see which massage parlor Jamie's going to get that.
We can pick someone and
Happy ending.
some willing participant.
If you did, I mean, for real, like, but that's creepy because then they just have to find your phone number, Jamie, and they'll know what your route is based on ad tracking data, which is crazy. That seems like a huge security liability.
I brought up I was talking to someone out in the lobby, the new journal app on the iPhone, which is like probably iOS 17 or 18. It keeps giving me prompts.
Oh, fuck that thing.
Write in your journal. Like, I was looking through it yesterday. It's broken down by like where I go, what I was doing there, and then it knows it's like, do you want to write about your golf day at this place for Monday?
It's dirty
You were
little
out
spy.
to lunch here. Like, how about your day at work with Marshall and the dogs? It's like,
Dirty
how did
little
you-
spy.
How does that work?
Dirty little spy.
I wrote a whole piece about those menstrual tracking apps because I had one back when I was dating my husband, and then I was like, hey, can I sign you up just to see how weird this is? And he's like, this is fucking creepy. I don't want to know that you're like in your luteal phase or whatever, and I have to be nice to you. And it like gives him tips like, shoot, like
Oh no, not tips. You know, it would be great though if you had like a real female heavy government, and you know, they would all have coinciding menstrual cycles if they all work together all the time, and then you could like get all their data and figure out exactly when the shit is about to hit the fan, and you could like run the stock market that way. You can like make bets because when the shit's gonna hit the fan, they're gonna be fucking angry. Things are gonna go sideways. You're gonna have a dip in productivity. You're gonna have people resigning. Something's gonna go wrong.
this is all the stuff the left is very worried about with like JD Vance, because allegedly he's like big, and I don't know if it's true. America, I don't know if this is true. He's allegedly into like the menstrual tracking, and you know, these billionaires are getting behind these apps so that they can like. And there's a lot of fear.
What do they want from that?
There's a lot of fear with like the states that don't allow abortion, because now they want to like pull up your, you know, records and see if you might. I don't fucking know. I read these things and I'm like, I don't know what's true or not, or what's just being like, you know, just hyperbolic so that people freak out about this stuff. But there's a whole industry in this now, like the whole menstrual tracking.
Jesus Christ.
I was listening to a podcast the other day, and I never knew why women's cycles synced up.
But here's my question: what do they want from it? What do they want from that data?
What
are these guys that are tracking
Well,
menstrual
it's
cycles?
generally presented as something that's good for the women, because then you can like eat and work out with your cycle. Because if you are in perimenopause or premenopause, or you're like in the prime of your life, you want to do different things at different times in your cycle, and different foods are better. And like hormones for women are nuts. Dudes just have like what? You've got one. Women have like 3 that are constantly interacting, and all. It's so depending on what. They just haven't done as many studies. So now they're trying to say like, oh, it's good to know where you are so that you can support yourself. Allegedly, all these guys want this for like Handmaid's Tale. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, what do the guys want it for?
This is a conspiracy.
The article I'm reading says that there was a new regulation. HHS finalized a new regulation under HIPAA to limit law enforcement access to medical records tied to reproductive health. So they go all the way down to saying local police agencies might simply take it upon themselves to pull the records to see unexplained disruptions in their menstrual cycles, to find out if someone will cross state borders
to go get an abortion.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nuts.
Ooh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Imagine your own menstrual cycle isn't private information.
Nothing's private.
But imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine like someone can sneak in and say, what happened? And you have to explain you had a fucking miscarriage to some asshole who's accusing you of driving to Ohio or wherever the fuck you got to go. Imagine.
I mean, imagine
those conversations if you're a person who had a miscarriage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these are happening.
Imagine you're married and happy and you were trying to have a kid and you had a miscarriage and some fucking asshole is at your front door accusing you of getting an abortion.
Yeah.
You have to deal with this Christian fucking cult member with a clipboard, you know, aggressively accusing you of killing your baby.
Yeah.
it stems from what they call the Dobbs decision, which changes the rights of states.
So Dobbs' decision tore away the constitutional right to privacy and bodily autonomy by giving states increased rights to limit and even outlaw abortions. Fortunately, the decision did not ban abortions nationwide.
So then they were saying that some of these new regulations could allow them to go even further and check, like do whatever they have to do to check, kind of trying to stop that.
Isn't it crazy that one of our biggest arguments as a country is whether or not you should be allowed to kill a baby? Isn't that crazy?
I love you. Yeah, I just
that really is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not a pro-life person. I don't think it's my decision. I don't think I have the right. It's too weird. Especially if I'm not involved, like I'm a politician. I'm looking at like a person and deciding whether or not they should have to have that baby or not. It's like, it seems crazy because it seems like it's one of those weird human things where, are you saying the moment of conception it's a baby? Like if it's 3 cells and you know for a fact that's when you can't shut that down. But then if you ever go to the bodies exhibit, that fucking creepy exhibit that I talk about, and they have babies. They have babies at every stage, and you see them at 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. First of all, how'd you get those? Right?
Don't want to know.
Yeah. Second of all, it really like puts it in perspective, and it changes like this idea. And you just putting it in a box, a woman's right to choose. Right? Yeah, definitely not my place. But look at that. Look what we're saying. Look what we're saying. The choices. Like look what we're like advocating for.
I think most American, like when you poll Americans, it's very much, I think, where I end up landing. They're squishy on it, and it's like pro-life in the sheet, like pro-choice in the streets, pro-life in the sheets. Like a lot of women are like, I wouldn't get an abortion, but I don't want to stop someone else from doing that.
And then there's a slippery slope of allowing people to tell you can't get an abortion, right? Especially allowing men to tell women that they're not even remotely connected to, that they can't have an abortion.
Yeah.
It's like a weird body autonomy thing. And it's like,
that's what I mean.
And a lot of them want to disclude crazy things, like a child that is like never going to live, like unviable, or it could be a threat to the woman. There's some sort of a medical issue. It could be a threat to the woman's life unless they abort the baby. And even then, they're like, no, let God sort it out. Like,
well, they'll make exceptions for this,
but they don't
allegedly. But the doctors are worried often about losing their license in states where it's highly regulated. Yeah. So you end up
sketchy.
It's sketchy. And I don't think like, you know, it's a slippery slope to like get the jab too. You know, I don't think you have to have some kind of bodily autonomy, but I understand the argument too from the moral perspective. I had this woman, Inez Stepman, on my podcast, and she's brilliant. And she was like, you know, it's a hard conversation because it is a moral. Like if you're not conflicted about it, you're not thinking deeply about it, because it is a life. And as someone like Ben Shapiro would say, left untouched, that would be a baby.
Yep.
And I think, was it Burr who had that like brilliant bit?
Brilliant bit. Yeah. Louis has a brilliant bit on it too. It's complicated. It's complicated.
Yeah.
There's no
I understand the fight for it. You know, if that is where you lie.
Yeah, but this thing of having people track your fucking cycle.
Yeah, no,
and seeing and having like crazy like bow tie wearing Christian guys do it. You know what I'm saying?
I just love that in your mind. They're like, he's like, hello.
Pray the gay away type dudes.
Pray the gay away.
You know, there's, you know, they mask themselves in a blanket of virtue through religion the same way a lot of woke people do, by being mean cunts and thinking they're doing it to be like progressive.
Well, they have their own version of Pray the Gay Away.
It's the same. Yeah, they do. But they're doing what they're doing by wrapping themselves up in these ideas of Christianity. It's just allowing like people's worst instincts to be able to be justified. Mm-hmm. You know, the instincts to control people and dominate people and destroy people. Mm-hmm. People have weird instincts to just destroy people.
Yeah. And people do have weird things about women. Like there is just it is very strange to think. I don't know. Are there other than like the jab, when people were like, you got to get the jab, I can't think of I don't know, and maybe I'm wrong. Is there like a comparable scenario where men's bodies are kind of like this battlefield?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing remotely close.
Yeah.
Nothing's remotely close.
And again,
there's no one has any control over men's bodies. The only thing they can tell you is don't take steroids, which they do. So, but who's going to jail for that?
Yeah.
And also, there's testosterone therapy that people get.
Yeah.
And it's not steroids, but that's no one's stopping you from doing that because it's beneficial and helps people.
Awesome.
It's great. It's great stuff. It helps people. It helps your body retain its vitality. And you don't want a broken down, old, fucking shitty body. It's really that simple. And everybody attaches testosterone to douchebaggishness, and I totally get where they're coming from. Douchebaggery, shitty behavior, unnecessary aggression. Yes, 100%. But not always. And it's like all things. It's like, cars, people drive recklessly and they drive drunk and they cause accidents. Right. But not always.
Yeah.
Right? So let's not ban cars. Let's not like automatically assume that all things masculine are bad.
No,
this is a stupid thing.
It's so unhealthy too. It's just
also
I was
ladies. That's what you like.
That is what you like, ladies.
I know you don't want to admit it, but that's what you like. You just like it when it's nice. That's all it is.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, you just don't want it mean, and you don't want it ruining civilization. And that's what it does, because it ruins civilization. Like if wars were all women, there'd be no fights. It'd be very few. There'd be a few brawls in like Wendy's at 2:00 in the morning. But there would be no real war.
Yeah,
it's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying if there was wars, if entire populations were all women, I mean, no men. Men don't exist. So women exist only in the form that they exist today, right? Let's pretend they don't need men. And they just exist like this. There'd be fucking zero war.
What do you think about this argument, though, that the other thing that's destroying civilization right now is not having enough men dying in wars? Like, you have all these men who generally would be kind of sacrificed in these wars historically, who are, and now they're all just like keyboard warriors who hate, they're incels, basically. Like, there's an argument that people make about, like, we need to put them back in the coal mines. They need to like get back to.
I've got a much easier solution. Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, or that.
It should be mandatory. You know how you learn how to read? You should learn how to strangle people.
Both sexes.
Yes, definitely. Well, jiu-jitsu is the absolute best self-defense
for women.
100%. There are women that are 130 pounds that can put you to fucking sleep if you're a big grown man. They will fucking strangle you. They will take your back. You won't be able to stop it. And they will get their hooks in and they'll put you to sleep.
Yeah.
That's a 100% fact.
You just need a fighting chance to get away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you also need to be able to defend yourself. And like one of the best things about jiu-jitsu is the guard and learning how to fight off of your back. Now, if you're a woman and some guy takes you down and tackles you, learning how to effectively defend yourself off your back is fucking huge.
Yeah.
It's absolutely huge because technique can overcome physical strength.
Yeah.
It really can, especially in that position. Because they learn how to shield with their shins. They learn how to grab at the biceps and the shoulders and prevent you from using your strength. They learn how to get underhooks and to go behind you. They learn how to defend themselves.
Do you know if there's a place in Austin that does like women's self-defense?
100%.
Okay, because
we don't want women's self-defense. Well, I'm not disparaging women's self-defense classes, but what my feeling is that you should learn how to actually fight.
Okay.
I think I used to teach Taekwondo at Boston University, and then they had this women's self-defense class. They're going to do there too, and I got a chance to watch it. And I was like, none of this is going to work. The one
I was taking at Gracie in Beverly Hills, it was jiu-jitsu, but it was specifically like you get grabbed from behind.
Oh yeah, the Gracies do a different thing though.
Yeah, so you were learning how to fight, but it was specifically like generally how you're in a car. This is
the reason why I'm saying this. Knowing how to do something is not enough. It's just not enough. You have to train it. And
right.
You have to train it.
It has to be automatic.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to train it all the time.
Yeah.
If you don't train it all the time, when the thing happens, you'll have to think. You don't want to have to think, right?
No, it has to be like muscle memory.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the best things about jiu-jitsu is when you're rolling in the class, the person who you are sparring against is generally going close to 100% of their strength. When there's certain positions, like there's certain things that they're doing to you where they are using all their might to try to achieve a dominant position, a passing of a guard, a finishing up of a submission, they're closing up a submission. That is you're accustomed to that, so it's a normal thing,
right?
And so you're not like when you do sparring in karate class, you kind of touch each other. Yeah. So when somebody really fucking blasts you, you're not used to that, and you might freak out.
Right.
Jiu-jitsu, it becomes automatic.
Okay.
Is the absolute best martial art for people, because if you're in a physical struggle with someone, if some guy grabs you at a bar and the bar table behind you falls over and you're on your back, you know exactly what to do. You don't even think. You're in the middle of chaos, and it's as easy as tying your shoe. You know exactly what to do, but it's because you've done it.
This is like shooting, though, too. It's why you've got to train.
You should train everything.
Yeah.
Everything that you do is important to you.
Yeah.
Everything. Everything. It's stand-up comedy. You have to do a lot of sets. If you don't do a lot of sets, you don't feel sharp.
Yeah.
You have to feel sharp.
Yeah. It's like been so fun to get back, because I kind of convinced myself maybe I just had a 10-year phase
of comedy. No.
And then my friend Ariel Isaac Norman, who runs it's a Gay Enough show, she's amazing, and she was like, just come do one set and see how you feel. And I was like, I don't know, I'm a mom now, like maybe that was just like my lesbian summer that I had or whatever. And she was like, just try it and see. She's like, you can't, like, you can lie to yourself about this, but once you're a comedian, like, good luck getting that out. And once I got up, I was like, God damn it, I got to do this now. And it's not something you can just like do, it's not you've got to do it.
Well, also, like, you feel the puzzle again. Like,
I love the puzzle.
You feel the puzzle. You go on stage, you're working the puzzle out, and you're like, okay, I'm in.
It's so humbling, too. I just love eating shit and being like, I don't know, it was funny. Someone was like, why are you doing that? I'm like, well, I can either be a successful pundit or a failed comedian, and I'd rather be a failed comedian.
Well, even the successful pundit is not mutually exclusive.
No.
Even Jimmy Dore, he does both.
Jimmy's great.
Jimmy
He's smart, though.
Such a funny stand-up, too.
Yeah.
He did stand-up at the club when he was in town doing my podcast. I haven't seen him live in forever. He was really funny.
Yeah.
He's really sharp.
Yep. Yeah, it's been
such a nice guy too.
Yeah, I've always wanted to. I don't know him. I've always wanted to meet him.
He's a sweetheart.
Yeah,
he's a really nice guy.
Every interaction I've had with him has been pleasant, but I've never
goes hard. He goes so hard. Like,
he knows a lot though.
He does. He's constant. Well, he's ruined Kurt Metzger.
Why?
Kurt Metzger is like so far down the conspiracy rabbit hole now.
Oh, I know.
Every fucking conspiracy Kurt Metzger's balls in.
Oh, yeah.
And he just freaked out by everything because he didn't know all this stuff until he started working with Jimmy. When he started working with Jimmy, he's like, Jesus Christ. And now he's just like, he's just in. Every time I find anything that's fucked up, I send it to him to get him worked up.
Kurt?
Yes. And he sends me like these walls of text. You want to see these walls of text? Have you ever seen them?
No.
Have you ever been texting with Kurt?
I wish.
Let me show you Kurt Metzger wall of text.
When they were here doing their show.
These walls of text. Look at these. Look at these walls of texts. Watch these. I'll get you a good one here. Here we go. Here's a good one. Look at this wall.
Oh, wow.
He just looked at, here's another good one. Here's another good wall. He'll like just go at you.
That guy's like a joke writing machine though.
He's a genius.
Yeah.
No, he's a genius.
Yeah.
I mean, his mind just, he has a, like, you know when they open dams?
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Do you sleep?
He just goes so hard.
Yeah.
He's such a great joke writer. It's such a fun dude to hang out with. But the tweet walls are fucking insane.
Their thing that they did at Mothership that he and Kyle did.
Yeah.
That shit is genius too. It's
Don
like
again is one of those guys where you want to talk about someone who's like not appreciated for
and
how
a
good
genius.
He is, and a true genius.
Yeah.
His face swaps of Trump. Did you ever see the one with Trump and Caitlyn Jenner? They're having sex.
No.
I think that was the one that they wouldn't let on Comedy Central because briefly he was going to do a thing on Comedy Central with the face swaps, but they're too good on Instagram. They're too good. Like he's too free.
Yeah.
And the craziness is the freedom.
Yeah.
You know, like, did you ever see the one where Caitlyn Jenner was explaining about her new vagina that she got to the girls and how she masturbates with it with a weed whacker? It's like the whole thing is it's so horrible. It's so crazy. And the girls are like, what? Like, have you seen it? He's got the Kardashians in the background. Find that, please, Jamie.
They were so good.
Baby. He does the best Caitlyn Jenner. It's fucking insane. He does the best Trump.
They were when they did the land acknowledgement. It was like a picture of you kicking like a. The audience had no idea what to make of this. They're like, what is happening right now? They're like, we need to do a land acknowledgement. It was like watching NPR at Mothership. It was so good.
Do you remember when they used to announce what color the clothes they were wearing?
Oh, yeah.
My pronouns are she, her, and I'm in a blue dress.
Didn't Kamala do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
They only did it for like a few weeks. And they're like, too much. Everybody back out. That one was so stupid that even people in their party were like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? That's like if the right-wingers started going, my name is Bob, I'm a patriot, and I believe in Jesus Christ. Like everybody, like, hey, Bob. We're just talking about the infrastructure. We're just going to fix the roads, Bob. Calm down, Bob.
My name is Bob.
Yeah.
Here,
Bob doesn't believe in gays.
Bob doesn't believe
gays.
in
They just resist. You know, that's what Ben Shapiro told me?
What?
That, like, you should just not do it. And that it's like one of those things like you might want to murder someone, but you shouldn't because it's a sin. I'm like, yo, I think it's dead. You met any gay guys? You know any gay guys?
Just clench that beehole and pray.
But first of all, what are they supposed to do? Pretend they like girls? Have you met gay guys? Like actual gay guys? They're real, okay? It's like thinking that a bear is a fucking teddy bear. An actual gay guy is a real thing. Leave them the fuck alone. Let them fuck guys, you weirdo. You bow tie wearing, clipboard having fucking weirdo. What do you care? What do you care? They want to fuck each other. Who cares?
I feel like we're surrounded by pearl clutchers. You know, everywhere I turn, it's pearl clutchers.
It's also, why is that pleasure so forbidden? Okay, if it's for a lot of people that are like pro-lifers, gay sex should be your favorite sex because nobody's gonna have a baby. There's gonna be no abortions. You know how many abortions the gay community has? Fucking zero. Or if everyone's going to hell, for sure they should get a pass. At least they haven't killed any fucking babies, right? So is it okay if gay guys massage each other? Is that okay? Oh, that's fine. Oh yeah, you can give each other back rubs and foot rubs and butt rubs. Fine, but just don't touch the dick. That's crazy.
Ariel,
that is
a joke about
absolutely crazy. If you can get a job, if you're a gay dude, you can get a job rubbing backs and butts and feet for $50 an hour, or you could rub dicks for $150. Like, it seems like it's quicker, you know, get to the point, make your money. Who cares? What do you care? Do you want to touch his feet? You don't, right? You're doing it for money. You don't want to touch his dick either.
The argument, I guess, would be it was like a slippery slope to all the
prostitution,
gender stuff.
Well, it's a slippery slope. Here it is.
Yeah, I don't know if I found the right one.
Let's just try it. Let's just try it. Hold on. What is it?
Shit, I forgot. We forgot. Hey, kid! It's need new tennis shorts. Why? Everyone could see your hootenanny today. Oh, maybe because I put too much of Kylie's lip puffer on my lips. Yeah. That goes on the lips on your face. Are you serious? Well, I paid $80,000 for that, coach, so maybe everyone should see it. Yeah, baby. Oh, you're embarrassed. Let me give you your name real quick. Hey, look, a picture of the inside of your asshole. Hello? Kim K, I'm at the side door.
Okay, I'll buzz you in.
The door's closed.
Yeah, you gotta push it.
It's locked.
Yeah, wait until I buzz you. Okay, push it. Why did you open it?
There was a weird buzzing noise.
Yeah, that means open the door.
It's a bug.
You have to wait until I buzz you. Jesus Christ.
I love him so much. I love him. It's just not right.
This is better than anything that Comedy Central has other than South Park.
No, yeah.
And they fucked it up.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when they were doing it over there, here's the problem. First of all, they were using better technology. So, and I think that's one of the things that makes it fun is how shitty it looks.
Yeah.
You know, because you don't really think it's Kim Kardashian. You don't really think it's Caitlyn Jenner. The stuff he does is perfect. And they were doing it with like high-end stuff.
Oh, right.
And it kind of looked creepy.
Right.
And I think the one with Caitlyn Jenner having sex with Trump, it might be one of those like lost recordings.
Maybe he has.
I don't think he's ever even released it. It's hilarious.
I should ask
It
Marlene.
is hilarious.
I bet my friend has it.
And I'm pretty sure
Send me
Trump's on the
that.
bottom,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
I don't know. These networks are done. Like how?
Yeah.
What?
Unfortunately, they're hamstrung, right? They're hamstrung by their format. They're hamstrung by the fact
The
that
investors.
they have to have commercials every 5 to 7 minutes. They're hamstrung by that. Then they're hamstrung by the fact that they're on commercial television. So there's language restrictions and content. You're not going to take a risk. The people that are the producers and the executives, they're the ones who get to make the decisions as to whether or not you should take a risk. And generally speaking, unless a show is really successful, like South Park, they stay out of the conversation. Like, leave those fucking guys alone. They're geniuses.
Let them do what they're
going to do,
Yeah.
and it's going to be amazing. But if you're a beginner, they're not going to do that.
No.
They're not going to take that chance. And because they're not going to take that chance, because they have this weird relationship with their advertisers and they can't be free, they're never going to be able to compete with someone like Kyle.
No. And why would he? You would have to offer him a lot of money to even make that worth it.
Yeah, but even if you did, you'd have to let him do that.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is about Kyle, it's like if Kyle was on the staff of a regular Comedy Central show, you know, as a writer or a producer, he would not be able to shine. You got to leave him alone.
Well, this is why I think Shane dodged a huge bullet.
Yes.
Because, man, how hamstrung he would have been working.
He would have
SNL.
still done his shit.
Of course.
He would have gotten heat and people got mad at him, but he would have been the same guy.
Yeah, but I still think like you get rained. Even the one that he did when he was a guest, the funniest sketch of his, they didn't air it.
Yeah. But that's just, they don't want to. There's like real internal cockfighting on that show that people explained about, like whose sketches get picked and who's not get picked, and there's been a lot of accusations of like certain writers taking premises from younger writers. That's what Jim Brewer said.
Oh,
like they have a database of stuff they're working on, and then someone would just see what you're working on and then steal it and write something. Oh yeah. Phil Hartman told me about that too. Yeah, Phil Hartman told me there's all these, like, it's weirdly competitive and backstabby. He was a harsh, like when Phil first came over to news radio, it took him a while to just relax and be friends with us.
Yeah.
Because he almost thought of us as being like fellow cast members on SNL. So there's like this combative sort of distance relationship.
Interesting.
And the cast of news radio wasn't like that at all. We were all getting drunk together and having fun and we're laughing.
It seems like it's competitive. SNL.
Oh yeah. It's not just competitive. It's like backstabby competitive, according to Jim Brewer. He hated it. He could not deal with the way that things were done.
It's like high pressure too, and very stressful.
It's also a prestigious position that people are fighting for. You're a writer on SNL. You're a producer on SNL. You want, this is like you're in that hungry part of your career where you're making things happen and you're competing with all these other people. And
when it was good, it was great.
Oh, but it's only great when you have wild people who you let do funny things.
Yeah.
And you can't do a lot of the things that they used to do. It was
God, no.
Chevy Chase and Richard Pryor, when they were like, I'm going to say a word and tell me what you think.
Yeah.
What's the first word that comes out of your mouth? It's like, there's not a chance in hell.
You ignorant slut.
You couldn't do any of that.
No.
You might be able to do Land Shark. But like even the fucking samurai thing that John Belushi used to do, you couldn't do that because it's cultural appropriation. You can't pretend to be a Japanese guy. They're broken.
But do you think Hollywood is like with AI and all this? Do you think that it stands a chance?
Yeah, it'll make awesome movies. They're still going to make movies, but they're going to make movies entirely on a computer. The people that are going to be fucked are the actors and the writers.
Mm-hmm.
They're fucked. And then the animators, they're fucked. They're fucked. Everybody's fucked. All these special effects houses, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Everybody's fucked. There's not a chance in hell that you survive.
They won't just like use the technology to
They don't need you.
improve.
If a studio is making films, like all they're going to need is algorithms.
They all kind of look like they're made by algorithms already.
What's going to happen is they're going to do that, and then the number one movie in the world is going to be a movie that a kid made on his cell phone. He's going to make it with editing it on fucking iMovie on his phone or whatever it is, and he's going to make it off of his cell phone. It's going to be like the Blair Witch Project.
Or like
Everybody's
Napoleon
like, oh
Dynamite.
God, it's so real.
Yeah.
But special effects and all that shit, that's out the window.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like my friends who are still in Hollywood and LA, we've been talking, and they're like, the wheels are coming off the bus out here. Like that they had a strike, and they're like, and we never recovered really, and now the work is drying up because they are just using AI.
Well, it's not just that. They're going to be able to make real films real quick for real cheap. And they're going to do it, and it's going to cripple that business. And if those films make any money, if they're any good, if people like them, it's going to be so strange, man. So many jobs are going to be useless. We are literally giving birth to our successor. And we're all like, oh, Meta's got an AI now. Let me ask it some questions.
Do you use AI at all?
Zero. I have a Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra that has some AI features that I thought were interesting.
Yeah.
One of them was you can go to a website and it will summarize the website for you. That's kind of cool. And there's some other things it does. It summarizes notes for you, transcribes notes, but other than that.
There's good things like for transcription, stuff like that. I think that it is useful. It can do it in no time at all.
I probably should ask it questions.
But it is
about things. If I have questions about a subject.
I was sending Tony a screenshot because I was asking it about I asked it about the top comedy podcast, and Kill Tony wasn't on there. And I was like, it's shadow banning you.
AI's doing that?
I asked this AI search engine that I've used, you.com.
Well, for sure, some of them are curated. Some of the results are curated, just like Google results are curated. It's very difficult to get certain stories now. If you try to Google certain stories, things that have happened in the past, very hard to find. And it seems like DuckDuckGo has been compromised too.
Oh no!
Yeah, I used to think that it was really Go, but it just seems to mirror the results of Google now.
So where do you go
for any weird stuff? There's Brave. Brave has a search engine that I think is with no algorithm. It's not. I don't think it's curated. And I think there's a few other ones that you can go to that are like small end search engines. They're all tied into the same thing, right? They're all tied into this great database in the world. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, that if you Google certain things, it will only give you positive things about a person. And if you Google other people, it'll only give you negative things.
Yeah. Doesn't it seem though like tech is shifting a little more rightward?
No, only X.
But I mean, didn't freaking Zuckerberg the other day come out and be like, that was the most badass, or was that AI?
No, it was real. He said that. But how much of a say do you really think Zuckerberg has over the entire business of Meta?
Right.
Yeah, he's the owner, the CEO, the big dog, but he's also one human being.
Hunting people in Maui.
But yeah, he's doing jiu-jitsu. He's really into a lot of fun things.
Yeah.
You know, he's having a good time, right?
Yeah.
He's not there every day. For sure, people are getting shadow banned, and it's not like he's behind the scenes pulling the triggers. It's a company, and it's a giant, huge company that is, like all these companies, heavily influenced by advertiser dollars.
Yeah, dumpster fire. We get that a lot from people. We get emails constantly that they've been unsubscribed. Like I get one a day, and we've reached out to YouTube and been like, "Hey, why does this happen?" They're like, "Well, if you can get a screen recording of that happening." I'm like, so someone's supposed to record themselves being unsubscribed? Like, this is impossible. Then maybe they'll investigate it. Well, and dumpster fire is, we're kind of like like my friend the other day was like, the shit you say on that show, like I'm like, we're fine flying under the radar.
Yeah, but you're not.
Okay.
No one is. You know, even people that aren't that are kind of flying under the radar, they're not. They know. The algorithm's picking up things you say.
Oh yeah.
They know what you're talking about, and they don't like when people are questioning certain narratives.
No. And it's funny how like our slogan for Dumpster Fire is we make burgers out of your sacred cows. And it is so funny back to like our tribalism thing. Everyone has like their thing.
Yeah.
Where you'll say something and they're like, haha, we love you. And the minute you're like, and then blah, blah, blah. And they're like, man, how dare you? And that's all they hear.
That's
and you're
all they
like,
hear. Yeah.
that was your thing. I'm sorry. I stepped on your third rail.
Yeah. You need rubber shoes, bitch.
Yeah.
The whole thing is stupid. It's very unfortunate. There's no real competitors like a Twitter that's just a video thing like YouTube is.
He's
like,
trying
YouTube
now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll be able to do it. It's possible he can. If anybody's going to do it, Twitter's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Thank God we would not know the president wasn't dead. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just spreading conspiracy.
Do you think that that's a guy in a suit? Let's watch the video.
Are you okay?
Biden. No, I got something in my eye.
You want to get it out?
No, it's nothing.
You want to
It's
put some
nothing.
water in there?
No, I think it's actually just a cigar ash.
Do you have eye drops?
No, don't worry about it. I'm fine.
I'm
Find the video.
I'm a mom now.
I know. Thank you, Mom. I want to show the video of Biden walking up the stairs of Air Force One. Walked a little too spryly for my.
But
for my
can
money.
we talk about just how objectively insane this is right now?
That we're arguing whether or not the president is really alive.
But also, like, everything that's happened in the past, 10, 11 days?
Yeah.
And there's a large, we were all talking about this before we started recording. There's a large population of people who are acting like this is all just normal. Like, what's the big deal? All the like people who are probably still wearing masks, they're all like, what's the big deal? This is, I'm like, if this was Trump and he was installed, like if just reverse parties and this was happening with Republicans, it would be literally Hitler going on, the end of democracy. It's fucking banana town.
Zoom in this fake Biden real quick. Just kidding. Go full screen. Not him.
He has no idea where he is.
How are you feeling since you dropped out of the race, sir?
This is sad.
Can Harris beat Trump?
It's walking pretty good.
I don't know. This is sad.
Or that's a 40-year-old guy in a suit.
But Trump nearly got assassinated. Has there been?
Look at those hands. Those are young hands.
He dropped out of the race with a notes apology. Like,
I want to analyze this like the Patterson Gimlin Bigfoot footage.
See his gait compared to other.
Yeah, I want to see his gait. I want to study his gait with fucking AI software. Hey, Chat GPT, tell me if this is the real Joe Biden based on how he walks.
I did see someone put. It also could be fake. They put the audio of the phone call in to like 11 Labs, and it said it was like 98% chance it wasn't real.
Yes. Yeah, I
don't
sent
know
that
if
to.
real.
Did I send it to you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me send that to you too, Jamie. Because
But when I texted you about Trump, it was like, I was like, is this the first? It's fucked up that we even live in a time where all of our first reaction, which rightfully is this real? Like when I heard about Trump, I was like, is this AI?
Yeah, everything seems fake. People were thinking that. I mean, didn't that one lady tweet that she thought that Trump only got shot in the head so he doesn't go to jail?
Wait. Oh, so it was him.
She
Who?
was trying to. I'll tell you right in a second after I sent that thing to Jamie.
This is. I mean,
the world's gone bananas.
I get kind of turned on by all the chaos because I come from it. Like I do. I'm like, please stop. I'm going to start masturbating to Twitter. It's too much. It's just too hot.
It's so crazy. It's just like every day it's crazier. Okay, who it is? Gail Helt. She said. So it says Donald. This is like. Aaron Rupert said, Nancy Mace apparently said this. I guess it was on one of those news channels. Donald Trump literally took a bullet for our country. And this lady posts, no, he didn't. He was hit with a bullet because he's desperate to stay out of prison. Now, supposedly these are deleted tweets. So this might be bullshit. So we have to find out that because the Russians are always trying to keep us at each other's throats, ladies and gentlemen. And then there's the 4chan trolls, so that might not even be a real tweet.
Yeah.
So let's find out if that's a real tweet. Because otherwise, I'm going to make you cut that out so we don't get sued. Who is Gail Haight, first of all? Helt. Gail Helt. Helt.
Why would you get sued? By who?
Oh, people sue you if you read a fake tweet.
Oh. With their name on
Who is
it.
that lady?
Twitter account? Which Twitter account should I look at?
The Twitter account. Hold on, sorry.
This is amazing.
I know. Hilarious.
No.
It's GHELT.
But it feels like the Trump thing's already out of the news cycle.
Oh, yeah. What's the big deal? He just got shot in the head. Yeah.
No press conference? Nothing.
Did she get rid of her account? That's the lady. Yeah. So that's the claim.
CIA analyst. Honeypot. Don't click on it. What?
The account does exist. So she killed her account after this.
This is weird.
Yeah.
And do you know that Biden, when he announced that he was not going to seek re-election, it was National Ice Cream Day? I was like, we live in a simulation.
Look at, okay, context, morons. The point was that no, he didn't take a bullet for his country. The point was that he's running to stay out of prison, and thus is why he took a bullet. No one believes he set himself up, and you're a fool for trying to twist this into that. Gaslight. You didn't say it very well if that's what you meant.
What?
Yeah, you did not say it very well if that's what you meant. If that is what you were trying to say, well, you did a bad job of expressing yourself.
Oh
You can't call people morons because you literally said that. He was hit with a bullet because he's desperate to stay out of prison. Like, that can be interpreted in a lot of ways.
This is end of
So
days.
here's the thing about the AI voice thing. So play this.
I know you can hear it's surprising and it's hard for you to hear, but it's the right thing to do. I know it's hard because your heart is cold in the room.
Okay, now listen.
Let's just go on old heaven and see if that's really all they probably use for this. So,
I love it.
Nerds cannot be stopped. Very likely. Probability 98%.
They didn't even really try.
But he's
98%.
going to speak tomorrow, soon,
That
allegedly.
guy in the fucking makeup is going to speak. That 40-year-old guy with them 40-year-old hands. That guy had young man hands. He didn't have dead man hands. Oh, I don't know. But here's the thing. If you have a letter like that, okay, and this is how he resigns or says he's not going to run again with a letter. The letter does not have a presidential seal on it, and the letter has a digital signature on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was, right? Okay, maybe. But before that, before he got COVID, didn't he say that he wasn't going to quit? He did, right? So
they killed him.
Well, there's been a lot of weird stuff. We haven't seen him since then, right? And then he gets COVID, and then all of a sudden he says he can't. And they also said that they gave him 10 doses of Paxlovid. Is that true? Google that. Because I read that that might be some Russian troll shit, because they might be saying, like, they're waiting for doctors to go, that would kill him. Why do you give him 10 doses? That's fucking insane.
They're like, well, we couldn't kill Trump, so now we got to kill Biden.
He might have been exposing a glitch where every few times that app says that anything was created by it.
Oh, well, here's one way to find out. Why don't we take a segment of us talking right now, upload it, and see if it thinks that we're AI? Can we do that?
I can't do that.
How come?
Because we're recording it right now, and I'd have to stop recording it.
Can we stop recording for just 5 seconds and then do that?
That would take no.
No? Can I record something on your phone and then maybe you upload it to that? I'm just curious.
I could get
Imagine.
I could get an older podcast and do it.
Oh yeah, do that. Yeah, put a little chunk up there. Let's see what's up. How funny would that be?
If it's like 98%.
People would be
fake.
like, then here's the new conspiracy. Joe Rogan is AI. The government created him. That's the whole reason why that show became popular. There's no fucking way they would allow that show to say the crazy shit they did. It's all ops. It's all undercover, deep ops.
Everything's an op.
Controlled opposition.
That was what they all said about me when I came on the scene. When I started writing and talking, they were like, she's a deep state plant sent to undermine conservatism.
Are you? No. Here's the thing. If you were on the outside looking in, you probably would think that that's the case. But if you want to pay attention to the way this whole administration's going, pay attention to Green St. Peter, whatever the fuck her name is, the White House press secretary, accidentally tweeting Trump's post from her account, wrong account. Remember that? Remember she did that? Yeah. This is incompetence. If you look at the crew of people that's responsible for the press in the White House, they're all like young kids.
Yeah.
They're all young kids, first job, and she's their boss. Okay. And then you look at that guy that was the fucking Sam Brinton that was stealing women's clothes, and he was in charge of nuclear energy. Everywhere you look, Pete Buttigieg, all these people, it's incompetence.
Oh, I know.
It's massive incompetence glued together. I don't think
Secret Service.
I don't think there's a grand plan. I think there's
this is what my husband always says.
A bunch of really incompetent people scheming and banging heads and not knowing what to do and arguing with each other
and afraid to lose their jobs.
Chaos. And a dude who's 40 years old in a Biden suit. And that's
and also the deep state conspiring behind all of it to make it look like it's just these incompetent dummies.
They think that everybody's somehow or another like some sort of a plan.
But this was
wish
like
I could tell you where you would understand me and believe me. I think most of the things that you think are like deep state are not. I think this whole thing is way more chaotic than we give it credit for. It's not as easy as like they're manipulating us, they're controlling us. Yeah, they're fucking trying for sure, but it's not working anymore. And that's part of the problem.
Right.
It's not like before in the past, no one had internet search access to how much money Nancy Pelosi was making.
Yeah, you'd be like, all right.
They just did it. They were doing it forever. They just did it that way. And no one knew, right? Except the people that also did it.
Right.
They were doing it too. Which is why they never call each other out.
Right.
They're all a bunch of criminals. So now that we all know that, like this is all, everything's been exposed to the point where they want to keep justifying the way they're doing things. They got to be very clever about it. So I can't wait to find out the results, whether or not I'm AI.
You are AI.
Imagine if the world is a simulation, I might be AI.
I was talking to a family member about like just the incompetence and Secret Service stuff and hiring these people, and they're they're firemen basically, and they were telling me that they had to hire like an actual. He's like, none of these are lies. They had to hire an autistic kid, and he's like, this kid hides in the bathroom and takes naps during the day. But once you kind of hire these, neurodivergent people or whatever, you can't really fire them. So they had to like track it and like keep. And he said another guy they hired who was like, something wasn't right, got into a minor fender bender in one of the trucks and like froze up. And he's like, this is a first responder who froze up when they got into and wouldn't get out of the truck. And he's like, I'm not making these up. He's like, how am I supposed to fucking work with this shit?
That's crazy.
And he was saying the same thing about the Secret Service and all that. He's like, this is a woman who like she worked, she was like buds with Jill, and she was like from Pepsi before. And instead of putting like some Marine in charge.
Okay, look, they ran the sample. Very unlikely. So it was right. Probability of 2.0%. It's very unlikely this audio was generated with 11 labs where the audio was manipulated
a few times and see if it keeps doing it.
Try it a few times, but now we also need to do an AI generator.
But hold on a second. That makes sense. Like that means it's accurate.
So what I was saying, this guy said, this is the guy who made the original tweet,
right?
This is the guy who posted the goofy little glitch that makes 11 labs say his voice was AI generated once every few tests.
Okay, this is the guy who posted the goofy little glitch. Okay, so this was a funny shower thought which yourselves and the entire internet placed a near infinite more about of thought. What?
This person is drunk.
This person is out of their fucking mind into than I did.
Please carry about your business
more
and stop harassing even about being. Did fucking AI write this?
Maybe. You could.
Yours truly, the guy whose cringy jokes often go way too far and the internet scares me. Please help. Okay.
He was just fucking around.
Maybe. But the point is that we can't listen to anything he's saying now and take it seriously. The other thing, though, sounded like AI to me. It sounded like there's a weird, if you could play it again. Well, no, there's a weird fake expression. There's a smell. Like when you hear it, there's a smell. Like there's a bunch. It just seems there's something, the heart and soul into me. It's like, something into me. It's like it's a robot talking. It's ex machina. It's not a person.
Yeah, but it's like triggering your uncanny valley.
100%. It's triggering my bullshit meter.
Yeah.
Now, I 100% am only saying this because he's missing.
He's not missing.
If I had not seen, except for the guy in the suit, if there was a time where there was no question about whether Joe Biden was alive, and I heard that, I would go, "Oh, that's probably Joe Biden." Just for full disclosure.
Do you think that some accident will happen, or like, a medical emergency before the speech?
Well, that's what Alex Jones was saying. Alex Jones is saying they failed to kill Trump, so now they're going to kill Biden because they can't have him run against Trump because he can't beat Trump. But if Trump got shot, Biden would win in a landslide.
I was playing something that I think it was you who sent me about. It was Alex, I think. And my husband's like, turn that off. He's like, Bridget, I can send you a 17th tweet thread debunking the first 2 minutes of that from a guy in the army. I'm like, okay. My husband's
Your husband needs to get red pilled.
He's just a skeptic. He thinks he doesn't attribute to malice what he can attribute to incompetence.
Well, that's smart, but also malice is real. So you have to look at both, and you can't be biased in one side or another.
Well, I think that's why we make a good balance, because I'm like, no,
it's a conspiracy. Well, I don't think everything's a conspiracy, because I know that some conspiracies that I've personally been accused of being involved in aren't real. So I'm like, okay, so people are just suspicious. I think there's a lot of suspicion, and also rightly so.
Right, how can you not be?
Conspiracies are 100% real.
By the way, I can probably think of 3 episodes that you and I have done where we talked about how Biden was too old, and we got called conspiracy theorists for saying that.
Dude, I had a text message from a friend who's saying, don't you know that Biden has a stutter? I go, when did he get this stutter? Because if you go and listen to him when he was running for president in 1988, he spoke smooth.
Yeah.
Smooth as silk.
You could check this out. This person says they recreated the phone call using AI. And it's apparently it sounds a lot like it if you want to
nomination. And then go on to when they went into, and I've been honored.
That's not him. That's somebody else's voice.
All
right, so Joe Biden.
Okay. I mean, maybe they're trying to prove a point. But either way, we know for sure that AI is real. AI can make you say basically anything they want to say. We've done it with me.
Oh,
you know who does it all the time? Duncan. Duncan will have like Tony Hinchcliffe apologizing for things that he never did and admitting that he's the Rainy Street assassin. And
I love Duncan.
Duncan's the best.
I love it. I love his stand-up too. I love it. It's just like, I love his long, like, I want to be in his brain. I want to crawl into his brain.
You can't get in there.
I want to crawl into his brain and look around.
You get a contact high, just smell of his brain. But he did a thing with Johnny Pemberton where Johnny Pemberton pretended to be like a CIA undercover agent or something like that. They changed his voice. They changed his appearance. They changed everything.
Wow.
In video, in real time. So
he's taught.
So it's, you know what Johnny looks like? So it's Johnny Pemberton. He looks like a 12-year-old kid. And he looks like a completely different person. He's saying absolutely ridiculous shit. And it sounds like this other person's voice. And this is all like, you could be, you know, Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
Like, you could start talking and they could have AI take your voice, convert it to Morgan Freeman's voice, take your image, take every expression you make, opening your mouth, every smile you make, and convert it into Morgan Freeman doing the exact same things.
This is why there's no pictures of my kid on the internet.
Yeah.
Like, there was this creepy video going around and they took all these pictures of this 9-year-old, and it was like in Norway somewhere, and they grew her up, had her talking, and because the parents had posted all this stuff, and she was like asking for them to come my most judgy mom opinion, and I don't have many, is like, we know too much to put our kids online.
Yeah.
Like, before they're able to, like, whatever, once they're because
it's not their. It's not. They can't understand what you're doing. First of all,
but with AI, like you can't know how. There's. Have you heard about the shit they do in Japan? They're having like a huge problem with like turning these images people are putting of their kids into child porn.
Of course,
it's like a huge fucking problem.
Of course, they're doing that with everybody. I guarantee with every fucking human being that is out there on Facebook and Instagram, Twitter, someone's turned you into a porno film.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just.
It's crazy.
It's
crazy.
Me.
I mean, that was a big problem with celebrities, right? They were taking celebrities and face swapping them and turning them into porn stars.
Yeah, and there was like a whole thing in Beverly Hills about all these. These teenagers were doing it to each other as like, they were all just being mean teens and.
It's crazy.
I don't know how you even there aren't laws against it, which there should be, but I don't even know how you litigate it.
Well, they would have to get ahead of it.
And they can't.
It's too late.
No, they can't.
All the technology's out there, and then there's also not enough people that understand it that are in the government.
And it's like whack-a-mole. Like you get rid of one and it pops up 10 other places.
Right. And how are you going to get rid of the ones that are in other countries? You're not going to.
No,
you're not going to.
It's not.
You just use a fucking VPN, log into that other country.
Yeah.
Download it.
No, it's bad.
It's wild.
No, it's wild.
And it's only going to get wilder.
Yeah. This is like, I mean, Elon talks about this all the time. Like how it's just the dawn of this.
Yeah. This is the dawn of the age of
Did you see this video yesterday about, with Jordan?
Which one?
Where he was talking about what happened to his kid and how. Elon, yeah.
Yeah. I did see that. Yeah.
It was emotional.
It's horrible.
I think a lot of people have become kind of, I mean, for lack of a better word, red-pilled by that kind of stuff.
And they should be.
Yeah.
The new California thing.
Oh.
Explain to people what it is.
I mean,
it's so nuts. You hear it and you go, there's no way they did this. There's no way they took away power from the parents.
Yeah,
there's no way they don't inform the parents.
That had kind of been going on, but now they've just put it into law that you essentially don't have to, the people who would fight against it would say, oh, they're outing these kids to their parents. But basically a kid can go in and call themselves Jack if they're Jill and at home, and the school doesn't have to tell the parents that they're identifying as a boy, that they're doing, that they're dressing, that they're being called by a completely different name. There's no requirement. It's just so crazy to me. And I'm sure Scott Wiener's behind this because he's behind every creepy ass bill in that state. It's crazy to me that you are telling adults to keep secrets about the kids from the parents. Like that's generally something that's a huge red flag.
It's a huge red flag. And you have activists who are teachers. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact. A lot of the teachers are teachers specifically because they want to be able to influence young kids. That's a fact.
Yeah.
And some of them are really good teachers, and they have this idea. They're going to help these kids and influence these kids in a positive way. And some of them are fucking crazy people that are locked into an ideology, and they want to convert these kids into that ideology. Yeah. When you have 5-year-old and 6-year-old kids, you shouldn't have fucking pride flags in the school. That's ridiculous. If you have this big pride display in the school and everyone's wearing rainbows, you are incentivizing kids to think that going in one direction or the other is better. You're pushing them. You're influencing them in a weird way, and you might be a fucking crazy person.
Well, it's also like Helen Joy said. She had this brilliant clip. She was talking about how that there's no way out. If you're a parent who's supported this, like every time you hear about somebody who's advocating for this, legislating, kids being able to get puberty blockers or whatever, it's somebody who has a kid of their own. And she was saying, such a brilliant clip. She was basically saying like they're doubling down because it's that, or admit that they've done a horrific thing to their child.
Right. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the same thing with people that got COVID and got vaccine injured and didn't want to tell people.
Did that happen a lot?
A lot. Yeah. I know people that got vaccine injured. Chris Cuomo.
Oh,
Chris
right,
Cuomo got vaccine injured and didn't talk about it until CNN fired him. And they're like, guess what? I'm one of you.
It's like Pfizer's not paying for my checks anymore.
Yeah, the whole thing is just a normal pattern of human behavior and thinking. And this whole queer trans 2A, B, I, T plus thing, it's all attached to an ideology. And the crazy thing for a lot of gay people is they are looking at this trans thing. A lot of gay people that I talk to, they think it's homophobic. They think
yeah.
a lot of these guys who think that they're girls will eventually just be gay men.
Yes.
And a lot of them go through it during puberty. And when you are telling them that they really are going to live their authentic self, and you're saying things like this,
pray the gay way.
It is a very similar thing.
It's the same thing.
That is the same thing, right?
It's conversion therapy.
Right.
I mean, I did a whole piece, How Pride Lost the Public, and I interviewed like Douglas Murray, all these brilliant. I wish I could have just posted every interview I did with all these individuals because they're all so brilliant, but these guys have all been and women have all been sounding the alarm, and lesbians are really getting erased. You know, you go on a lesbian app and it's like, I joked on Dumpster Fire in like 2019 that we're on our way to like suck my dick bigot, and now we've been there for years. I mean,
it's a lot of men who identify as being a woman who say they're a lesbian.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
They're not even, but my lesbian friends are like, they're not even identifying. They're just straight up men on the lesbian app saying like, I'm a lesbian. I'm a lesbian.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not even trying to look like a woman.
And you go on a date with them and they just have lipstick on. Hi. Like, what? I like girls.
So
I'm
yeah,
a girl. What are you trying to say, you fucking bigot? I'll fuck you in your ass. Like, wait. What are you saying?
It's not good.
It's so nuts. And it's also like some of these people who identify as women, they think that because they're women, it's okay to punch other women. And I've seen a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
Like trans women getting in fist fights with biological women. Like, what is going on here? This is so crazy.
It's I think it's lost a lot of support, though. Don't you think? Do you feel like it has or no?
Yeah, it's lost a giant chunk, but there's still a lot of really confused people that don't know what's going on. They read mainstream newspapers, and rarely they work in a bubble. Generally, it's like a liberal bubble. They work in a bubble that's also influenced by DEI. It's also influenced by, the culture of the workforce in general. And then these people, they don't hear everything. They don't get all the data. They don't have time to research these things. So it takes them a lot longer to catch on that what a lot of this is mentally ill people that are trying to infiltrate into women's spaces.
Yeah.
That's a lot of it. So you have people that have like legitimate gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
That really want to be identifying as a woman. And then you have creeps.
Yeah.
And to not identify the creeps and to pretend the creeps don't exist, you're not fucking helping anybody.
By the way, you should be protecting these women in prisons. It's like rape shelters and women's shelters. You just have these guys who are like, to think that someone who's a predator and has committed crimes wouldn't try and manipulate the system.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't understand that willful.
After we get off there, I'll tell you my bit about it. Because it's so stupid. The whole thing is so nuts. It's just so nuts that it's so pervasive that it's actually made its way into prisons. Well, it made its way into, remember the Supreme Court lady when they asked her, Ketanji Brown Jackson?
Oh, yeah, and couldn't answer like what a woman is. Yeah, but all of these people should be on record. When the problem that we're having is that people need to push anyone who's saying, oh, this is just gender affirming care. So what exactly is that? I want you on record explaining what that is.
Yeah.
And so you're okay with giving kids puberty blockers so that they may not be able to have children or orgasms or X amount of things. Have you had any? I've talked to a lot of people in the past, however many years that I've done my podcast, and the ones that sat with me the most and the most upsetting are all the kid detransitioners I've had on the podcast. Those interviews are so hard and upsetting, and it is fucking criminal that there's even more than like 10 and they're churning them out.
Yeah, and there's the number of gender affirmation care clinics that exist in this country.
But by the way, Europe is like pushing back against it, and we're not. And a lot of it is because Europe does have the, like universal. Yeah. So they actually have to follow science because otherwise they're all paying for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And here it's just like
we're captured
money grab, to start.
Well, not just that, but what you alluded to earlier, that you have to take all those people that had done this. Now they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Like now people can get sued. The lawsuits can
I
pile
hope they
up.
get sued.
Well, that's literally in this country that feeds off of money. It's the only way that's going to stop it.
Yeah.
Listen, you have to recognize, folks, that this is a country that did lobotomies
Yeah.
until 1965 or something like that. Something crazy like that.
Probably,
When did they stop?
I don't
It might
know.
have been like 68. I think it was 1968. Google, Jamie, when did they end lobotomies? They did, who knows how many thousands of lobotomies.
Well, that's like all the women who got put in mental wards for
Oh, yeah.
hysteria.
67. 67.
Yeah, that's not that long ago.
That's not that long ago.
No.
And so it had to end with the death of the person it was performed on. That was it. They're like, enough. Don't scramble brains. But listen, we fucked up one person. I made a few really cool people. Walter Jackson Freeman II. What portal of hell does that guy find himself in today? When did he die? He died in 72.
How did he die?
So it was his idea. So he died shortly after it was made illegal. He fucking missed it. He missed prosecution. The idea that he performed 3,500 lobotomies.
My God.
He scrambled the brains of 3,500 people, and 490 of them died as a result of the treatment.
Do they still do electroshock therapy?
Yep. 490 people died, and the rest of them just got turned into vegetables.
Too.
So 310 just got turned into fucking squash. Oh my God. So crazy. How many people were lobotomized in the 50s? Almost 20,000. Oh my God. Performing in the United States and proportionally more in the United Kingdom. A large number of patients were gay men. Oh my God. They scrambled their brain to get the gay out of there.
That's worse than pray the gay away.
Yeah, scramble the gay away. Jesus Christ.
Scalpel the gay away.
Jesus Christ.
Yikes. Oh man.
You stayed awake during it?
Oh my God.
No.
Ooh.
What was that movie Pi where he gives himself a lobotomy or whatever at the spoiler
God.
Alert? Did you ever see that Pi?
No, I didn't.
That movie?
He gave himself up.
I feel like at the end of that movie, I don't want to spoil it. You might have just spoiled it. Yeah.
I'm thinking of some guy that invented something insane somewhere in the UK, and eventually he was tried for being gay. God, I wish I could remember what it was. It's like on the tip in the back of my brain. I'm like, that guy, remember that guy? Remember that story? Some guy that's like incredible.
Alan Turing.
That's it.
Turing test.
Alan Turing. That's it.
That's
Alan
the
Turing.
robot thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
has Lex passed that yet?
No, Lex is a robot. Pull that up. Like what happened to him? Okay, so here it is. There are a number of high-profile arrests and trials, including that of scientist, mathematician, and wartime codebreaker Alan Turing, convicted in 1952 of gross indecency. He accepted treatment with female hormones, chemical castration, as an alternative to prison. Turing committed suicide in 1954.
What?
Oh my God. How crazy. Again, not that long ago.
Not that long ago.
And that sounds today insane.
Yeah.
And guess what, you fucks? That's what it's going to sound like 50 years from now when people start talking about what you did to kids.
Yeah, no. And they're all growing up. Yep.
Homosexuality remained illegal until 1967 in England and Wales, and until 1980 in Scotland. Holy shit, Scotland! 1866, marriage was defined as between a man and a woman, preventing future same-sex marriages. So they put a law in the books in 1866, and Scotland over 100 years later.
What about here, though? When did it become?
That's a good question. Well, I remember in 2013.
In the United States.
2013, Democrats were saying that it should be between a man and a woman. That's what marriage is.
Marriage, but it was illegal in the States, wasn't it?
Yeah. But imagine that. Imagine Democrats saying that marriage should be between a man and a woman.
2003?
Yeah, that's
whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
we are way behind Scotland. Sorry, Scotland. Sorry for giving you a hard time. You guys were so far ahead of us.
I was feeling like we were pretty behind on Scotland.
2003, I was on Fear Factor.
2000.
Okay, 2003, gay rights proponents had another bit of happy news. The U.S. Supreme Court in Lawrence versus Texas struck down the state's anti-sodomy law Oh, okay. So it wasn't like illegal to be gay. It was illegal to do gay stuff.
I mean, same thing.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not.
isn't it?
You have to do the Ben Shapiro method. You can be gay.
Punch the button.
You just don't do it.
You can
Oh
be
my
gay.
God.
Yeah, but so it was never illegal to be gay in the United States?
Of course it was. It had to have been. Yeah, absolutely illegal. But no, just joking aside, sodomy laws that makes it being gay illegal.
Aren't there
'Cause that's how
still
they
some
get
on
you.
the books? There's still like weird sodomy and profanity laws that are on the books in like,
Probably some
Massachusetts and
Weird.
shit.
No, it wouldn't be Massachusetts.
No, they have
probably.
weird stuff on the
Really?
books. Like I remember reading about this. I don't know if they still have it, but it was like the reason you couldn't have sororities in certain places is because like
You get lesbian.
it was considered like a coven. Like
Oh,
too many
witches.
women living in a house.
Bunch of witches. They're smart. They probably want to track their menstrual cycles. These fucking dirty witches.
Oh, so this podcast I was listening to, she was saying that I've never known this. I've always wondered, but I guess she's some like neuroscientist woman, and I can't remember her name right now. She was saying that it's because men would have to impregnate as many people as they could because if they went out and hunted, sometimes they wouldn't even come back. They'd go like find another similar tribe and just stay with them.
Jesus.
And so they had to in order to like keep up the population, they had to make sure that they could impregnate as many women at the same time. And that's why women's cycles sync up. I always thought it was just like people being competitive. Like one woman was like, if I'm going to bleed, you're all going to fucking bleed.
It's all interesting theories because, so many of the things that people did back in the day were based on this fact that human beings didn't live very long.
Right.
And that infant mortality was really high. Like they had a lot of
Maybe Elon's
fertility
awesome.
rituals that they would do back then.
Yeah. I think my name is the Irish goddess of fertility, which explains how I got pregnant at 43.
A fun law for Texas.
Yes.
Prohibited. Possession of more than 6 dildos is prohibited.
Yeah, you're greedy.
The obscene device.
You don't even
law
have
they
6
call
holes,
it.
you greedy fuck. Obscene device laws declares it a crime to possess 6 or more obscene devices or identical or similar obscene articles. So you can have like 6 butt fuck magazines.
But I think you can still get married as cousins in certain states too.
That
Like
says-
26
Look at that. Hold on,
states.
go back. Look at this. These infernal devices include dildos. So in Texas, you can
Wait,
legally
what
own more
site is
guns.
this?
This is an article on Mental Floss, and it's
Oh.
like top 10 weird sex laws that are still in place.
Let me finish the sentence. So in Texas, you can legally own more guns and display them in public than you can sex toys, as some dildo-wielding campaigners have pointed out.
I don't want to know what that dildo
You can't
really.
get married in Nebraska if your partner has a sexually transmitted disease.
You
So
can't,
if you got the
Where's that
herpes,
from?
you get the herpes, that's a wrap.
you can't cohabitate in North Carolina. You
With
can't
a
have-
person, hold on. With a person with a partner if the couple is unmarried. What?
Yeah.
It's illegal to live with a partner if the couple's unmarried. So you can't live in North Carolina with a boyfriend or a girlfriend? For real?
You can't have sex with them in 6 states.
6. Which states?
Utah.
Idaho, Illinois, Massachusetts, Mississippi, and South Carolina. Hilarious.
In South Carolina, a false promise of marriage can land you in jail. This is how I hear this.
Still in fornication laws that basically decree all forms of non-marital sex illegal. But these laws are rarely enforced. Right? Fucking get rid of them. Why you got laws on whether or not people can jerk each other off?
Don't flaunt your booby pillows in Kern County, California.
Ooh, what's up in Kern County?
Decent.
Oh, booby pillows.
1,000 feet of a highway.
What does that mean?
Flashing your titties on the side of the road.
Like, I think literal, like tit pillow, like a boob pillow, like a pillow
Like
that looks like a
boobs.
boob.
Boob pillows?
I
Or
guess
just
there is.
boobs?
It might have been a thing at some point.
Public
I think they're
articles.
boobs.
Hold on. Public sale of articles depicting female breasts. No, it is a
Oh,
boob pillow.
boob pillows.
Yeah.
There's like a dumb.
Sale of
Yeah.
stuffed objects.
Stuffed
known as
objects
booby
known as
pillows.
booby pillows.
I've seen booty pillows.
So you can't. So those are illegal. So the problem is passerbys.
Can't talk about
You can't-
polygamy in Mississippi.
You can't sell them by the side of the road. That's what the law is.
What the fuck were booby pillows for?
I never heard of them until 13 seconds
Is it
ago.
just a
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just stupid. It's just, ooh, got some tits. Like guys who have rubber nuts
is it
hanging
like?
from their fucking trail hitch.
It's also just north of LA, apparently.
Hey, is it legal to have rubber nuts hanging from your trail hitch? Is that legal in Texas? Let's find out. That don't even count as a dildo. That's just your
Are you allowed to
saccharoon.
have those big things in Texas on the side of your wheels that like come out? Have you seen these?
Oh, I don't know if you're allowed to.
It's,
but
they're everywhere.
yeah. I found out about those. Those are crazy. Paul
How'd you
Wall
find
has
out?
those on his Cadillac.
They're I saw a car with them. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's aerodynamic. It's not good for your neighbors either.
I saw them on a truck.
Well, you definitely could scratch someone next to you.
Yeah, or
Easy.
pop their tire.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like some Texas shit.
It's ridiculous.
I've been here now. Have we talked since I've been here since like almost a year, like a little over a year.
I don't think you've been on the podcast in the last year.
Oh.
It's been since you moved here.
Oh,
yeah, I think you were California dwelling back then. Planning your escape.
Oh, yeah. This is, I love it.
Correctly.
I love it.
It's great out here.
Yeah, I love it. But I also love like all the friends I have and the friends that are here and everybody's coming here and making friends out in the burbs. Like
people are moving out though. They said that in
They're
2023,
leaving?
more people for the first time left Austin than moved here.
That's good. The rents will go down and stuff.
They won't go down.
No, they're going down.
Doom spiral.
No. They did. They passed a housing thing and they're actually going down.
They passed a bill
to like open up for building more housing and the rents are going down in Austin. Every time you hear about people getting, a lot of my friends have gotten rent like deductions in the past year.
Really?
And a lot of people are leaving. I had 2 people in my little basic bitch suburb. They were like in the Facebook community, which I love. I love it. It's like the drama. I love just watching it. They were like, we're getting the fuck out of here. I'm going back to California. And I was like, where are you going? They're like, it's too hot. And they're like, Sacramento. I'm like, what's like Sacramento? I thought it'd be like the beach or something, but how different is Sacramento from?
It's pretty hot, but it's a dry heat. It's a different kind of heat.
No, it is. And people, I don't know. A lot of Californians came here and are leaving.
Just because the heat?
Yeah. I know.
Pussies.
I know.
It's nothing. It's really not that bad.
My husband loves it. We're out there. We are became really good friends with the side surfs. You know, they did.
The cakes,
the cake people, and they're like our good homies, and we celebrate. We like our living it's such a like weirdly American life. Like we go have like barbecues and you know our kids play. Like it's so. I'm not looking over my shoulder for like crazy people every second.
There's a reason why people move to the suburbs.
No, the suburbs are great.
Yeah, like,
when you have kids,
especially if you want quiet.
They're so quiet out there.
That's what you want.
Yeah,
you're better off with a little bit of quiet.
And you can see the stars. Yeah. Like my daughter is just like obsessed with space. She's like, is that Sat? She knows all the planets. She's just like, she's thriving, which is all I can ask for as
Eventually,
a parent.
I want to live about an hour outside of
Yeah,
Austin.
me too. But
like
I can't.
1 hour out and then drive in for shows, and that's it.
Yeah, I can't yet. I mean, this was because my husband was like, let's go further, and I was like, that will be prohibitive to everything I want to do, and so we had to kind of split the difference. He would be
There's
further
plenty
out.
of good spots to live out here, though. It's good. It's you can live a half hour outside and still be cool. Like where Red Band lives, it's real quiet.
I'm up by them.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's beautiful out there. Too.
Yeah.
And there's lots of great restaurants. It's like, it's a nice place to live. It's also like a really amazing place to do comedy now. I mean,
the scene is so.
It's the first time in our lifetime where a scene has emerged.
I wonder why. So weird.
Crazy.
Who's behind that? No, it is actually doing it and like being around all the young, hungry, like I've fallen in love with it in a way that I did when I first started it. It's just seeing how, and it's also just so diverse, actually ideologically diverse. Austin is a weird place. You just don't, with all of the, like your audiences, they're all tourists. And then the local audiences, you never really know. It's not like when I was in LA, I kind of knew what I was dealing with. Or if you were outside of it, in Valencia, you knew also what you were dealing with. Here, you're like, it's a smatter. It's truly like a purple kind of town.
It's an interesting place.
Yeah, it's exciting.
It's just way better than California, where we were living. We're living also in a place that was captured by the entertainment industry. And that, you realize, like, that has a toxic radioactive glow that affects everything it touches.
It does.
whether you think you're in the music business or you think you're in the entertainment business, or I'm not a performer. I'm not trying to get famous. Everyone's affected by what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
All the people on the outside that work in other supportive industries, like that place is defined by the main goal of people that move there is to somehow or another make it.
Right. Here it feels very art devoted. You know, it has that Austin kind of like keep it weird,
Mm-hmm.
and the people seem very. That's the other thing I've noticed. Everyone's very supportive. It's not so like cutthroat, and it felt. I don't know. It doesn't feel.
What comedy's like that now? You know, comedy's like it's not like it used to be. It used to be very cutthroat, but we realized somewhere along the line that we're assets. We're not like competitors, and the competitors are good. The people that are like rising up, they give you inspiration.
Oh, right.
It's all good for you.
But there's like room. That's the thing that feels like you go to all these different shows. You know, Homeless Pimp. He's doing a whole documentary on the scene. It's really cool. He's like going out to open mics with like young people who moved here, people who have been in 20 years who are moving here. It's really cool.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people that like weren't getting the attention that they deserve somewhere else came here and now they're thriving. Like Brian Holtzman, perfect example. Brian Holtzman was just not getting the love he deserved, and now he's got sold out shows.
Yeah.
And people come to see him because he's crazy. It's like they want to see. And there's a lot of Tyler Fisher is another one. It's like these guys weren't getting any attention where they were, and they're really good. You know, and there's more of those. There's a lot more out there. Metzger's another one.
Metzger.
Yeah.
So like
he's here now.
Land out here.
Metzger moved here.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, he's here now.
No, he told me when I saw him, we went out to dinner when they were in town, and he said that they were thinking about it.
He's here now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
Kim's here now, too.
Nice. Yeah, she just did a show, Kill Tony, last night.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
She's the newest Austin resident.
Yeah.
Kim has a real chance. She has a real chance. Kim went up in front of me she's from Orlando, and I was doing a gig in Orlando, and she's going to be there visiting her family. She asked to do a set. I'm like, yeah, for sure. I'm like, and I was sat and watched. She fucking murdered. I mean, murdered. I would have thought she was going to be way further ahead in her career. Yeah, I think it was like 8 years ago, like 8 years later. But sometimes people, they're not quite focused the right way. Nothing kind of catches. And she lived in New York for a while, but now she's out here.
Yeah.
She's got a real chance.
Yeah, I love her. We were just in the green room together.
She's
like
very funny.
Dying laughing.
Very funny.
Yep. I'm excited. It's just like it feels. When I first moved to LA, I was in the scene, and it was I had Troy Conrad on my podcast, and we were talking about when it was like Tuesday nights and Roast Battle was starting and Kill Tony was starting and you were back, and it was like this electric time at the Comedy Store. And he was saying, you know, you were aware like this is special, you're capturing something special.
Yeah.
And I feel that way about now too. There's just something special, you know, happening in Austin with comedy, and seeing it feels. That was the thing about LA. I'm like, I feel like I'm driving around a city on hospice. It just feels like a city that's like not doing well. And here it's vibrant and there's growth and there's all kinds of different scenes and there's tech and there's like it's
live
just
music,
much live music. It feels very vibrant and alive.
Well, a lot of it is because people were just fed up with California and they moved out here and they all came together. And it's all these similarly minded people that wanted to be free to do the fun thing, and then really also extra appreciated it now that it was taken away from them for a while. And then now they have the best place to do it ever. Yeah,
and it feels it's probably more libertarian than anything else.
Yeah,
you know,
it's more libertarian. There's very few conservatives in comedy, and even the liberals, they're not. If you want to be good, like you can't be like full leftist. No. You can't do it. You're handcuffing yourself. It's like running with weights on. Like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? You're trying you can talk about stuff that you believe in on podcasts, right? But you're doing a specific art form. Stand-up comedy is a very specific art form. And the goal is to make people laugh. They're there for comedy. Yeah. It's not stand-up proselytizing. Yeah. It's not stand-up virtue clapter.
I did a joke about Andrew Tate once and I got clapter and I was like, I'm never doing that joke again. I think that joke's done.
Yeah. It's funny.
I don't ever want clapter.
Oh God, some people love it. They just lean towards it and their punchlines are spaced out for clapter. blah.
Yeah, but that's like you're evangelizing.
Yeah, they're just not good. That's all it is. They're just not good at comedy.
I don't want to evangelize. I don't
But
want.
they're only evangelizing because they're not good at comedy, right? They're not evangelizing because they have the really unique perspective that is like that people listen to, like Bill Hicks or something. You go, wow, oh my God, I never thought about it that way. No, it's clunky dog shit idea from a lazy person that's not good at comedy. And the reason why you suck at this whole virtue signaling thing is the same reason why you suck at comedy. Like, you don't have unique thoughts. You haven't examined your mind enough. You haven't really tried to figure out what's actually funny versus what you want the audience to think of you, which is a lot of what people are doing.
Yeah, my good faith interpretation, I guess, would be that they are believers. Like, they're actually believers in their ideology or whatever, and they don't really realize they're proselytizing. They think that they're making jokes about
sort of
informative.
Right, but you have to always run that. You got to always run that through this filter, and the filter is, if you're not good at comedy and you don't have a career in comedy, you're struggling in comedy, you're trying to get better at comedy, you are constantly trying to get positive reactions from the audience. And if you can't get positive reactions through humor, you will get it through saying something that you think everybody believes in.
Right, I see.
So it's a trick.
Yeah.
It's just a shitty trick.
It's like a shortcut.
It's a shitty trick that works.
Yeah.
It's like wearing lipstick and shit in the women's room. It's a shitty trick that works. It doesn't mean that everyone doesn't know what the fuck is going on, you know?
So there's one, like, there's also kind of a just goofy alt scene that I love. And there's Ryer Cameraman. She works, I think she works at Mothership, but I've seen her at Creek in the Cave. She has a Thursday night and she does this bit. I am obsessed with it, about how she's like a deer.
Don't give away the bit.
I'm not going to give it away.
Okay.
It's so, no one could do this bit. It's only her, but she is like, she's so original, so adorable. I'm like,
great.
We must protect her at all costs. She's just, I every time she gets up, and the audience never knows what, because they just don't know like what to do all the time with her. Which is I'll be in the back just dying laughing, and the audience is like, what is happening right now? But she is, I mean, she's so special. She's so special.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different kind of comedy.
That's what I love.
It's a real meritocracy, you know. And one of the things that when Adam came over from the Comedy Store, he was dealing with a lot of pressure. People were saying, why don't you have X amount of blank on the lineup, X amount of women, X amount of gay people, X amount of trans people? Were really giving him a hard time about everything. He was worried that he was going to get in trouble. Like, people were going to attack him and write articles about him. And, you know, when he came here specifically, I said, dude, everybody's welcome, but they have to be funny.
Yeah.
It's really that simple. It's a complete meritocracy.
Yeah.
We're not going to say, let's get more women. No, we're going to give all the women that want a chance to go on open mic nights.
Yeah.
Everybody has a chance.
Yeah.
Like, you go up, if you get better, you get asked to do showcase shows.
Yeah.
There's a real genuine system.
Yeah.
And having a genuine talent coordinator like Adam, who really watches, he sits down in the back.
Oh,
he was there last
watches.
night. He was there last night watching sets. He watches people progress. He watches the door people progress. He watches all the new people come in from out of town.
He gives you like great feedback when you get off. He'll be like, I love that premise. Like, it's so helpful. You know, this is someone who watches this shit all day long.
Someone who's best friends with Norm Macdonald.
Yeah.
Like, he really understands comedy.
Oh, yeah. He's hilarious. When I sit there back there with him,
he's very funny.
He'll make these comments that are funnier than anything that like people are saying on stage.
Very funny. He can hang. But the point is, like, he really cares about his job. And his job is free of all the mandates.
Yeah.
All he has to do is find funny people.
Yeah.
And look at what happens when you do that. The lineup is so diverse.
Yeah.
If you look at all the different people on like showcase nights and different people, like, you're gonna see every type of gay, straight, black, white, Asian, tall, short, fat, skinny, everything. Whatever the fuck, from different parts of the world. All you have to do is be good at this thing we're all trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
We don't care. You're one of the family, no matter what you are, as long as you can do this thing we're doing.
Yeah.
And if you can't do this thing we're doing, like, either figure it out, or I don't know what to tell you.
And there's so much opportunity. There's so many shows now.
Yeah.
It is crazy. It's
awesome.
like, it's amazing. There's like Black Rabbit, and that room is amazing.
There's
There's
5
Creek in
rooms
the
on
Cave.
one street.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's beautiful. And people can walk from and do set to set. And guys are doing 4 or 5 sets a night.
Yeah. It's like New York.
It is. It's a unique thing, and it's only just begun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only existed for a couple of years. You have to realize there was a small scene here. There's a few good comics that were here, and they just didn't have the same push. And they also didn't have the same group of killers. They didn't have Shane Gillis moving to town.
Yeah.
And
Is he here now?
Yeah, he lives here too.
Okay.
Tim Dillon's got a place here.
I know,
It's
Tim's
like
in and out.
Tony's here. Brian Simpson's here. Ron White is here.
Yeah.
It's like there's Tom Segura is here. Christina P's here. There's so many fucking people. I'm trying to talk Burton moving here.
We're trying to lure Whitney to come here.
Yeah. Whitney's a tough cookie to crack.
She did do a joke the other day on Instagram though about how she's like, "This is why I'm leaving," and it was like a purple Tesla.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was like, "Come!"
Oh, no straight men left. Yeah, she'll come eventually. We've got more and more that are coming, and there's plenty room for everybody. There's a lot of sets. We do 2 shows a night in each room.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
And the staff at that place is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, Carrie, I am obsessed with Carrie. She is like a woman so close to my heart. I would go to war for her. And the whole staff is so like, they're like happy to be there. They're so lovely. They're so cool. I don't know. It's like it's a good vibe. It's not.
Yeah, we stole the heart of the Comedy Store. we stole the best people. We didn't steal them though. They were all unemployed. It was really perfect timing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like we poached them from the Comedy Store. When the Comedy Store
they just needed a job.
They needed a job, and the Comedy Store wasn't going to be open for another year and a half.
Yeah.
Like those people all came over here when there was nothing going on, and they're employed.
Yeah.
And the way we did it, it was almost like the universe wanted it to happen. Like the universe wanted all these little things to fall into place to motivate people to get the fuck out of there. All these things that fall into place where all of a sudden you're in this town and there's buildings that are available. There's like all these buildings available.
I know, but I remember so vividly doing your podcast in 2020. I think it was May of 2020, because it was like in the height of another crazy cycle, like right now. And you were like, I have a vision. You had a vision, as much as like, oh, it all kind of lined up. And like you said on that podcast, I have a vision. You just knew.
Yeah, I shouldn't have visions like that. I shouldn't even believe in that.
Not like a vision, like I saw God. I mean,
no. I mean, I'm saying like even like, yeah, I had an idea.
Yeah.
I had an idea.
Yeah. I mean,
but I probably should have just done it and not told everybody. Told everybody I had a vision. I wonder like how much of that, like, because people believe in that, right? They believe in vision boards and manifesting things.
This was this podcast I was listening to. She's all about this, like it's the mirror neurons, and like you put it into the world. But also, I think you have to get people excited about an idea. So whether it's an idea or a vision or whatever you want to call it, people need to be. It helps to have people kind of excited, but I think you said that and then just went and did it. I don't think you were like on every podcast talking about your vision.
No, but here's the other thing I'm saying. It's like the number one thing that I've been most successful at, I had zero vision for. That's this.
Yeah.
Zero vision. When people are like, did you anticipate it was ever going to be the way it is? Like, no, never thought about it. Never dreamed, never tried. Just kept doing it. That's it.
Some of it too is just like consistency and right place, right time.
There's a lot of those things. That's why, like, I should believe in fate. I really should.
And you don't.
I don't know.
What do you believe in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. If there's like, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's as simple as fate, because I don't think it's truly determined. I think there's possibilities, and these possibilities, they open up, and your energy and your thoughts sort of synchronize with these possibilities, and that's what excites you, and it expands, and then you follow up on your instincts and your like what's the correct way to approach this, and then you put more energy and more intensity into it, and then it all accelerates, and other people sort of join in, and you collect like-minded people that also have their thoughts and their energy, and they push towards this thing. And when you're doing it right, good things happen. And that's what I think it is. And so I should think it's fate. But I also think it's manipulation is not the right word. It's a synchronization with whoever you really are. Like whatever your real thoughts are, whatever your real intention is, what are you trying to do?
I get
It's like
that.
this synchronization with all of it, as much as it is like a vision of like we're gonna have the best comedy club in the world. Like we didn't really think that.
No.
We thought we were going
just gonna
to just
do it.
open up a club and let's hope it works.
Yeah.
My goal was like, let's not go broke.
Right.
Like, I don't want to lose any money. That's all my goal was.
I
right?
believe it.
But no, it's really like stated. Like we talk about it. Like I'm not
Yeah.
trying to make money. I'm 100% trying to not lose money, and that's it.
Yeah.
And everything else is gravy. And then set it up right for the comedians. Like
Yeah.
the most important thing is to look. If I care about comedy, which I clearly do, let's set up the best possible environment for comedy to thrive.
Yeah.
And it would be great for everybody.
Yeah, I remember like I understand that. I feel like so much of it is like getting out of your own way too.
Yep.
When I first started comedy, I would get these opportunities that I would say no to because I told myself I wasn't ready, I didn't, et cetera, et cetera. And this time I'm like, I'm just saying yes. I'm going to say yes and not get out of here and just say yes. Like, yes, thank you. And Colin Quinn asked me to open for him. And I was like, yes. Thank you. And I was terrified. And I was like, I have such bad stage fright as it is. Just ever since I got sober, it's something I deal with. Because I used to be drunk all the time and I didn't know until I got sober.
So you get drunk on stage?
I would be drunk before I even got up. But I got sober and was like, fuck, I have stage fright. And it's so bad. Joe, it's so bad that I'll be like, maybe my dog will die. Like maybe there will be, like when the planes were all getting grounded, I'm like, maybe Colin was stuck in New York, like terrified.
So you're like trying to avoid the show.
And I have to just put that aside, put it all aside. I truly just had to turn it over. And it's like, it's not about me. It's about just like getting out of my way. My job is to like, it's to, you're
an antenna.
And it's to just like these people want to have fun.
Yeah.
And someone sent me the clip of because my like audience knew I was nervous. I didn't announce it or anything, but I did in like my little subscriber community. And someone sent me the clip of you and Sam talking about stand up and how you still got nervous. You were saying I stretch and breathe and but Sam said he has that tattoo. This is fun.
Yeah.
And I was like, I wrote it on my set list. I'm like, it fucking saved me. Like, it was like 2 days before. I'm like, I'm just going to
have fun.
Yeah. And I had so much fun. Like, you can see it on my face in the pictures. I love them. And Troy was there, and it was like, I had so much fun. It makes
sense to have stage fright if you used to get drunk all the time. It also makes sense to have stage fright if you haven't done a lot of comedy. So it was a long time before you did comedy again. Like, how much time did you take off?
I mean, for 3 years. 3 years. Yeah, it's a long time. Baby. Yep.
It's a long time.
Yeah. But then I have been grinding again, just quietly working towards, more and more and more. And it's like, it's been 10 months, so it was like, not like I just got back and was like, all right, yes. If that was the case, I would have said no. I have too much respect for you and Adam and all of these other every other comedian that I know.
To not be ready. Yeah.
To know that like, okay, I can probably handle this.
Well, even like Chris Rock, like one of the all-time greats, he took years off.
Yeah.
And then when he came back, he had to kind of find his thing.
You got to, I'm a different person.
Of course.
So I also had to write completely all new material. It wasn't like I could just rely on old stuff. It doesn't even connect.
Right.
I've moved. I'm a married woman. I'm not, can't be like back when I was giving blowjobs. So it's been, and it's very humbling it was weird too. I can see why people who do it, take a break, start doing something else, get a name doing something else, and then come back to comedy. It's like I'm a beginner. I feel like a beginner.
Sure.
I'm not a beginner. I know what I do wrong. The difference is I know when I'm doing something wrong, I know what I'm doing wrong.
Well, we used to always see that at the Comedy Store. We used to always see people like sitcom stars.
Yeah.
Who would come in and they were like, I'm going to try to start doing comedy again. And, they'd get stacked in there against a bunch of assassins.
Yeah.
And it would be rough.
Yeah.
Like Kramer, Michael Richardson.
Yeah.
He was doing that. Like after Seinfeld, he went a little crazy. I think, no. I think that had something to do with that. But he was at the Comedy Store, and it was weird, because he would go on after like real comics, and then he would like be like falling around on stage, and it was like improvised, and it wasn't, it's not 1978.
No, and it's like
the world's a different place, man.
Yeah, and just having like again, it was just like a ego, like having to put aside like, okay, like whatever.
But also,
I'll take 3 minutes. I'll take 5 minutes. I'll drive however long. Like that beginner's mind was so necessary, and even like opening for killers like Landau, just being able to like it's a confidence thing too. You have to just like get hit with that over and over and over again.
Yeah, you have to do the numbers. You have to get back in shape again. If you haven't ran in 5 years, you can't run a marathon.
Yeah.
You have to start doing runs around the block.
And I love it. It's like great. Been so. Yeah, I love it. I was like, fuck.
Well, it's a fun time for comedy too, because the world's on fire.
Yeah, well, that's
There's so
great.
Much crazy shit.
And that's the thing. I did it because it's like the only time I feel sane. I feel sane a lot, but when I get on stage and I'm talking, it's like my mind is like zen. There's just a calm,
That's interesting.
I feel very present in that like conversation you're having. Mm-hmm. It's just, I don't know. There's nothing. Yeah. I think it's just, I think I fought it for a long time. Like I just didn't, I was like, I don't have what it takes. I don't have the chops. I don't have the talent, all this shit, but it's like, just get it out. It's garbage.
It's a hard thing to do. People don't like hard things. They'll come up with reasons why they don't do hard things. It's funny. Francis Ngannou, who's a former UFC heavyweight champion, he was talking about people going to school because they're trying to avoid a job. And the way he said it was like, sometimes they're just avoiding working.
Oh, yeah.
And so they're staying in school.
You're getting like your second PhD.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's true. You're still doing something, but you are avoiding. And those are the people that wind up teaching, which is even crazier because they've never really experienced the real world, yet they're shaping young people to prepare them for the real world.
Yeah.
Ooh. And just that, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens if Trump gets into office. How much gets changed, how much the society shifts, because it does seem like society is shifting away from all the woke stuff and the left wing, and even people that were like former lifelong Democrats, like Bill Ackman and all these people that are talking about voting for Trump, Elon, all these people that are talking about like this, what we have to fight against. But then they're going to realize like the right wing, they're trying to track your periods. Like,
well, and
they try to bring Jesus back into the schools.
I've learned from being very wrong on this podcast many times and having the entire world tell me about it, that like she raised $100 million in a day, Kamala.
Right. How much of it came from Satan?
You mean Hillary Clinton?
No, I mean Satan. Maybe it is Hillary. Satan. Like, where's that money coming from?
Allegedly, a lot of first-time donors. And,
okay, maybe people were that dumb. Maybe they never heard her talk. Maybe they don't care. Maybe it's blue no matter who.
Last time we were talking, I think it was like there was going to be a red wave, and then it was like, that one wasn't true.
It's interesting. Well,
because I underestimated how much the abortion thing would play into it.
Yeah, that plays into it a lot. But it almost feels like that's all engineered to keep us like at each other's throats. Like nothing ever got resolved. Like there's one of the things that they were thinking when they were banning abortions was gay marriage is going to be next. And some people have openly stated that gay marriage should be next. And that's the thing that they do want to stop next. And I'm like, this is like, seems fake. It seems like if you really care about that seems crazy. I think what you care about is consistently keeping people at each other's throats.
Right. I wrote this like piece that went crazy viral. It was like trending on Twitter. It was very unexpected about divorce, just coming from divorce. And I was like, hey, divorce sucks. And my point was kind of like, even as an adult with a kid, I didn't realize how much of an effect it has even later in life when you have your own kids, things like my siblings have had to deal with. And the reaction was like crazy, but then the kind of counter reaction was from the left. They were like, and this is when they're coming after divorce laws, and they're trying to say that they're trying to get rid of no fault divorce, and they're trying to make it so women need to get approval to get
Is that
divorced.
you saying that they were lumping you?
Well,
into
they were saying that I was I mean, this is like the Blue Anon stuff where it's like, oh, they were like, you were paid. How much did the evangelicals pay you to write this piece? I'm like, yes, the evangelicals years ago, my parents got divorced and I became a deep state plant so that I could write this piece to undermine the divorce laws. That's exactly right. I mean, it's like craziness, but this is
I think a lot of those people aren't even real people. I think a lot of that is bots. And a lot of that is like design. I mean, you have to really consider that.
I definitely.
Which is why I think it's really foolish for people to engage in any sort of disagreements online. I think so much of the conversation is pushed in one way or another by people that aren't even real people.
Oh, right.
I think
like those bot farms.
Yeah.
Like all the. Have you seen them with all the phones?
It's not just that.
It's crazy.
That's just, they show you that, but you don't think our government's doing that, you're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah.
If you don't think that they are online posing as progressives, having these complex sites with like AI generated photos of their family, they are. Every government does it, and the goal is to divide and conquer. The best way to conquer is to keep us at each other's throats. The best way to keep infringing on our rights is to have you agree with this infringement, because this infringement goes against those people that you oppose, which are the people on the other team.
Yeah.
And that's the dirty, dirty, dirty trick that people fall for every goddamn time. And that's what leads to the downfall of civilizations.
How do we get out of it?
Mushrooms. Be the only way. I don't know. Maybe aliens land. Maybe Donald Trump takes over and everybody starts doing bong hits out of a fucking American Eagle flag thing. What's it called? Freedom bong? Freedom bong? Yeah.
I'll vote for whoever stops those freaking wind farms off the coast. That's my.
The wind thing's nuts. They should have gone down the road of nuclear power plants a long fucking time ago. The thing is, people are afraid of them because of Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island.
And they're not like that anymore.
They're not only are they not like that anymore, it is literally the greenest source of energy that we have. They know how to shut them down now. There's ways to avoid it. And there's even companies that are investing in making batteries out of the waste.
Did you see all this stuff like with Nantucket? The beaches were all closed because one of the turbines fell, and then the beach was like getting fiberglass, and there's dead whales on Block Island and all up and down the. I'm like, this
What
is
are the dead whales from?
From the fucking wind farm. Schellenberger covers all this. He's been doing a whole documentary. It's because it's fucking with all their like sonar stuff, and it gives off this vibration, and it is an like these are the fucking Save the Whales people, and this is killing the whales, and it. Like,
so they're killing the whales with the sounds of the windmill.
Oh, it's an ecological disaster, these things.
God.
They should not be allowed. They should be shut down. I don't know how they even got through. And it's just, it is.
They don't even generate that much electricity.
1%. That I was watching all the hearings in Nantucket because they never got to vote on it either. This is another one of those things that just like people were like, we need tax cuts. And for our company, it's GE. Or I think it was GE. And so they were like, this is 1% of it. It generates like 1% extra energy for us. It's nothing.
There was a boat that got attacked by a whale today. A boat that got flipped over by a whale. An actual whale flipped over a boat.
A blue whale or an orca?
I don't know what kind of whale, but a big ass whale. A whale. Yeah, This whale. What happened? See, a whale capsized a boat off the coast of Rye, New Hampshire, Tuesday.
Damn.
Watch that again. Because it's crazy. This
wow.
Whale just jumps up and smashes his boat and flips it over. And that guy falls in the water. And this kid's like, let me get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't know what happened and why the whales are attacking boats.
Is that saying Yellowstone's Biscuit Basin erupts?
Excuse me?
See the Explorer?
Biscuit Basin
erupts. Is
Yellowstone
fucking blasting?
Oh, yeah, that's great. That's next. Yellowstone's going to blow. Super volcano. Whales are attacking people. Let's wrap this up. Bridget, I love you. You're awesome.
I love you too.
It's great to see you always. I'm glad you're enjoying it here.
I love it. Love you and thank you.
Tell everybody your podcast, where they can get Dumpster Fire.
Just go to fetasy.com. It's all there. We just took it all. PHETASY.com and subscribe to our YouTube, Bridget Fetasy. That would be the best thing you can do.
Best thing you can do. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, we're up. What's up, man? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You have had a lot of experiences since the last time I saw you.
Yeah,
A lot of things happen.
that's why I always about writing my book and chapter keep adding up, and yes, every time you feel like you're just maybe in the beginning or in the middle.
Yeah, I don't think so. You're definitely only in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle.
It was somewhere, I mean, it's not the beginning, but it's a lot of experiences. So tell me about leading up to the Tyson Fury fight.
Oh, the Tyson Fury fight, that was great. I was just there living a dream. Get this big moment, get that fight that I've been waiting for 4 years.
The fight that everybody said you were never going to get.
Yes.
Which is crazy. Like, thank God for the Saudis, because they are making things happen, which is really incredible. Incredible.
And it's not like who is this, who is that. It's like, okay, we want it to happen, then make it happen.
Yeah, because everybody wanted to see it happen, but it was one of those things where everybody dismissed it. Everybody said, that's not going to happen. Tyson Fury's the heavyweight champion. Why would he fight a guy who doesn't have any professional boxing matches? That's crazy. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And it happened. And then everybody said, you didn't stand a chance. And then when you knocked him down in the second round, everybody's like, holy shit. And when you're dancing over him when he went down.
Yeah. But, I think a lot of people do mistake something, and I always tell people, like, not because you're a fighter that you walk in the bar and there's this guy coming to you, maybe this fat guy coming to you, and then you stand there, and because you're a fighter, don't think like he's a threat. Everybody can be a threat. You better take 2 steps back and then see your distance and get ready to defend yourself. You don't if anybody hits you, you're gonna get hurt.
Right. True.
So yes, I might not have been doing boxing. I'm not a boxer, but still, I'm a fighter. And even if I wasn't a fighter, I can hurt and I can harm somebody.
You're a big motherfucker.
I'm a big guy. So I was watching it, and people was like, "No, he stand no chance. He has 0 chance." I'm like, there is not a fight on earth that 0 chance. That element of 0 chance doesn't exist. I mean, if you look at it, I'm a man, guy, and then 2 men together, someone might have more techniques, might know the sport, but even if I never been in the gym, you still better watch out. I still have a chance.
Yes.
Maybe not as much, maybe not equal chance, but I still do have a chance.
But you can't dismiss someone like you and drop your guard and think that you don't have any chance.
You shouldn't dismiss anybody.
No.
We used to be in the. I have seen fight that people show up and then they pretend like, oh, they're gonna fight. They have stone in their hand, and if you dismiss them because you think like, oh, he's a small guy, he hits you with the stone in his hand.
Right.
Well, by the time you find out that he has stone in the hand, you are in the ground.
Right, exactly. But it was very clear to me that you had some interesting strategies when you went into that fight. First of all, you're fighting a lot of it in southpaw. Why did you decide to do that? Was that something that you guys had devised before the fight? You thought it would be an interesting strategy? Or is that just like the way you like to box?
I like to box like that, but I also thought it was a strategy. That he would be a good strategy as well, because like basically on the Tyson Fury fight, I think the southpaw was a big component in that fight, because every time that I realized every time that I switched to southpaw, he was thinking, but when I switched back to orthodox, he was pressing. So when I want to take a break, I switched to southpaw a little bit.
What was it like there's obviously you've had many MMA fights, you've been very successful, UFC heavyweight champion as an MMA fighter, but what was the difference in the feel of like going into a professional boxing fight with a guy like Tyson Fury, who's the heavyweight champion of the world and one of the greatest of all time? I mean, he's absolutely one of the greatest heavyweight boxers ever.
Yeah. But he was completely different. The environment is different. The organization is different. It's different to be step in the ring for the first time. Okay, you have all this spotlight on you, but you're in the ring. Feels different. Sometimes you're in the cage. You're used to the cage. You lean on that cage. You have that feeling. You grab the cage.
Also, you
all
have
those
shoes
stuff.
on.
Yes. And then in the cage, you know that you can do more. You can wrestle. You can do this, and you're comfortable with that. But you're in the ring for the very first time, somewhere that you've never been. It feels different, and then you're thinking like, oh man, how am I going to do? Am I going to be able to do 3 rounds? Am I going to be able to do 4 rounds? I don't know. I'm going to find out just now. There's not a way back. You're
That's
going to
crazy.
find out. So by every round, you have to think about like, okay, how am I doing? This is the first round, then second round. Okay, so this is the 5th round. I'm not too bad, so I think I'm going to get there. Just go like that.
So you're
round
concerned
after
about
round.
endurance?
Yes,
Yeah.
very concerned about endurance. It was 10 rounds, and I didn't know how I'm going to be feeling after the 3rd round.
You turned it on in the 8th round. In the 8th round, you hit him with some big shots.
Yeah.
That was one of your best rounds.
Yeah, the 8th round was pretty good. Then I then I pull my feet off the gas on the 9th round. And then the 10 rounds, I'm like, oh, I feel good. This is the last round, right? Feel good. That's when I started to do like the Superman punch or the stuff. For me, he was already a win.
He shocked the world, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Did you have any mock fights in the gym? Like, did you bring any professional boxers and have try to go 8-10 rounds in the gym?
Sparring.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
with no headgear, smaller gloves. Did you do anything like that replicated an actual professional boxing match? No.
We just do like a normal sparring. Have different sparring partner sometimes to push me, but we didn't do anything like that. As an MMA fighter, we used to spar without gloves, without headgear and stuff. But you get into boxing, everything is so strict, so specific. And then you get to the point that you kind of ask yourself, why taking a chance to hurt now and get pulled up of the fight?
Right.
I'm just going to train. I train the best that I could, that I can. Then I will get there, figure out what's happened.
And so, but from the time the negotiations started to the time of the fight, how much time did you have to prepare for this?
For the negotiation?
No, so you had the negotiations, and then once it was signed, how much time did you have to prepare for the actual fight itself? And how much were you preparing already, hoping you were going to have a boxing match?
Yeah, but it's different to think that, oh, I might have a boxing match. I want to have a boxing match than when you have a boxing match and knowing who you are going to fight is something different. You prepare. The real preparation start now. And between the moment that we signed the fight to the fight itself, it was over 3 months, because I know that it wasn't my film, and I didn't have any, and it's not like I was in the gym training boxing every day. So it was basically 4 months. So
That's crazy.
Yeah, I took a moment for a pre-camp. I came back here because I was in Cameroon at the time. Then I came back here. My team and I, we work on everything. Start a pre-camp, just train to get in shape. Start sparring, and then we started the sparring with 3 rounds.
Wow.
The first sparring was 3 rounds. Move around, see. Then we started go walk round after round.
What I thought when I saw the fight is, imagine if you had just gone into professional boxing 10 years ago, how well you would do. If you no MMA, no kicking, no wrestling, just professional boxing. For you to do that well against a guy like Tyson Fury, who's that good,
I don't really know, and those are the stuff that I don't usually think about. I think life sometimes just had a path for you. You follow the path that the destiny that life has for you, and you just be grateful because, regardless of the fact that I didn't start 10 years earlier. I didn't have that opportunity 10 years earlier. Meanwhile, I had to discover MMA and have a great journey in MMA, have a great experience in MMA, you know. So it's something that I will not regret that. I will not beat that up over an opportunity of starting boxing early. Things just happened. I took my chance. I do what I can do. It's all about like figure out how far I can go, what I can possibly do, you know. So I'm not a 18 years, 20 years old guy that are dreaming to have a career into this, but I still want to know what I can possibly do at this point of my life.
Yeah. What was the experience like when it was all over? Like, what did it feel like when you just went 10 rounds? And a lot of people, including myself, thought you won.
Yeah. Oh, I feel very great. You know, like, regardless of the result, for me, knowing what I was going through, what was in my mind, like what's going to happen into this fight. First round, second round, then I get in the 10th round. Good. And I feel like I wasn't doing bad. So for me, that was a win. That was a satisfaction, you know.
Right.
The result was other part of it, which didn't matter much. But I knew already that if ever you get, because I couldn't guarantee that we will get in the 10th round. But if ever we get there, I wasn't expecting to win.
When you dropped
Definitely not.
When you dropped him in the second round, I jumped off the couch. Yeah. I jumped in the air.
I would say something, you know, like I won this from the moment that they accepted the fight, that they signed the fight. Because I think I was very underestimated. You know, they didn't know that I could have do something. You know, if they have known that beforehand, maybe this fight would have never happened. Because they would have seen a risk and they wouldn't want to take that risk. So this was basically like less risk, zero risk.
And it probably would have been different too, because there was no footage to prepare for you, right? Like the only footage that he could prepare was watching you fight in MMA.
Yes, he was.
There it is. Why are you dancing in front of him?
When we started fight, when the referee said, "Okay, you guys go to your corner," he said, "Let me take you to school." So that was the dancing was like, I think you're a bad professor, you're a bad teacher. That was the only reason why I did that.
He's a funny guy, man.
He's funny. He's very entertaining.
Yeah, he's so entertaining. Like, he's so entertaining.
He's just a show guy.
Yeah,
that's happened to really like being very talented in boxing, good at it, but he's an entertainer.
Oh, I mean, the way he sells it. I mean, even the way like was playing with his fat, like standing next to you, like rubbing his belly.
Like sometimes he will insult you. I don't know if he's insulting you or if he's making fun, but it's just funny that you have to laugh. You are really have to say.
He kept talking about how big your dick must be.
Yeah.
He's a funny dude, man. He's a funny dude.
He said that since he started said those things the first time we met, and he will put some stuff up sometime that I'm like, what? And I really have a hard time understanding what he's saying.
Oh, I do.
So I struggle a lot.
And English is my first language.
And they have to translate to tell me what he said.
His English is hard to understand. Yeah, the Gypsy King. He's quite a character. Did you hang out with him at all after the fight?
No, we didn't hang out, but I think we both respect each other. And I think he always, I mean, he was entertaining, but he always showed respect. And I know that he respected me even from the beginning. You know, it's not like this was after the fight. Even from the beginning, he could have said everything that he would say to make it show, to laugh, make people laugh, you know, but he's very respectful.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Was there any talk after the fight about a rematch?
Yes, there was even a rematch clause. How they call, like, first regard of rematch clause. There was something in the contract of it about a rematch clause.
Was that if you beat him, or if
Was if I get in the 8th round.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So the deal of the rematch was if I get in the 8th round.
So why didn't the rematch materialize?
I think it's a timing. I think it's a matter of the timing.
So you go from that fight to the Anthony Joshua fight.
Yes.
So tell me about the preparation and leading up to that fight.
In fact, the preparation for the Anthony Joshua fight, then I started, after having like 4 months of training camp for the Tyson Fury fight, I had this feeling, and then I get a little confident. Now I know how it works, like 10 rounds, and then was pretty good. The Tyson Fury fight, I think I sparred like 10 rounds for like 2 weeks. Yeah, like four sparring of 10 rounds barely. But the Anthony Joshua fight, 6 weeks before the fight, I wasn't 10. No, the Tyson Fury, yeah, 4 weeks before the fight, I was already doing like 10 rounds. And I was feeling good, even a little lighter. But things plays out different. And I think, unlike the Tyson Fury fight, that nobody expected me to do anything, here they were expecting me to do something. So things played out a little different. And then we get in the fight week, and then every time that we're gonna do something in the fight week, whether it's media, they're gonna pick me up, and then I get there, have to wait like 1 hour and a half before he arrives. And there was like maybe the 3rd day of the week, that Dewey Cooper, he said, oh, he started to get really mad, upset about it. Like, yes, this is how they do to get fighter tired. But at the time, I didn't know what was going on, So I'm like, no, come, relax, Dewey, it's okay. I didn't know until we get to the fight day. Friday, receive an email, pick up time. I mean, this one thing among others. Pick up time, 10:30 from the hotel. And then when they say 10:30, by 10:20, there's a car in your door waiting. We go to the supposedly fight time, between midnight to 1 a.m. We get to the arena, 10:45. There's a producer coming to the locker room, say, "Oh, guy, we are running late on the broadcast. Now we're gonna go around 1:45 each." I'm like, okay, 1:45. It's 10:45, 3 hours. Okay,
So what do you do? Do you eat? Do you sleep? What do you do when you know you have 3 more hours?
Just stay there, and then you have like a drug test guy around waiting for you to pee.
How far before the fight do you eat?
Usually, maybe like 4-5 hours. Yeah, like maybe 5 to 6 hours, and then you get some snacks in between, And then, yeah, it was around 1:30 that Anthony Joshua arrived. I saw on the screen, I'm like, so we're supposed to fight at 1:45. He's arriving at 1:30. What does that mean? It's going to, so
they're playing games
until we fight at 3:30.
Oh, wow.
At 3:30. I have been in Saudi for almost 2 months, training to fight between midnight and 1. That was my training time. By 2, 3.
So they wanted to keep you anxious, drag it on, psychologically put it in your head. You don't know when you're going to fight.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But even at that time, I didn't know what was happening.
Right.
It was after everything that I'm like, what's going on? Because I get to the point that I was so tired. I was in the locker room, eating meat, then sit down, feeling asleep. Then I tell Ari Nixick, like, bro, something wrong. I'm asleep. I feel like I want to sleep. Like, I'm sweating. But we just keep doing. So that's fight. I mean, not to say Anthony Joshua couldn't win me. I think if there's somebody that you can lose against him, he's the guy. And he's one of the best of doing it. But and this is definitely not on him because he wasn't the guy that was sending all those emails, was organizing. So I'm not blaming about anything. But the organization, bro, nah, they did quite some stuff that wasn't fair. Which on the Tyson fight was perfect. Everything was perfect because I wasn't a threat. Nobody cares about me. Everything was organized. We get there in the locker room, I think it was 2 hours before the fight properly. Yeah. So then I'm like,
well, Anthony Joshua is a veteran. He's been in the boxing game for a long time, and he knows all the different tricks. They also obviously very much prepared for your style. They saw you fight Tyson Fury, so they had tape on you. As Tyson Fury did not have boxing tape. He didn't have any footage to study. But Anthony Joshua did, and it was very clear that he knew you had certain tendencies, and there were certain things that you did with the Tyson Fury fight that he exploited in his fight.
Maybe. And then I think he's capable to figure out everybody. I think he's capable to win everybody. But in this case, I feel like in some ways, they stand on my way a little bit.
They stood in your way.
Yeah.
So they played some games.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted to get the most advantage possible, that's smart. If you're their coach, their manager, that's what I would do too.
But it wasn't their coach that was organizing the fight.
So you think it's the organization itself, that they set everything up in his favor?
The organization. I mean, yes, his team was part of organization because it was Queensberry and Mushroom. Those emails was coming from there.
So those are the people that told you to get there 3 hours earlier than you needed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the people that were sending the schedule, the 5-week schedule. And every day we send everything like pickup time, the program and the schedule.
Have you had a chance to go back and watch the Anthony Joshua fight?
Yeah. I didn't. Yes, I watched it. What was your question?
What do you remember about the fight? What was different watching it?
Oh, even like feeling it. It wasn't. Even before I went to watch it, I get in the ring. Wasn't feeling myself. And the first round, when he knocked me down, like I fell, and I was like, did I slip? Like, what exactly knocked me down, made me fall? Like this punch, because I felt the punch, but it wasn't the punch that would knock me down. So that's when I really get confused at that time. I'm like, damn, what? But this is the thing. From that moment, I get knocked down with a punch that wasn't that hard. Because
you don't think it was that hard?
No. He hit my hand before hit my face. And I felt it. I felt the punch, but I wasn't on the floor. The first one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get count, then stood up. We finished the round. I went on my corner. But by the time I went on my corner, I never came back from that. I kept going. And I remember being in my corner, and Dewey was like, don't go on southpaw. He's waiting you on southpaw. Do this charm, do this charm. That was it. That's from there. I don't remember when I left the stool to get in the second round.
Well, that was probably from the big punch in the second round too, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the first round.
Right, but the memory afterwards is always going to be cloudy after a knockout, especially a bad knockout like that.
Yeah, but I remember exactly what's happened until we get to the stone. I remember being there, like start having blurry vision, like the guy was in front of me, the team was in front of me speaking to me, and then the voice was getting distance.
So you think there was something wrong?
I don't know if it was the fatigue. I don't know what was it, but something wasn't right.
So something wasn't right forget about the punches he landed. Yeah. Something else was wrong. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Something was wrong.
Do you think it's something you ate? Do you think it was something
I don't know
that someone gave you?
I have no proof. I don't know if maybe...
Did you get tested after the fight?
Maybe it's the fact that I get there at that time.
So just the fatigue and the anxiety and all the hours and hours. Right.
Yeah, but something wrong. I wanted to get... first of all, like when all those things happen, you are in the moment, you don't think, like you don't get out of the fight and think about like go get tested. You know?
Right.
You process things and then see how he was wrong. But by the time they said, I think I need, you have to do like within 12 hours to do like blood or urine, 12 and 14 and 24 hours. That was it. So I didn't do that. I can't say it was that. I don't know. But
it felt like something was wrong.
It wasn't me. Yeah.
So did it feel like something was wrong, like just plain fatigue, or did it feel like something was wrong, like maybe you were poisoned, or maybe you were drugged?
Plain fatigue.
Fatigue.
Yeah.
So just fatigue.
Yeah, on the fatigue aspect.
Yeah. Well, this is also an aspect of experience, right? Because this is only your second professional boxing fight, and there's things that people do, like they do very intelligent things to, like Gervonta Davis, when he fought Ryan Garcia, he made him dehydrate, get down to a low weight, and then there was a clause in the contract where he couldn't gain more than 10 pounds before the fight itself. So he went into the fight dehydrated. Smart for a guy like Gervonta, who's a huge puncher, So there's things that like experienced professionals that have been in the game a long time will get a fighter to agree to that's not in their best interest. And then there's things that they can do to you, like make you wait all day and make you wait around, which will fatigue you.
Yeah. But there wasn't a thing or something in the contract that was forcing me to do something. The only thing was like to show up on time.
Right.
So that was everything. Because like before all that, the week before, sparring, everything feels good. I spar way more better, way more stronger than what I did on the Fury fight.
Right.
Even my sparring partner was different at that time. On the Fury fight, we were getting somebody in maybe after the 6 or 8 rounds just to weigh me down, but the quality of the boxing wasn't that impressive, right? Here, it was different, and I was able to hold. I know that if I had to fall, he would take a little more to get me down.
Well, Anthony Joshua's a big puncher. He's a big puncher, and he's fast. He's fast, and he's a one-punch knockout puncher, as opposed to Tyson Fury can knock guys out with one punch, but really he wears guys out. He beats guys up and then takes them out later, like the Deontay Wilder fight. Like he beats them up and then he takes them out. Whereas Joshua can take people out with one shot. He's a much bigger, physically much more powerful guy.
No, I agree with that, and I knew that I knew that.
What would you do differently if you could do the Anthony Joshua fight again?
That's the problem. We did everything right. Like
Everything right in preparation.
in preparation, we did everything right. You know, sometimes, you know, like when for example, I fought Stipe. I went back and I could have I could make a whole list of what I did wrong, what I could have done better. And that's why, like, even after that fight, my next fight again, Derek Lewis was so bad because I was still working on the list of what I have done wrong. But here, we were very disciplined. We did everything, and everybody was professional. You can say this person did this wrong. This should have been like this. This should have been like that.
It's so different too because you're going from no professional boxing fights to two of the very, very best, not just in the world, but the two of the very best ever. Anthony Joshua, Olympic gold medalist, elite fighter, and incredible athlete. I mean, he's so good. So, did you think like at all about having fights with maybe some guys that were below that level to get more experience? Like after the Tyson Fury fight, maybe fighting a guy who's like ranked 15th or 16th, you know.
I never thought about that. You know,
You just went for the money. And the money in the big fight. The big fight is obviously.
Yes, won the big fight. So, like, for example, after the Tyson Fury fight, if I go for another guy, top 15, like, what's the goal here? I mean, again, I'm not 20 years old. I'm not 25. That I have a plan to grow up the ranking,
right,
and get to the championship. I want
just get that money.
Yeah, get the money and get
the
big fight out of the big fight. So that was the goal.
Yeah, well, you achieved that goal
because, like, first of all, going to the Tyson Fury fight, you didn't know if there was a plan after that, if there was another fight after that, and then after the Tyson Fury fight, the next fight that you have a call for was a Anthony Joshua fight.
Were you trying to get a different fight after the Tyson Fury fight? Like after the Tyson Fury fight, were you trying to get a rematch, or were you just willing to take whatever they are offering you?
The rematch was there. You know, we had a rematch, but he was going to fight Usyk first. Thing that's supposed to happen in December, and he couldn't.
Right, he got cut.
Yeah, he couldn't fight in December. So I wasn't really on something. I was just there, and then I get the offer of Anthony Joshua. Then I'm like, let's go. Yeah.
So where do you stand now? What are you planning on doing now?
What do I plan on doing now? I think I still have couple in me.
Boxing fights.
Couple boxing fight. Yeah, basically boxing fight. I have couple MMA fight, and I think I haven't think like I'm gonna fight MMA fight by the end of the year with PFL. I'm gonna fight. Might have to fight in Saudi again.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that has been discussed that apparently the UFC might be open to, because the Saudis throw around so much money, is the potential of a joint promotion, a cross promotion with you versus John Jones.
Make it happen.
That is what the world wants to see, because when you have a guy like yourself that knocks out Stipe, becomes the undisputed UFC heavyweight champion, and then through negotiation only decides to relinquish the belt. Everybody, even though John Jones is the champion now, everybody's like, yeah, but you didn't win the title against the champion. And you were the most compelling fight in the heavyweight division for sure for John Jones.
Well, that's what I wish. But, in these days, this takes a lot more than what I want or what I wish to happen.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
So tell me, what is the status of your deal with the PFL now? So how does that work?
It's working pretty good. We have a good relationship. I have some fight. Again, I will be fighting by the end of the year. And then...
do you know who you're fighting?
I think Renan Ferreira is the guy.
Yeah, that's the guy that knocked out Ryan Bader.
Yeah,
He's dangerous. He's legit.
I've been telling people about this guy for almost 2 years.
He's a big dude
watch
too.
This guy.
Yeah,
But very athletic.
very athletic, fast
hand,
Mhm.
1-2 knee stuff, like very athletic. Yeah. So I think it's gonna be him.
And you think that fight will be in Saudi Arabia as well?
Yeah, that's what the PFA
Interesting.
is working on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you know when that'll take place?
October.
October.
Yeah,
Ooh.
they're working on October.
All right.
It's not finalized yet, but they was talking about October 19.
Isn't that around the same time the UFC has that big Abu Dhabi card? Don't they have a big Can you go to the UFC's website and see what their Abu Dhabi card is? I believe, I want to say somewhere around the end of October, there's a big UFC card in Abu Dhabi. 25th? Oh, no, October 25th? So October 25th, yeah.
Yeah. So 1 week after.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know if the UFC has that card finalized. Do they have that card finalized? They always put on a big fight when they go to Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi is always a big card. A lot of like top level fighters on that card.
Yeah. Even this Riyadh one gonna be a big card.
No, I'm sure.
If we make it happen, they're gonna stack that card.
Do you know who else would be on that card with you?
I don't. Again, it's not finalized yet, but I think Cedric Doumbé will be on that.
Doumbé, I love that dude.
Yeah,
I love that dude. I've had him on the podcast before.
He's an entertainer too.
He's a comedian.
He's a comedian. It's
yeah,
crazy.
He's funny.
Right?
He's very funny, but goddamn, he can fight.
Oh no, he can fight.
How crazy was that fight?
He can back up whatever he said.
Oh yeah, he's an elite kickboxer. He trained at my gym in LA. When I had my gym in LA, his trainer came when he did my podcast, and he had a workout session.
Mm-hmm.
And man, his workout sessions are crazy. It's so cardio intensive. They're doing like sprints on the treadmill, and they run to the heavy bag, sprints on the heavy bag, run back to the treadmill. I was like, damn, like watching that, I was like, no wonder why this guy has a crazy gas tank.
Well, he was a champion at Glory for a long time.
Yes.
So, and
not just a champion,
that wasn't a mistake.
Well, he was knocking everybody out. Not just knocking everybody out, but the way he did it, like he melted guys. He put pressure on them, and knockout power, but intelligence, and just great technique, but the cardio was crazy. And I remember thinking, like, this dude doesn't get tired. And then watching him train, I'm like, oh, well, there it is. I mean, he's not just doing like normal mitt work. Like I've seen other guys work out where they do mitt work, they do their things. Like his stuff is cardio intensive, man. He wants to have a full gas tank when he gets in there.
Yeah,
He knows
what he's looking.
How crazy was that fight where they called the fight because he stepped on a piece of glass inside the cage?
I don't know, man. I don't even know what that referee was doing.
All they had to do was pull it out of his toe.
Yeah, like
he's like, hey, I stepped on something. I stepped something in my toe, and the referee's like, fight's off.
Yeah, I think you stop the fight, and you even check the canvas if there's no more piece of glass on the canvas.
That should be overturned.
Because that was dangerous.
It is dangerous, but that should be a no contest. There's no way that should count as a loss.
That was a no contest fight.
No contest at all. No chance. How the fuck is that other guy going to win?
He's not complaining about like a eye poke or something that didn't happen.
Nothing.
Piece of a glass.
And he's pointing to his toe, and he's saying, just let me get it out of my toe.
Yeah.
Let me get this out of my toe. It shouldn't be there. And things happen. Who knows how it even got in there? Who knows what happened? The odds, just some random freak accident. He steps on something that nobody, what it could have been, stuck to someone's shoe, and someone's walking around the cage with that stuck on their shoe, and it falls out of their shoe, and it sticks in his toe. He stands on it. He gets it in his toe, and he just points down. They say, stop the fight.
Yeah.
And he's like, I lost.
He pointed down twice, like first and the.
See if you can find that, Jamie.
The second time.
I was reading someone's explanation of what Mark Goddard did, and they said he did what you're supposed to do. Like, a fighter can't ask for a timeout And so, like,
No, that's
It
wrong.
wasn't a
It's not a
timeout. There's a foreign object inside the cage.
Something, yeah, a foreign
that
object.
falls under the timidity sections of the referee's guidelines. In which
No.
they are instructing the
Timidity?
athlete to continue fight. This is just someone's
Did
explanation.
they say
of what-
timidity?
That's what this is.
Oh, that's
Timidity sections
ridiculous.
of the
No,
referee's
no.
Oh, that's
guidelines.
ridiculous.
I'll find that.
See if we can find the footage though, because the footage it's so obvious there's something wrong. The referee should just say time, ask him what he's saying.
What?
It wasn't like he was in trouble and he was looking for a
No.
timeout.
Yeah.
It was just
he was
in the
there
middle of the
in
fight.
the 50-50
Yeah.
position.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
break
yes.
the fight.
Break
It's
the
not
fight.
like nobody is losing position.
Exactly. So here it is. He's standing there.
Yeah. It's not like nobody is losing position from that. It's not like you take a punch, I want to recover from that.
Fucking crazy.
Yes. No.
I just don't understand that at all.
That
I mean, I haven't talked to Mark about it.
That wasn't a good decision.
I don't understand. I mean, maybe he's hindered by the rules. Maybe that's just what the rules state you have to do.
Yeah.
When a fighter says you have to stop something for a second, I don't know what the rules are in
Yeah.
terms of that. I've never seen that happen before. I've never seen someone step on something inside the octagon and then point down to their foot. I've never seen it. So I don't.
Yeah.
But man, what a shame. But he came after that and he won. He won his next fight. He's gonna fuck up a lot of people, man. I was bummed out that he went to the PFL. I wanted that guy in the UFC.
He can fuck up a lot of people.
Ooh, and you know he's got a lot of years on the clock too.
He said he wanted to go to the UFC, and then they give him some sort of contract. And then I'm like, no, bro.
To give him a bad contract.
Yeah,
That's
I think he
unfortunate.
said that on the tweet, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he
I don't
made some
know.
tweet about like
That doesn't
his
make any
salary.
sense. Well, that's
Or was
crazy.
it
because
interview?
That guy could be a
Yeah, so-
superstar.
Yeah.
He could be a superstar. He's
He's
so
a
fun.
superstar.
Yeah.
He's a superstar. The guy
Welcome.
filled up the Bessie Arena
How are
in
you?
Paris.
Yes. In France, he's a superstar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
No
and
doubt.
that could translate
How are
100%.
you? Hello. How are you? What's good with you? Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Don't worry. I'm gonna send you that friend request. Earth is not a ball. Shout out to Earth is not a ball. You a pimp, son.
He talks so much shit before the fight too. He's fun.
Did you watch his first fight at the PFL?
Yeah.
The guy brought a mattress. Like, what the fuck is this? Say, Jordan, go to sleep. And he put the guy to sleep.
Yeah.
In a few seconds.
Well, the difference between his level of striking and most guys in that division level of striking is like this.
Yeah, there's a huge gap of
A
the difference.
giant gap.
The other guy was just trying to compensate with their wrestling or jiu-jitsu or something.
Exactly.
And even if you don't have a better wrestling than him, at least you grab him, you avoid some punch.
Yes. And the thing about him is that every fight starts standing up. It's one thing if you're a really good wrestler, you have to take the guy to the ground.
Yeah.
But the fight starts standing. You know, with Cedric, the fight starts in his best place.
And then you see how he was fighting his second fight. He was very low.
Mm-hmm.
He went very low. Like,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
you're a wrestler.
Yeah.
Let's see how you're gonna
Yeah.
get that level change.
Yeah.
Like, I'm already down here.
Mm-hmm.
So getting he's very intelligent, very smart.
intelligent. And,
Yeah.
and again, his level of striking, and we see that with like guys like Alex Pereira,
Mhm.
right? Like that level of striking. When you're a glory champion, the level of striking is so high. It's so above the average MMA fighter. Then when
Yeah.
he gets in there with these guys, they don't want none of that.
And then as soon as they start to get like a little wrestling defense and stuff like
Yes.
that, they become a trouble. You can't take him down anymore.
Exactly.
And then you stand in front of him, he smoke you. So
yes.
what could you do?
Well, you see that with Alex Pereira now.
Yeah.
His takedown defense is much better, and he keeps getting better. He's evolving so quickly. Like
No,
that.
because he's been training.
Yeah.
He's been training for so long.
He's been training for so long, and then he's also training with Glover. You know, Glover Teixeira, who's
Yes.
also former champion. I mean, Glover was a guy that was locked out of America for 6 years. He couldn't come to America for 6 years because he had visa issues.
Mhm.
And he was like the boogeyman. We would all hear about him in Brazil. And everybody
Really?
would talk. Yeah, Glover was like one of those guys before he entered into the UFC and I think he wasted his prime, unfortunately, in Brazil. No, I'll say wasted his prime, but I think his prime years were outside of the United States. That's why when he won the title, he was like 42.
43.
43?
What exactly is a prime years for a guy that won a title at 44? At 43.
Well, you just think
you get to the point you get you to think that maybe 43 is the prime years.
he won the title that year, right?
Yeah, you watch that game like 43. It's not that old. You know, I think at 43 you can still do something.
Yeah, it depends on the division, right? Like George Foreman won the heavyweight title at 45.
Yeah. Heavyweight,
Different.
More. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah,
Because they don't push on that gas. You know,
right.
They throw some punch and move.
How old is Cedric?
Cedric Doumbé?
Yeah. Find out how
I
old he
don't
is,
know.
James. I want to say he's young.
Yeah, he's young. He might be 30.
How old is he? 31. That's a good
At
age.
31.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with that level of kickboxing, woo, and
Yeah.
power, man. You know, like not just like technique, but power and endurance. Like it's a rare combination he has of very, very good endurance and extreme power.
Yeah, he hit like a deaf guy.
Mhm. Yeah, he's a fucking killer. I'm excited to see what happens. Do you understand the PFL's point system? Do you understand that system?
What do you mean?
You know how they have the points, like if you get a knockout in the first round, you get 1 point or 3 points.
Yeah.
What the fuck are they doing? Why are they doing that?
That's for the regulars. I think it's just to push people for a better fight. Everybody knows that you get a knockout, you deserve something better. You get a finish, you get something.
Right, but you
when
can't always get a
knockout,
finish. But what if you're fighting a guy that's like your level? Like you're both elite and you're both fighting in like this incredible fight. You shouldn't be penalized because you can't take out a fighter who's the best in the world in the first round. That seems crazy to me.
Yeah, but either way, if you win a fight, you're winning something.
Yeah.
You just win more. It's like having a win bonus or something.
I don't like win bonuses either. I hate win bonuses.
Yeah, me too. I don't like.
I like boxing set up better, where you have a you have a contract. You're going to get paid $10 million, whatever it is. That's what you get. You don't get $10 million, but you only get $5 million if a shitty judge gives it to the other guy, which we've seen so many times in the UFC. Guys lose half their paycheck because of a bad decision.
Yeah, but what does that benefit?
Who does it benefit? I don't know who it benefits. I don't think it benefits anybody. I think it's bad for everybody. I think it's bad for the audience because they're like, what? Because it makes them angry. It's bad for the fighter for sure. If a fighter loses their paycheck, loses half their paycheck because of a bad decision.
How about the promotion?
I don't even think it's good for the promotion. I think it's unfair. I don't think it makes any sense. No guy's trying at the elite level. Everyone's trying to win. They're all trying to win.
Yeah.
No one's not trying to win.
Absolutely.
No one's going to just coast.
Because for the most part, you get there by winning.
Yes.
Yeah.
The whole thing is the glory of victory. So what you're trying to do, you're not going to fight less hard. I just don't understand the logic behind it. I think it's a flawed concept. I think it's something that never existed in combat sports before MMA and really shouldn't exist. I think fighters fight their best, especially at the elite level. They fight their best.
Yeah, I agree with you because like when you lose a fight, at least you should get your full pay on that fight.
Yes.
But that won't, the loss won't help you with the advantage you on the next fight.
Right.
You know, on next negotiation. I'm like, oh, you lose 2 fights in a row.
Right.
So you don't have a power position anymore.
Exactly.
But like just to pick half of your purse because you lose a fight. Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't like it at all.
No.
I don't like it at all. It just it doesn't make sense to me. I've heard people try to argue it, and every time they try to make an argument for it, I'm like, I don't get it. It's not fair for the fighters. Fighters only have, if they're really lucky, like what's the most fights that an elite fighter in the UFC has? Like 50, 45, 50 fights, you know, maybe
55.
Maybe there's a few guys that have like that level of fights. Most guys, they top off way less than that.
Oh, way less.
Yeah, way less. So the
If
idea
you,
that
if you by the time you start your career, if you have like an injury,
yeah,
good luck.
Right.
Good luck to reach 25.
Right, especially ACL surgery, you're out for a year. Shoulder surgery, you're out for a year.
Yeah.
Broken hand, you're out for
and
5 months.
might never be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. And most people, it's not like there's an age to start. Like, oh, you start at 20 or 25.
Right.
Some people will get there at 30, over 30. I mean,
well, how old were you when you started training so late? Like, how old were you when you started training?
27.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was 27.
Yeah.
Like, that was only when I could have trained.
Right. Yeah.
So
you only have a certain amount of years. Yeah.
Yeah, but just want to do the best out of those years.
Of course, but for you to be fighting on a system that penalizes you if there's a bad judge and you miss half your paycheck. Does the PFL do win bonuses too? Do they do the same thing?
I don't know exactly.
You know, your contract is probably different than everybody else's anyway.
Yes, and my contract is different. No, either way, I wouldn't go for that win bonus stuff. I have nothing against bonus, but don't split my paycheck in two, talking about like win bonus. No, give me my paycheck. If you wanna give a bonus for the win, let's do another deal on that one.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Because
whether I lose or I don't lose or I win, I train, I get prepared for the fight, I come, I give everything for that fight. I should get paid.
Yes.
And the same thing that I give in that fight to lose could have get me to win.
Yeah. No, I agree. And so now the PFL and Bellator are one organization now, right? The PFL acquired Bellator.
Yes.
Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Do the Saudis have something to do with that as well? Don't they own part of it?
They invest in the PFL, yes, in the main PFL, because there's a main PFL, a house PFL that has like the PFL and the Bellator now. And then now they're having like a regional PFL, like a PFL MENA that launched this year, and then PFL Africa that's launching next year.
And that's your shirt.
Yeah.
And so you're a part of that as well, right?
Oh yeah, that was the biggest. I think that was the biggest reason for me in that contract. The PFL Africa part was the most important one in that contract. Before that, I was trying to even to the UFC, I have requested to be like, oh, I want to be the UFC ambassador in Africa. I want to do something out there. I'm like, oh no, we don't know. This is not, we don't. And then I get the PFL. They say, okay, we're doing this, we'll do that. They show me the roadmap. Like, okay, we launched PFL Africa 2025. You're the PFL Africa chairman. Like, which extent? Because I don't want that bullshit of paper chairman or whatever it is. Like, at which extent? Like, what exactly are you seeing in PFL Africa? And then they put it out and show me some element. I'm like, good. Then I'm on board.
Well, that is one good thing about going over to the PFL, because you have so much value to them. Like, for you coming over, you were the undisputed heavyweight champion of the UFC. You come over to the PFL, everybody knows who you are. Now it elevates the PFL. So it's nice because it allows you to do more things.
And to be honest, one thing, I have a healthy relationship. It's peaceful. Get to the point of my life that I really get tired or sick of drama. Sometimes I just get into find myself in the middle of some drama, and then I just walk away. Whatever you want to say, you say something. You might say, I disrespect you. You say, oh, I this, I that. Bro, I don't have so much energy to give into that.
So that was part of what was going on with the UFC. There was a lot of drama.
That's will take a lot out of you. You get to the point that you're like, I just want this to be over.
Right.
I just want to get to be over.
Right.
Get back to my life, but you're already in the middle. Whether you want to go back, you have to deal with drama. If you have to go forward, you have to deal with drama. So you better keep going forward.
Yeah, especially, I mean, like, how much time do you have left, right? I mean, how many more years do you think you're going to be fighting?
Yeah. And doesn't matter. I mean, soon 38, and I think I'm going to be, I really want to retire in my, as I say, I want to leave the sport before the sport leaves me.
Smart.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm thinking in my average like 41.
So 3 more years.
Yeah, 41 like that.
Do you have a thought of how many more boxing fights versus how many more MMA fights you want to do?
Not exactly. I think I would take it how it comes. I'll take it how it comes.
And so the next fight will be MMA definitely, or
and maybe in maybe in my 40s, I still feel like I have it. You know,
right?
If I feel like at 41, I feel like I have it.
Well, you keep going to waste well.
I keep,
keep going to waste well.
Exactly. Keep regenerating.
Yeah,
and then take one at a time. You know, but what I really don't want to do is to like wake up and go to the gym like I'm forced. You know, If I feel like I have it, or I'm excited, oh, today is a sparring day, I'm going to get there. Whether I'm gonna beat somebody up or they're gonna beat me up, either way, I'm excited. You know, if I still have that, I keep going. But as soon as I don't have that, even if I'm not 40 yet, I think is a sign, is a call out.
Yeah, well, that's intelligent. That's smart. That's the way you phrased it. I like the way you phrased it. Leave the sport before the sport leaves you.
Yeah, that's
because we've all seen guys who hung around too long.
I would still always do the sport. I would never really leave the sport, but the competition at that level, you know, you need to be ready. You need to be into it. You need to want to be there. You don't just want to do it because, okay, I have to. No, you don't go play with punches because you have to. No.
Right.
You better
want to be enthusiastic.
Yeah.
So do you know for sure that you'll be fighting MMA next, or is it possible that a big boxing match could present itself and you would do that next?
I will say MMA next.
Definitely.
Yeah, I will say MMA next. Because I'm supposed to fight, it's been little over a year now since the PFL agreement, and then supposed to have a fight in a year. So now we are getting a little out of the timeline, for sure. And by the time we were figuring out who should be my opponent, and I think things are very clear now. Renan Ferreira made his self very clear that he's a challenger that should make the fight. He's the opponent that can make that fight happen.
And let's assume you get past that. Will you then decide whether or not you're going to fight MMA next or boxing next? Or because one of the things about the PFL is there's not a lot of challenges. There's not a lot of very compelling challenges for you there, unfortunately. At least now.
Yes.
They could sign some more top flight heavyweights. I mean, who knows what happens with many people? Who knows what happens with John Jones? I mean, I don't know what happens with any of these guys. I mean, he could wind up going to the PFL. Who fucking knows?
He could.
If they come up with some big money, you know, you could get a lot of people that will be willing to go over there.
Yeah. I mean, like after this fight, I'll see what's happened. I don't really have a clear mind on what will happen, but I would say most likely boxing.
Most likely boxing.
Yeah, most likely boxing.
Do you have an opponent in mind?
No,
absolutely
not. We will see the landscape and what I can get, who I can get, because my expectation, as you were asking me earlier, like how many fighters do I think I can do in MMA or boxing? I think if I get to like a good 4-fight plan in boxing, I think that could be good. You know, you get like a good 4-fight, and then you build like, you know, who should be next. That could be my potential retirement plan. Well,
it sounds like you already made a good amount of money. Like,
I have made a good amount of money, but you also have to remember that I started this sport for passion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't start the sport for the money, because at first there is no money.
Right.
At first it's just punch flying over your head all over, and you have to dodge and then fight and not get paid, fight for free for quite some time. So I love the sport. I still love the sport. I love combat sport. I love fighting, and I think I'll do it until I feel like I cannot do it anymore.
Is boxing more unique to you because it's a new challenge?
Boxing is different to me because it's even my even the muscles memory are not the same. The functionality of my body is not the same. Unlike MMA, that I know every single action in MMA, every single moment. I've been there tens of times. I know I get this. But boxing, you're still like, okay, you might get even in some position and get stressed because you've never been there. You don't know. You have to figure out.
Right. Instead of it being instinctual.
Yeah. Then you until you get there two, three times, and you're like, it's okay. I can deal with it. MMA. I go MMA fight with a knee injury. I'm still like, I get this. But boxing, little different. You basically know that questioning yourself about if you can handle this. It's not like I get this.
Right.
Yeah, it's different.
There's a lot of thinking because it's a new thing for you. Yeah. When you train for boxing, I know you have Dewey Cooper, you have Eric Nixick. Like, did you bring other people in to help train you in boxing?
Yeah, I brought John Bumba from France. He assists Dewey sometimes because he's very like he has a very good amateur style, which I think is something that I still need to build in my game. And other than that, I have a Trip, which is my strength and conditioning coach. So I put those elements down.
Did you get a chance to spar any top heavyweights in America?
Top heavyweight level, I would say Carlos Takam. Guido is at top right now. He's my other sparring partner. But in America, not other top. I get Jeremiah Milton as well. But no other big name in America.
Which is even more impressive, your performance against Tyson Fury, when you consider like you really didn't even spar elite heavyweights.
Listen, I think sometimes we don't give credit to some people because they don't just have a name, because they haven't have a stage to play on,
right?
And we think like, he's nobody, he's not the elite. Let me take you some example. Before Andy Ruiz fought Anthony Joshua, would you think about him as an elite fighter?
No, a lot of people have no idea.
But he was still there, and he was just good as he is right now.
Well, he's
but because he didn't have the scene to be seen, to be exposed, so nobody care about him. And if you say, I spar with Andy Ruiz, I'm like, yes, but you haven't sparred with the elite. You see?
Yes.
And there's a lot of people like that out there.
Right. A lot of people that haven't got their shot yet, but they haven't
got the shot, but they are there.
Right.
They are present. They are elite.
Well, when you first made your way, and when you told that story on the podcast of your journey, leaving Cameroon and making your way and getting turned back so many times, when you first arrived and you finally got to France, you wanted to be a boxer.
No, even before I left, I wanted to be a boxer. Even decade before I left, I wanted to be a boxer. That wasn't even a question. I always knew what I wanted.
So when it finally went full circle and you became a boxer again, did it feel like, this is how it was supposed to be?
I was living my dream. There is no way I don't think there's a way that things supposed to be. You get what you get, and then you be grateful, and then you make the best out of it.
Yeah.
So I was living the dream. I ended up having to fight two best boxer in the world after having a great MMA career. Not bad from a guy coming from where I came from,
Oh, it's
and
amazing.
basically from having the path that I had, you know. And who knows, some good thing might still happen.
Oh, some good things I'm sure will still happen. But your path is incredible, and I encourage anybody
Thank
that
you,
hasn't heard it to go back and listen to the first podcast you and I did together, where you
Yeah.
explained it. I was stunned. I remember for the rest of the day, all I could think about was your story and how insane it is that what you had to go through to finally make it to Europe. Incredible story.
Just as I was saying earlier, because some people hasn't been exposed, they haven't get a big stage, like they don't care about them. There are a lot of people out there with a better story than mine, with that's stronger than mine. That even me, I'm impressed. I'm like, bro, how do you do that? I don't think I could have done that, you know. But and there are a lot, not like one or like two, three, a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I think I happen to be the one that have the sin and have been exposed. My story
Well,
have been exposed to the world.
It's you
I
went
have
through
the
that struggle, and
I
then
have the Joe Rogan experience to tell my own story, which they don't have.
well, I'd be happy to have them on too if they had a story like yours and the success that you've had from that. It's very inspiring, and it speaks to the human spirit because that's what people love to hear about someone who did not give up and struggled so hard. How many times did you get sent back? 7, 8 times?
6 times.
Six times.
In the ocean, 6 times. Yeah. And then I made it the 7th time.
Crazy.
Seven is a magic number.
It is a magic number, right? It's a lucky
I made
number.
it the 7.
Yeah.
The 7 times.
It's an incredibly inspirational story. And I love the fact that you're dedicated to doing this thing in Africa now and to give more people an opportunity and to give them a path towards a career.
Regardless of what you might think of my life, I think I'm a very blessed guy. I think I'm a very lucky guy. First of all, I think even if when I explain, you might not really understand where I came from. And to imagine that I'm here today, calling a shot, bro, it's crazy. It's just insane,
Yeah.
So I think I'm a very lucky guy. God have really blessed me. And then I also think those blessings comes with a lot of opportunity that I can bring back, because when I was there for so many times, I can't tell you how many times that my hope was to some body to come do something, to some good Samaritan to take some action that I would take advantage on. Then it happened that I've been blessed to be the guy that can do that, and even without taking even without that taking anything out of me. So I'm like, he will be a sin not to do something, for example, for the PFA Africa. My dream about that, what get me excited about that, is just seeing myself not have to leave Africa as I did, and then have to compete in the good platform like that, have to make a living, have to fight in the world-class fighter in that level, and just stay home.
Right.
And don't have to risk all this life, go through all the stuff, through the ocean, the barbed wire, the prison stuff that I've been through to do that. I just have to stay home and do that.
Right.
So now it's a platform that's gonna give opportunity to many people that maybe have a plan to go through that same path and that might not have made it. They're just doing it at home.
That's beautiful.
How could you not do think of doing something like that when you have an opportunity, and it's not like it's a word that they carry and put on your head, and a burden that you have to carry. Is an opportunity that you can just help participate and make it happen.
So tell me, how does this play out? Do you establish gyms in Africa? Are you going to put a gym in Cameroon? How are you going to do this?
I have 2 gyms in Cameroon already.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, through my foundation, I have one gym for 6 years now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then the second gym been around for almost 2 years, and we built that one with a partner. A partner helped us to build that. They like our project with the foundation, and then they joined us, Premier Bet. They joined us to build that gym for us, a very big ass gym. So we have that too, and we were in the project to build the third one. But with the PFL, one thing that I requested, and then it was granted, was that everywhere that we are going to do, we're going to try to build gyms around, because yes, it's good to bring PFL, to bring competition around, but remember, so many of those people that have nothing, many of those kids that want to fight, they might be training in the on the beach. They might be training, they don't really have a gym to train at, but yet you're expecting them to compete at the highest level. So it's at least good to have a system that will help them. It's like having a garden.
Right.
Yeah, having a garden to create talent that you need for your organization. So helping them to help you, because at the end of the day, you need talent. At the end of the day, talent needs organization. So the thing is that with PFL Africa, we're going to build gyms that fighter will use and develop. And then we're going to also implement, help get coaches, experienced coaches that can go and teach, and also teach another coach how to properly train at that coach at that level, stuff like that. So that's the goal. It's about building something. It's not like here that you come and everything is established and you have your promotion and go. No, it's like building something, working from the grassroots. Yeah,
that's beautiful. So Africa is obviously a huge continent, and there's so many countries in it,
full of talent.
What is the scene like in Africa right now in terms of what are the local promotions, and how many of them are there, and how many young talented fighters do you see that are coming out of there that could eventually come over to the PFL or the UFC or Bellator or what FC or any of the large organizations?
Okay. So you asked me the question like many American, what is the scene in Africa?
In the different
Africa is 52 countries.
Right.
And I've never been in 5 of them.
So I know South Africa has a large scene. Obviously Dreka Duplessis from South Africa. There's a lot of good fighters from South Africa.
They have an organization that I think is ESC, something like that. Mm-hmm. Nigeria have been doing good. They also have I think it's African Knockout that Usman Cameroon is part of.
Right.
There are also some regional organizations. They might be smaller or not quite popular.
Is there one large organization ever over there at all?
No, not yet.
So most of them are fairly small?
Yeah, because again, you have to build everything from the scratch.
Right.
So everybody is trying to do the best out of what we get.
Right.
If to have a good organization, you need to build gym. You need to give those fighters a way to train. You need to help them about
get experience,
get training,
top coaches,
get top coaches,
and
then more people training. At least they have training partners, which is not they don't have.
Right.
I have seen a lot of some African fighters that are really good, but they'll have to go somewhere else because they don't have a training partner. But with this program, it's gonna be a whole ecosystem. A whole ecosystem in the fact that you're gonna have a gym that's gonna train and then maybe provide a fighter for who's gonna fight in the promotion, and that might have money, and then that money will attract people, will attract other people to train because he have seen other one making a living out of training. He have seen that it's possible. He have seen the opportunity right next to his door. Like
Right.
they are here. I don't have to travel. It's not in America anymore. It's not in Europe anymore.
Right.
It's here. I just have to stay here and get dedicated. So it's possible.
And it's interesting too if the PFL has if they establish PFL Africa, the beautiful thing is that if they have top level fights over there and then they take those fights and they broadcast them all over the world, then there's so much opportunity.
Yes. I mean, the fighter of PFL Africa will not only be seen in Africa. Not to mention that the champion of the PFL Africa will just as PFL MENA and PFL Europe, they will all come together to fight for the men PFL title. So
that's exciting.
Everybody is getting that big stage. They are all working. They are all still under like the men PFL.
Yes.
You see, which is something that is very interesting, and then will give more spotlight, more opportunity. Also get attention of media, and then who says media says attention of sponsor that will go maybe to gym, to fighters, and that will create an ecosystem around that. Media interested, sponsor come around, and then fighter get paid, and then maybe his sparring partner get paid, or I don't know, he has an assistant or somebody work for him get paid, and the money is now in the loop.
And
everybody.
Do you see yourself after you retire from fighting going into a coaching and mentoring role for fighters? Do you see yourself being more of an executive position, like working with either the PFL or whoever?
I never see myself as a coach. I don't have like a vocation for that. It's not something that I'm looking forward to. Although I see myself like maybe stay in the sport somewhere. Like I also don't see myself as a manager.
That's a hard job.
And yeah, I know, cool.
A lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
Managers deal with a lot of bullshit.
Like I just think that to be is a job that you think like to be good at it, you need to be screwing somewhere.
Right.
Most likely. Not always, but most likely.
Might be on the table.
So I don't see myself like that, but I see myself really like working on like the growth of the sport basically in Africa. And again, that's why like the PFL Africa comes to me like the right thing.
Yeah.
The retirement plan thing that I could be focused on, been working on. I know how Africa works perfectly. I know how PFL works perfectly. I know Pete Murray and Don Davis, they are very excited about it. But bro, they are white people from America and they don't know how Africa works. I am from Africa and I know the deep ground of Africa and I know the challenge there. I know the program there as athlete, and I think that's where I will impact. I think a role of the executive will be like, it's some fancy thing that yes, I might have, but I think my good job is to work on the field because I know the problem, the field, the root, and the problem there. What to be done, what needs to be done, what they need. I think that's what I will be best at. Also, for young fighters, it's cool to be chairman of PFL Africa. But I'm not going to sit in the office. I'm like, oh, I'm a chairman, and then wear suit and tie every day to run stuff. I think I can.
No, it doesn't seem like it. But I think, like for you, for a young fighter, there's no greater source of inspiration than a guy like yourself. I mean, if you look at your career, you've only been fighting for 10 years. Look at all you've accomplished. UFC heavyweight champion. fought two of the best boxers alive. You're an international superstar. You made millions of dollars. Like, that is the height of inspiration.
Don't say that on mic, Joe.
Sorry,
when you say
everybody
that,
knows.
Yeah, but when you say that out loud, maybe you get some lawsuit. You know, money is like honey. You always attract bees.
That's so true. That's so true. A lot of stingers out there. So let's forget about the money. But just look at the accomplishment and just knowing that you came, I mean, especially, again, if someone hears your story of how hard it was for you to literally essentially walk from Cameroon to Morocco and then make it all the way over to Europe and then make a career in fighting and then make it to the United States, get into the UFC, and then in a matter of a few short years become the UFC heavyweight champion. For young fighters, that's like that guy did it. Like, he did it. He came from where I came from. I can do it now. Once someone has done it, it makes it more accessible, at least mentally, to a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the fundamental idea about my foundation. The reason why I did a foundation, for me, it was just so not only those kids can have access in the gym, which is something that me growing up, I was just dreaming about it. The only gym that I have seen until I was 22 was the gym that I saw, whether in my dream or in the TV. I never see a real gym, even though I always want to do combat sport. But I thought, like, if you build like nice gym, not only those kids have access, it make them have this feeling, this connection with reality. Like, oh, the thing that I always see in TV is here, is possible, you know. And then the guy that maybe I've seen on TV or heard about is also here. Like, he's around, he came here, so it's possible, you know, because so the idea of the foundation was just to motivate kids, allow them to believe in themselves. And I think it's still what we're working on, to help them believe, trust, have a trust in themselves, a self-believing, have a self-confidence in themselves. And this doesn't matter what they want to do in life. You might want to be a doctor, you might want to be a lawyer, accountant, journalist, whatever you want to do. But I do think that a guy that believes, somebody that believe in himself, success for that guy is just a matter of time. And you can be a champion in whatever you do. See, like, you don't have to be a fighter to become a champion.
I'm glad you brought that up, because it's another question I wanted to ask you is, do you have any other aspirations of doing things outside of fighting once you've retired? Because one of the things you were talking to Jamie about before the show started was producing. You were talking about production, like film and filming things. And do you have other aspirations?
I have a lot of aspiration, but not like a job. I have a lot of passion. You know, I'm passionate about a lot of things. Today, I have quite a resource to have some hobbies, you know, stuff that I'm excited about, I'm passionate about. I create a small production in Cameroon, in my village, just to train kids so they can have to touch camera like this, all those stuff that we have here. I have it back home. They touch, they learn on it. You know, I just want them to be able to operate a good camera. If someday they want to do, or somebody want to do a movie, they have somebody that can operate a nice camera just home. Don't need to go to Europe or in America to bring people, because local they can do, and they have been trained on good cameras, you know. So I have started stuff like that a lot.
What inspired you to do that in terms of cameras and production and stuff?
I always love cameras.
Yeah.
I see and I always impress. And then I see stuff here, and then I see the challenge, the difference that are, you know, like if you will see somebody that make a film, a movie that might be on Netflix with a very low quality of camera. Then I'm like, what if this guy has access on a good camera? What can he do?
Right.
You know.
Well, that's one of the things you were talking about with fighters.
Yeah.
That there's a lot of people out there that are very talented that just haven't had their shot yet.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of people like that with filmmaking and with stand-up comedy and writing. literature,
everything.
yeah.
And
they
I
just haven't had their opportunity.
And I always say this. I think we might have become UFC, the first African champion, just because there wasn't so many people that have a chance. I mean, like when you look at Kamaru Adesanya, I'm sure if you go to Africa, you can find some motherfucker who can beat us all. But lucky us, we didn't have that chance yet. So
that's very humble.
We took the opportunity, right?
Well, you open the door though, and it makes it possible for others, which is that's one of the more important things about accomplishment.
But as time goes by, the challenge will become tougher and tougher, and we will come around, and we might come very short.
Well, look at Brazil. You know, I mean, look at Brazil. There's so many champions, so many elite fighters come out of Brazil now. It's because Royce Gracie opened that door, and then the UFC just became a place for it.
And then if you take even that Roy Gracie on his prime, put him here, he's gonna get beat up by some kickboxers.
Yeah,
you know. But he was the one that opened that door.
He opened that door.
That gave that opportunity, that made the path through that.
Yeah, it's so important that you recognize that like your position is not just as an individual, but your position is as an inspiration to others, and to give people this they see it like, oh, I can do it. He did it. It's possible.
Yeah, I think in life we take every opportunity that we have. We get to the point again that we have a opportunity to affect other life. How many people affect other life? How many people in their lifetime walk around and parents walk to them and like, oh, my kid want to be like you.
Right.
You know, I think it's something really cool. It's really great.
It's very cool.
Like a parent that want the best for their kids. That yes, kids wanted to be like you. Yes, it's different because he's not very smart. He's not wise, and even kids want to do some dumb shit. So you might be a bad guy, and kids still want to be like you.
A drug dealer.
But a parent that really protective about their kids, like want the best for their kids, and then they'll come like, oh, your son is such an inspiration, my kid want to be like you. Yeah. So that basically like him approving that he kid should be like you. He hoped for his kid to become like you. That's a big statement, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. It's really cool. It's really cool, and it's there's such a unique time for people too, because internet is available pretty much all over the world now. So kids in all these countries, especially if they have phones, they have access to all of this information.
And it's messy. It's coming from all over, and they can find everything.
Yeah,
everything. Now, how to help them pick what's good and what's not good?
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because information is good, but
a lot of it's bullshit.
A lot of it is bullshit. You have to filter, because some of them are just bad seed.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, and then have you seen what's happening in the Amazon? There's this very small uncontacted tribe, and they got internet access, and now a lot of them are just on their phones all day.
Mm-hmm.
And then the tribe leaders are like, well, what the fuck? Everyone's lazy. You guys are becoming like Americans now. You're just on your phone all day. They're looking at tits and looking at porn and like, you know.
Of course.
And this thing that they thought would be a beautiful thing, oh, this would be so great. We're going to get access to information. People are going to get educated. Instead, you know, a lot of them are just looking at TikTok videos.
Yeah, but
they got to have to figure out how to manage that.
People, for the most part, are lazy.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
I think people, for the most part, are lazy if you give them an opportunity to be lazy.
I feel no.
It's hard to be disciplined, especially if you don't have examples of other disciplined people around you.
You know, some people might just have been educated, keep going to school because they choose school over work.
That's true.
And some people choose work over school.
That's true as well. Yeah.
And then you go to school, and after being graduated or have your PhD, and then you're like, oh, he's educated. He's this. In fact, you were running away from a job.
I'm sure that's educators. That's the problem with our universities. Those people wind up teaching.
At the end of the day, yes, you're educated, but in reality, you are lazy. If you have a job that is gonna wear suit and act like a boss every day, you can do it. But if he has to like start something and work really hard, you can't stand it.
Right.
Yeah, you can't stand it.
There's a lot of truth in that.
But someone will also be a worker because they had a vision, they want to do that, they're excited of a knowledge to implement into something, and then after that they just start a business. And this, because starting a business is never easy.
Right.
You have to be a worker. When you start a business, it's not like a 9 to 5 job. You don't have time. Sometimes you have to wake up at midnight or at 2 a.m. to pick up a call because this guy is, I don't know, in China, in Europe, and the time different, and you have to keep going. You have to be on his time. You have to be in a meeting at this time. So that's where you know if you are a worker or not.
Right.
But if you see that the office 9 to 7, wear your suit. I'm a manager of this, I'm that.
You might be lazy.
And lazy people do a good job too, because lazy people find a strategy of avoiding work.
That's true.
Which is very intelligent.
Yes.
Yeah, they find ways.
Yes.
To get things done without really putting in the work.
That is true. Yeah. There's so many books like that. The 4-hour work week,
Yeah.
There's a lot of books on people just trying to avoid work.
Yeah. But they still have to move to wash their dishes, their clothes, like dishwasher, for example. I think it is the idea of some lazy person that didn't want to wash dishes. Are you agree with me?
So a lazy person didn't want to wash dishes, so they hired a dishwasher.
No, they invent.
Oh, they invented dishwasher. A machine.
They thought about it like, how can I get my dishes clean without have to wash it?
Also, it's more efficient because you can put them in the dishwasher.
No, it's efficient, but the idea comes from laziness.
Interesting.
I mean, he might be. I'm not saying it's the thing, but he might be coming from laziness.
You have a point.
But I don't want to wash my clothes anymore. How can I? But I still need to wear a clean clothes.
Right.
How can I do to get my clothes clean without washing them? Wash machine.
That's true, right? Because you only wear like one piece of clothes a day, and you only use one plate when you eat. How hard is it to wash that one plate?
Yeah.
It takes 30 seconds. You get some soap, you get a sponge, rinse it off, put it in the dryer, you're done.
Like I have a.
That's a good point, man.
Yeah,
I never thought of it that way.
Like in my house, and it's something that I still don't understand. Sometimes I will leave plates around, and then if I have my housekeeping coming, they'll always take them and put in the dishwasher, and everything in the dishwasher. And I don't know what happened, if it's the dishwasher, something wrong with it. You never get things clean properly.
Well, you kind of have to clean them before you put them in the dishwasher, which is crazy. Because if you just clean them a little bit more, you wouldn't have to put them in the dishwasher. You probably save time.
Okay. Personally, I never use a dishwasher. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. The easier thing for me is after using 1 or 2 plates, I wash it, put it there.
Yeah.
It's easier. Or even if I stack like 3-4 plates after I come, take 5 minutes, clean it, put it there.
Yeah.
It's easier for me than running machine and this, which I don't even know how it works too much, and it's gonna sometimes it might be loud. I would just want to watch my TV, and that shit is running behind me.
True. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That is a lazy person's invention. A smart lazy person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lazy people are very creative. Very.
I never thought about it that way, but I think you're right.
Mhm.
Yeah. But then there's some things like vacuum cleaner. You need that. How the fuck are you going to get anything out of a carpet without a vacuum cleaner?
You need that.
Yeah. There's some inventions that clean that make sense. But I think...
I mean, everything makes sense.
Yeah.
Even wash machine makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, after training, you come, you put your clothes there, you train twice a day, you put your clothes. After 2 days, you press that button in the machine. When you're leaving, you're going to start out.
Yeah.
Come back, it's done. You put it in the dryer again.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point, though, about inventions and also about how lazy people avoid work, and about a lot of educated people are just avoiding work by continuing their education. I know personally people that have done that. They get their PhD, they get grants, they get loans.
Oh no, you go in like a family house, and then there are like maybe 4 kids. There's dishes. They have to clean the house, and then someone have a homework. And even if he doesn't have a homework, he's reading a book. He's in the middle of the book. So that means he's not cleaning anything because he's reading. You guys are not reading, you have to clean. So how easy is that?
Well, people love to put off things they're supposed to do. You know, it's an interesting thing too about fighters, because the difference between there's like a lot of factors involved in being a fighter. There's the mentality, there's the ability to focus and to perform under pressure. It's very difficult to do. But there's also the ability to prepare properly. So like to have the discipline to do everything that you're supposed to do. And it's even more difficult sometimes for talented people.
Yeah, I think fighting is more about discipline, because not always talented people will make it. And you might have talent as much as you want. If you don't work, if you don't put some work in and then get discipline, you will not get there. You don't like if you look like the champions of every weight class, every promotion, most likely they are not the most talented guy, but they are very hard workers.
Yes.
And they have like something very special that distinguishes them.
Do you know the expression, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
That's true.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
Because talent, one of the things that's unfortunate about talent is that when you're talented, you're better than everybody else in the gym. And so you can kind of get away without training as hard. Maybe you have physical gifts. Maybe you just have an understanding of fighting.
And then you take it for granted because you didn't have to work to get it.
Yeah.
You don't even have the feeling that you need to work to work more to improve it, because he was just there.
Right.
So you don't even understand that they work for it.
Right.
We just happen to have it.
Yep.
And then they say you have to work for it. Come on, bro, for what?
Right.
I didn't do anything. But
right.
To get it.
And if you can get away with it for a while, you develop habits of not training 100%, not really putting 100% into it, but still being successful because you're talented.
Yeah.
But then you run into someone who's talented and has discipline, and that's when you get fucked up.
Okay, that's the problem.
Right. When you get talent and discipline, you get a Michael Jordan.
And then
you get Mike Tyson. Mm-hmm. Talent and discipline, you get Mike Tyson.
Yeah. And then you also get like some people that are not talented, but they are just the best worker in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Your talent will have it. At some point, talent will have a limit.
Yes.
Yeah, talent has a limit.
Especially if someone is willing to really outwork you. Really outwork everyone.
Yeah, he has to, because like when you don't have talent, you basically start from nothing. Then you have 1, then you have 2, then you know that you have those 2 because you've been working. So you have to keep working, not only to maintain to keep the 2, but to get the 3 and the 4.
Yes.
And then you get into that process, and then you get to work.
Yeah.
But when you get talent, you wake up someday, you have 5 out of 10 without working.
Yes.
You don't understand that you need to work to do the 6 and 7.
Right.
The guy that only has like the 2, he already understood that. He already knew that you need to work to get those 2 to get the 3.
Yes.
So at some point, it's gonna catch you at 5, and if you're not improving, is gonna keep going up.
He's gonna get to 6
Yeah,
and
it's gonna get
7,
to
and
6
you'll be
to
like,
7,
this
and
motherfucker
you're
was
gonna
below
stay
me.
at
Yeah.
5 or barely go at 6, 7.
Yeah. And then there's guys that are really good in the gym. And then when they get to the bright lights, they can't perform.
Yeah.
Which is the craziest thing. There's these superstars in the gym. And I remember from my kickboxing days, there was guys that were just so good in the gym. And then they would get into that ring and they were just, you could see it, they just diminished. Like they were 50% of themselves when they
Why do you
competed.
think?
I don't know. Maybe there's something about anxiety, their inability to manage stress. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it is. I always feel like some people can overcome it and they don't. And some people do. Some people, they start off as great gym guys and then they perform badly, but then eventually they figure it out. They just keep growing and learning.
But there are also a lot of people that go to the gym to become a world champion of the gym. You know, I have seen there's a lot of people that you get even in the gym, they are coming to try to figure out that guy is good, so I might have to check him out. You know,
right.
They have that mentality.
Right.
So in the gym, while you, maybe as a professional fighter, you are there to train, have a good training to learn.
Yes.
Because you know that you only have one place that you want to show up. It's in the fight.
Right.
The 2 other months, you're in the gym, and sometimes if you have somebody in front of you that you feel like he's not catching up with your level, you give him an advantage. I'm like, okay, let me start on the back. Let's start on this position.
Right.
Give him an advantage so he can challenge you more.
Yes.
You know what you're doing. You know why you are doing that.
That takes a healthy control of your ego.
You see a guy that is a good wrestler or a good jiu-jitsu, but has very bad striking. You know that you always start on a stand-up. You always start up, and then he might not be able to take you down. I'm like, okay, let's go. Let's start on the ground. Step on me. Half guard. You know, right. Stuff like that.
Right.
Because you know that you want to work that position.
Right.
You're taking advantage on him. But some people are there like to prove that, oh, I'm something.
They're competing instead of training.
Yeah, they're competing.
Yeah.
And they don't usually gain more on that. And those people will get in the fight and it's different.
Yeah, it's different. That is a very interesting thing, right? It's like some people understand it objectively. Like, I'm here to learn and grow, and I need to work on my weaknesses to make them my strengths. And some people want to avoid their weaknesses, so they only work on their strengths so they look good in the gym. Yeah.
Because they care about how they look.
Yeah, I used to see that a lot with kickboxers that didn't want to do jiu-jitsu because they didn't like to get tapped. Because on the feet, they were a killer. And then they go to the ground, they're like, oh, they was a beginner. They don't like that. They don't like getting dominated on the ground. So they would just like skip jiu-jitsu classes, skip wrestling training. They didn't want to have anything to do with that.
I think it was also about like a generation that people around the gym wasn't understanding also. Like there's a gym that there are people that if you're training with them and something happened and you tap, they'll be like, oh, you're a pussy.
Right.
You know, and I think those kind of people, they don't help their teammate to improve, you know.
No.
Instead of like, oh no, you shouldn't do this, or you should do this instead to avoid that. And I'm like, oh no, bro, you don't tap. Like, yeah, you don't tap, then what? You go to sleep?
Or you break your arm.
Or you break your arm?
Yeah,
no,
if you don't tap in the gym,
training.
You're a moron. Yeah, it's a stupid thing to not tap in the gym, and I've been stupid before. It's like a thing that people do where they think that they're all you're doing is getting injured. And it's if you don't tap to an arm bar, you're gonna fuck your elbow up, and then you might not be able to train right for months.
Yes.
Yeah, you have what? Yeah, you know, the Gracies have a great perspective on that. They always say keep it playful. They always say that when you're in the gym, you're just training and learning, and you got to keep it playful. Marcelo Garcia says that all the time. He's one of the greatest jiu-jitsu guys of all time. He says you have to open up your game in the gym. You can't be closed off and be too defensive. You have to open up your game and learn that what happens if you get stuck in bad positions. Yeah, learn when you get caught. If you get caught, you tap.
And even if you don't get caught sometime, get your position get yourself in a position to get caught.
Yes.
Or let somebody cut you and trying to defend.
Yes.
Understand like how to get out of there.
Yes.
To do that. That's why they call practice.
Do you think you'll ever compete in jiu-jitsu? You ever think that's something that's interesting to you?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I don't think so. I don't have any knees or ankles to give up.
That's a good point. Man, I watched a video this past weekend of a guy getting his leg broken.
If I was 25, yes.
I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because this is horrific.
If I was 25, I would take those chances, do all those stuff, fun.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything to give up.
Yeah, that's, I'm going to show you something, Jamie. This video scared the fucking shit out of me. This video is this guy gets caught in this heel hook. Hold on a second. Where is it? Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you, Jamie. Yeah, I'm sending it to you, Jamie. This shit's horrible. This guy gets caught in an inside heel hook like 10 seconds into the match, and he doesn't tap, and his leg snaps in half. Back step. Watch this.
That's stupid.
Check this out. So this guy, they scramble.
Boston.
Oh
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
that sound. Play that again so I can hear that sound.
A very long time.
That's in South Africa. That's South Africa.
Oh.
Punch me in the face, bro.
Yeah, that leg might not ever be the same again.
No, punch me in the face. No, not the leg. Yourself. Like, do you imagine, like, just thinking of the day that your leg make this sound? Like,
oh, God damn.
It's fap right here, right?
Yeah.
Like right there?
Yes.
Like the spiral?
Yeah, spiral fracture of the shin. Horrible.
Yeah.
And the sound was like a baseball bat breaking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll never forget the sound when Chris Weidman kicked Uriah Hall and snapped his knee and snapped his shin in half. The sound was so horrible. That and he's never been the same again. You know, it's like those breaks, like especially the shin breaks. You know, I wonder, like, if Conor McGregor is ever going to come back again. It's like it's very difficult to come back from that break. That's one of the worst injuries.
And I think, like, for that kind of injury, the most difficult part is the mental part.
You
don't know if it's gonna be there again.
Right.
To try to get to, like, you know, like, obviously you have a rehab, right?
Right.
So you rehab the part that is injured.
Right.
But the rehab of your mind to be able to trust that again.
Right.
That's the problem. You know, I'm like, I don't know about that. Maybe we just skip this part.
Well, even when you're not injured, like your fight with Stipe, and then you fight Derek Lewis, in the back of your mind, you're still thinking about the Stipe fight, right?
Yeah, I'm still fighting Stipe. I'm still like, oh, damn, why did I do this? No, I should be patient. I should this. You know, I'm there fighting Stipe. And then I get surprised when the fight was over. And then I'm like, okay, this is it. We still have one more round, right? No, it's over. Been three rounds.
Wow.
Because I was just being patient.
Yeah. Well, you came back from that, though. How did you come back from that? How did you get your mind straight?
I mean, I think I get to the point that I just let it go, and I'm like, okay. Because I'm like, if this the end, at least let's finish how we started. At the beginning, it was all fun.
Right,
like
right,
having
right.
fun. Feel like at some point along the way, I lost that fun. I don't know when, but I lost that fun. And it's about like, oh, winning, you have to win, you shouldn't lose, this, blah, 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 blah.
So did you make a decision in your mind to go back to having fun again?
Yeah. He was just like, have fun, and then whatever happened. Don't care. And if this is it, if you lose again, and then maybe have to get caught or whatever, at least enjoy.
So is
And
this?
then I did in China, have to fight Curtis Blade. 45 seconds, it was over. I'm like,
Yeah.
Not bad, having fun.
Fun for you.
Yes, the performance of the night. Then keep going.
So, did you ever work with a psychologist or a performance coach, or did this all just you figure it out yourself?
I tried, but I think I have a personal blockage. I don't believe in that.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. I talk to myself a lot. I spend time with myself. I mean, most of the time I'm by myself. I'm a lonely person. So I spend time with myself and I talk to myself a lot. I figure out, analyze. And this was just me growing up, didn't have friends, didn't have people to hang out with. I wasn't welcome among kids. So I created my own world in my mind, that my own friends and everything in my mind. So just used to hang out with myself. So I get used to, and just like that.
Well, that's so much better for a person in your position in life than to have an entourage. So I know a lot of guys, when they get very successful, they have an entourage. So they're surrounded by yes men all the time. And that is one of the worst things that happens to a successful person.
But for them, for some people, it's cool. Even now, I think no later than last week, I was in the restaurant and I walked there by myself, take a table, sit down.
Do people look over there like, is that fucking Francis Ngannou?
Yeah, order my food, eat.
Do people freak out? Like, is that Francis Ngannou sitting by himself?
Recognize you. I'm like, yeah, are you expecting somebody? And most of the time, the answer is yes. Basically, leave me alone.
Right. So you generally like being by yourself?
Yeah, I like to. I do that a lot. And people are like, are you live here by yourself? Are you by yourself? I'm like, what's the problem by being by yourself? It's being independent.
Yeah.
I'm free. I don't need anybody to decide on my happiness or me having fun or whatever, Sometimes I will spend 2 days in my house without going out.
Yeah.
And I'm good with it. And I can go out. I can do whatever I want, but I just want to be there.
I did that recently. My family was out of town and I was home by myself for 3 days. It was glorious. I loved it.
Yeah.
That gives you time to think about things.
I do that a lot. But recently, I've been changing a little bit because staying home a lot will make me think and will make me sad. Since I lost my kid, my boy, then he will make me think and make me sad. And if I stay there, I will keep having those thoughts, those sadness around. It's like the energy around me is just sad.
I understand. Yeah.
So then what I do is when I start to feel something like that, I just have to force myself, get out, grab the car key, get the hell out of here.
Right.
I'm running away from something. Then by the time you even find the car key, you find your shoes, you do this, your mind is already thinking of something. But if you just
sorrow.
Yeah, if you just sit in your couch, then it's keep going, then it's sad, then you pace, then you're hate life, everything.
Your son was 15 months old?
15 months old.
What happened?
Bro, I think he has some malformation on his brain, which is something that we didn't know. He fainted. He passed out twice. The first time was in Cameroon. We took him to the hospital. They didn't find anything. The second time was in Saudi. We took him to the hospital. They ran a lot of exams. They didn't do anything. They did the EEG. They didn't do the scan. or the MRI, because I think, according to them, their conclusion was that he has a swollen lung, and that was what was pressing his chest and stopping him from breathing and create that thing. So after all those exams, they give him some medicine that he's going to be okay, nothing to worry about. Because at first, they even thought about like asthma. They give like a ventilator, and then after some result, they took it out, and then it put me in confidence. Even though, like, I don't know, sometimes I think somewhere in my mind I have to think that yes, but he didn't show any stress respiratory. If it was something from his lung, but I'm like, bro, those was professional doctor and this, and then I trust that.
Yeah.
So I basically like put my guard down, and I remember just getting in Dubai, and that day I was thinking like, oh, life is. Meanwhile, I'm not doing bad. Life is good. I went to the gym. Like, maybe I should go to club tonight. I don't go to club. I don't go out. Like, man, come on. Which kind of guy are you? I went to the gym to work out. I'm in the bike cycling. Then I tried to call. I wanted to talk to him when I was on the phone, on the bike. Then I called his mom. His mom didn't pick up the phone. And I'm like, after I'm done, I'm going to go take my shower, lay in the bed, and call him. And 30 minutes after, I was on the leg machine. My phone rang. It was my little brother. Say, bro, things are not going well here. I'm like, what? He said, Kobe passed out. He's not breathing. We are at the hospital. They kicked me out from the room. And I'm like, what happened? And then as we are talking, he's also trying to get information. So I lost him for like 3-4 minutes. Then after, I call again, and then I'm talking to him while he's talking to the nurse. And the nurse was like, who are you? Are you his dad? He said, no. Then who are you? I'm his uncle. Where is that? His dad is not here. Where? He's gone. Just like that. He's gone. What do you mean? He's gone. How come he's gone? This kid was 15 months. He was bigger than 15 months. He was growing. He was the most joyful, happy kids around. Hey, what do you mean he's gone? Gone where? Bro, that was it.
Wow.
I thought I was dreaming. I thought they're going to say something. No, that's not true. Then I keep calling again. And everybody is confirmed. I call my mom. My mom is just on tear. Like, bro, what the fuck is this? And that was it. Wow. And I never realized I have been in the situation that I have seen people losing their kids, mourning, maybe definitely older kids. But I'm like, man, this must be hard, even though I can feel it. At that moment, I mean, you don't know like what could be your reaction. You don't know. I've been in the situation that I'm like, bro, I don't cry. I never cry. I mean, not like I never cry, but it don't just happen. I don't know why. No. Maybe because you don't have a reason. When you feel like something really hurt inside you, like you can't breathe, it's hurting. That was it. And
when did this happen?
April 27th.
So this before the Joshua fight?
No, after.
After the Joshua fight.
Yeah, April 27th. Almost 2 months after. That was it. And then all of a sudden, you realize how a kid that wasn't there 2 years ago have become a major part of your life. Or if it's not of your life, then you realize that all the things that you were worrying about didn't mean shit at all. Nothing meant, like, nothing. It was the only thing at time that really mattered.
Yeah.
But it's not there anymore. But, you know, one thing is that, you know, my dad passed away. I was 15 and he got sick. Just stay at home for like months and couldn't even go to the hospital. And get to the point that he couldn't even go to the bathroom on his own. Nothing. But I was 15. I was still at school. You know, I always tell myself, like, I was a kid, what could I have done? And then after a couple of years, I left school, and then I started thinking, I'm like, okay, I had an excuse when my dad passed away. I think I'm becoming an adult, and I still powerless. I still can't do anything if something like that happened. What happened if my mom got sick? Like, what happened if I have my own kids, like, someday, and they need me, or I would provide for them, like, or protect them? And those was one of the thought that I always have, like, pushing me living. Like, no, I need to do something. I need to take action. Then, after years, you get to the point that you feel like you can have it figured out. Like, okay, I can afford a health care for my family. I can take care if somebody needs to go to the hospital or whatever it is. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna do it. You know. Then all of a sudden, your own kid, which is the one that rely on you, only you, you couldn't even do anything for him. He did. Like, by the time you get to the hospital, he was gone. You couldn't fight for him. I'm like, bro, let me fight. Let me say I have tried. Let me say I did something. Let's make all this work. What's the point if after all this, I get to the point that I'm still this powerless in front of a real situation? And that's hurt.
God,
That's hurt a lot.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. And it's also the pain of knowing there's nothing you could have done.
Yeah.
It's just a medical thing that he was born with.
Yeah, he was born with. Because when it happens, everybody was confused. Nobody
Wild shit,
knows.
Mark.
So
How you doing, dog?
get home, then
Wild shit, dog. How you living?
I'm all right, man. How are you?
I'm well. I'm frustrated that you can't get into my VC. It's really something. Well, you can get into the Discord, but not the VC, and I have no idea why. I get random people coming into it all the time, so I don't know if it. I have no idea what it is. It's like a glitch. How you living? What's good?
I'm right, man. Yeah, I think maybe it's my Discord account or something. I don't know. Or yeah, or maybe. See, I've never really had a Discord server, so I don't really know the ins and outs of.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've had like a dozen people just randomly come in today using the links that I provided. It's weird that you can't press the link that I provided. Okay, so did you find out about me from Little Scam Live? Mark, did you find out about me from Little Scam Live? Leota. What's up, Pam? I'm well, thank God. Hey, so did you find out about me from Little Scam Live?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but I did join this one a couple of months ago as well. I saw you through like those big clips.
Yeah.
Your names on them. Yeah, your names on there, so I saw you from there as well.
Excellent. So yeah, I've got a bot. Let me show it to you. That's how everybody knows about me. All right, I'm gonna flip my camera. I hope you're having a good day. How is your day going?
Yes, all right, man. How's yours?
Well, thank you. All right. So you're gonna see right here a pink pointer that just pressed the follow button. Then what it's gonna do, and it just followed her, and it just comes up right on her screen. She's a big time streamer. It's free advertising. Then what I do is I create a clip. If you check any big streamers clips, they're all gonna say Rabbi Rothschild and then with my Discord link. And if they, and then it automatically spams for me. I've got 4 of these going at any given time, and they essentially take over the internet for me. You'll see right here that little pink pointer will follow. Takes a little while, sometimes longer than others, just based on if Kick is going to make me do a human verification or not. But once it gets locked in, it's very smart. It has image recognition technology that knows where this follow button will be anywhere on the screen. And because of that, that follow button can be right there. It can be anywhere on the page. It cannot be there. And then it's programmed to know where not to click. And so that's basically what I do. I make sure that these bad boys are going at any given time. And so as you're going to see just in a second, this little pink pointer will make the recognition of this follow button. So if you're like, why doesn't it do it automatically or like immediately? I can program it to do that, but sometimes I have to have it run through a couple of tests to make sure that they don't get a Cloudflare verifying you're a human button. And so I've got to sometimes go through that. So it takes longer than others on some of the devices. So this one will be really fast. It's very fast that it can just recognize it. And 3, 2, 1, and it's going to press the follow button. And once it does, you'll see, I mean, a lot of streamers, it's like a big old advertisement for me. And all right, here you go. There it clicks, you're now following. And people say it's the absolute most annoying bot on earth, but it's low-key genius, especially because it not only follows, it not only spams, but it also does something that nobody else's bots do, which is create these clips, which are a really unique way. Nobody's really figured out, oh, you know what? I can use these clips to advertise what I do. So with that, Mark, let me explain what I do. I'm not just an asshole who wants people in my Discord. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I stream my life for world peace because I don't want war anymore. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are ending world hunger, using different types of technology like agricultural drones, like floating greenhouses, like saltwater greenhouses, like vertical farming, like hydroponics, like cloud seeding, ending world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what this hat is and these pajamas and everything. And what we do is we build wells in Nigeria. That's a way to certainly end World Thirst, also life straws, and most importantly, I feel, is desalination plants, where you take the Earth's water, pump it through a desalination plant so that the water becomes drinkable. I think that it's a shame that drought exists and that world thirst exists. Additionally, things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society that are going to revolutionize people someday are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, life extension technology using stem cells and human growth hormone and cryonics. We discuss digital immortality through mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, upload that into a computer for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an avatar, a an a really whatever you want to be, an ethereal being, a clone of yourself. The options are endless.
Yeah, bro. Why did you stream on Kick?
I did.
You stream on YouTube.
Yeah.
You did. Oh, you stream on Kick.
So here's what I did. I was just a nobody on Kick. I was just streaming on Kick. I got 1,000 followers just randomly, and Kick's small in comparison to audiences. So I was always much more focused on YouTube. Well, then what I realized is, look, I'm live not just on YouTube, but I'm live on 33 different platforms. This is more data than any person has in global history. So what are the 33 different platforms? Everything from TikTok to Twitter to multiple Instagrams to YouTube to YouNow to Odyssey to BitChute to DLive and Trovo and Loco.tv and Bilibili and Nomo.tv and Nomi.tv, just like all these random ones in Asia. So I'm all over the internet. I have the world's biggest social media footprint. In addition, I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Kick accounts at this point. So it's like, all right, why don't you just do what normal people do and just stream one account on Kick? I did that. I started to do that like normal people, but then you're in competition with everybody on Kick and no one knows about you. So I thought to myself, you know what? I have all these other platforms and Kick can't really touch me there. So if I just use Kick as my basic, I call it my punching bag basically, and advertise on there, spam the hell out of it. The worst that they can do is just ban my accounts. That's it. And like, yeah, I had 1,000 followers on it, but it's not like a whole bunch of people would watch me when I would go live on there. And I went almost overnight from no one knowing who I was to absolutely everyone on the platform knowing who I am.
Yeah. I do see what you mean, but don't you think, like, using your method, it's harder for you to be monetized, for example, on these platforms, because you're streaming on, like, 20 different accounts? Like, all of your view accounts are obviously divided into those 20, right? So don't you think it's going to be harder for you to be monetized, rather if you just streamed on one account and you get monetized through that, and people could, let's say, you create your own website where you can have all these different streams where people can see different angles as well, don't you think? I mean, have you considered that?
Oh yeah, definitely. And that's the plan in the future. But as of right now, I watch a lot of content that is copyrighted, particularly like I watch every minute of the American broadcast of the Olympics. So when I'm watching copyrighted material, it's really hard to get monetized. So the best way I could probably monetize this is people find out, oh, somebody has a real life Truman Show. They have more content than any person has in global history. This is a perfect opportunity for us to contract with this person for endorsements and to do endorsement deals with people. And that way, a company doesn't necessarily have to say, Rabbi streamed the Super Bowl 3 years in a row, and this is the third different Olympics that he has streamed. They don't want to get in trouble for that, but they certainly can connect more with the project and with the idea of world peace and with me as a person. And that way they are able to get their brand out there, because there isn't anyone who markets themselves better than I do, especially because I have all of these accounts on all of these different platforms. At the push of a button, I'm live on 33 different platforms of 33 different devices. I mean, that's hundreds of different individual streams that are going out there. I mean, what commonly happens to me is people talk to me in the stream, and I have no idea because I have to be watching like 8 different YouTube streams alone. So what I do, I use Rumble Studio. If you're familiar with what Rumble is, it allows for unlimited multi-streaming from for free, and usually this is a paid service. So by utilizing their free software that's within their browser, I'm able to use just a bunch of Chromebooks in 360 degrees all over, and basically have created a real life Big Brother.
Yeah.
So that's what I do.
Great, man. I mean, but like, don't you think like because you're streaming on like so many devices that you're in a way restricted to one room?
No, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed at Disneyland. I've streamed at Santa Monica Pier. I've streamed at Beverly Hills. So, I've done this for 3 years now. So I do IRL streaming. I've had people come visit me in my room. We've had picnics before. So, and I think every IRL streamer runs into this. Everybody loves to IRL stream, but it's expensive to do. In addition, having the data plans and the devices and the lighting and the battery packs, that's before you even put the keys in the car to put gas in the car to go do whatever you want to do. You've got to have more preparations. And so when I would say I have 2 years of me in the field, as I call it, IRL, and then most recently the last year, most of which has been desktop streams. However, I have had, I've done a collaboration. Somebody came and visited me, my house in Irvine. We had a picnic, and that was earlier this year. So I have had them outside, and I've gone to the store and some other things, but I can't do all that. Hey, we're going to Disneyland today, or hey, we're going to Santa Monica Pier all day, just because it's so expensive.
Yeah, but I don't think you need to do all of that. I mean, like, if you look at what Scam's doing, I mean, like, Scam's just streaming his day, just going to the gym, just walking around New York, stuff like that, I think, like there's also an audience for just doing, like, stuff that people would find mundane, but it's not really mundane, right? I think there's also an audience for that. I mean, if you go on YouTube, there's like, walk tours of people just walking past New York, or, like, it's just like...
I have it. I have it. I have it. Walking to the store, shopping at the store, the checkout, going shopping at the mall, like all of that. I have that. Like my audience would go from one person to one person. I mean, or 2 people. I mean, just not a huge amount of people watching it. And so, but ideally, I want to put a camera on my chest like a police officer and have people live their life POV all day, every day. And just always be uploading. And
I think what you're doing is unique, and I think it's amazing, and I think it's unique. But I think because it's so unique that you're in that, what's it called? What's the word for it? Like you're like the first comer kind of thing. Do you know when, like, for example, Tesla created like these electric cars and commercialized it so well, but because their technology is great, because they were the first comer, they had a lot of like the
you mean first to the market
aspects of being the first comer, right? Whereas now, if you look at all these Chinese cars, they don't have that.
Right.
Do you see what I'm trying to say? So I think maybe you're going through that right now.
Well,
because what you're doing is so unique.
Yeah.
It's just,
I mean,
like you're supposed to be Tesla in 2016.
Right.
In a way, right?
Yeah. I mean, people can do what I'm doing, but essentially, I'm the person with the time capsule. Their stream doesn't go as far back as mine does. When does theirs start? I don't know, but they're not during the pandemic, so the world won't be able to see what the world was like with the face masks and how everybody's life changed. And to see that day-to-day IRL, and then moving from that into just being really the world's largest time capsule. This is essentially a time capsule for the globe, and I now have like more than 30 times more content than Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined. I mean, just like huge amounts of content here. We're talking petabytes, and that's just on one account. I have right now, I'm live on 8 different YouTube streams. I'm live. I found out this little glitch in Discord that allows me to be streaming, or like at least have my profile in VCs, in like 30 different VCs. So everyone from like, well, I'm live in Aiden Ross's, but you'll just randomly see like Rabbi Rothschild and just random ass places. And that's the thing. I use a sociological tactic known as the mere exposure effect, where little by little I just make impressions on an audience where they go from ignoring me to hating me to loving me. And you should have seen how Lil Scam used to treat me. This motherfucker, get the fuck out of here, etc., etc., etc. And now he's very nice to me. And he and I both have a common goal. We want to live our lives not doing live streaming, but life streaming. And that's the goal, I think, for a lot of people. And I want to help them with that goal. I really think that Kick needs to have their next generation of their next round of KCIP and make Lil Scam a member of that. He has that grind. He's always going. He's always streaming. You'll see how long he streams. He's just he'll fall asleep on stream, and not even a sleep stream where he's just trying to stay awake. And when you see that grind, it's phenomenal.
And I think that's one of the things, right? Because he streams for so long, sometimes even like 36 hours straight. His view count fluctuates a lot, right? Which affects his average. So to get PCIP, you need like
let's talk about that. Because no one sees it better than I do. I see everybody who bots. I see what their chats look like in comparison. So I can tell you, everyone is view botting. If you don't view bot, you have no more than 10 people watching you on Kick. So everyone is view botting. And it just depends on how much do you want to pay. Do you want to pay $2,000 and be up there with Amaranth? Do you want to pay, maybe $4,000 and be up there with Action Man for like 2 hours? But then it's all going to come down. I mean, it's up to you what you want to do. Yeah, you have to have for KCIP 100 viewers, I believe, simultaneous for whatever their amount is, and nobody has that. I'm telling you right now. I'm spamming Amaranth, and the reason why I use her as an example is she's always at the top. I know you know who I'm talking about. If you ever look at her chat, it's so dead. It's a ghost town in there, and she doesn't care. She's literally just using it as a billboard for her OnlyFans, which I totally get. I'm not gonna. That's her.
So she was on Twitch. So she obviously, back when they were doing like big Kick deals, she probably got a big load of money.
She did. I think she got an 8-figure deal. So like $10 million to do that. And that's huge. So it was an undisclosed amount. But yeah, she doesn't care. She just literally sits there and does whatever she wants. I had somebody tell me she is well invested. She's bought a bunch of gas stations and apparently just creates content. And that's her thing. And that's phenomenal. But I can tell you this. Every single one of her viewers, if she has 2,110 viewers watching her, that means she bought a package for 2,000 people, and then she has 110 real people watching her, if that. So it's like Kick is really easy to like figure out. You can tell like people have these chunks. Like you'll have the real streamers who have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people watching them at most. Those are real streamers. Then you have people who buy packages, and there's the 50 package tier, which is like $50 a month on most platforms. And then you'll see those streamers who have like 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56 in that range. But you never see anybody with like 80. Like for some reason, there's like, because that's not where the packages come. Then you've got the next tier at 100. So then you have a bunch of people at 105, 110, but that really means they've only got 5 or 10 real people watching them. Then it goes higher than that. Then you have the 200, 300, 400. You get into that 500 range where it's like 576 people are watching you. That means 500 people are watching you, or I'm sorry, 500 people are bots, 76 people are watching you. It's pretty easy to see how they do these numbers. And I mean, I was looking, perfect example. Today I was looking at someone and they had 786 people watching them and 1 follower. How do you have 786 people watching you and 1 follower? You are the number 2 person. I know everyone on Kick. I have 4 fucking computers that literally watch every single person on Kick 24/7, and I restream their streams onto YouTube. So I'm very well acquainted with most people on Kick, and for this one random ass account to just be all the way at the top, they have 786 people watching their non-time. It's literally just a robot on their screen, and they have 1 follower. And they're the number 2 person on Kick at that moment. It's ridiculous. Even in their chat, it just says W bots, because that's the only person who's winning in this situation. Kick certainly isn't. It's an obvious.
I think they get paid for it as well. I think with KCIP, it's also like how many viewers you have and how many active chatters, which also reflects on how much money you would get per stream, right?
Right.
So then buying all these bots or chatters kind of increases that, hey, no.
Yes, and so I get some chatters or some streamers who aren't mad at what I do in their chat. My spam bots spam like 16 different lines, and that's 16 different chats that they didn't have previously, which is beneficial to them. Additionally, it's a follow for them. So yeah, it's annoying because it's a clip that they don't want, perhaps. But you never know. A lot of times people tell me, I hate your clips, but I actually used it for whatever reason. And so it's like, all right, so it doesn't hurt. When it comes to the KCIP, what I have heard is that the bots don't go towards that. But Mark, I'm telling you what, they don't know the difference. Okay, they have advanced bot protection on right now. Every streamer on Kick, and you see what my bots are able to do. So their bot their bot sensing technology.
Cloudflare.
Exactly.
I mean, there's no chance. I mean, like Kick being anywhere near Cloudflare at all.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. And so what these things do, speaking of Cloudflare, whenever that comes up, it identifies where the little box is. It knows where to click. And yeah, it's just. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, the Cloudflare little boxes are little speed bumps in an overall well-oiled machine, but that doesn't get in the way. It just slows it down perhaps a little bit. But the thing is, that means I have no competition, because Cloudflare basically stops most people, but the fact that I can bypass it means that, and other people do too. There are other spammers on Kick. They definitely exist, but there's one ultra spammer. Everybody knows who Rabbi Rothschild is, and that's hilarious. I get the funniest thing to me is I ask random streamers if they know who Rabbi Rothschild is. I don't know who they are, and they know who I am, and I'm not even streaming on the platform, and that's hilarious to me. And I've had Aiden Ross in my streams, at least in my YouTube, so I know he knows who I am. I know Eddie gets asked about me. Eddie got asked about me in his recent AMA. They just spammed him with, can you please do something about Rabbi Rothschild? And he says, we have advanced moderation tools that are coming out that should be able to help with this issue. But here's the thing. I already cracked the code. What is it? Okay, if they want to make the word rabbi a banned word, well, then I'll make rabbi with 3 B's. Or I'll make rabbi with a 1 at the end instead of an I. Or a capital. Exactly. Or if they want to make my Discord link, whatever, they can make that banned. That's fine. All I have to do is change the emoji at the end, and that makes the text different. So if I just change the emoji every day, unless they're redoing all of their filters, then, and at a certain point, we're playing this cat and mouse game, I'm already living in their head rent free. If you're having to change your filters every single day because some spammer comes in and spams your chat, then I've already won. I'm already victorious in my own mind and in your mind, because you're thinking about me, and that's what advertising's about. So I have had people. I don't know if you know who Shop TG is. He's a pretty big streamer on Kick, and he has some kind of agreement with Kick where he's put on the front page more often than other streamers, and he has said to me that he wants to have some type of like truce that he wants to try to negotiate between Kick and everybody's favorite Rabbi, and he can certainly do that. I see. Here's the thing: I don't want to hold.
For what, mate? Like, you're not doing anything wrong.
Exactly. He wanted to see if, like, hey, if Kick lets you back on, will you stop spamming people or something like that? And here's the thing.
What you're doing is benefiting these people. So you having clips is going to make people want to clip more, because I've noticed in a lot of streams, people don't clip. But if you're clipping, that's going to make people want to clip more as well. So I don't think clipping is like wrong at all.
Exactly. Here's the thing. Usually, spam is hated not only because it's annoying, but advertisers hate it because advertisers are having to pay money to get eyeballs on their brand when a spammer is able to do it for free. And so that's a huge reason why spam is hated in most areas of the internet. At least on Kick, because it is kind of the wild, wild west and they're in beta. They banned my account. It's hilarious to me. Why? Because I'm going to create another account where it's all one click. All you have to do is press one button. It creates the account. It does all the spamming for me. And the thing is, the people who just reported me to get my account banned, those people are the first in line for the next account. So they're just having to do more work. It's basically this infinite loop. They keep banning me, and that the faster they ban me, the faster I come in with a new account.
Yeah, bro, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. In fact, you found an amazing,
loophole
marketing method, which is commercializing these clipping areas, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you could turn that instead of Rabbi Rothschild, turn that into McDonald's, or turn that into
exactly.
like a different company.
100%.
So, yeah.
Or like who would be perfect for? Cryptocurrency. Exactly, because they'd be more into this guerrilla marketing. But yeah, no one has utilized this, and I recognize that it's certainly an opportunity. And the other beautiful thing about it is that all of the other type of moderation can be done by the mods and admins. In order to delete a clip off of a creator's profile, either the creator or the clip creator has to do it. So what does that mean? That means if I'm doing this to Aiden Ross, that clip is going to stick on Aiden Ross's stream unless Aiden Ross deletes it. None of his moderators can delete it. And he doesn't have time to fucking delete all these things. So it's going to stay there. And when anybody ever looks at his clips, now or into the future, it's a free billboard. It's a free banner ad basically saying, hey, join my Discord.
Yeah, it works. I mean, stuff like this used to be done in like World of Warcraft, like RuneScape as well, like back in the day.
Sure.
It works, people used to like do online casinos and stuff like that, but it stopped. But now it's back up again, right? So I think this marketing works.
Excellent. I don't think you'll be able to do this in 10 years. These are the last days of the wild, wild west of the internet, where you don't have to have an internet ID. I don't know if you know a union ID.
Web3, right, where you have to like sign up with a certain wallet.
Right. Well, what eventually you're going to have to do, just like in UK, or at least in, to my knowledge, you have to have, legally, you're supposed to have a television license. You'll need to have an internet license. And so they'll be able to take it away. Hey, if you spam, we're going to take away your internet license. So I couldn't do this in the future. This is my one opportunity. And I don't do it for a bad reason. I literally don't want people to have war anymore. When people hear that, they're like, wait, you mean all of this spamming isn't for your own scam? Like, we don't have to give you money or anything? I'm like, no, I'm telling you this. Just if the only thing I want you to do is tell other people about this, that there's a real life Truman Show that you can watch somebody whenever you want. You can connect with someone. We'll laugh together. We'll cry together. You can watch a human's behavior patterns, their eating patterns, their sleeping patterns, their bathing patterns, everything about the human psyche. We not only have that in one person, but we have it on from 360 degrees over years. When the sociologists of the world find out about this, and at a university level, this will be studied for academic purposes, I feel. And there are a lot of opportunities here that not even we know that perhaps people will be able to study in the future. So with that, Mark, I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I do want you to know I most certainly appreciated your time. I'm going to keep looking into the issue of why you can't join the VC, because I would have loved to have you in the VC. As you can tell, I've got a lot going on in my Discord. So if I figure that out, I'll make you aware. But if anything, I'll drop you a line in the future. And I hope you know that if there's anything you ever need now or in the future, I'm here for you. Okay? Take care, man. Peace, Mark. What a nice guy. All right. Hey, there's my fucking kick thing. What a nice guy. Yo, Tim Tam, how you doing, man? Hey, dude, I want you to know I'm really happy you found your thing. That's amazing. That's a relief, too. See, aren't you glad you didn't call your mom and call the police and everything? Yeah, you would have looked dumb, and they would have been pissed at you, and that's not a call you want into the police. There's a saying I've heard. I mean, yeah, police are good for some things, but there's a saying that I've heard and I think is sometimes accurate. And it would have been accurate for you tomorrow, or yesterday, I should say. And that saying is this: if you have a problem and you call the police, now you have two problems. And what would that have meant for you? Your problem would have been, hey, I can't find my gun. I have to call my mom. Now I've got to call the police. Now I've got two problems. Now I don't have my gun, and the police are pissed off at me. So you had the best of all scenarios. Nobody forgot. Nobody got into your house. All that shit. And your dog didn't eat your gun. I think that's kind of a hilarious thing. The gun wasn't in the freezer. You checked everywhere, though. I'll give you that, man. You checked the hell out of that garage. Good on you, man. Hey, I'll be right back. I gotta take a pee.
Maybe 2 drinks.
Yeah.
2 good-sized drinks on Tuesday. And then Wednesday morning, I woke up, I was like, oh, I feel like shit. For 2 drinks. They're stout. It's probably really like legit 4 drinks.
When you're pouring them, it doesn't count. But I do that too. It's like that's what we do at the Comedy Cellar, and you guys do it here too. I saw. I was like, the pint. Liz, who manages the Comedy Cellar, will drink martinis out of a pint glass, and I'm like, yeah, that's not a drink.
That's not a drink.
It's like 8 drinks.
Yeah, it's multiple drinks.
Speaking of martinis, yeah, let's
Jamie, bring over that fucking that Buffalo Trace, sir.
Let's drink.
Yeah. Having a bar is interesting.
Yeah. In what way? Just that it's too much access?
I just go there and I see all these people just drinking. It's like, I have a bar. Like, what the fuck happened?
I know.
I have a bar.
It's a cool bar.
It's a great bar.
Yeah.
Lovely people working there, too. And it's just such a great hang, especially because, generally we're there mostly just with comics and waitstaff. Thanks, sir.
And you got to do that thing you were talking about yesterday about the, Oh, here we go.
That's good.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, well, cheers to the fucking club being awesome, man.
Cheers to you, brother. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Yeah, having a bar is fun.
It's really nice.
It's nice. It's a good place to hang.
What you don't have here is something I love about, and look, I'm a New Yorker till I die. I'll never move, but what I love about leaving a bar in the winter and just like the cold air hitting your face from your shit face, I'm like, oh, that's just like, it's like almost like getting slapped by the fucking earth.
Yeah.
I love it. And there's a few like bars where you just like you leave a dive and you just feel like fuck. I feel like
It gets cold here in the winter, surprisingly. Yeah, it gets you. Dude, we've had
how
since
cold?
Well, it snows.
Really?
It snows every now and then. Yeah, it snowed real bad one year. Like the first year we moved here, and they closed everything down. It was hilarious. Nobody knew how to drive, and they don't have any plows, so they don't just do anything. They just like wait till it gets warm. Like this is the dumbest approach to snow management ever.
Fuck.
Yeah, so nobody knew how to drive, and you would see people in like Corvettes going sideways through intersections. It's just everyone's sliding around.
Fuck?
Yeah, so every year it gets up below 30, gets in the 20s sometimes. Yeah.
Trying to find this is a Jewish shit I'm gonna do. I might pop an antacid with this because I've been drinking coffee all morning.
Does that help you?
Yeah, ulcers and shit.
Oh, you have ulcers?
Oh, dude.
I just read something about that they think ulcers have to do with some sort of stomach bacteria now.
Yeah. Well,
they used to think that it was like the lining of your stomach was getting eroded by stress, and now they think it has something to do.
I think stress hurts it.
Oh,
I hate to sound like a Jewish stereotype.
I think stress hurts everything.
Yeah.
I think stress hurts your immune system. It hurts the way you sleep, which fucks everything up too. It exacerbates everything.
Yeah.
It just makes sense that things come up with stress. But I think they have some new theory about the creation of ulcers that's different. I think it has to do with microbiome.
Yeah, I had to get put under, and they were like, they did the X-ray thing, and they're like, that's a fucking ulcer. It's a big ulcer. And I was like, all right.
Damn.
But
so what do they tell you to do, like eat-wise?
I just didn't do God, it sucks. They're like everything's bad, basically. You're like, can't like I'm like, oh, how about coffee? Like, yeah, you can't have coffee. I'm like, well, how about alcohol? It's also I have a drinking pod with Norman, so I'm like, well, I have to work. I have to go do my thing. And they're like, what do you mean work? I'm like, well, I drink on my podcast. And they're just like, what? They're just like, you fucking idiot. And I was like, yeah, no, can I have one? They're like, drink clear liquor. Like they're like, I'm bargaining with them that I can still drink.
That's hilarious.
And then so then we did that, and but then they're like, no acidic foods, no spicy foods. I'm like, this is like all my favorite shit. Like acidic food is the best food. And so I just had to chill for like 2 months with that. I was boring as fuck on the road. My friend Gary Veter tours with me, and he's so annoyed because he wants every meal to be like a fucking home run on the road. And I'm like, I'll get whatever you want, but I can't. He wants to like share stuff so we can try more things.
Right.
So he's just getting annoyed that I'm getting like plain ass food for 2 months.
Oatmeal and chicken breast.
That's everything I was eating.
Really?
But you feel weirdly kind of good aside from this like stinging in your stomach.
So
you've never had
one? No, never had one.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't get ulcers.
It's such a weird thing. And it sucks because all my friends who have had them are just like pieces of shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my friend's like, I've had them. I'm like, yeah, you're like a fucking drug addict. This sucks that this is who I'm comparing myself to, you know?
When did you start getting them?
I got one years ago on the road in Montreal, and I went to a doctor, and he was just like very French and matter of fact, like no alcohol for 11 days. And I was like, 11 days? I was like, how the hell? I was a young comic.
What does it say? Once commonly thought that stress, smoking, and diet were the principal causes of stomach ulcers. However, the Helicobacter pylori bacterium is now known to be responsible for the most, how do you say that way? Duodenal ulcers and 60% of stomach ulcers. The H. pylori bacterium also prompts many symptoms of indigestion. Treatment for stomach ulcers includes the use of antibiotics to kill the infection and acid-suppressing drugs.
Yeah, I take a Pepsid a lot. Also, people that eat a lot of like
antibiotics. It's interesting because antibiotics kill all the good bacteria too.
Yeah.
So that probably compounds the problem.
Yeah, I'm probably on borrowed time here.
Antibiotics are tricky. My friend Gordon Ryan, he's like the greatest jiu-jitsu athlete of all time. He had staph so many times that he was basically on antibiotics for a whole year, and it ruined his stomach. Like his stomach is fucked.
Well, in what way?
He has the craziest stomach issues, like some buildup of like fungus in there, and he's always ready to throw up. He has a hard time putting down food. He has
I should be laughing
stomach.
at this, but
it's crazy.
It just sucks.
Well, also when you see the guy looks like a Greek god.
Yeah.
And you're like, there's nothing wrong with that guy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, his stomach is completely fucked, and it's all started from you're not supposed to take antibiotics for a year. But all these meatheads are doing jiu-jitsu in this basement in New York City, and everyone's getting staph infections, and they don't want to stop training, so they just keep taking antibiotics and keep training.
That makes sense.
And then, years later, you're dealing with this stuff. Like, I don't know how the fuck any doctor prescribed him that, or if he just self-prescribed. Which is
Well,
even crazier.
if he's like a famous athlete, I mean, he probably.
I don't think he was that famous back then. Like, wasn't as known back. He's very known now, but
all you need is one doctor to be a fan.
Yeah,
I had a doctor back in the day. He was like, "I love you on Conan." I'm like, "Can I get muscle relaxers?" He's like, "Sure." I mean, I wasn't doing well, but he had seen me kill on TV, so he's like, "This guy's cool." So I was just racking up pills from him.
That's hilarious.
He's in the Philippines now. I think he's not even in America anymore.
Oh
I'm like,
boy,
this
he's
guy
on the
fucked
run.
up.
He's on the run. He's on the run.
But for a while, dude, it was beautiful.
A lot of guys go to the Philippines and come back with wives. A lot of older guys.
Yeah.
A lot of older guys go to the Philippines.
They're pretty women.
Yeah, pretty, young, super happy to not just be eating noodles. Let's get out of this fucking country.
That's the pitch. How would you like some just regular protein? And yeah.
Well, when you find out what most of the world makes in terms of money, you're like, you know the number, like with the 1%, if you're in top 1% of the world.
Yeah.
$34,000.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. If you make 34,000 American dollars, you're in the top 1% of Earth.
Crushing life, man.
So all these people that talk about the 1%ers, hey, look in the mirror, fuckface. It's all of us. It's literally all of us. We're all ridiculous. We're talking about people in America, you know, like this inequality of wealth. What about the world?
Yeah.
What about the whole thing?
Also depends on the state you live in, though, because 34 in some states ain't getting you far.
Oh, it's not getting you far in most.
Yeah.
In most states, it's not getting you far, you know? I mean, it's certainly not getting you far in New York and LA, but just, you know, just live.
Good thing I make 35.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, people aren't walking over here.
Yeah.
For no reason. You know, they're walking across that border because where they are is so bad. It's so bad you can't imagine it.
Yeah. It's a good place. I love America.
It's the best.
I'm a big fan.
I'm a big fan.
I like even the cities I think I won't like. Like I did a bit of my new special about Springfield, Missouri, and all the feedback I was getting was like, man, it was so nice you talked about our city without shitting on it. And I was like, yeah, I had a great time. I will have a great time in any city.
With what?
With the milk.
Like drinking milk?
Yeah, I think there's something wrong there. My mom just bought milk.
Yeah.
And I told her it was the ass, right? To get another one, that's what's probably broken. And she gets me another one that expires in August 27th. And it tasted bad. And no wonder why I can't drink my protein shakes, because it tastes like shit. So, like, I don't know what's going on.
All right. Well, why don't you just be an adult and go get some more milk?
Nigga, it is the milk, nigga. It's literally milk.
Doug, get some more milk. Get a different kind of milk. Nesquik? Yeah, it is. They make a vanilla one that's perfect for protein shakes. So, here's what you want to do. Dude, here's what you want to do. Here's what you want to do. Here's what you want to do. Your mom should never have to go to the store for you anymore. I'm not saying it's not cool if she does. That's tight. But what you need... Okay, that's tight. That's tight. Listen. Do you have a Walmart account? Doug, listen to me. Why are you wasting your time going to the store anymore? Your time is valuable, dude. You shouldn't be wasting time at the store. That's bullshit. That's shit that fucking betas do. You know what alphas do? Alphas have their shit delivered. No, it's the exact same price. So if you're like, how much is it? Okay, so for $100, it's $100 a year, and then they deliver everything for free. Just simple as that. You could do Instacart too, which is amazing as well. But it's perfect for a situation like this, where you're like, damn, this milk sucks. They will deliver you milk in 2 hours, and you don't have to go anywhere. It's faster than you going in your car and going to the store, finding parking, going fucking getting whatever it costs for milk. It's the exact same price though. So if you're like, they're going to be upcharging it, no, it's the exact same price. Whatever they charge at Walmart when you're walking your ass over there is the same that it's just going to be on the app. And all you have to do is just fucking, it's amazing. And you know why I love it? I use it all the time. I use it for all my shopping. that or Instacart. And Instacart's amazing because if you want something at Costco and you don't have a Costco membership, you order it through Instacart and you don't need a Costco membership. The person who is doing the picking up will go get it and they have a Costco membership. So they'll go and deliver it to you, throw them a tip, and you're done. And if you're like, all right, now I mean this. It saves you so much time. $100 a year, and then all your shit from Walmart is free shipping all the time, and it comes the same day. So what does that mean? You just sit on your fucking phone. You want candy bars? Okay. Well, normally when you're at the store and it's like, what fucking candy bars do they have? You're on that fucking app and it's like, you search it and they have it in all different sizes. Because if they don't have the kind of candy bar size that you want, they'll go to every Walmart in the United States to get it for you. And so it's like, oh, well, my fucking Walmart. And this isn't supposed to be a Walmart ad. Instagram or Instacart does similar things too. So we can say the same shit about Instacart. It's just Instacart, you have to pay a little bit every single time you use it. It's a little bit more expensive. Instacart's a little bit more expensive than Walmart Plus. But Walmart Plus, man, that's why I don't have to fucking go anywhere because I just have all my shit delivered. And it's always delivered right. It's never wrong. If they're ever low on anything, they'll let you know and they'll just say, do you want me to replace it or do you want me to just, you choose in the app. You don't ever have to talk with them. So like literally, I don't want to talk with them. I don't want to have any, I mean, not that I don't mind having contact with them. I don't care. But I'm busy doing this kind of shit. So they just text me when the groceries are there, and it comes. So it's such a nice service is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know why motherfuckers go to the store anymore. I have no idea. Like, to me, it's your time is valuable as an individual. So here's how I price it. When I'm a project management professional, I make $65 an hour minimum. That was my last contract. Okay, fine. So that means that like within like an hour and a half or so, about $100 worth, that's my time. Your time is the same shit. Maybe your shit is $100 an hour. Maybe you're worth $100 an hour. So that's 1 hour of your time. But then you don't have to fucking fight crowds. You don't have to make sure that you showered. You don't have to wait in fucking line. That's the big one. Waiting in fucking line sucks cock, especially if you need a lot of shit. So like what? Okay, what's a bunch of bullshit? Like your mom helps you, and I get it. So that's cool. But I'm telling you right now, you'd rather have milk right now. And for $100 a year, you can have milk. That's all. If you want to know what service I like more though, Instacart or Walmart Plus, I like Instacart more. And the reason why is they offer far more things, and they also like they offer other stores, and you can order like hardware stuff from there and they'll deliver it within like a couple hours or an hour or two. And it's like, man, it does not get more convenient than that. They can sometimes deliver it faster than I could get in the car, get there, park, go get the thing. The place where it really saves me a lot of time is for like literally construction shit. Like if I need something like Home Depot or Lowe's or even Walmart, duct tape or whatever, I can just be like, dude, it'll take me an hour to go do all that shit, or I can just fucking press a button on my phone and it'll be here in an hour. It makes sense. Of the things that you can get that are like on-demand things, the big ones I would definitely like, dude, like Disney Plus and Hulu, all that shit you can get for free on the internet. So don't get any of that shit. If you're like, oh, well, Rabbi, I want Hulu on my super big, nice computer because I sometimes do Netflix and chill or whatever. All right, that's cool. I get it. Like, Like you've got your own place, so I think you could probably afford what you need. So I'm giving you some alpha right now. You don't need like a bunch of fucking Hulu and all that other shit. What's valuable, and I think is valuable for your time, is to get two things. One, Amazon Prime, if you don't have Amazon Prime, because that also gets you all the Amazon channels, and it gets you, free shipping on all your shit from Amazon, and you can get a lot of Amazon shit delivered to your house within 2 hours. And then the other one is, I would say, Walmart Prime or Instacart, one or the other. And why that? Because then Amazon Prime will get you groceries delivered, but that's only from Whole Foods, and Whole Foods doesn't have everything. If you want fucking Pringles, I don't think Whole Foods has Pringles, but Walmart has Pringles. So you have like the Amazon thing to get you all the Amazon shit and Whole Foods and shit, and all that delivery is free, and that costs $100 or so a year. And then the other thing is, in my opinion, Walmart Plus, and why are those two things really important to have? Well, then that just saves you, out of the 365 days a year that you're going to spend, you're going to get back 5 of them, because you're not going to have to fucking wait in line and get all your food and not all that other shit. And I know you're probably like, Rabbi, my mom buys all that shit for me, so I don't have to do all that. That's cool. I get it. So if she's doing all that stuff for you, then you're good. What you can do is either suck it up, drink your fucking milk, or go get another milk, but it's on your time. Dude, it's not expired. It has another 10 days or so before it expires.
It tastes like fucking ass.
That doesn't mean it's expired.
I taste other milks before. This one tastes like shit.
All right. Well, when it comes to the best milks, so Nesquik makes a milk. Well, they make like 4 or 5 of them. They make a vanilla milk, which is like regular milk, but a little sweeter. They make chocolate milk. They make strawberry milk. They make double chocolate milk. And just pick up some of that shit. Now, if you're like, well, my mom's not going to buy all that shit, okay, that's fine. Then I'm sure there's nothing that your mom did when she delivered those groceries that caused it to have issues. Like, you put it in the refrigerator right away, right? Or no? Did you leave it out? Okay. Not in the freezer? Just checking. All right. So you are you streaming on Kick? Oh hell yeah! Good on you, man. Who's your favorite streamer? Okay, well, who do you watch? They don't have to be your favorite, but like, who do you watch?
I watch you, bro.
That's true. That's true. Okay. No, I know, but I mean, I'm not on Kick. So how about people on Kick? Do you like Action Man? Do you know who Action Man is? No, Action Man. His real name is Aaron, but it's spelled AC7IONMAN. Action Man. Anyway, do you know who I'm talking about? Okay. Do you like him? Do you like Aiden Ross?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just seeing who you like. So, in my opinion, the best person on Kick. If you ever want to see somebody who's just doing something what I feel is exciting, you'll think it's boring as shit. So I don't even think you should fucking watch it. But there's this guy named W Vagabond. WVAGABOND. He's usually in IRL, not in Just Chatting. He used to be in Just Chatting a lot. But he is on a boat, and so his IRL streams are on the ocean, which is, I think, pretty badass. Wow, like, I mean, I have enough trouble staying connected, like, just in general, and having power and all that other bullshit. It's not easy. Like, it seems easy, and yet it's easy to do for some time, but to do all the time, it can be difficult. And that guy, he does it out on the ocean, and I have a lot of respect for that. He's risking his life for this stream, basically. And so shout out to W Vagabond. He's a really good one. So whenever anybody asks me who's my favorite streamer, like at least on Kick, while he's not the most exciting thing, I like W Vagabond a lot. When it comes to other people I like Mike Smalls Jr. a lot. He's very funny. If you don't know who he is, look him up. He's got 2 accounts. One's Mike Baby, and the other is Mike Smalls Jr. And why do I like him? He's very funny. He's charismatic. He streams a lot. So he's KCIP. He did this tour with Action Man, and that's how I kind of got to know who he was. I knew who he was a little bit before then, but what else do I like about him? He asked me today, what do I like about him? I said, he has a nice smile. He did the Action Man tour, which was like an outreach tour where they did like nice stuff for the homeless, and I thought that was really nice in the inner city. And then what else did I say that I liked about him? I mean, he asked me, so I was just like coming up with shit. What else was it? I think I said he's charismatic, and he is. So, who else do I like? Well, I like Low Scam Live. That's who I was with when that guy was asking me, or like, that's who I was in Low Scam Live's chat, and that's how I met that guy, Mark, just now. What's Low Scam Live do? Low Scam Live is a streamer who he streams a lot. Like he was saying, he wants to stream his life, so I have a lot of respect for that. But he streams a fucking shit ton, and I don't know why Kick hasn't fucking gotten him KCIP yet. He fucking deserves it. I fucking love Orlando Jet. Orlando Jet, he's an Australian streamer. I used to just spam my telephone number on... I used to literally just spam my telephone number on Kick. And one time Orlando Jet called me from Australia. He's like, no fucking way. You're just spamming your real telephone number all over Kick? I'm like, yep. He's like, that is fucking phenomenal. And we have been friends ever since. I'm live in that motherfucker's Discord right now, and I have been for months. Who else? I know you're not asking me this, but it's just, I'm telling you, like, people who are good people to watch. Honestly, someone who I don't think is that exciting, but she streams a lot, and I talk about her a lot because she's always at the top of the Kick page, is Amaranth. And her shit is kind of boring, but I understand my shit's boring too. What do I like about her? I don't know. She's probably I don't know that much about her. I just know she's always on my fucking screens because she's always at the top of Kick, and my fucking bots are always spamming the people at the top of Kick. I know she just did this thing where she had a dog that gave birth to puppies on on her stream, which I don't really know how I feel about that because I think there are enough dogs out there that kind of like need to be adopted. We don't need more dogs, and we don't need more. We don't need to take advantage of like now we're gonna have creators who just literally get dogs impregnated so that they get views. I don't think that's cool, but nothing personal. I mean, I understand why she's doing it, and I think if you, from just like a technical standpoint, her her stream to me, I mean this, and I mean this word that I'm gonna use, is inspirational. Why do I say that? Her shit is always working really well. Like her lighting is good. Her fucking her computer's really smooth. I don't know what she's got, but I mean, there's a reason why she's a big time streamer. But also, she had like dog cams or puppy cams, and I thought that was really cool that she had puppy cams. Now she's got the money to have puppy cams, so. But of any girl streamer who I watch, she is not. I don't find her content very interesting. I mean, like what she's gonna do a photo shoot. I don't find like girls exercising to be very cool. But I do respect her grind. She's always fucking streaming, so good on her. In fact, when she was on Twitch, she was like the one person. Somebody asked me who, or at one point I think I just reviewed like, or I just knew that she was like the one person I noticed online who was online as much as I was this random fucking girl with red hair on at that time Twitch, but I didn't know who she was. I wish I like knew more girls on the platform, and I have to think about why is it. Well, I mean, first and foremost, if I were super good looking, I'd have a ton of chicks in here. So I'm just an average looking dude, but I'll take that. I am annoying as fuck, so girls don't want to be around that. Additionally, for every like 10 guy streamers there are on Kick, there's like one girl streamer, and the girl streamers are usually like really, really busy doing other shit. They're doing ASMR, or they're doing like they're in a hot tub or doing something, and it's like, dude, I don't have time to just fucking drop what I'm doing and just be in your Discord. And honestly, I don't work on girls. I don't mean to say I don't work on girls. I did this thing when I first joined Kick. I would riz girls, and I would ask for their permission. So I'd be like, "Hey, do you mind if Rabbi Rothschild uses a pickup line on you?" And so I'd give them the opportunity to say no, and if they said no, I'd be respectful. But if they'd be like, "Yeah, sure, go for it, Rabbi. What's your pickup line?" And my pickup line worked like nearly every fucking time. It got a laugh out loud from every hot chick on Kick, and it was this: "Damn, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." It's a very good line. And it would make these fucking girls laugh. But, you know, you make them laugh, okay, that's fine. They're not going to fucking jump in your Discord. So, then what? There just aren't a lot of girls on Discord, or on fucking Kick either, I don't think, in comparison to guys. Maybe there are, but not in just chatting. Who else do I like? Well, there are a lot of IRL people that I like. There's a guy, Benny Mac. He hates me. I mean this. This guy does not like me. Well, I shouldn't say that. He even wrote to me on Instagram. He says, it's not that I don't like you. I don't like your bots. And I understand that. He's from New Zealand. Shout out to Benny Mac if you're out there. He goes to just all kinds of big cities and streams. I think he probably has done the most amount of traveling I've ever seen of a streamer on Kick. I like Action Man a lot. I think that, though, I'll say this: I don't know all the decisions that Action Man has made. I think actually, I like Action Man a lot. I think that he's got a good story, and he does a lot of good things. I think he does some shitty things too, but he also has this other guy. I'll talk about Action Man for a second. I watched Action Man. He did this outreach tour, 14 days. They went from like Florida to New Orleans to Memphis to St. Louis to Chicago to Detroit to Philadelphia to New York City. And they went to the inner cities of all of these places and handed out like food to people, which may not seem like a lot, but I thought was really, really nice. And they didn't have to do it. So what would they do? They'd go and just get like 200 cheeseburgers or something at McDonald's and just give them to people in the inner city. And I thought that was really nice. Anyway, and then they just had a really good time too. And but they saw how hard it is to stream 24 hours. And it's one thing to be like, hey everybody, I'll be streaming, every night at 9 or whatever. Okay, everybody checks out at 9. That's great. It's another thing to be like, hey, I'm always going to be live, and I might not always be that entertaining, but you can always check me out. That's not as exciting. It's like, oh, okay, well, what about the 9 thing? Yeah, no, it's just I'll be live at 9. You can come say hi. Yeah, but are you going to be doing anything? No. When normally you'd be planning on doing something. Oh, we're going to play Chinese checkers or whatever the fuck you're going to play. We're playing Scrabble or whatever. It's like, okay, well, why don't you do that shit? I do. I just don't always plan it around quote unquote 9 or whatever the fuck time it is. All right. Who else do I like? There's another guy who was on the Action Man tour. His name is Cobras, something like that. And he likes me, but he knows that like I've been banned on Kick a lot, and I think he doesn't want to he's been banned on Kick too, and I think he just got his account back, so but he's cool. He was on that tour. All those guys on that tour. Since I watched it for I didn't watch every moment of it, but I watched a lot of the 14 days. It was like I that's how I got to see what they were like as streamers. Who else? There used to be these RV guys, these guys who would be homeless in RVs around Los Angeles, but I don't know what happened to them. I know that in LA they got rid of the homeless in the RVs, or they're doing that. So I think they moved them, but they had a pretty interesting 24/7 stream. If anybody's watching, I have literally been talking to myself for the last 10 minutes. Hold on. All right.
It's time. You see that big fucking meaty hand reaching across?
The problem with guys like Shane, for me, are I still enjoy drinking, and I like the buzz that builds gradually. I don't like just getting super fucked up. I like getting fucked up over the course of the night, but I like building to it. I like the build.
Yeah.
And Shane drinks like a 19-year-old.
He does, but he drinks Bud Lights, which is the calculated move. You're going to drink a lot. That's the Stanhope move, too.
I know.
Stanhope goes to cocktails now, but for the longest time, Stanhope drank light beer. He goes, I like a light beer because I can just start it early, just keep a nice slow burn.
Dude, you're pretty good at impressions.
It's okay.
That's not bad.
If I talk to him, if I'm around him, I can do him better.
I love him. I was such a fan of his. I still am, but I remember those old albums, Something to Take the Edge Off and shit.
Yeah. Oh, he's great.
Oh my God, that Bobby Barnett story, Doug Stanhope. It's just a I fucked the chick story, but it's not. It's got layers, and there's Henry Phillips playing the bass in the background.
Yeah.
Stanhope is and he's so cool. He's such a cool fucking guy.
He really is that guy. That's not an act.
He is Attell always says he's the closest we have to Bill Hicks.
Yeah. But he's a different thing, he's his own thing, It's
for sure.
He's Doug Stanhope,
For sure.
He inspired a lot of Stanhope wannabes.
Oh, dude, the mics. So I'm a different generation of you in stand up, but I remember the guys who were getting when I was coming up, the guys getting ripped off at the mics were Mitch Hedberg, Dane Cook, a little bit of Burr, there's some Burr. I mean, obviously
a lot of Attell.
I mean, I'm one of them. Let's fucking be honest. Like we all know who we like. I remember Norman and I would like laugh talking about like, he's like, I'm like a Norm Macdonald, Jerry Seinfeld thing. And I was like, I fucking was obsessed with Dangerfield and Mattel. So it was like, you know, and then.
Did you see the handwritten notes we have in the green room?
I love them. Dude, I love the green room. It's so cool. No, I love comedy history shit like that.
But those are from his wife. His wife gave them to us.
I talked to her on the phone. I was after Whitney's podcast. She was driving me to, we were doing the same show. And she's like, do you want to talk to, she knows I love Rodney. So she's like, do you want to talk to Joan Dangerfield? I was like, yes.
Wow.
So she calls me, or she calls Joan Dangerfield, and Joan picks up the phone, and I'm like, oh, I loved your husband so much. I was like, Back to School is like my favorite movie ever, and I love his stand-up, his Carson appearances. I'm like, I'm obsessed with Dangerfield. And she's like, you want to hear a Dangerfield joke no one's ever heard? And I said, yeah. When he was going under for a big operation, he was like, fuck, I might not make it. And if I don't have my mind, I don't want to be alive. That's all I have. I'm a comic. And he comes out of it, and the doctor goes, did you cough anything up? And he goes, yeah, 500 last week to a whore. He woke up with a fucking joke. So cool. I love shit like Back to School to me is like the best comfort watch ever, because it's like, it's only, every character serves to set up his stand-up.
Yeah.
His wife's like, you're impossible. Oh yeah, and you're easy. You know, like it's all just perfect fucking jokes.
Yeah.
You're tall and fat. Yeah, well, you're short and ugly. You remember the scene with I think about the scene because it's been ripped off so much, but when they're getting, it's like Burt Young is so funny in that movie too, but when they're getting drunk at the bar, it's like young Robert Downey Jr., who's like hilarious in it too, and they're bringing them pictures. Bring us a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes until someone passes out, then bring us one every 10. It's like, you can't be more fun than that, you know?
No, he was great. I saw him live when I was a security guard.
Whoa, where?
I was a security guard at Great Woods.
No shit.
Great Woods is it's a concert place in Mansfield, Massachusetts. And I was working security there. And I was 19 years old. And I got to see a lot of people there. I got to see Bill Cosby there.
Wow.
I saw.
But that was a good show.
It was a good show.
Yeah.
I saw Bon Jovi there.
Nice.
I was barely paying attention to Bill Cosby. I was trying to pick up this girl. I was doing a lot of chatting. I missed a lot of the comedy part. But this is before I decided I was going to be a comedian. So I only
Good for you having to work to pick up a woman at a Cosby show.
Yeah.
Set a good example for the future. Yeah.
But so I was backstage, like there was like this back area, and Rodney was back there, and Rodney was wearing a bathrobe. He had nothing on but a bathrobe, just naked in a bathrobe with slippers, and he goes on stage like that. That's how he'd go on stage. He'd go on stage balls ass naked with a bathrobe on and slippers, and just murder. So he went through this phase of his career towards the end where he would go on stage in a bathrobe. And he's just balls naked with a bathrobe on.
It's so weird.
And he would be backstage hanging out with people. His balls would be hanging out. And he didn't even care. Apparently he had this giant dick and these huge balls. And they'd just be hanging out. And Rodney would just be smoking joints and hanging out backstage with everybody.
Once you're 80 plus, it's like kind of adorable.
80 plus and super wealthy and famous. And he's doing this enormous theater. It's like this place where Bon Jovi.
How you living, Pim? Welcome. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3 years. This is the biggest event in global history, and we're happy that you're here. How's your day going? Shalom, shalom. Beautiful. How's your day?
It's good, man. It's good. Just, eating.
Excellent. Well, do you mind if I give you my spiel?
Yeah.
Excellent. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. In addition to the discussion of world peace, which has been inspired by John Lennon and Yono Oko's bed-ins. If you're not familiar with their bed-ins, they did bed-ins for peace twice in the 1970s, essentially, where they sat in bed for years. I'm sorry, for a week at each interval against war. Additionally, I have more content online than any person in global history now, having done this. You're live on 8 different YouTube channels. You're live on 33 different platforms, including Instagram, Telegram, Twitch, YouTube. Not on CNN yet. You're live on everything except Kick. Are you familiar with Kick? Excellent. Did you happen to learn about me from Kick?
Yeah, I just found you on just some random guy at the link.
Excellent. On Kick.
Yeah, WMaxer.
Beautiful. Shout out to WMaxer. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you what my bots do. And in addition to streaming my life 24/7, there's some really interesting things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed in most people's streams. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology, using technology like stem cells and human growth hormone and cryonics to live longer, potentially bridging the gap between this realm and the next through a new type of, or it's hypothetical, but we're on the verge of it becoming a reality, a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your beautiful brain, Snow White, and upload that data into a computer, which basically will be able to store your entire central nervous system and be able to download that into a robot, into a cybernetic being, into a cyborg, into an avatar, into an android, into a clone, into an ethereal being, whatever you want, but essentially digital immortality, meaning Snow White, I don't think you're going to die.
That sounds delightful.
Well, you would think. Let's talk about that. It's delightful for some people, the haves versus the have-nots. For some people, infinity may be something that seems like a fantasy, which for those in the right position, it will be, and you'll be one of them. For others, it could be torture. You could die and think that your death is permanent, when in reality, someone uses something called revivification technology and brings you back. You might have been dead for 1,000 years, but because of advances in technology, perhaps in the future, there may be a way to replicate you or even revivify you and bring you back. The idea is really endless when you give humanity enough time to be able to develop technology. And so in addition to mind uploading technology, some really important topics that we discuss are ending global hunger through technology. Like what, Rabbi? Like the use of hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, through the use of all the time. Anybody who comes in here, but usually nightly. Usually about 6 p.m. Pacific, so like 9 p.m. Eastern. And
What do you think about Jesus Christ?
You really want to know? You just asked, so I'll tell you. I actually wrote on this topic yesterday. I have an AMA on Reddit that is quite extensive. It's approaching 1,000 questions now. And so I personally, I can take the traditional route of, I would say, humanity, that it's thought that he's either just a regular, well, there's an argument to be made that he didn't exist, so there's that argument. Then there's an argument to be made that he was just a regular person who transgressed the law. And then there's another argument to be made that he was God or whatever that is. Okay, fine. But honestly, if you know that story, and I'm someone who is really almost a historian in what's a topic that's called ufology. If you know anything about ufology, it's the perfect case of a potential alien abduction of Mary, where the authorities could not prove the father of the Nazarene, and thus essentially he was seen as a bastard or perhaps like a monster in the eyes of
the Jewish would take maybe space UFOs, but they do have their theories about Mary being a form and all that.
right, but no one discusses the fact that she could have been an alien abductee. No one talks about that. That
Are you a flat earther?
no, absolutely not. In fact, I have published extensive essays against flat Earth, and also lists of ways. I've published lists of ways that you can discredit flat Earth, such as being able to see the curvature of the Earth on very flat land, being able to see the curvature of the Earth if you're elevated at sea, being able to see the curvature of the Earth from planes, being able to see the curvature of the Earth from the
What do you think?
from an eclipse.
Well, let's not get into technicalities so much. Kind of giving a superficial overview. What do you think about moon landing, real or fake?
Can you repeat that, please?
Moon landing, real or fake?
Dog. I'm one of the biggest skeptics. Not skeptics. I mean, I will publicly debate people who think that the Apollo programs landed on the moon.
Okay. So what about ignore the shape of the Earth?
Okay.
What about space makes you think that we've been there?
Well, let's discuss. Hold on. Let's discuss. Where are we talking about space? Are we talking about low Earth orbit? Are we talking about inside the Van Allen radiation belts? We have to talk about distances here.
Let's start at the lowest level.
Okay, perfect. So we get outside of the stratosphere into low Earth orbit. How many people have been to low Earth orbit? What's in low Earth orbit? That's where the ISS is. That's where Mir was. That's where Soyuz was. That's where every space mission has ever been. Every single one since the start of the space race until today, except the Apollo program. Every single mission except Apollo has been in low Earth orbit. So that's already something fishy. That we were able to go there and back perfectly, no one died, etc. So we're going to just put Apollo to the side. Okay. So then we have the Van Allen radiation belts. Well, what are the Van Allen radiation belts, Rabbi? The Van Allen radiation belts are an area of the upper atmosphere into something called the magnetosphere that is an area of very high radiation.
Okay, well, stop. Hold on a second. The fact that you think that Van Allen radiation belt is real already means that you swallow part of this idea that we know anything about space.
Hold on.
The only way we can know anything about space is by looking at it from Earth or being in space.
No. Dr. Van Allen created. Let me just say how I know this. Let me just explain how I know this, or at least because I'm a huge skeptic of it, but I can at least tell you this element of it is true. Let me just tell you what I know about them. Okay. So Dr. Van Allen, James Van Allen, developed something called a raccoon, which was a rocket and a Geiger counter. This was in the late 1950s, and he shot it into the stratosphere, into the low Earth orbit, and these Geiger counters would start to go they would start to become very active and then stop working once they hit which was the first time we ever detected the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, if you're saying you don't think that they even exist, that's fine. I'm not an absolute expert in them. Most people can't even tell you anything about them. I can tell you more than the average bear. I can also tell you this. During CNN did report on this, that during one of the space shuttle missions, that actually one of them that traveled further away from the Earth than most any of them, which was still within 1,000 miles of the Earth, so not that far out, that the astronauts were experiencing radiation sickness and could see shooting stars basically of radiation going past their eyes, which basically meant that they were experiencing some type of radiation sickness from something. Whether it was the radiation, Van Allen radiation belts, I don't know. But what this is basically telling us is that the further you get away from the Earth into a certain zone, there are, as I understand, the radiation belts of the Van Allen radiation belts are in two different sections, but nevertheless, it's the magnetosphere. Okay, so you have a huge area of perhaps radiation, perhaps not, and we don't have to split hairs on that one. I can live with both ways. And then what do we have? Then there's a lot of nothing after this huge ball of radiation that are magnetosphere, of which it protects us. And you can see this. The aurora borealis and the aurora australis are both visible at the poles and can show where the Van Allen radiation belts are essentially reflecting radiation. But that's neither here nor there.
Hold on a second. Can I ask you, where is your kick link?
I'm banned on Kick.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm banned on everywhere. I'm banned on Kick, but I'm available everywhere but there. And so what I do is I spam on Kick, and that's how you probably found out about me. And I can show you my bots. I'll show you one right now. Just for a moment. And I'll continue with the space discussion. But I want you to see this pointer. It's pink and the follow button. Okay, watch. This is a very smart technology that can recognize where an image is and follow people. And so it just followed that person. And now it's going to create a clip of them. What does the clip do? It creates a 30 to 60 second duration of their video. Most importantly, though, it says my name, which is Join Rabbi's Discord, and then some letters. And then it also allows me to name it, and then I name it my Discord link. And then, depending on the amount of time that someone has a timeout, I spam them. So that's all done, and I got 4 of these different that do that. Okay, so then back to our space discussion. As I understand, and again, I'm not an expert in this, but we then don't have a lot until 250,000 miles. So at 250,000 miles, we have the moon. And then from there, we get into Venus and Mars and such.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot to unpack in what you said, because you've said a lot, but I'm not a specialist in this stuff. I just form opinions based on limited information.
Sure.
But let's see. You are Jewish yourself?
Yep.
That's okay. And did you grow up in a religious family?
Somewhat.
Okay. Now you're just kind of like the spiritual traveler.
I daven every day. I don tefillin. I say blessings on food. I do my best to live as religious a life as I can while live streaming 24/7. I mean, my tefillin's right here. I have a kippah on right here. So, I mean, it's not traditional orthodoxy, but I think we've moved past that. And so I want to invite the world into my life. And one way that I'm able to do so is through live streaming. And so I do ensure that I live my life in as Jewish a manner as I can.
Yeah. How many people usually get on at like 9 or whatever?
It really depends. So we have some people who just aren't here right now, but they're sometimes in here like 24 hours a day. And people just kind of bounce in and out. So you watch, you'll leave and you'll have 12 people come in. I would say on a given night, there's one person in Canada who I normally end up talking with into the wee hours of the morning. I would say, though, at least if you're in the United States, every evening, we're always doing something. We watch all of the Olympics on this stream. So that just finished up. I'm really into. Are you into sports?
So
Okay.
I like big MMA fights, but
We watch all the UFCs in. We watch all the UFCs in here.
Well, I used to bet on UFC, which made me enjoy the fights, but now that I'm not betting so much, it's just, well, I don't know, man. I feel like, I'm a boomer. I'm a Christian boomer.
Okay.
And I am Jewish, by the way.
Okay.
But I didn't grow up religious. But I am full Ashkenazi Jew.
Okay.
But, yeah, I'm just a Christian now.
What's a doomer?
Doomer.
Like someone who thinks that we're in the end times?
I do think we're in the end times.
Okay, so that's called a doomer nowadays? That's not known as an evangelical Christian?
Christians don't really call themselves doomers. Doomers are more people who have an overall pessimistic view of life, which is why I say I'm a Christian doomer. There's a lot of Christians that are very ill.
Okay, so it's a negative aspect of Christianity.
Well, negative in the sense that it has a negative viewpoint of the world, but ultimately we know that Christianity is optimistic in that we get eternal life, etc.
How does that work in a world with life extension technology and mind uploading technology?
That's never going to happen. Like, we know that as Christians, this is a pipe dream, and the only way to eternal life is Jesus Christ.
Okay. Well, that's honest. Okay. Well, what if Jesus came and he was like, okay, well, we have time machines and life extension technology and mind uploading technology. I mean, let's be honest, if he came back, he would have access perhaps to that kind of stuff. Maybe. I don't know. Would you want to use it?
If you want to say that the mechanism of eternal life is this occult technology, I guess you could, you could logically make that claim, but at the same time, it's just not a very elegant. It's not common sense because the way in which God operated throughout history was through miracles, and nowhere in the Bible was it indicated that he was using technology. Although, when it comes to UFOs, I do believe that UFOs, or these alien creatures, that most of them are demons, but they do have access to technology.
Like advanced technology, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're extra-dimensional creatures, but at the same time, in that dimension, I believe that they have technology. That's why you see that they have these advanced crafts. I mean, when these UFOs manifest in our dimension, you see them as physical objects, like saucers made out of steel and all this stuff. So, in that sense, it's technology, yeah.
Okay. Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
Who?
Bob Lazar?
No.
Okay. So Bob Lazar was a physicist, allegedly, at Area S4 of Area 51. And he talks about reverse engineering of craft.
Oh, yeah.
He's talked about it on Joe Rogan.
Okay.
Anyway.
Joe Rogan is a big time Satanist.
I don't want to say everybody says that, There are people who say that because he was at Anton LaVey's son's wedding, and he didn't even know them though, and he just came with a friend, and he's talked about this publicly. He has said, I'm not, he has, like, this is, I'm paraphrasing, but he says it like this. I went with a friend to Anton LaVey's son's wedding. I didn't know that they were Satanists. But the fact that I've gone to a Satanist event means that everybody thinks that I'm a Satanist. They were really nice people. He says that they didn't do anything crazy at their wedding. I just went with a friend, but now everybody thinks I'm a Satanist. But he has said that multiple times on his podcast. I watched so many of his podcasts that, like, I've heard him say this multiple times. So I do know what you're referencing. Now, do you have any other evidence? I want to hear it. That's why I'm asking. That he's a Satanist?
Well, I mean, people lie.
No, I understand, but you never know. I mean, like.
Well, look, I mean, the story itself, and yeah, there's tons of other pieces of evidence, but that story itself, I mean, unless you're 5 years old, you know, you can smell bullshit. People don't just turn up at weddings and be like, oh, this is where I am.
No. He said that he was going with a friend, and he didn't know them directly, and he came to find out that it was Anton LaVey's son.
Yeah, just like if I'm going to.
No, he probably thought it was cool.
Invites me, I'm like, oh, this is the president of Russia. Cool.
No, he probably thought, hey, this will be a cool thing to attend, and I bet there are some cool people at it. But he didn't know all the backlash that he would get over it.
Yeah, I mean, you can be. Yeah, it's just like it sounds like bullshit because it is bullshit. Maybe it sounds like bullshit and it's not bullshit. That's a possibility. But the reason it sounds like bullshit is because Joe Rogan is one of the biggest agents there is.
Okay, well, hold on. One thing at a time. If all of your evidence, I wanted you to have something good, Snow White. I honestly wanted you to be like, hey, dude.
So look up a photo.
Okay.
Look up this photo.
Which photo? Tell me what to Google.
Give me a second.
Take your time. I thought you were going to tell me, Rabbi, I've got this amazing inside information on Joe Rogan. He sacrifices goats. He always says he's doing these hunting trips and he's doing all this other shit. But you didn't have that. The only thing that you had was literally the only thing that I knew about that whole part of his life, which was.
I literally haven't posted any links.
Okay, what?
Just Google,
Yeah.
Just Google Joe Rogan LaVey. I think it's going to be the first image. So, what is like? I mean, what do you think? What do you think about black?
About black people?
Black people.
What do I think about black people? Well, just one moment. Hold on. I'm supposed to Google something about. I'm supposed to.
I don't really want to. Yeah, I mean, I don't really necessarily want to talk about this anymore, but yeah, you can do your own research, but all you have to do is Google Joe Rogan LaVey on images, and it's the first image.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, hold on. It's his grandson. Okay. Yeah, exactly. And that's Joe Rogan being like a hard rocker, and.
Now, where do you think rock and roll came from?
I bet you don't even know.
Well, the devil.
I see how you could make that argument. Okay, we can play that game. I understand. And
what do you think about black people?
So, as I understand I'm not really referent. I'm not really familiar with black pill. I'm familiar with red pill and blue pill, and black pill. Enlighten me.
Black pill is the idea that looks are the main determinant of attraction.
Yeah, I would probably say that that's accurate. So let me just I like how you really summarized that. That was very nice. So like, okay, so at least Wikipedia says the black pill is an extension of the red and blue pill analogy. There's some disagreement among researchers and journalists over which beliefs are red pill and which are black pill, and whether the black pill ideology is a distinguishing belief of the incel ideology or if there is a there are self-identified incels who do not subscribe to black pill ideas. Some researchers and journalists use the term red pill to refer to a set of beliefs commonly held by men's rights activists, and the term black pill to summarize the incel ideology as a whole. So, at least from this, it sounds like the black pill are the losers of the red pill community. Is that correct?
You could make that statement. I wouldn't have a problem with it. I mean, I would push back, but yeah, I mean, not a bad summary, but like essentially what you had is the blue pill kind of being the baseline in the matrix, and then Neo goes and levels up and takes the red pill, and so the black pill is the next pill, where the black pill is saying, okay, red pill's got some merits, you're not totally naive anymore, but essentially you guys are just coping with all these beliefs of yours, and you're ignoring the elephant in the room.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that these labels are weaponized, whether they're black pill, red pill, blue pill. A lot of times back in the day, people would consider what's quote unquote red pill. It's just solid advice at life, and blue pill activities to be essentially lazy. And now we have changed them, and it seems as if now with the term black pill, these are the activities that within the red pill community that are more negative and focused toward the incel community.
Do you guys discuss sex and dating on here?
Well, by the state of California, I've not only been a man, I've been non-binary, and currently I'm a woman. We talk about sex and dating all the time. I'm a pickup artist. I've been a member of layers in major cities across the United States. I like to sarge. I like to go pick up chicks. My body count, I lose track at number 42. So when it comes to red pill ideology and alpha male strategies, really the seduction community, it lost a lot of momentum, particularly after Me Too. But I am one of the pickup artists of the world who believes that you can use seduction in a professional and mature manner to your advantage, and that many of the strategies can still be implemented in a post-Me Too world. Do you ever utilize any pickup artist strategies?
It's something that I looked into a lot in my youth.
Have you read The Game by Neil Strauss?
What's that?
Have you read the Game by Neil Strauss?
I've read that book, yeah. It was an entertaining read.
Excellent. Well, that's half the battle. So, yeah, we talk about that a lot. What else do we talk about? Oh, in terms of that. So, I have an AMA that might be of interest to you, where I use AI to answer difficult questions of the world? Like what? Well, in terms of like what you're referencing, what are 100 different pickup artist strategies? What are 100 different pickup artist routines? What are 100? What are the 100 most sensitive areas on a woman's body to make her orgasm? What are 10 ways to make a woman orgasm? These are
Well, I'm not interested in making anybody orgasm.
well, but these are the scientific questions that need to be asked, because if not, all we do is flirt with reality and we don't get to real answers. When you know what people want, which is essentially sex, which I guess is a black pill ideology, I don't really see it that way though. I consider it perhaps uh, a primitive, instinctual quality that we have. And so I like to discuss it a lot. And if you're wondering, why are you a yo? Why have you been non-binary, and why have you been a woman? Why are you a woman? I'm someone who really, I'm not LGBT or Q. I'm plus. I'm that plus thing. That to me is transhuman, where we are moving away from Homo sapiens and into a world of a different type of species. Why do I say this? When we're using
You sound like you have very satanic beliefs. So, I'll just say, like, I need to get right with God.
dog, I pray every day. I don't know how it's satanic. I think we will be able to live forever. And if that's a possibility, then I don't want to limit myself in any way.
Yeah, there isn't much to say that you don't already know. I mean, like, you pretty much know what I'm going to say about all the stuff that you're saying, so I would just say you need to seek Christ.
Hey, man. Thank you. Hey, you know what? I appreciate the advice, and I understand what you're saying. You said it in a very nice fashion, Snow White, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Dog, way longer than that. I've been in this bed, or a bed, for at least 3 years, dog. How are you? Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hey, Mark was able to join. Very cool. Hey, Trap. Hey, absolutely. Snow White, as you know, I'm always live in here. Feel free to drop in whenever you'd like. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the future. And if there's anything I can ever do for you now or in the future, let me know, okay?
Thank you very much. God bless.
Take care, man. Blessings. Hey, Trap, you should know that I will let you in here, but you have to be nice. And my man Tim Tam knows that, and he's been really nice recently. I helped him a lot yesterday. And dog, you don't want to be thrown out of here. Be nice. How you doing? Dog, you want to be thrown out? No, you don't. Did you watch the Olympics? Yeah, that's what people say, man. Well, are you into sports? How am I going to help you? How am I going to help Norway? That's a great question. Well, I can tell you Norway perhaps has the greatest export in the entire world. And what is that? Some of the most beautiful women on earth are in Norway. So what does that mean? That's a lot of power. When your women are in demand anywhere on earth, along with some of the other Scandinavian women out there. What'd you say? Who's homeless? Oh, Norgay. Who's that? I don't know who that is. I thought you said Norway, like the country. gonna help the whole. I'm gonna help the whole world. Dude, I recognize that. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you. Do you have anything else you'd like to say that's constructive? That's cool. How's your day going? What are you eating? There you go. What is what? What was it? I was gonna ask you what went on.
I think the problem was me not verifying my age on Discord. That's why I didn't show you.
Yep, that's exactly it. Well, I'm glad that you were able to. Now you can see all the cool stuff that we have going on. So you should be able to see me in a bunch of different angles.
I saw as well that you want to help Norway out, bro. That's really quite of you to help them out, man. Rabbi, you didn't have it, right?
I'm what?
You didn't have it.
Yes.
Okay, oh, you're in LA.
Word.
Yeah, I mean, so do you want to help Norway out? He just needs a place to crash. He's a streamer. He's got 11,000. Well, I guess you know anyway. He's got like 11,000 followers.
Yeah, I wish I could. I wish I could help him. I wish I could help him. I thought you were saying Norway, like the country. I can't help it. I can't host anyone here. Oh, okay. I can't host anyone. I'm not allowed to. I wish I could. I know it's difficult. So why do you have to be so mean? Oh. You said he's not going to murder me. I thought you said he's going to murder me. I got you. Just a moment. I got to drop one of these and come back with it, and I'll be able to hear you a lot better. Just one moment. So I'm going to look up Norway. I'm going to look up Norway right now, and I'll know who he is. Norway. Oh yeah, Norway Don Patrick. I know of this guy. Yeah.
And if you go on his Discord, then you'll be able to try to see his Discord and stuff.
I think he's banned me from his Discord, but we'll see. I hope not.
Something's going on with him and Jack or something because they just left him stranded. One of his close friends said that they just left, and when he tried getting Uber, they closed the door on him.
Yeah, well, he didn't have a plane ticket though. But he had a plane ticket, right?
Regardless if he did or didn't, I'm hearing that it was just weird vibes. Like they just took off on some malicious shit. They didn't try to let him know. And then when we tried getting the Uber, they just closed the door on him without no explanation.
I don't know, man. Look, last time this happened, Norway crashed out, and it turns out like Norway exaggerated the entire thing, right? So I think we need to hear both sides of it. What I think is, keep in mind what happened before, I think Jack bought him an LA ticket from Miami to LA, and that he bought it like a couple of days after when they arrived to LA, right? So he bought it cheap, but he only bought a thing like single from Miami to LA. But they've also got a return ticket. So if he tries to get Norway into that flight, it's going to cost him what, $5,000 or something? Do you know what I mean? So I think maybe Jack is trying to like wait it out. So he can get like a cheaper flight.
If it's more than like 3,000, I understand it. But any less, like, he's rich, bro. But I would understand like 4,000, 5,000.
But like, he's rich, but I don't think he's rich. I think he's wealthy. Because he uses his disposable income into assets, right? Yeah. He doesn't necessarily want to spend his money when he doesn't really want, like, when he doesn't really need to.
I could tell he's a greedy fuck. He's very like conservative with money because want to bet that game.
So what, sorry?
He didn't want when he Stars, the basketball game.
Yeah. He doesn't want to. Yeah, bro. Like, he doesn't want to spend his money.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Yeah, it could be that. And Norway just exaggerates those things.
Yeah, like Norway exaggerates everything. I mean, Norway never really tells the like. Norway just says it in his own mind, and because he's a crash out, everything's exaggerated in his own mind. So it's a bit like, bro, chill. You know what I mean? I think Jack's like, okay, look, Norway, like you've got friends in LA. I'm your friend. You're staying with me. You can stay with me whenever you want. I'm gonna get you a plane ticket. But why don't you just stay with Turksky or your other friends, and they can look after you for a couple of days, and then when you're with me, it's all back to normal. You know what I mean?
He is a grown man at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You could probably even hit up Mickey and Mickey will help him out, but that's just a matter of Norway asking for help.
I don't think Mickey was helping him out though. See, I think like Mickey's like fully LA. I think he's just like in it if there's like any form of content involved, right?
Nah, Mickey's not like that.
Is he not?
No, he's not like that. If anything, he's filthy rich and he don't care how, not a penny, but at the same time, where you're coming from.
But he's rich, right? But see, I feel like it's his personal brand. It's his personal brand. Like, rich.
When Vitaly used him, he let Vitaly use him for free content without getting paid them multiple times until he finally got tired of it. So I don't think Kyle was anything that Mickey needs. At the end of the day, he likes to be on camera. So all he needs to really do is Jack to get like Mickey's number or something, or tell Mickey if he could help him out a little bit and put him on the way.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if Mickey would want Norway in his house, but I mean, last time this happened, DJ Diddy took him into his house, and like Norway was just spitting on his floor, crashing out, broken all the girls. Like it was bad, bro.
Yeah, I know, but you can get him a hotel room and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If he like, they're right.
Yeah.
I feel like that's where just networking was born.
Yeah.
Mark, do you see at the top of this Discord, it says browse channels, shalom, welcome, rule announcements, and it says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Can you please go to 24/7 live YouTube streams and click the link to YouTube so that you can see all my live streams?
Where is it? Is it on Shalom?
It's below there, like 5 lines. It says 24/7 live YouTube streams. If you ever need me on YouTube, you can just type Viral Rabbi or Rabbi Rothschild and just whatever you do, filter by live, and you can always find me. But
Where'd you get your name from?
my family, and Rabbi means teacher, and I teach about futurism. So,
You're asking Rothschild?
correct.
Are you Jewish or are you like not Jewish? Or
Yes.
Islam or something?
Yes, I'm Jewish. I am Jewish through my mom, going all the way back to the Bible. I also practice Judaism. Here's my tefillin. I have
Are
my
you
kippah on.
Ashkenazi or like what's it called?
I'm Ashkenazi.
You've got Ashkenazi, you've got Sephardi, right? You've got
Yep, you have Sephardi, you have Ethiopian, you have Yemenite, you have Mizrahi, which is like Persian.
Mizrahi, right? So that's nothing like the Middle East.
Yep.
I think Ashkenazi is like from Ukraine or something, right? Poland, Ukraine.
Yep, Eastern Europe.
Yeah. Which one are you? If you don't mind me asking.
Absolutely. Ashkenazi, German.
Very nice.
I can follow my mother's bloodline to Bezalel, who was the chief architect of the Mishkan, which was like the traveling tabernacle before the temple.
You don't speak Yiddish.
A little, but not as much as I would like. My languages are something that came later in life and thus are not as strong. I work on them every day, but nevertheless, and it's
Do you
some.
guys speak Hebrew? Because I read somewhere like Hebrew is like a new language, like from like 1920s.
That's
because
true. That's
it's
absolutely
been
true.
like created so that all of the Jews can like speak a common language, right?
Correct, but technically,
Of course, it's got history, but like the modern Hebrew is created so that all Jews can like speak a common language, right?
correct, but technically, we should be speaking Yiddish. Hebrew is only supposed to be used within the temple setting, and so. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Israel is a Hebrew-speaking country, but most Jews cannot speak Hebrew. Most Jews cannot write Hebrew. Most Jews cannot read Hebrew. My Hebrew is generally limited to ceremonial and blessings, but it is something that I continue to work on.
Did you join Norway's Discord server?
I did.
So some people are saying that you're going to help them out or something.
No, I wish I could. If the people who own my house would let me, I would. I would take in every streamer, and we would have a streaming house. But I
I know
cannot.
someone look album. Okay, he was with them the other night at the club. Where's his fucking name though? Wolf something. I don't know. It was when they went to the strip club. He pulled up on Jack. He was outside of the Sprinter van.
Benny Mac.
No. It was another one. It was before that. A couple days before that. He had like a beard. He's pretty old.
SJC.
Yeah, SJC. Yeah. SJC. We were gonna let him crash out on his couch the other night.
Yeah.
But he's good. He's a good streamer too. He's a good person. You were saying something about he has property in Miami or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys saw that link? So you see how many YouTube streams I have going?
Yeah, I see it, bro.
Excellent. Now what I want you to do is go to Instagram. Do you have Instagram?
I do.
Excellent. Type Rabbi Rothschild in Instagram. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild, but I'm live on Instagram right now on 3 different Instagram accounts. So just type in Rabbi Rothschild, and you'll see there are some accounts that are live, and you'll be like, what are these? Those are mine. If you're like, why don't they say Rabbi Rothschild? I have a bunch of content. I mean, years worth of content under Rabbi Rothschild, but I don't, if I ever did something stupid, I don't want to lose that content. So I change the names every so often, so that I just have this huge archive on Instagram built up. So what you want to do is go to Instagram, and in the search on one of my accounts, yeah. But that's just one of them. Type in Rabbi Rothschild and look how many accounts I have. Just type Rabbi Rothschild and go to people. Do you see it?
When did you start doing content? Like just,
I started live streaming my life. I started live streaming my life 24/7 more than 3 years ago.
You got a network, bro. You got a network. Yeah.
I have more content online than any person in global history. Okay.
You have a lot of videos.
Yes, I do. I have tons of videos, like a whole timeline worth of videos. Now what I want you to do is go to TikTok. Do you have TikTok?
I don't know. I just have Instagram.
That's okay. Okay, so do you see on Instagram how many different Rabbi Rothschild accounts there are?
Fuck yeah.
Exactly. Fuck yeah is right. And you can also see some of them have the little red circle around them that say live. Do you see any of them that say live? If you don't, that's okay. They don't all say Rabbi Rothschild that are live. Some of them have weird names like Sop is female ejaculate and some other weird ones. If you're like, why is your fucking name Sop? Do you see them? There you go. Excellent. Do you see it's live?
Yeah.
Excellent. So yeah, you can. So how do I have these? I have created a robot on Instagram that automatically uploads my life every hour. So it live streams, and then when live stream is done after 1 hour, the robot is programmed to automatically upload that. So you can go back in my life and watch the whole.
Did you code all of this yourself, or did you get help?
No, this is all 100% by myself.
No way. What the fuck?
Right.
Crazy, bro.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Additionally, I've had 6-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. So I'm a relatively accomplished individual, and on top of my other hobbies and interests and such. So yes, I've created all of this myself. Oh, the reason why I wanted you to look at TikTok.
What made you stop, bro? What made you stop this career and focus on a different one, if you don't mind me asking?
I recognized that the best I was doing, I was making 6 figures each year, but I couldn't even afford a house. I couldn't afford the house in which I was living. And that's unfortunate that you have to make such an amount of money to be able to live comfortably, really about anywhere in the state of California, but particularly in Southern California. And I realized in some of the work that I had done, in particularly one conversation that I had with someone where we had a discussion about data, and data had overtaken water at that time, and I had as a very important commodity on Earth. And in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource.
Bro, like, I do see that, and I do see that you produce a lot of content, which is, I guess, from what you're saying, data. But don't you think it's the same content which is multiplied, though?
No, it's.
You know what I mean? So yes, you are producing more data, but it's the same, no?
Everything is different about it. I mean, we've done IRL data. IRL content. So where I've traveled at 118 miles an hour. I mean, I've driven very, very fast on the freeways. We've been to the beach. We've been to Disneyland. We've been to Santa Barbara, San Diego, Beverly Hills. And on top of that, the various things that I do on a daily basis. I mean, really, yeah, it's about going viral. But basically, it would be the story of going viral. What have we done? Essentially, that is something that you can say is really, really important for the world. We have it's essentially a collection of a human's life, like a diary. Back in the day, they would have called me a diarist, someone who wrote a diary or a journal all the time. I don't have time to write journals. I don't have.
Casanova or something. I know what you mean. Like, yeah, Casanova.
Hell yeah, I'm a Casanova, baby. I was just saying, I'm a pickup artist. I slang dick. I know, it's a way of life.
He's like an adventurer.
It's charisma. It's a Renaissance man. It's someone with varied interests. It's someone who treats people well, including women. It's a lot of things. Absolutely. It's the ultimate alpha.
That's the modern understanding of it. But what's his name? Casanova was a diarist. He was, writing all of his journey, like you are right now, right?
That's exactly right. And I have read at least the modern records of diarists. There was one guy who wrote down everything, every moment of his life, every 5 minutes for like 50 years. And I think he has the most amount of diary entries of any person. I don't have time to do that, though. So I just do that by use of the camera. And I know that person, if they were living today, they would have done the same thing. They would say, it takes too long for me to write all this down. I want to be able to describe everything about the world. That's 100% right. Exactly right. There's a movie that's similar to this that stars Jim Carrey from the 1990s that's known as The Truman Show.
Bro, that Truman Show gave me a fucking existential crisis, bro. I found, bro, see, with you it's different because you're aware of the camera.
That's correct.
Watching Truman Show was so weird because it's like, is there a camera that I'm watching me? Do you know what I mean? So
100%.
That's
so like part of it. So.
No, I 100% agree with you. And what you have to understand, though, is there is a camera watching you. Your smart televisions, your laptop cameras, your cell phone cameras, all of that delivers tiny little hidden kernels to the clandestine agencies of the world. And instead of the world watching it, essentially the intelligence agencies of the world are watching it, or at least analyzing it using quantum computing and monitoring you, which is frankly just as creepy. And so what I did, and I knew this, it's very 1984. But did you know that there's another book out there called 1985, which is the year of my birth? It's by Anthony Burgess, who wrote A Clockwork Orange. It's called 1985, and it was meant to be a follow-up to 1984. And people don't know it, but there's like a sequel. And while it was not written by Orson Welles, it is written in a manner, it's still somewhat dystopian, but there's like opportunity to escape 1984, and I recommend it. When it comes to, yeah, definitely, a lot of people don't know about it. It's 1985 by Anthony Burgess, the same writer of A Clockwork Orange. I believe he wrote it in 1978. So
the Clockwork Orange movie has. So when it first came out, didn't it get banned from everywhere, bro? Like that shit. I know we had, bro.
Right.
We had like a bag full of movies. You know, we didn't really have cable around the time. And so my little sisters got into the fucking bag of movies, bro. And I come home and they're watching Clockwork Orange, bro.
Wow.
I'm like, what the fuck? I snatched that movie so fast. In the UK, right? So a couple of kids watched this movie and went on like a killing spree, bro. That movie's crazy. Yeah. Bro, so when that movie first came out, like, it was crazy. Like, just like all the gore and stuff, apparently. I've not seen it, but I loved it.
That's true. It's one of Stanley Kubrick's more controversial films. Well, I can tell you that I am someone who felt that 1984 was becoming all too true, and I wanted power over 1984, and I was going to use the camera against it in my own way by opening my whole life to it. My whole life, your whole life is already being recorded. You just don't know it. And so I just recognize that and open it up to the world.
Bro, don't you think it could be cooler if you were allowed to use a 360 camera?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like one of those panorama cameras.
In the future, on my black hat, I want to have it on top. Yeah. Now I've worn body cameras in the past, and they're great. It's just it takes too long to upload the footage, and there's not like a really good body cam that you can wear that's comfortable that is always uploading. But basically, what I want to do is work with GoPro for a 360 camera that always uploads to YouTube. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Constantly. Or I shouldn't even say uploads, but you know what I mean. It's constantly streaming to YouTube. Exactly. And the world is going to learn so much from this when it just comes from the ideas. When you say that really one of the things that for which I'm an advocate are things like nuclear energy, are things like anti-gravity, or things like antimatter, things like a space elevator, things like a Bering Strait tunnel, things like bridging the Darien Gap in between Colombia and Panama, so that we can create a trans-American, it's called the Trans-American Highway, where you can literally take a car from the tip of the Falkland Islands to the Aleutian Islands in Alaska. So you can go from Argentina to Alaska. The only thing that's stopping us...
So I guess you're more of a futurist.
I am a futurist. I am as much a futurist, I am as much a rabbi for futurism as I am for Judaism, if not more. I think that futurism is perhaps one of the most important yet least discussed topics in society.
That's true, bro. That's true. I mean, I've looked into futurism, like, in terms of like the study and everything.
And there's, I think, only one university in the world which gives it as a degree, and that's in Berlin.
And
it's the Free University of Berlin.
And who's going to take that seriously? Not that the Free University of Berlin isn't respectful, but respectable. But exactly. Now I want to change that. So what does that mean? There are major questions out there for the world. So I get asked this question sometimes, and I don't know. I dream about it. Okay, so let's say right now, all of a sudden, we had 100,000 people watching this. Like, hey, all of a sudden, somebody out there retweeted something that I put out there. What are we going to do for the world? Okay, so there is a list of questions that are unanswered for the world, and I want to inspire people. So these lists of unanswered questions aren't things that I came up with. This is from Wikipedia. And so I would say, look, for every person out there who wants to study social studies, that's totally cool. That's great. But it's never bad to have other interests as well. And so I want people out there who perhaps previously were only going to major or concentrate in one study to perhaps be someone who is more well-rounded and start answering some of these major questions, starting with people in astronomy. So what are some questions, Rabbi, that we have existing in planetary astronomy that still exist? Okay, orbiting bodies in rotation. Are there any non-dwarf planets beyond Neptune? Why do extreme trans-Neptunian objects have elongated orbits? The rotation rate of Saturn. Why does the magnetosphere of Saturn rotate at a rate close to that at which the planet's clouds rotate? What is the rotation rate of Saturn's deep interior? Satellite geomorphology. What is the origin of the chain of high mountains that closely follow the equator of Saturn's moon, Iapetus? Look, there are dozens of these questions that humanity has to answer that young people out there don't necessarily know. Some college kid out there doesn't know that the question, how common are solar system like planetary systems? How common are they? There are other questions out there. How does the sun generate its periodically reversing large-scale magnetic field? We don't know the answer to that.
I know, but see, what I think it all comes down to at the end is the economic system of the world, right? So a lot of the stuff you're saying are stuff which would need to be funded to be researched, right? So, and where would that funding come from as well? So I think it all boils down to the economic system of the world, right? So from the 1980s, we've had the neoliberal order, right? And then now, after the financial crisis, blah, 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 it's kind of changed a little bit. I think it all comes down to that. For these questions to be answered properly, you need a lot of funding.
I can get the funding. I can easily get the funding. Funding's not going to be an issue.
For everything, I mean, you would need to change the whole entire economic order of the world to get this done.
No, I don't. Very easily, I can say to the young people out there, some of you are interested in biology. Here is a list of currently hypothetical technology that is going to become a reality over the course of your lifetime. So listen up, because those of you who want to work for a pharmaceutical company like Merck or Pfizer or GlaxoSmithKline or Lilly or Moderna or Johnson & Johnson or wherever, these are some of the unanswered problems that we have and some of the types of technology that I want you to develop. So anybody out there, whether you're age 3 or 30, if you're interested in biology, listen to me right now. These are some things I want you to develop. An acne vaccine, an anti-evolutionary drug, an anti-prion drug, artificial gametes, artificial gills, artificial super mitochondria, a caries vaccine, de-extinction. Like, here's a perfect one that I could go talking with a chat of 100,000 people at length. What is de-extinction? It's also known as species revivalism or resurrection biology. It's the process of generating an organism that either resembles or is an extinct species. There are several ways of carrying out the process of de-extinction, and we've already done this. People don't know this, but the Pyrrhian ibis was brought back. It was the first The Pyrenean ibex was a like a type of deer that was common in southern France and northern Spain that went extinct. But we were able to use its DNA and de-extinct it. So what are we talking about here?
Rabbi, so there's a new startup. I think it's called
Yes.
I'm not sure if you've heard of it.
They're doing the woolly mammoth.
So they're trying to build. They're trying to build bring back the dodo birds and trying to bring back the what's it called?
The woolly mammoth.
Like that.
They want to do the woolly mammoth, and I know about this, but that's just one of these ideas. But we could delve into this. We could bring back the woolly mammoth. We already brought back the Pyrenean ibex. So basically, here's its story. It was abundant through medieval times. Over hunting in the 19th and 20th centuries led to its demise. In 1999, only a single female was left alive in the state park. Scientists captured her, took a tissue sample from her ear, collared her, then released her back into the wild, where she lived until she was found dead in 2000, having been crushed by a fallen tree. In 2003, scientists used the tissue sample to attempt to clone Celia and resurrect the extinct subspecies. Despite having successfully transferred nuclei from her cells into domestic goat egg cells and impregnating 208 female goats, only one came to term. The baby ibex that was born had a lung defect and lived for only 7 minutes before suffocating from being incapable of breathing oxygen. Nevertheless, her birth was seen as a triumph and is considered the first de-extinction. So we have already de-extincted an animal, and I want to do that with more things, including the woolly mammoth, the Siberian saber-tooth tiger. Apologies. The aurochs, which was like a huge bull. The quagga, which was like a zebra. The thylacine, which was also it was like I think it was called like the Tasmanian tiger. The passenger pigeon, Maclear's rat, the dodo, which is what you just said, the northern white rhinoceros, and then the future. Those are all being worked on, but then there's like a bunch that potentially could have, and then we get into dinosaurs and
They just start mutating different shit to bring back different. I feel like they can't specifically bring back old dinosaurs, but they're gonna mutate shit that's similar to bringing it back.
I'm in agreement with you.
It needs to be birthed by something, right? So with the woolly mammoth, it has to be birthed or surrogated by. I mean, just think about it. That's how life started.
But they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it with an elephant.
Asian elephant.
Exactly. So the mammals.
There's no way they're not in labs just like doing this shit as we speak, bro. You know, like this shit. It may not be in our lifetime, but the next one for sure.
Exactly.
Bro, they're doing it right now. Social Colossus, it's the start of which is got a lot of fun there, and like they're doing it right now.
And do you see how absolutely exciting these topics are? And imagine we had 100,000 people who heard this right now. The internet would be exploding. When we say that we're going to bring back cave lions, pardon me? No, they would when they realize that that's all I've been talking about, this kind of stuff, for the last 3 years, that these topics are very, very interesting, and they're very futuristic. And on top of being a time capsule for society, there are discussions of futurism that are going to affect them and that they want to hear. When they can hear that the steppe bison is coming back or a cave lion, they'll make memes of cave lions and cave bears, and they'll make memes of the woolly rhinoceros. It'll be like it'll be an absolute revolution. Now that's just one of the things. That was just de-extinction. I'm just going to go back to the list of things. But when a bunch of kids out there, and college kids and high school students, hear about de-extinction, and that's a real thing, and Rabbi talks about it like it's going to be real or already is real, that's going to be extremely exciting to them. Here's some other things that I want people to learn about. Dyson trees, ethnic bioweapons, female sperm, flying syringes, hair cloning, HIV vaccines, a human Z. What's a human Z? This has been attempted at least 2 times publicly by the Chinese and the USSR. I understand. And maybe I don't want to make one in reality, but I at least want to know how to do it if we needed to. So perhaps we could have simulations that could do it, and we could see what this person could look like without having to do anything unethical. Life extension, which is the thing that I talk about perhaps more than anything. If you had to say, Rabbi, what topics do you address most on this stream? It's world peace is the most, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, life extension technology, mind uploading technology. Those are the big ones.
Right now, we can literally end world hunger. We can literally end thirst.
I agree.
It's not a matter of if we have the technology or not, bro. Like, it's literally economic terms. Do you know what I mean? So if you listen to Bill Gates talking about it, he says, look, it's very easy. It's very easy for us to do these animation programs in Africa or whatever, but it's not economically viable. So to do all of this, we need to change the economic order. Like that's what it all boils down to.
And it is. It is. The economic order is changing through cryptocurrency.
Yes. Yeah. But they lie and they make it seem like the world's overpopulated. If you listen to Elon Musk mostly, like even he says like we're actually underpopulated.
Exactly. He's got 12 kids.
He like encourages having more kids and stuff. He says like
You're 100% right. He has 12 kids. And he can.
People like it's going down as a matter of fact. And the world makes it seem so fucked up and like we're overpopulated. But like you say, it's easy to carry it.
100%.
But it's just like it's not about money, bro. Honestly, it's just like a fucked up world we live in.
Well, look, maybe we can't afford this, but I know that no other content creators out there are talking about liquid breathing. Like, what the fuck is liquid breathing, Rabbi? I mean the ability to breathe underwater like a goddamn fish. I want people to look into it. I want a kid out there to hear the word nanochondrion and be like, what is that word? And they learned it from my stream. And those are hypothetical nanomachines that are meant to live inside or with biological cells. They are named after mitochondria due to their similarities in working inside the cell and their reproduction. So it's basically a little machine that works inside your cell. Some kid out there, and I say some kid, I mean some college kid, is right now not very motivated, and they're in a biology class, and they're wondering, what can I do with my life? And then they hear the term nanochondrion, and they think, wow, a little machine within a cell. I want to look into that. And that helps to inspire them. But they're not going to hear the term nanochondrion on any other streamer's stream. And that's what's important about this. And if they are...
I guess it all boils down to what we're talking about right now. It boils down to the educational system where people just learn about crazy, boring bullshit, and you just want to change that so it's more motivating and it works within the future of society as well.
Absolutely. I'm not saying that you can't be a social justice warrior. I want you to be a social justice warrior, but be a social justice warrior who has a biology degree or an engineering degree in addition to your majoring in feminist causes or in gender theory. I want you to learn that too. Traditionally, though, people would just major in one thing and concentrate in one thing, and that's it. I want you to be a well-rounded individual. If something doesn't work out with gender theory, why can't you use your engineering degree to go and learn how to perhaps make biogel refrigeration or cellulose composite?
I think in the US, you do have Montessori schools, or you have various schools which do kind of teach you this, and I think you have liberal arts colleges, right?
There are no schools in the United States. There are no schools in the United States that are teaching about diamond trees. What are diamond trees? It's a product of a future technology in molecular manufacturing that's been proposed as a method of long-term sequestration of automatic carbon into solid diamond products. No one is talking about that. This is so into the future that schools aren't teaching about it, universities aren't teaching about it. But I want people to hear the words, to know that they exist and that these are the words of the future. Additionally, an exoskeleton engine and microfactories, tectonic weapons, wearable generators. When it comes to computing, hypercomputer, inferential programming, plant-based digital data storage, quantum memory, quantum money, robotoid, roll-away computer, universal memory. When it comes to megastructures, these are so amazing. Cloud 9, which is a tensor gravity sphere. Globus Cassis, a sea scraper. A sea scraper is a skyscraper that's built on the ocean. What an amazing idea, especially in places that are very dense, like Hong Kong. A sea scraper is a perfect answer to some of their real estate issues. Shell World and a vertical city. When it comes to nanotechnology, I would just say we have 100,000 people watching us right now. I'd say there's some kid out there who doesn't know what to major in school. And they're like, oh, I don't really know what to do. All right, to those kids, listen to me. Nanotechnology is going to be really important. You don't even know. When people today are learning about nanotechnology, Rabbi is learning about picotechnology. What's picotechnology? It's another 3 levels lower than nanotechnology. And when people are looking at picotechnology in 100 years, Rabbi using life extension technology perhaps will be into FEMI technology, which is another 3 levels. So whatever the normal people are on 5G, Rabbi's looking at 6G. When the normal people be on 6G, Rabbi will be on 7G. And that's what we need. People who are looking towards the future. Things like programmable matter. This is my favorite one of all.
I kind of think this point of view is also a bit Eurocentric, don't you think? It is a bit more US-centric. I mean, look.
It's the world-centric. I want to help the world.
8.9 billion, right? To do all of this stuff, we need to get everyone from the world to contribute, correct?
It's world-centric.
We only really have the US, which is doing a lot of these research things, right? But the US can't do everything.
It's globally centric. It's globally centric.
A child in Ethiopia can't do it either, because the child in Ethiopia has to worry about hunger.
Right, absolutely. That's why the first part of our conversation, when I give my spiel, is not about Dyson spheres and exoskeletons. It's about vertical farming and agricultural drones and digging wells. It's about realistic solutions to the developing world. Once we can, especially in Africa, ensure that we can raise the quality of life there, it's going to raise the quality of life of the entire globe.
Exactly, I agree. I totally agree. To do this successfully, bro, I mean, we need to get the whole world involved, but, you know, if only the whole world was somewhat similar to what the US is, right? Of course, the US has its own problems, but the US is one of the best countries in the world right now, correct? It's easy speaking from a US standpoint, though, because this is a country where they print money and they really use code.
Quit with the US stuff. Quit with the US stuff. None of the things that I've talked about here are involved with the US. None of it. I want to talk about something right now that I don't care if you're in Tokyo, you're in Shanghai, you're in Nairobi, or you're in Los Angeles. This is going to change your life. And you don't know what it's called, but I'm going to teach you a phrase that you'll never forget. It's called a Santa Claus machine. What's a Santa Claus machine, Rabbi? It's a machine that is capable of creating any required object or structure out of any given material. And in the future, the Santa Claus machine will be like the 3D printer on steroids. It will change the world. So what is it? It's from, the term was created in 1978. But basically, it's the idea that you'd be able to create a person in a Santa Claus machine, you'd be able to create a car in a Santa Claus machine, you'd be able to create a clone, whatever it is. It's basically a 3D printer. And so of anything that I want to inject into not just your minds, but the minds of society are some of these phrases. The world hasn't heard the phrase Santa Claus machine. And they might laugh at the name for a little bit, but then everybody in the world's going to say, I want a Santa Claus machine someday. That sounds really, really cool, Rabbi.
You're right, bro. You're right. I mean, like, people were saying that about Bitcoin. People were laughing about Bitcoin in 2011, like in 2011 or like whenever. People were laughing about Bitcoin until BAM is an actual real thing with you know, usability, right?
Absolutely.
So I think that's with everything, really, right?
Absolutely. And when I start to talk about these things, let's say they take me down on YouTube because they don't want me talking about interesting things. Well, guess what? I'm live on another 33 different platforms. I think so, but like you can get flagged because I want to talk about female sperm and male egg. Well, that's a scientific topic, but you can get flagged for that. So there's a fine line that we walk.
Streamers like Sneeko and Zerko, like they had Myron, they get speaking about those shit, like YouTube, shit like that. YouTube especially, like the topic you gotta be careful about.
You're 100% right. But I have the power. I'm the one streamer in society who has the power on all of these platforms. I have all my stuff backed up to all of them, and they can't cancel me on all of them. So if they cancel me on YouTube, that's fine. All my stuff is backed up on Instagram. If they cancel me on Instagram, that's fine. I'm on Twitter. If you cancel me on Twitter, that's fine. I'm on Twitch. I have it backed up.
Because he was helping men, bro. Like they want to control everything, especially the men. They want feminine and just like.
I even have hold on though. I even have backup accounts that don't even have the word rabbi in them, have nothing connected to me on them. They're just on the internet as basic insurance policies in case anything ever happened.
You know, Instagram or Facebook or Meta or whatever it's called now, created like an AI which finds any clip of Andrew take a peering or something like that. You know?
I don't get into that though. I mean, this isn't controversial. When I'm talking about building a Bering Strait crossing, basically connecting North America and Asia, that's not that controversial. And given enough amount of time, humanity will do it. People don't know that these are projects that as a person, take seriously. Other creators will go out there and laugh about them. I'm the person who says, I have a dream to be able to drive from Buenos Aires to London someday or Cape Town someday. And the way that we're going to do it is to be able to drive the Pan American Highway through the Darien Gap, which is between Colombia and Panama. It's only about 76 miles of jungle that needs to be cleared there. And we just have to create a Bering Strait crossing, which is another 51 miles of a tunnel between Alaska and Russia, and we'll be able to literally drive a car from Buenos Aires to London. And that's an exciting premise to me. And I want to talk about those kind of projects. You know what doesn't help us? Hey, I'm going to go on Monkey and I'm going to just riz chicks. I mean, that's cool. That's fine. But that's not helping the world. Talking about a flying submarine or gravity trains or gravity vacuum transits or a transatlantic tunnel or a trans-Pacific tunnel or vacuum airstrip or water fuel car. These are interesting things. When people start hearing these words, when people start hearing I have a passion for these things, and that I do this every single day. You've only known me for one day, but I literally have these conversations with people every single day, and I hear their questions, and I publish on these topics. If you type into Reddit, Rabbi Rothschild AMA, I have 100 ways how to travel faster than the speed of light, or 100 ways how to extend your life, or 100 ways how to harness antimatter, or 100 ways how to harness anti-gravity. I get a good question of the world. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's possible, and there are over 100 ways how to do it. In fact, you can find them. I'll read them to you right now. Just one moment.
If you're talking about like being healthy or stuff, how to live longer, I have a nutritionist and she basically tells us everything that the doctors know and try to hide from you. Like it's real easy to be healthy, but you gotta put in the work and eat certain foods. Stay away from certain type of foods. You gotta see your blood type. I know what foods is best for yours. And it's just like, like if you want to live healthy, bro, there's nothing right now that's like you can just take like a vaccine. You're gonna like say, I'm gonna keep it more years, but it's just like taking care of your body.
Sure there are. There's stem cells. There's cryonics. Hold on. So here are. Absolutely. Okay. So here are 100 ways to travel faster than the speed of light. There's warp drive, which is faster than light propulsion system that bends or warps space-time. There's an Alcubierre drive, a specific type of warp drive that creates a bubble of space-time around a spacecraft. There are wormholes, which are passages through space-time that can create shortcuts for long journeys. There are tachyons, which are particles that always travel faster than light. So we've always been told that you can't travel faster than the speed of light. Well, that's just one of the things that is going to change in the future. Tachyons travel faster than the speed of light. Quantum tunneling is another way to do it. It's a phenomenon where particles move through barriers faster than would be expected classically. There's string theory, which is the framework in which one-dimensional strings vibrate at different frequencies, potentially allowing for faster than light travel. Extra dimensions, these are theories involving more than the usual 4 dimensions that might allow shortcuts or new pathways. There's folded space. It's a concept of folding space to bring distant points close together. There's teleportation. It's theoretical, but it's instantaneous travel or transfer of matter or information from one point to another. There's phase shifting, changing the phase of matter to bypass traditional spatial constraints. And it names 100 of these. So traditionally, yeah, you can't travel faster than the speed of light, but we're breaking all of the traditional laws, and that one will be broken as well.
I think, right, I don't know if this is theoretical, maybe it's religious or something, right? Do you know the Oort cloud?
Enlighten.
That asteroid thing's no light. So do you know Voyager 1 or Voyager 2?
Yeah,
So
yeah. Now I know what you're referencing.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's half the solar system and everything like that.
Yeah.
And now it's like it has to pass the Oort cloud to access above our solar system, like area kind of thing. But bro, I think that Oort cloud is there to protect us. I don't know. It's quite religious, I guess, in a way. But I think, like, even if this warp drive or whatever is true, I don't think it'll pass the Oort cloud, bro. I don't know. It's theoretical, bro.
No, it would pass that cloud, auto cloud, and within like the first perhaps 1 hour or so. I mean, it's traveling faster than the speed of light, so that's not that far. If you want to know the next closest star to the sun, it's Alpha Centauri. It's Alpha Centauri, and that's 4 light years away. But we could essentially bridge that gap with the right amount of technology near instantaneously with some of this technology. But even still, 4 years is reasonable for people to go there and back. It would be 8 years of your life to be able to travel there. But these are just some ideas, and I'm not saying that we have to do this. But right here, this conversation that we've had for the last 30 minutes is a more fascinating conversation than anybody's having on Kick. And that's not a knock on Kick. It's just no one else has the courage out there to be able to talk about these things with such confidence and really say that these are the future terms of tomorrow. And I don't really care about Monkey. I don't really care about one influencer making fun of another influencer. I don't really care about someone's clips. I care about the future of society. And that's going to resonate with people. Finally, people are going to say there is an influencer for me, and they're always online, and they have more content online than any person in global history. This is the most fascinating thing I've ever seen ever. Or at least we can hope. But if given the opportunity, the second that we go viral, I'm going to say, especially people in college. Why? Because their whole lives are ahead of them, and they're currently involved in academia. And I know a lot of them will change their mind 10 times over the course of their careers on what they want to do. And some of them may not have heard some of these terms that I've used, but somebody out there may say, you know what? I've suffered from acne my whole life. I would love to be one of the people on the project that Rabbi talked about to develop an acne vaccine. I want to be the person to help with that. And they dedicate themselves, their life to that. I mean, that's just going to happen. And when, I'm sorry, like today's people, let me just say this, people don't get what I do because, frankly, they don't always listen. But when they have a chance to listen about what I'm saying, they realize that this kind of along the same lines that you've said, this is much bigger than any influencer. This is much bigger than any stream. This becomes religious at a certain point where we're having the discussions of the great philosophers of the world and the great theologians and the the great minds of yesterday today. I did hear. I saw it. Wasn't that wild?
There was like 7 doctors who died in there, 7 who got off right before they rebooked their flights or something like that. But they were cancer doctors, whatever, researching cures and stuff like that. And some of them just happened to die. There's just so many stories and shit like this. Like
you're 100% right. Yes.
They don't talk about that part enough. Like people were trying to cure like all types of diseases that are uncurable, like as they say. But not only that, bro. There's been people who disappeared who made cars run on water and shit like that.
100% right. Yep. His name was, his last name is Myers, and
yeah, I heard about that. He's like
Stanley Myers is his name.
How cars run off water.
That's right. And allegedly, he was at a Cracker Barrel in the state of Ohio, meeting with some oil executives, and he was witnessed running out of the Cracker Barrel restaurant saying they've poisoned me, and he died later that day.
Yeah. It's almost crazy shit, bro. Like they'll whack anybody, bro.
That's exactly right. And you know what? The last words that I said, or some of the last words that I said, when I was discussing the things with engineering, were a water-fueled car. That's absolutely correct. And pardon me?
Do you believe in aliens?
Absolutely. I'm a huge advocate for alien disclosure. In fact, of any topic aside from world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, alien disclosure, we talk about it every single day. In fact, I would say I listen to an alien podcast on average probably 3 hours a day on here.
Do you think aliens are on us?
Fuck yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah, and the more and more I learn.
You ever seen that picture of like a president or something? Like
yeah, so let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. So let's talk. Yep. All that is true. Yeah, dude. You know what's up. Okay, so hold on. I'm a Freemason. My man, I think we've got my man Jacob in here. He's a Freemason. This, and while I can't go into the secrets, I can tell you that this is much bigger than free.
I went to a Freemason meeting, bro. So I went to a Freemason meeting. I think it's on like every 7th of a certain month.
That's just, it depends on your lodge. It depends on your lodge. There's a saying that we have: to be one is to ask. If it's something that's of interest to you, inquire within your local lodge. I can tell you that what is being referenced here is not necessarily a Masonic event. It was much more a clandestine event. Specifically, we have to talk about a few different dates. The first is in July of 1947, we have the Roswell crash. Then in 1954, at 2 different times, we have President Dwight D. Eisenhower, who allegedly, and this is the event that was being referenced, where we have Dwight D. Eisenhower, who first met with allegedly an alien race at Edwards Air Force Base in California, and then again at Hallerman Air Force Base in New Mexico. And the first agreement that they had at Edwards Air Force Base was solidified at Halleman Air Force Base later that summer, which basically stated this: there has been an ongoing program for abducting humans for tens of thousands, if not millions of years, that were essentially seeded here. And in exchange for reverse engineered alien technology, I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm adding some facts or some details to the points that you made. I believe it as well. I think it's absolutely true. And you know who else believes it is Dwight D. Eisenhower's granddaughter. She's spoken out about it as recently. I heard her speak about it earlier this year in an interview. So, in answer to your question, Mark, yes, we talk about aliens quite often on this stream, and I consider myself.
How come no one's actually ever seen an alien? I mean, like,
They have. They have. So they have. Stop. You don't know where to find the evidence. So if you want to find the evidence right now, I'll show you what a crashed alien saucer looks like.
It's fucking crazy when you say you have seen one. Though you seen that video of when the alien landed in Las Vegas? That was a Hispanic family. They had no reason to fucking lie. Because prior to that, there was like multiple like men in black.
I know what you're saying, and you're 100% right.
Like studying the area, and there's a lot of radiation, but specifically it landed in.
I 100% know what you're referencing. So, I'm just going to pull up the link. This is known as the top secret KGB UFO files. It stars Roger Moore. He was a James Bond. And what is this? And actually Jacob, who just joined us, he was an alien skeptic, I would say, up until like this week. And what happened? He took some time and we watched a couple of documentaries together, and he, alongside another one of our friends in here, Frosty, they both said to me, we believe. We didn't believe perhaps before, but at least something's going on. And so what are we going to watch? I just want you to see the same thing that I showed him. They could be anything.
We have so many offers right now.
Yeah, and so you're like, you had asked the question. Hold on. We do. That's the thing. You guys aren't in the places where this evidence is posted. It's usually posted on only a few certain websites. Okay, so what we're going to do right now, I'm going to show you what a crashed UFO looks like. Now,
Hear me out, like, a lot of things, one or two things, they're either like real evil or from the devil, or they're just like us in the future, because look how advanced we've gotten.
Okay, that could be.
Like, past 200 years of technology, what if they're us from the future, making sure we're like on track, or just like, doing what we're supposed to, so we don't fuck up the timeline.
Sure.
I don't know.
Go to the Watch Now feature. Watch together.
I feel like they're us from the future, bro.
Okay, click the Watch Together.
I'm here.
Okay. So do you see this craft? You're going to see like little discs flying. Now,
KGB?
Yeah, exactly. So don't worry, the footage gets really good. But I just want you to be able to see that our pilots and Russian pilots see this stuff every single day. All right, so I know you want to be like, Rabbi, show us what a fucking crashed saucer looks like. Here we go. Here's a fucking saucer on the ground from Russia. Okay. So this is a crashed saucer, and this is video from the KGB of what one of these things looks like on the ground. They have it on multiple cameras, and they get really up close to it, and you get to see. That's okay. This guy talks for a little bit. Let me make sure. Okay.
My accent, she's too little rusty.
Yeah, I can see that.
There's different. I feel like there's too many species of aliens.
Well, there are at least 120 that we've documented, like the government. All right, so you can see where these guys have like an army team from like the 1950s or 1960s. They checked all of the uniforms. Everything is consistent. So like this isn't faked footage to the best of anyone's knowledge. And you can see that disc, it's there and it's not that big. And they get up really close. The one thing they don't do is they don't get inside it. But I mean, when you guys were like, why don't we ever get any evidence? Dog, there's a crashed saucer from the
Bro, this is an evidence of an alien. This could be a secret project of the CIA, which even the states of the United States of America doesn't even know because it's secret. They just don't have access to know about it.
I understand that. Okay, so you want to see an alien?
Do you know what I mean, though?
I asked you a question. Do you want to see an alien? I asked you a question. Do you want to see an alien? Absolutely. The answer to that is fuck yeah, Rabbi. If you can show me an alien, I'll fucking see it, man. Okay, so I'll answer all your questions. This one, there was a $10,000 reward, and on Reddit, if anyone could debunk this from being a real video, and no one could do it. And so now I'm going to show it to you, and that means, and I think it's still up as a reward. This is a very famous video that was uploaded randomly to the website. I'm sorry, to the internet. Nobody who knows like basically who posted it originally. So this is what aliens I feel look like. This is at least what this is video of them. So this is like me showing you a new kind of animal species. So this would be the alien gray, the traditional gray that people see. And so get ready. It's pretty exciting. Here we go. Apparently they seated us here. So they aren't visiting us. They seated us here. They seated us here. Like a zoo. So just watch this. You're going to see what aliens look like. It's not CGI. This came out in 2011, and there is a reward online for anyone who can debunk it, who can say it's CGI. No one has been able to claim it. So you can just say it's CGI, knowing nothing about CGI, knowing nothing about how this reward hasn't been claimed. So honestly, Mark.
I feel like it's a good visual representation, but I don't think it's real, to be honest.
Okay, don't believe whatever you want.
Yeah, it's like that because it's a little policy. You know, you might like whoever makes the bet without a certain rule set is going to be able to say no to any form of amendment.
I get what you're saying. I'm saying to you that it hasn't been debunked. I understand what you're saying. It's impossible. But I'm saying, no, it's not. You could easily put this through software and say, this is a digital reproduction.
They make movies for a reason. Like it's a universal law. They're not allowed to lie to us. It's just like something that they believe in, so they hide it. And they tell us the truth in subliminal messages. And they put it. They give it to us in a way that's like funny. You know? You ever seen those funny like commercials of reptilians? It's like that's them telling us like, you know, a lot of motherfuckers is real, but we ain't gonna directly tell you because you know, it's our universal law. But like a lot of these movies, bro, they have a lot of truth to it.
All right, so in answer to your question about hasn't this been debunked, you can go to the Reddit subreddit. There's a subreddit literally dedicated just to that video that I just showed you, and if you want to debunk it, you can. But I mean, there's an entire subreddit dedicated to it, and to this day, it's still hasn't been debunked. Now, what they're starting to do is use AI on it, and AI is starting to say that it is legitimate, that it is not CGI. So whatever you want to take that for. But they have some interesting articles in here. I mean, one of them right here, a Medium.com article says Skinny Bob is not CGI. Medium.com is a pretty legitimate publication. So at least Medium.com. Now, I'm not saying, oh, because Medium.com says it, now it's fucking law. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there are some somewhat mainstream articles that say Skinny Bob is not CGI. Whether it is or it isn't, I don't know. But I can tell you this, as a ufologist, it's the best evidence that I have. I just showed you what a craft looks like from another star system and perhaps what another species looks like. I know you haven't had a chance to really take that in and absorb it, but that's a lot. Dog. You guys are smart. Trap and Mark, you guys are really smart. And Jacob, I already knew Jacob was smart. Go to, hold on. I don't want the link. Go to the subreddit that has all these arguments. Okay? Go to the. Okay, that's fine. That's one person's opinion. Go to the subreddit Skinny Bob. Okay. Now, I can counter your article with the Medium.com article. So this at least, if this were really easy to solve, they would need a subreddit. They wouldn't need people to be talking about this. No, it's still a question out there that it could be real. And you guys had never seen it. And you guys didn't know that this was one of the most controversial pieces of footage that we have in all of society, but in particularly in the world of ufology. But now you know about it. And you may say, you know what, Rabbi, that's been debunked. I don't think that's real. That's okay. I'm not going to sit here all day and do my best to convince you of what's real and what's not. It's just you're not going to see this on the nightly news. You're not going to see what the best evidence we have is. And trust me, I have trekked through a lot of shit and a lot of really bad UFO documentaries to be able to give you the best stuff. And what you just saw, where you have a crashed UFO, you have UFOs flying from military footage, and you have a living alien that at least hasn't been fully debunked by anybody. If it's been fully debunked, then they wouldn't have a subreddit that has daily discussions about it. These are all just some interesting topics. You guys are smart, though. I want to reiterate it. You guys are a smart group. Thank you, big dog. So these are just some of the topics about which we reference, and this is unlike any other stream that anybody has. I mean, I watch everybody's streams. Everybody has the same fucking shit. They do monkey, they play their little video games, they talk to their chat, they play monkey, they play their little video games, they talk to their chat. And it's like, okay, but they don't talk to them about advanced propulsion and nuclear fission and nuclear fusion and tidal energy and geothermal energy. They don't talk about game theory, and they don't talk about cryptozoology and de-extinction. I mean, these are things that are fascinating to me. And I will say this, I don't believe everything. I just think it's important to have these discussions. If somebody's out there who's like, hey, I don't believe in cryptozoology, I can tell you that there have been animals during my lifetime that they used to classify as cryptozoological beings, specifically, off the top of my head, the giant squid. The giant squid was not photographed until the early 2000s. And when I was a kid,
it was always a question of whether the giant squid was real or whether it was just these questions from like old sailors who were just making up stuff and they were just hallucinating and they were in love with mermaids. But no, it turns out that these giant squid are absolutely real. They're some of the biggest creatures in the ocean, and they went from cryptozoological, hypothetical, theoretical being to a real biological species with a genus species name. And that's how quickly something like that can happen. So when I hear someone saying, well, that's cryptozoology, well, one person's cryptozoology is another person's biology. And if anything, I don't think it's bad to at least have the discussion. You know, I've debated flat earth people in my life, and while I'm not a flat earth person, I'm glad that I know the flat earth arguments so that it makes me more confident in my own beliefs and why I think that we live on a spherical earth. Excellent. Jacob, how are you doing today?
I'm pretty good. I should have something on now.
Sometimes we have trouble hearing Jacob. Could you guys hear him?
His connection's fucked, he said.
Oh, okay. Well, Jacob's a nice person, and Jacob is the proud new owner of a new puppy named Oliver, and sometimes can cause a ruckus in his life. What kind of dog do you want to get?
To be honest, a German Shepherd, but I want to really train. Those are smart dogs.
All right.
But I also wanted like a mix bulldog, like an exotic-looking bulldog.
Like an English bulldog or a French bulldog?
Not the little ones, probably like an English one.
I gotcha.
Yeah, some badass ones that have like orange and that like gray on them, like a badass coat.
I
I think
gotcha.
it's an English bulldog.
Have you ever had a dog?
I had a few, but I was too busy to actually keep them. Not gonna lie, so I'm just waiting till like the right time. It's like having a kid, bro.
Dude, you got that right. And you know, it's like a 15-year decision.
Yeah, bro. Like, you're not gonna get it temporary. You gotta like get time. I want to do have time to take us to the vet every once in a while and just help them out.
Right.
There is, I don't really deserve the time to life.
100%. And especially for a young person, having a dog is difficult. Especially if you're going to have to move and many of the other challenges that happen when you're young. What kind of dog did you have?
French bulldogs, and I had a husky mix.
Man, French bulldogs are becoming so popular.
Yeah, they're a handful of dogs. You gotta take care of them. They get sick easy.
I've heard that.
Their genetics are already fucked up from being bred.
Right, I've heard that. But they're cute.
Yeah, they're funny.
So you had a French bulldog
2 huskies.
and 2 huskies. Did your huskies cry a lot?
They just real fucking hyper, bro. And they shed a lot.
Oh, hell yeah.
Those dogs, you have to be active with them.
Right. Yeah. So they.
Belgian Malinois, though. You ever heard of those?
Yeah, Belgian Malamute.
Yeah, bro, those dogs are badass. I heard that those are a lot of work too, way more work.
Yo, so did your huskies, were they vocal?
Like cried a lot? Nah, not what I had. She was a puppy. I had two puppies.
I gotcha.
I had a problem back there. I'll just get dogs and I couldn't take care of them.
Yeah, that happens.
So I like the company, the dog company.
Fuck yeah, dude, dog company is the best. Dude, dogs are loyal. They're the best cuddlers. There's something about cuddling with a dog. I mean, girls are tight. I like cuddling with girls too. I'm not going to put that down. Oh, absolutely. You've got a little partner in crime, a little sidekick. Yeah, dogs are amazing. Mark, do you like dogs? Mark, do you like dogs? Mark, do you like dogs?
Yeah, I like dogs, bro.
What's your favorite kind of dog?
Probably like a Labrador or a Golden Retriever or like a Mixed Retriever.
Ah, the Labrador.
Yeah. I like them because they're friendly, but I did have like one of those Japanese dogs, right? It's a Japanese dog, but it's being like Americanized. It's called an Akita.
Yeah, absolutely.
Akita, is it?
Yeah, like the Shiba Inu.
Yeah, like the Shiba Inu, yeah. I really like the dogs, the ones that come back. It's kind of similar, but it's like, so it's not like the Japanese ones, it's more like the American ones, so there's two different breeds of it. I guess, yeah.
It's the mix of a Labrador and a Golden Retriever. That's just they're just all retrievers, right?
I don't know.
I think so.
They're different though. They're different in a way. I think like the Golden Retriever is like more hairy and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
It's more like a water dog or something.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're just like the same subspecies, or or they're different subspecies, same species, obviously. Yeah, they're wonderful dogs, both Labradors and Golden Retrievers, and the Huskies that he was mentioning. They're very popular in the United States, but there's so much work. They need, or they should have like a lot of space to run. They can be very vocal, meaning they like howl into the night, and they can be.
Bro, like I think he's quite similar to a husky.
You're 100% right. Exactly. Yeah. And word. Yeah, the Irish Wolfhound. Yeah, just one moment. Yeah, no, the Irish Wolfhound. Ah, okay, yeah, and then they make that bear dog, that like Russian bear dog. Do you know what I'm? Yeah, so it's called. Yeah,
it looks like it looks like it's best master.
Yeah, the Caucasian Shepherd dog. This
Oh,
they made this thing to fight off bears. Yeah, these things are huge. Mark, so you're a fan of Lil Scam Live. Who else do you like?
Norway.
Okay. Anybody else?
So I watch Norway. I watch. I sometimes, not regularly. Like he rarely goes live.
You're right about that.
Let me think. I used to watch like Feel Like because they all passed, so not anymore.
Yeah, they did. Just one moment. I'm going to talk about that. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom.
I don't know what else. We have to be on my beaches. Yeah. Well, I thought it was very kind of like more crazy. You got fucking tossed around like this. Like, this isn't great. So they're going to act like it. Yeah. That's what she's flying, bro. Yeah. And then, like, Zerka says, I hurt my shoulder. But Zerka knew that the shoulder was a folder. If you know your shoulder's going to be a folder, then you obviously want to move like that towards the chest in the first place. You know what I mean? He wasn't kicking as well. So you can basically what happened. Yeah. Like if this people have lifted your shoulder, doesn't make sense. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. He's got something different from the good, yeah. Yeah. I can imagine that situation like that. My shoulder's not working. Very bad. I just do my hand. Bro, he doesn't want kind of shit like that. So one usually likes that. You know what I mean? Yeah. He has a bigger reaction from the yeah. Like, it goes to show, like, size of the bird.
Just 1 second, guys. I'm adjusting the camera.
Yeah, so it's fine, bro. Which streamers do you watch? Damn, Fuji, Jack, Roy, that's 24. I really watch. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm mixed up now right now, bro. Like, I don't think a lot of people are live anymore. Yeah. Yeah, so I think everyone's complaining about that PCI and stuff like that. So, I would like to tie for a bit, but how much you like fake scripted versus scripted fully, bro, because like he said that they weren't. Do you think they are? I feel like it depends on the guest. So a lot of these guests they care for clout, and he brought in some rappers that and like really in the streets, so they wouldn't like agree to any like fake shit. Like when he brought some rap in white shit to rap from Compton, and I think that one was real. So I think it depends on who he brings. Even Mickey said he's Christian shit. Oh shit. Yeah. The farms too much to it. It's just like the kind of corny watch. Yeah, little white kid was real so far. Yeah. And then again, like one is to get video and have that big one on the pedophile labels just for our money. I just remember to me. Don't you think like they'll die out because there's so many streams right now, and not all of them go live? And not all of them go viral, right? All of them die out. So like
the child predator
got so
one.
many streams of loads of people, right? So I just said like them. Yeah. So it's like the actors. Nah, definitely don't know you, bro. Like, if people know you, be careful. Like, yeah, like that. I mean, I still wouldn't do it, to be honest. Because $1 million, I'm gonna have that label on it. Your future networking is like, it's the problem. Don't you think, like, he knows that, and that's why he, like, tries to pick immigrants? Like, I don't know, to be honest, this is hard time. Yeah, for someone who's going to give up lives instead to be,
Mark, that's an excellent point.
I like 6 months to get anyway. But then the cops actually do this. Like, you can do that, and you're that late, and the cops do that, your case. So it's like, cops do it, I don't come for it. Remember that Ryan question down all the cops. It's no keep your area, care you're really ready, like, pressure shit. Yeah.
I don't know, to be honest. It's hard to tell. I feel like some of them are, some of them are fake. Yeah. Sounds a bit tight. Scam last year. October, I think. Yeah. So I watched this. It should be getting bored all the time. Yeah. I like watching IRLs. Yeah. But see, Scam does not the fun IRLs all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. I tune in more like at night. I when I'm chilling. Today I want to see that crazy shit. That's why I recently started watching Jack. I don't know about him since Magic Cable John Stacey. That's how I don't know Jack, but I started watching my live stream. They're funny before. Yeah, but that's hilarious. I feel like Justice live stream is convenient for him to get clips and stuff like that. Because otherwise he's on Snapchat stuff. So he has two cameras with him, doesn't he? Yeah. One of us for YouTube then. That's what I noticed. Yeah. He does the live stream, he does talk in a way like speaking to YouTube video. He does. I mean, I've seen two videos of him where like he's on the live stream stuff on video. Yeah, I can see it on YouTube too. Same shit I see on stream goes down like different stuff to YouTube. Brando. The guy who crashed it into the house. Yeah. Oh yeah. I go there. Yeah. Great. He's like as a side character. Yeah. Bro. I feel like John trying to make it on the side stuff. I just let the work because Brando is way too shy for the camera. So now Jack lost the Norway. Because like Jack was like. Norway, you're easy to replace yourself. So he's trying to use Brando like humble Norway, but it didn't work. Norway got jealous. Yeah, so Norway got jealous, but then always Brando on the camera. Norway was like, okay, Brando's right, correct. So Norway's always tending to show Brando. Yeah. I wonder what your thoughts for that fucking kid. He seems like another reason for fucking money. Yeah. Also spending 90K to go off from the tribe or something like that. Yeah, you guys fucking jackass. Spend that money, you think you're gonna get out of opportunity like that. Yeah. That's why you win Jack, to be honest. Yeah. He's not here yet. He's not here. I read some stuff about like lives and stuff like that, so I know like the systems and everything like that, right? Do you think that when the police force him, that takes a mental health because they're not allowed to arrest him right? Or is it just like he's probably got problems or something? It's an evaluation of choices. When you get right, something like that, it's great news. They asked me something he was doing, they're like on what percent he was saying. If you're saying, can kill myself, something like that. The crime wasn't as bad to put on. I don't know laws in Miami, but maybe the crime wasn't as bad as I want to. So like, they had a album, they put an album on night, and then yeah, but it just did a mental evaluation on him, to be honest with you. Yeah. He said he did. I'm not sure he got to see you. He said he didn't.
Get into the pup party. If you've never played, it's really easy. Continue the discussion, but it's a fun little game. Do you guys?
I'm not sure like 5 minutes outside DUI. Is there like trial stuff supposed to give that ticket? I Came from his soil, that's what. It's not like he lives there. Or he's tribally in fucking Miami.
Trap, get into putt party. Get into putt party. It's a fun game. Mark, get into putt party. Continue the conversation. So, as I understand it, Vitali is done with his season. Is that correct? I think so. Vitali, he had on Lil Pump on Monday, and it was his. I believe it was his like season finale, something like that. He gave me a shout out. I think he's cool. Yeah. I didn't see it myself, but somebody told me he did a shout out for me. I did a shout out for him. I told him that I liked that he was keeping the streets clean. So he's been cool. Hey, Jacob. Jacob, can you hear me? Hey. That's okay. Hop into putt party. Hop into putt party. Hell yeah, pimp party every day of my fucking life. Get into putt party. PUTTPARTY. It's one of the options. Trap, do you watch any female streamers? Trap.
No, I don't, to be honest.
I don't either. I kind of find them boring, to be honest with you. Word. She was cool. Do you know who Ali Boba is?
No, I don't.
She's a pretty hot chick on there. She's nice. One time I did a shout out for her on.
I used to watch this girl. What's her name? That's the only streamer I really. That's not a streamer, but a company that I watch. Females, we have
Oh, I know. Do you ever watch Amaranth? Do you ever watch Amaranth? Damn. You just made a hole-in-one. A really nice hole-in-one. Somebody did. Yo, Trap, do you ever watch Amaranth?
No, who's that?
That redheaded bitch who's always at the top of Kick? You don't know who that is? I thought everybody knew who that bitch was. Dog, I'm hustling people. All right, here we go. That was practice. Now the real deal. Jacob, get in on this. Putt party. What we call it the pimp party. All right, choose wherever you want to have it. 1-1's Pumpington, 1-1's Spinnington. All right. I'll leave it up to fate. Here we go, Bumpington. Bumpington. Ooh, that's a tough one. All right, here we go. Play the shiz.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna walk my dog. I'll be right back. I'm gonna walk my dog.
Certainly.
Source is working right now. So I'm running right now. I need it. You're doing right for hours?
I have not. Is it good?
No, taking MVP, but it's pretty good.
I'm sure. Damn, Mark is kicking ass. You should know whenever you go over those little question boxes in the lower right corner, you'll have the ability to use the power-ups. You can hold it down to see what it does. Yeah, you've been fucking me probably. I always get fucked by him. I'm about to fuck somebody on him right now though. I use the sticky wall one. There you go. Mark's coming close to winning this one. Oh shit. Last hole. Mark's going for his first win. I can't even fucking go because I got so much like shit that whenever I try to hit the ball, people use all their power-ups on me. Get in there. Mark with the win. Nice job, man. Very, very good. Trap did better this time. Like twice as good. You guys are getting pretty good very quickly. Trap, do you play any real sports?
That's pretty much it.
Alright. How about you, Mike? Oh yeah. Mike, do you play any sports?
Not recently. I do horse riding, stuff like that.
Did you used to play football?
Yep. Football as well.
What position?
Soccer.
Oh, that's a good position. Yeah, exactly. Did you score a lot of goals? Or did you defend against a lot of goals? No, did you score a lot of goals? Yeah. Did you score a lot of goals?
Yeah.
Were you the best person on your team? This one is weird. It's like Plinko and The Price is Right, if you've ever seen that. if you lose on this one, it's kind of like up for chance because it's wherever these fucking balls go. Oh shit! Somebody just got me with a power up. Navly. Damn, Trap is fucking kicking ass. Oh, go in the fucking hole. Oh, you're shitting me. Oh, it just... Dude, don't touch it. Don't touch it. I'll get knocked back down. Perfect. This ball has been going on its own for over a minute, basically. There you go. Trap. Trap is doing really well. Gotta stop his ass. Dude, that one hurt. I think it added 5 strokes to my score, basically. Trap's got the win. Trap's got the win. Nice job, man. You played really well. Dude, that's the best round any of us have had. 2 under. Good job. Mark and I tied for second. What position, Trap, did you play in basketball? Like, were you a point guard, a small forward, a power forward, small guard? You were power forward? Damn, so you're a pretty big dude. Get in the hole. Oh, somebody just hit a hole in one. Who got the hole in one? Nice job, Trap. Oh, shit. Nice putt, Mark. Get in the hole. Shit. Oh, fuck. I was doing so well. And the roof caved in and the truth came out. Oh, shit. Getting pretty cocky over here. Until the last hole where I suck a big cock. I'll take it. That last hole was rough. Chillington, because we're chill as fuck. Oh, wow. Sticky walls. Uh-oh. I got a gift for somebody. Here it comes. Tornado. Holy shit. What the fuck was that? Did somebody give a power up? Oh, what in the hell was that?
Get in the hole. What a hole in one. I'll take it. Trap, did you ever play soccer? Trap, did you ever play soccer? Choosington. Here we go, baby. Ooh. That's got a chance. Oh, wow. Oh, Mark. Or that was Trap's ball. That was some crazy shit going on. Get in that fucking hole. What the fuck? Oh man, this one's not good. Oh, and you're gonna ice me? Fuck that. It makes the whole thing like an ice rink, which just put my ball right in the hole. Mark beating the shit out of us this round. Damn, Trap. I'm like a baller this round. Oh, yeah, you are. It's all instinct. You can't teach that. Dude, Trap, you had the best round of anyone who's ever played this game. 5 under's the best round. I've only gotten it once. I've only seen one other person ever get it once. So you are in rare company. Dude, great job. I mean it. Nice work. Dude, I'm going to give you a little hand. Dude, how did you do it? All right. You had a hole in one on the last hole. You just played really well. Nice, man.
What's the tournament?
Let's do tournament. Go to tournament. We allow 9 courses. Hop on in, Mark. And you play all the courses. Maxington. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh. What's going on? No, something weird will happen where you'll do really well on the hole, actually. Like, you'll be like, oh my God, I got like a score of 20, and you'll only get like a 2. Damn. So, like, Trap got a 1, Mark had a 4, but it's probably, I don't know, there's a lot of strokes. Oh. Oh my word, I'm doing so bad on this one. Getting a hole. Oof. Damn. Big trap and I tied. Double victory. There are usually 18 holes, 9 holes on the front, 9 holes on the back, but this is like, made up game. And I think if you finish the last hole early, you have to, for some reason, wait for that stupid timer. I don't know. Usually you don't, but it's kind of a glitch. Sometimes you do. So as that goes, I see that we have a scorecard here. And I'm going to look and see if Trap and you are spectating another player. Oh, cool. Then we have Mark. Hold on. Okay, jumping in. Here we are. I like Jumpington. This first hole, I think, is really easy. Ooh, I mean, it can be. Because nobody has any fucking weapons to destroy you. And it's, damn it, I fucked up. It should just be a short little fucking hole in one. Then this one's fucking stairs. Hell yeah, get in that fucking hole. I think of any course on here, I could do best on this hole. On this course. Maybe. Mark. Get in there. Nice. That one. Get in there. Mark's Ball's playing basketball. Get in the hole. And I've never played this well. I'll fuck it up on the last hole. Oh shit, did I fuck this up? What the hell kind of power-ups did you people use on me? What is this? Is it the wind? What the fuck?
Take a leg.
No one was touching me. That's tied for the best. I've never seen anybody get 6 under. Oh, well, I got to 6 under, but for some reason it didn't stick. Gustington. Get in the hole. Yo, what up? How are you? Hello. How are you? Very cool. Yeah, dog. Dude, I'm live on 33 different devices. I'm live everywhere right now, including YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, you name it. We're playing a game. You want to play? Okay. We're playing a putting game. Feel free if you want to play it. It's amazing. I'm not sure. No. You're not muted. Or I didn't mute you. Chap, did you mute him? All right, leave and come back. Yo, can you hear him now?
Yo, Chap, can you hear me?
He'll be back. Chap, can you hear him? Are you sure you don't have him muted?
I'm trying to check. I can see it going off. I might right here.
Well, why the hell can't he talk to him? Can you hear him now? Yo.
Where the fuck's Norway, bro? Yo, Rabbi.
Yo, dog.
Where's Norway?
I don't know. I wish the best for him. Can you hear him now?
Did Norway leave, bro? Norway?
Yeah, was he in here?
What do you mean?
Was Norway in here? Yo, Mark, ask him where was here.
With Norway.
Awesome. Saying that Norway was here.
There he goes.
Where's he? Oh. Yo, Chuck, it was Norway here.
No.
Some kid said me.
I seen it in the he was a rabbi. You hear that? Really?
Invite him in here.
Why not?
Some good cut saying that.
Damn, Mark, that was amazing. Dog, I got a hell of a lot more than that. I'm live on 33 different devices. 100%. Oh shit, my ball didn't go in yet? What the hell is this shit? Getting home.
Take a break. Yes.
That was sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna throw on some Joe Rogan.
Come back around. I mean,
right.
You know, you have lots of cool records in between there, but they're small.
But it's interesting like that, where things come in waves. They come in waves of great artists, for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, I think. I mean, at least if you look at like when I look at my age people, we were close enough to the Beatles and close enough to the Sex Pistols and close, you know what I mean, and the Stones and Zeppelin. That shit's long gone for a lot of younger people. You know, as time moves on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have to ask you a question because before I forget, did Rick Rubin try to get you guys to change the name of your band?
Yes.
And did he really try to get you to change your name of the band to the KKK, the Cobb County Crows?
I know that the king of yoga or whatever the fuck he's selling, whatever, you know, whatever his, you know, but under that beard, that guy, and it's funny because good for Rick Rubin, whatever, he can do whatever he wants. I don't, you know, he has very little, but he did say that's a true story.
Well, so
and by the way, it was unimaginably offensive, unimaginably. Why would you say that to us? You know what I mean?
Explain the conversation. How does it happen?
Because I think, well, we were called Mr. Crow's Garden. It's a book. It's like a children's book from like the 20s called Mr. Crow's Garden with an E, so it's a name. You know, he was Mr. Crow, and we were kind of, you know, into like psychedelic, you know, like it was our, whatever, that was the name of our band. So when we made Shake Your Moneymaker, a few years had gone by since we first were Mr. Crow's Garden, and now we don't sound like that. And George Shikulias, our producer and our A&R guy and our lifeline to the music business, to the world, who signed us and stuff, he was like, we need, you know, we got to change the name. So there was a little bit of time where before we said we'll be the Black Crows, and that's when Rick interjected that's what because we're Southern. Aren't all Southern people fear-driven, ignorant bigots? Isn't every one of them?
But he didn't say it that way, right? So how did
he said it like it'll be cool, it'll be like controversial. I'm like, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So and how did he bring it up?
Like, I think this is a cool. You're from Cobb County. See, well, we're not from there, but we're from Atlanta. By the way, it's fucking hard to get it to change Wikipedia. They're like, me and Rich are born in Marietta. I'm like, we're not. We're from Atlanta, Georgia. You know, third generation Atlanta. And I was like, my grandfather was born in Atlanta in 1906. You know what I mean? So it's hard to get that shit changed. But he was like, oh, so you live in Cobb County, COBB. Well, you should change it to Cobb County Crows and put them all Ks. And we were like, that's so foul and disgusting.
It's such a crazy idea to not have like context to it. Just to imagine that you're going to call a band the KKK. Like, what the fuck? Cobb County Crows actually sounds cool. With C's. You know, it was the Cobb County CCC. No problems. Great name. Nothing wrong with it. You probably would have achieved the exact same success as the Black Crows. But
I don't know, because the poet in me and the armchair occultist would believe that the only way we achieved what we achieved, became what we became, is because of the way the some reason, also leaving the E in it made, that was the one thing that I said we would do. So it's, you know, and by the way, leaving the E in it was also great, and it's still great to this day when someone requests something or wants something from you and they misspell the name of the band. We're like, no, fuck that, no. You could have looked there out a little bit. A little bit of a search. It's right there. You know what I mean?
It's not that hard to add an E. I just can't imagine that conversation. Someone saying,
I can't imagine it
especially
either,
Rick.
to be honest.
Well, Rick is a friend of mine. So just for clarity,
I don't hate Rick Rubin or anything.
He's
but
a genius.
He did
He's
say
a fascinating guy. I mean, he's a very interesting thinker, and I can imagine this idea intrusively embedding itself in his mind and then coming out of his mouth. I just can't see.
I mean, to be honest, I found a lot of when, especially in this, when our first record came out, and we're on tour and we're working that record, and I'm the one who has to get up in the morning and okay, so we're in Cleveland, now we're playing Cincinnati. I have to go to 10 radio stations in Cleveland and Cincinnati and do the handshaking and the talking and, sell the band. I meet all the local promo people, so they pick you up and stuff. And everyone was really super cool. And they would be the people that could get you drugs and pay for drinks and stuff. Yeah. And, but wow, I would be driving in the car with some of these guys and they'd be like, must be tough being, I'm like, what? Talking down to me, like, you don't know me. Just because I'm Southern and I'm a musician doesn't mean that, talking down to me like I'm stupid or something. Or I'm like, whoa, you don't know.
Say, must be tough in what way?
Well, you're from Atlanta. Do they have schools there? You know what I mean? Just kind of patronizing me or thinking that everyone's supposed to go, just happen to be here in a place of damn, you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't know what books I read. You don't know what I'm into. You don't know anything about me.
Well, there's always been a deep history of prejudice about people in what they would call the flyover states, the arrogance of New York and Los Angeles. And, you kind of...
Dude, these were the flyover state people talking to me.
Oh, that's funny. Even worse. There's some people that accept Chicago a little bit and some other cities, Detroit a little bit. But the reality was, it was about the coasts. And everything in between was bullshit.
As if everyone in Rochester, New York has a PhD in French literature or something.
By the way, that used to be kind of true when you would go on the road. Not true, but you would notice a marked difference in the awareness, if you were talking about anything out of the ordinary, the awareness of people's, what they knew in certain cities and certain places in the country versus what they knew in Los Angeles and New York.
Yeah.
There was a difference.
I mean, they would, they're hipper
they weren't as
audience or
sophisticated.
something.
Yeah, they weren't as sophisticated. They didn't know as much. But
thank
that
God.
Changed with the internet. That
yeah,
changed.
everyone
You-
has exact
You go
same
to fucking
references.
Cleveland, Ohio. You go wherever you go. There's fucking people that get it. They get it.
Do you remember when Bill Hicks used to just look at the audience and go, "Moo!"
Yeah.
Moo.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
A lot of people still haven't caught up to Bill. But, yeah.
Oh, he was great. I mean, he used to call it his flying saucer tour because he would only go to places where flying saucers would land, like weird little out of the way spots.
What's that record called? Rant in C minor or something, or something
A
like
minor?
Is it A minor?
I don't remember.
I don't know what
Yeah.
key it's in, but that.
Yeah.
I mean, I still put that on, and it's just
Fantastic.
unbelievably fun.
Changed comedy. Made people want to become profound. It changed comedy from just a bunch of stuff to laugh at to stuff that made you think about it after you're done laughing. Like,
I think George Carlin had that as well.
for sure. Yeah, for sure, in a different way. But Hicks was more psychedelic inspired, and it was just more
there's a rock and
esoteric.
roll
Yeah.
thing in him that, for lack of another description, I think that gave him that kind of.
Yeah, it's the right
energy,
way to describe it. I think I had a chance to see him live a bunch of times. Luckily,
Like in a way, he understood what a great underground band means to someone.
Oh yeah, yeah, and what it meant to him. Yeah,
well, exactly.
Yeah, he was an artist. He was an artist that was also a comedian. He wasn't trying to conform to like whatever the stereotypical. This is the guy that's going to get a sitcom act is going to create. Yeah, but there's not a lot of those.
Is the sitcom worth it?
It doesn't exist anymore.
No, but I mean, for
At the
those
time?
comics that took that route, that
You know
maybe-
what? It was the golden carrot. It was the thing that they held over all of our heads, is that if you develop an act that can be converted into a sitcom, all of a sudden you're Tim Allen and you have $50 million in the bank, or you're Jerry Seinfeld, or you're Brett Butler, or you're Roseanne Barr. There was like a few of those people.
that could,
Yeah, and there's a bunch of people that had managed some more obscure shows that people forgot about, but they made a lot of money as well. And it was this thing that if you could get on a sitcom and then all of a sudden you're the king of queens. Like my friend Kevin James, that was his thing.
Right.
And that's how he got through it. And it's that was the magic portal to wealth. And it also fucked up a lot of people's acts because there was a lot of really funny
after
comics.
that,
Yeah.
now you're kind of stuck and
censored.
Yeah, and now the things that you want to say you can't say.
They self-censor. This is the saddest thing. I know some of the great comics of like the 90s that are ruined because they self-censor now, because they sort of developed this act for television, and then once they were on television, they got all that TV money. They wanted to keep it coming in, so they never really branched out into more offensive subject matter, or just
more provocative.
More provocative.
You
That's
know
the
what I
best
mean?
word, right.
And I think irreverent in some ways. You know what I mean? And you feel free. Let everyone else will judge what that is. And
Yeah, but it's just the problem is you're
Level of
never going to make
sensitivity.
everybody happy, and now way more people have an opinion that they can express, like because of social media. Like everyone can express their opinion. It's not as simple as you hope to get the favor of a reviewer. Like someone who's cool, really likes bands, comes to see, oh, Bob's here. This guy's fucking cool. He's going to review our show. And you kind of trusted Bob. Bob was a good guy. He really loved music. Wasn't trying to tear things down. Those guys don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Now what everyone's trying to do is get people on social media to like them or not be mad at them. So when they put out a special, you see
not be mad at them.
Yeah, you see these, which as a
the
comic
role
is,
of the artist sometimes is to make your audience
Yes.
mad at you, to challenge them.
Yes.
I mean, not, you know what I mean? In a way like, oh, God, how many things in life that I didn't like at a time that I finally found my way through later and be like, oh, of course, thank you. You know what I mean? Of course, that's the natural progression. It's the natural way. And by the way, not everything is supposed to be like you were saying. And that, I guess that's where we are with this social media. Nothing can have that sort of mystique around it anymore because it's forcing too much out of someone. You're expecting too much from someone to either follow you and or understand, get it, or acceptance.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's just a foolish pursuit. The pursuit of other people who you don't even know, their love and attention, and you'll morph and change and adapt whatever you're trying to produce in order to gain their favor. That's a fucking folly. That's such a foolish way of interacting with human beings. And whatever you create is not.
It's completely
gonna resonate.
false.
Right.
I mean, And you can see when, personally, I think you're starting to see culturally where that hollowness and that falseness isn't helping.
Oh, it's definitely not helping. It's pushing us over the edge. Yeah, it's not good. You need experiences from people where when they resonate when they put out these works, whether it's a book or music or anything, this thing represents their soul and their perspective and their actual. This is a thing they've created, not a thing they're doing so they hope you like it, not a thing they're doing so they hope you don't get mad, not a thing they're doing where you highlight social issues so people think you're a virtuous person. Yeah. It's not.
Well, it's funny when you say that, the virtuous part of it, that's funny too, because, especially like, the lobby of your place is full of pictures of famous people who have been arrested.
Yeah,
for
all my
shit.
mugshots.
Yeah. And it's like, I mean, in a way, in a counterculture way, whether it's a poet, a musician, a jazz musician, anyone, Robert Mitchum. Robert Mitchum's cooler than Kurt Douglas because he got busted for smoking pot. Okay, so Robert Mitchum's cooler than you, Kurt Douglas. But the outsider in culture, you know what I mean? The loser and the outsider are other themes that we do not celebrate as much. And I'm not talking about some fabricated pop star who pouts and is like, look how dark I am. What I mean? That's not what I'm talking about.
No.
And that's always there. That's, again, showbiz and corporate things, can manipulate these kind of archetypes.
Yes.
And put them in the kind of genre specific things that they want because they know. Yeah. That's something.
Formulating a rebel is so gross.
Yeah, totally. Oh my god,
a formulated rebel, a disingenuous formulated rebel. Yeah, I mean,
but you see them,
you do. But I think they sort of make you really appreciate people that are true artists. So the people that are just, it really is just their expression, what they're trying to create. They hope people enjoy. There's
I mean, it's funny because that's more than ever, not just for the fact that. I really had to go through certain things to come in full circle with my career and my brother and what the Black Crows mean in my life. A lot of things, a lot of it starting with my wife, Camille, and stuff. But one of the things that keeps me excited, and one of the main things that I love is I know that call us old-fashioned or call us naive or anything you want. It doesn't matter. But that we were talking about that stupid flame idea, this purity. But I know when we go out on tour and we write songs, make records, play concerts, it's something that is raw still in there. We're not in-ear monitors. There's no computer on our stage. You know what I mean? You see these fucking bands cancel a show because their laptop didn't work. I'm like, well, buy your mom's. Buy your mom's.
Do they really cancel shows because their laptop crashes?
It happens all the time.
That is fucking hilarious.
And like, there's bands that are up there, like not even playing, and like they press a button and they're up. You know what I mean? Which is fine. Like whatever you want to do to get over. I get it. I was born the same year the Beatles made Revolver. I get it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But think about that. In my daughter's lifetime, the Beatles will be a fucking 100 years old. The record will be 1964 is 100 years ago.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
That's so crazy when you think about it that way. Because when I was a kid, it was just a decade or two ago.
Well, in the same decade between the Beatles, if that 100 years was the end of the Civil War and the Beatles, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird. It's a weird thing to look at time that way. But
well, it really puts it into perspective because we look at everything through this lens of a finite lifespan of 100 years if you're lucky. We look at everything like this is like a long time, but it's not a long time.
No,
it's a fucking. I used to do this joke about that the Constitution, like America was founded in 1776. I go, people live to be 100. That's 3 people ago.
Yeah,
3 people ago they started this. Like it's nothing.
Yeah,
it's so new. Everything's so new. Civilization itself. Oh my God, it's so ancient. Is it really? It's not.
I mean, you're talking about the 3,000 years, but in the big scope of things,
it's not that much time.
And they And I think historically, and because of science and things, you know, it's like that idea of, well, this was the Bronze Age. It started on Thursday, and then but then they find a corpse in the ice in the Italian Alps, and the guy has a bronze sword, and he's 2,000 years before they thought. They're like, fuck, I gotta
There's a problem with that with archaeology.
I gotta get my abacus out and do the math.
Yeah, they're very reluctant to change the dates of things that they've been publishing about forever. But there's some things that they find every now and then that force them. Like there's a place called Göbekli Tepe in Turkey that's 11,000 years old, and they found it in the 90s. I believe it was a sheep herder found this like piece of stone in the ground. He kicked at it, moved it around, and then realized it had an edge to it. And then they excavated it, and it's this enormous temple structure. And they, to this day, have only excavated like 5% of it.
Yeah,
there's a lot of controversy behind it because people are like, why aren't they continuing to excavate? Like, what are they doing? Like,
well, now in archaeology, they can do almost just as much with sonic. They can plan out what's going on and not disrupt the.
Well, that's how they know there's many of these structures around that same area.
You know, these
things are 11,000 years old.
The last show of our tour, we were in Merida, Spain, playing in a Roman theater that they had only done the excavations in the 50s because I guess at a certain point they just filled. There's an amphitheater next to it where they would have gladiatorial games and things, and then a theater for theatrical and religious purposes. But you're like we're. Pink Floyd gets Pompeii, we get Merida. It's still cool, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you're playing in this place. It was built during the reign of Augustus. And then the guy goes, yeah, well, you know, it was just filled with trash.
There it is. Wow. That's incredible.
It was just filled with trash. And then finally they dug it all out of there, you know? And so then this was down there.
Wow. That was all covered?
Yeah.
That's nuts. That is so nuts.
It was fantastic, beautiful place.
We went to Greece last year. And I got to see the
Delphi.
Well, we went to Ulysses, or no? How do you say it?
Eleusinian.
Well, the Eleusinian mysteries, right? Eleusinian mysteries.
Where you can descend into the cave, I think.
Well,
at one point was a parking lot, from what I read. Because I'm really.
You mean now?
Have they? Yeah, like where the original mysteries took place.
No, you can still go there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's all cordoned off. It's protected. You know, you have to go through a gate to get in. So there's guards there and stuff. But we went to there, which is where the Eleusinian mysteries were, and I got really lucky to go with my friend Brian Murarescu. I was there with my family, and Brian was there at the same time. And Brian Murarescu is a scholar who wrote this incredible book about the use of psychedelics in ancient Greece that's now been confirmed through, they take these old pieces of pottery and they found ergot in the pottery.
Yeah, of course.
They think all their wine was laced with psychedelics, and these people were, and they invented democracy. I mean, they were tripping balls and trying to give everybody an equal participation in society and figuring things out. But you're around these structures, and these are fucking thousands of years old.
What is it? The
Kukion? The drink?
The drink.
Yeah, the Kukion. Yeah.
You know, and they find this almost exact same structure in Peru as well.
Really?
And down in the thing, psychedelics, mirrors in the corner where they could build fires and like send lights around and stuff. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And then, but what happens in Greece is what is the law? It's a once in a lifetime experience. But then the rich people get their hands on it and they start having their ceremonies, private ceremonies, more exclusive or elitist. And that's kind of the fall of that.
Well, the Romans put a stop to it.
No, they didn't.
They did. These people are like rethinking society the same way they put a stop to it in the 1960s when the government made all psychedelic drugs Schedule 1. When they were doing that so they can go after the anti-war protesters and the Black Panthers, and they changed the counterculture movies.
Cannabis is close to the same thing. I mean, you know, when I first made the decision to be a daily cannabis user, I was an outlaw. Now I'm a patient. You know?
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
You're like, we used to be like, you know, people think they killed Bob Marley because of shit like that, but now it's just like it's my medicine.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's now in how many states, Jamie? Legal in how many? did we say it was like legal in 19? And I think it's half the country has legal marijuana. Half the country. And the other half the country wants it. It's like, what are we doing? Like, how the fuck is it 2024 with all that we know about all the drugs? And that this one, 24 states, 3 territories in Washington, D.C. have legalized recreational cannabis use. 7 states have decriminalized its use. Commercial distribution is legal in all jurisdictions where possession is legal, except for Virginia and Washington, D.C. Personal cultivation for recreational use is allowed in all jurisdictions except for Delaware, Illinois, New Jersey. That's surprising. And Washington State. That's even more surprising.
Well, first off, let's just be honest. No one's ever had fun in Delaware. I'm just kidding.
Isn't that where Biden's from? I think it's just a dumb thing for us to be hanging on to. The fact that they're still allowing grown adults to tell other grown adults what they can do with their consciousness, with all the data that we know about things that are very harmful, that are not just legal but prescribed by doctors.
How about just everything is harmful that they allow in the world? You know, they don't give a fuck about the sea being a plastic desert, but don't smoke pot. Or, I mean, I find that's always been the case with authority, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like language, you know what I mean? What language you know what I mean? What language can you use and how you use it?
Sex and violence, you know.
Talk about Rome. Now we're going back to Rome. Right. And one of the reasons Rome was so successful is because they placated. And we talk about Rome, we're not talking about Italy. We're talking about the city-state of Rome. That is the thing that conquered the room, the city-state. And the surrounding areas were other things. But they keep the masses happy, keep them entertained, violence and free bread.
Yep.
And, you know, in the same way that you control people by fear and ignorance. Keep them, you know what I mean? And it's exactly.
And TikTok. Just keep them mildly entertained all day long.
I find the idea of TikTok about as interesting as the game TikTok.
Tic-tac-toe?
Tic-tac-toe, yeah. I'm not doing that either.
No, I'm not doing that either. It is crazy when you go to the Coliseum and you realize the extent of the construction of it and how elaborate it was and how many different things they had going on, where they would turn it into, like, they'd have boats,
naval
they'd
battles.
fill it up with water.
Yeah, incredible.
Wild shit. They'd have animals in cages they could raise through the floor.
It's unimaginable.
And now, you know, the thing about going there, too, is you go, I wonder if they ever thought this was going to end. Did they ever imagine?
No, of course not.
No, they certainly never imagined some idiot comedian and his family from California at the time were going to go visit and go, whoa, cool. This is where they had sword fights. Whoa.
I mean, I imagine, it's. I think some of the emperors probably, in an egocentric way, felt, and it's true. Everyone knows, you know, a lot. You know, there might be some kid who never heard a Byrds record, but he might know who Nero was, or Caligula, or something, or like the most dramatic, sort of deranged parts of like where that period of Rome of the dictator starts to become.
It's just always shocking when you go to a place that was in complete control of like most of the world, and then now it's nothing. Now it's gone. Now it's just ruins that people visit, and it's just a city.
Yeah, what if Bill Gates had been like, you know, Guido, you know, whatever? It'd be a different thing. You know? Like, what if the whole internet came from Italy, not America? You know what I mean?
Right. It's just always weird to go to a place too when you're from America.
Claudio Gazzo, whatever. Like he came up with this. You know what I mean? But they had a pretty good run in the Renaissance.
Oh well, they've had amazing runs artistically. I mean, that's also something that I think about when I go to Italy. Like, there is something about their life and their lifestyle that contributes to this incredible body of work when it comes to art, when it comes to music, when it comes to sculptures and paintings. Like, there's so many great artists that came from that part of the world.
Have you ever seen a book called Naples 44?
No.
Do you know this book? It's a friend of mine gave it to me a couple of years ago. It's a British Secret Service officer comes to Naples in 1944, directly in the, you know, push of the Allies pushing the Germans and then fascists up the peninsula from Sicily and then landing in Italy. And it's an unbelievable book that this guy writes, and it's the sadness and the like tragedy of it and like anything else, war is dramatic, war is pain and violent. The aftermath of war is something that people rarely can wrap their heads around or interested in. Maybe because it's even, you take away the drama of the battle and stuff, it's bleak. But there's something about, and this guy, not Italian, English guy, but he captures the spirit of the humanity within like this transitional period in Naples, but unimaginable stories, depravity, but also great exalted human things as well. And then just some things that are incredible, like Italians in their clothes, and even the aristocratic class in Naples to the person that could, when they didn't have any fabric, and around this time after that, they're walking around Naples in beautifully tailored suits made of old army blankets that they would use black paint on to make them look chic. And and I was like, wow, I would love to see that garment in a museum. But just all manner of things. And there's another American guy was there at the same time and wrote another book about it, which is also very interesting because this guy was one of the only books of that time. I have it in my phone, I could tell you, but that talks about like the gay scene with the soldiers in Naples and stuff too, like during this thing, like just you know what I mean? Incredible stories, incredible survival and heroics and art and culture that still survive and during like the darkest time. It's a great book. Unbelievable, unforgettable.
What's always interesting too when you're thinking about things thriving and existing against resistance, in a dark time or a different time, a time of much more difficulty, and you get a chance to sort of feel what they felt when they were doing what they were doing.
I mean, I think culturally, historically, I think one of the great reasons Europeans have a much different attitude, you're talking about, Sicilians, Italians, but everyone, French, Spanish people know how to have a good time.
Oh yeah, sure,
sure. To have two events like the World War I and World War II, we have very little. It's hard for us to understand what those two events must have felt like through communities, cities, families. I just read another amazing book called Wine and War, and it's a history of like the wine business during the Nazi occupation during World War II. Unimaginable, wild shit going on. But the French people, because Germans, they knew as well, like, what's the blood of France is the wine. What is the thing that holds it together and all these things? But it's also a great commodity and also something of great elevated status, all this stuff with the way they dealt with the Vichy. I just, and I'm like, wow, man, these guys had a lot on their plate for 5 years and leading up to the, inevitable Nazi occupation.
Well, even in World War I, in World War I, France lost 25% of its men. And then in World War II, they lost another 25%.
And in the book, and also just history, I think that's one of people, one of the reasons I think Germany, a lot of French people just didn't want to do it again. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that, and I think it's funny too, like history repeats itself all the time. And we know this, and there was a lot of infighting and political things within the French government at that time, whether that's, through the military or whatever, that made them really a soft spot. You know what I mean? They had there was no cohesiveness of the way they would think about fighting or defending or whatever.
Yeah.
But they went out in the end, you know what I mean? But this book about just how that affects all the different wine regions and the characters and stuff.
That has to be insane.
It's a great book.
Because it's so important over there. Wine is everything to them. It's so important in France.
And, it's funny. One of the things in the book, you're like, okay, so they're obviously, confiscating everything for the Wehrmacht and doing all this stuff. But they take this, I might be wrong, but I think it's the Poulet Fusé. They take this guy has however many casks or whatever. And they just take everything. And then the guy's upset. He's been in his family for 400 years or whatever. And he's sitting there with his head in his hands, and they're like, it's just wine. He goes, I know it's just wine, but they destroyed 300-year-old casks, the oak barrels. That's the secret to our wine. And they chopped them up and threw them on a fire or whatever. You know what I mean? And that he was more upset about that than the wine itself at that time. And he was like, they're irreplaceable. Could never, ever have that again. It's been in my family for stuff like that really gets my head spinning of, oh yeah, forget it. It's not just the grape and the person that makes the wine. It's that, you know what I mean? It's every detail, every aspect.
Well, they can also destroy the history of how it was made. Like, people won't know how to do it correctly. I mean, that's one of the darker aspects of occupation is when they destroy ancient stuff, like the burning of the Library of Alexandria.
I mean, could you imagine what that, I mean, we have unimaginably. Yeah. And by the way, who burned it down? Christians.
Did they?
Yeah, it was Christian people who ran amok because of something that had happened, some sort of crime that was committed or something, and it was the early Christians who burned that down.
Those motherfuckers. You imagine if that had some sort of an explanation as to how they built the pyramids and it's lost forever?
Or it could be anything.
Anything.
I mean, millions and millions of.
But that was the most sophisticated society that has even today ever existed. If you look at ancient Egypt, in terms of their ability to construct things that baffle us to this day, like the Great Pyramid baffles people to this day.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of thousands of people debating how and why and what they were for and what they did, and we really don't know.
I'm also interested in anything where before science becomes one thing and like the occult is another thing. And I'll just, there's a certain time, and I'm really interested in John Dee, the great occultist, scientist, English around the Elizabeth I reign, alchemist.
Mm-hmm.
But that his scientific ideas were equally, they possessed the same gravity as his occult ideas. And those things were in the same world. They weren't removed from each other. It wasn't like one was silly and one was serious. Right. They were both taken with the same level of, sobriety or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we were talking before. I think there's to remove the mystic from everything, or not to be able to at least have a nod to it or understand. I mean, what is ancient Egypt? You know what I mean? But yes, right. They're a great civilization that could organize, but at its base and what's holding it together is this mystical, like weird thing,
very much
so. To remove that completely, I think it's I don't know. It seems so rigid.
It's a foolish, rational.
There has to be integration, of different things, because you feel people's need for that to integrate those things.
Well, there has been in all great cultures, right? I mean, in Chichen Itza, have you ever been to the ancient Mayan structures?
I've been to some, but I didn't go to that one. I went to two other ones, and they're in
places of worship, and they all involve rituals. I mean, there was a lot going, and what they did was incredible.
And psychedelics.
Yeah.
I mean, as well.
I went to Chichen Itza. We got lucky. There was a really good professor that was kind of explaining things to us, and he was talking about the different psychedelics that they believed that they would use, and the way they had structured all of their buildings to align with constellations, and the way they had sort of worshipped this whole integration of the sky into all of their architecture.
I mean, it's an integration into universal consciousness. Yeah. I mean, that's really what it is. And it's funny, like, because you think, well, you're poisoning the water. Well, it's all one living organism, and the universe is one living organism.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to get too far out, man, but of course, it's all just like the ecosystem or whatever. Like the frog eats the tadpole, and then the bird eats the frog. You know what I mean? Yep. But it's just because you can't see it doesn't mean that it's not.
It scales up.
Yeah, and out and within.
And in, forever. Yeah, that's the reality of it. So it's not just we're poisoning the water; we're poisoning ourselves.
Yeah, and of course, again, I would like to think the Earth is a strong thing, and I don't get wrapped up in it. But it's like, I mean, if you live in your own shit, you get sores. You know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? right? And
hence the plague.
yeah.
There's it's just when you think about the universe as a whole, it's just too big for our brains. We just think about our neighborhood or our lives or our personal problems or our bills or
our TikTok.
Yeah, nonsense. And it's just thinking about nonsense.
You know what
seems
people
easy.
think about? That they can buy shoes that they don't have to touch to put their feet in. I see this.
You just order them.
I see a commercial and the guy walks over. They're like, "Never touch your shoes again." I'm like, "Wow," you know what I mean? Like, finally.
Oh, shoes you can slide into.
Yeah, and I'm like, amazing. Everyone relax. You never have to touch your shoe. What if I want to touch my shoes?
Yeah. Well, some people don't understand. They want comfort, and some people, especially if you're doing something you don't enjoy, you think of struggle as like your job or work. And then once you're not doing that, you don't want any struggle. You just want relaxation.
But isn't it funny also that our culture is dictating a certain health thing? Take the sober challenge. Go to the gym. Buy these gym clothes and walk around in them. Do all this, but we're not going to take care of anything else. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you don't care about our mental health.
Right.
You don't really care about our health. You know what I mean? You don't do anything, but it's like, but culturally, let's start putting this out there. You know what I mean? Like why, when I first went to New York City, there were bars and bookstores and weird junk stores and all sorts of things that weren't corporate. And now it's just gyms and banks. And I don't really go to the gym, but I imagine you could get an ATM in the gym next door to the bank with the ATM.
I'm sure you could. A lot of gyms, I'm sure, have ATMs.
I'm just saying, like be healthy, you know what I mean? But I'm like, it is funny. Like, there's nothing that's saying to you, be cerebral.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
There's not a lot out there. You watch old Dick Cavett shows. They're smart people. Then they're not promoting a movie or a fucking book or what. They're just talking about ideas and philosophy and art and their culture and the society. Even, what was his name? Mike Douglas show. There's Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
And John Lennon and then some senator from Oklahoma or whatever. They're just talking.
You could do that back then.
Now it's got to be, the interview is pre-done. It's about the mood. They show the clip.
But that's only on television. But that's also why podcasts are so popular.
True.
So you can just kind of talk about anything.
You have a new place that's also not under the scrutiny of having to play commercials every 5 seconds.
It's also that's a big factor, but it's also not under anybody else's direction or advice. That's what's really important. How can you?
No, I know.
Look, if I'm not doing it, it's not going to happen.
Cynical. I'm just being cynical.
But I mean, if I'm not doing it at my level of the game, if I'm not doing it, like you don't have to do it. You just don't. You don't have to. All you have to do is make something that resonates with people and avoid anybody else's input. I've had a lot of bad input come my way that I've ignored. And especially in the early days when things started to kind of take off, everybody has an opinion about how you can grow this thing to the next level, which those that want to talk about. How to take the show to the next level. I thought about having more celebrity and more this and that. And everyone has advice. And maybe just avoid these kind of topics. Or maybe this and that. Like, as long as you don't have any input from other people, then whether people like it or don't like it, at least it's you. It's you and the people you're talking to, and it's a real thing. It's not a
promotional
thing.
It's not a buy this or yeah, exactly.
It just exists as,
which is just one dimension of things.
Yes.
And it's nice to be clean cut and your teeth are white and you're smiling and you're selling shit. By the way, I got a pair of shoes. You don't even have to touch them. Like, what size are you?
I don't even understand that. But it's just.
If I could walk around like an 18th century French Duke, I would.
Well, look at that jacket. That is a rock and roll fucking jacket. I've been looking at that thinking the moment I saw you, can I wear that? I don't know if I can pull that off.
Your muscles are too big to get in.
Well, I mean, I can get one tailored.
Yeah, we get you one.
But I'm just thinking, I don't know if I could pull that off out in public. People are like, what are you doing, dude? As a comedian, like, you can't be too cool. Unless you're Cat Williams.
I knew you were going to say
Cat can be cool as fuck.
I'll tell you why Cat Williams is cool, because he's still out there talking shit, and an 8-year-old beat him up that time. Remember that shit? 11-year-old kid in the hood grabbed that motherfucker in the headlock and he's like, let go of me. And he's like laying on the ground. I was like, man, you gotta be cool to come back from that.
Well, he's just real. You know, it's just he is who he is, and everybody loves him. But that guy can wear anything, but I can't. I can't wear sparkly shoes. Look at him.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Look at him in his fur coat, his fucking giant rings. He's an awesome dude too. Fun guy.
Yeah,
in
cool.
real life. I only got to meet him
hear
the one time where I did a podcast with him. And and it was because he did another podcast. We said, Joe Rogan never had me on his podcast. And I'm like, I'll have you on anytime you want. Like, we just never talked. I never met him before.
Oh, really?
No, and then finally I
I
met
thought
him.
comedians are like drummers. They all know each other. You know,
Most
every
of
drummer
us.
knows every drummer in every band.
Well, I know everybody else. I just never met him.
That's funny.
He was already so huge that when he would stop by in comedy clubs, this was like after the Pimp Chronicles, he would only like go by, would go to a bunch of different clubs. And if you weren't there when Kat was there, you missed him. So he only came to the Comedy Store like a handful of times. And the Comedy Store was my haunt. And that's where I went with all my friends and all the, the best comics in LA and New York would all collaborate at the Comedy Store. And I never got to see him there. I mean, I'd heard he was like smacked somebody once, like so he got a fight with somebody in the front porch one night. I missed it, but I'd always admired him. I thought, and I'd always talk nice about him. I didn't understand why he thought I wouldn't have him on the podcast. But once I met him, he's a joy. He's a funny, smart dude who's a lot of what he's saying, he knows what the fuck he's doing. He's like very tongue-in-cheek and very just having a good time with it. But he's a genuine character, like a genuine, unique character.
I would love to meet him.
Oh, he's great. You'd love him. Very smart dude, too.
If I see him at the airport, I'll say, yo, man, you like this jacket?
He might be able to fit in that. It'll be a little long. Might have to get the sleeves taken in. But yeah, where the fuck do you get that jacket?
My wife got me this jacket.
It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
She's got good taste.
Yeah, she truly does.
Yeah, and then you're wearing about 10 pounds of silver.
Yeah. That's true. They call me the silver stacker. I don't know if you know that.
That's what the kids call it. My daughter calls it that when she wears a bunch
That's
of
my
bracelets.
stack, man.
Stacks. They
Yeah,
have
I'm
stacks.
into my stack.
I'm just learning about these things.
I just got to be careful not to fall in the pool.
Yeah. But I just love when rock stars stay rock stars. It's nothing bums me out more than seeing an old rock star in a golf shirt. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You got to hang in there.
Yeah.
I know you're 60.
Fucking 60.
hang in
I just
there,
saw
bro.
the Stones. They're 80. They look
they're amazing.
I mean,
amazing.
I have Stones. I mean, the Stones are everything. I love the Rolling Stones. I always have. And the Black Crowes toured with them in 1995. We did all of Europe with them. We did Wembley Stadium with them. I've got to hang with Keith and Ron. That's hung with Mick a little bit. They're the fucking Rolling Stones, And so my wife and I and my 14-year-old daughter, who lives on the East Coast, she was with us for the few weeks this summer. I'm like, let's go. You know what I mean? I haven't seen them in a while. And we went, and I went without any, you know what I mean? I went with nothing. I wasn't going in with any expectation except to be there with everyone and see the Rolling Stones and be there. And they were great. Mick Jagger's voice was incredible.
Incredible. At 80
I mean, his
years
energy
old.
and stuff's incredible, but his singing, they did Wild Horses that night, and I looked over, and my 14-year-old was like crying, and I was like, I'm so proud of you. She's feeling it so deep. And great Midnight Rambler. They're in a stadium with just like Ronnie and Keith just had like 2 speakers on stage and still playing. A lot of bands don't play live anymore. They have their digital shit through the PA. There's not even any sound on stage.
Wow.
It's all through their in-ears. And to me, that's really weird. Whatever it takes for you to get the gig, I'm hip to. People do it. I've seen cool shows like that. But personally, I like a lot of sonic chaos.
You want it
up there.
real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to feel it.
I saw them at CODA, the Circuit of the Americas, a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And, it's just when you watch Mick Jagger walk out on the stage, you almost can't believe he's really there. Like, how is that really him?
I told my wife he's like a Sasquatch, but everyone's seen it.
Right. It's like he's still out there. I remember Bill Hicks had a bit in 1988 about the Stones still doing it.
Yeah.
In 1988, about this is this crazy thing. Oh my God, the Stones have a new album. Like, what? This is 88.
Yeah.
And here we are in 2024, and they're still out there killing it. And the show was amazing.
It was amazing.
Amazing. It's so good.
The best. I mean, the best. I consider myself a midnight rambler aficionado. One of the best midnight ramblers I've ever heard.
Oh, they were so good.
So good, and people were, you know what I mean? Just it was really. I'm so happy that we went to SoFi Stadium. You know what I mean? Like, I was just. It was great, you know, because I will admit sometimes, and okay, let's be honest, I get access to backstage, you know, it's cool. But sometimes in big places like that, I get a little bit like, not because of that people would know who you were. I just get weird around giant crowds.
Right.
I did when I was little. I didn't like theme park, you know, all sorts of weird stuff.
Yeah.
But it was so cool. I was so inspired. You know what I mean?
No,
I like floated out of there so happy.
That guy has 2 trailers that he takes with him everywhere that are just a gym. 2 huge trailers that are just like Mick Jagger works out every day. And when he gets out on that stage and like he's fucking 80.
I know.
He might be 81
If
now.
I live to be 80, you can come find me. I'm going to be 300 pounds living in Sicily. And they're going to, you know, those beautiful painted wagons, they'll drag me around. And
But you won't even get to 300 pounds eating their food.
No, you don't.
That's what's crazy. That's when you realize we're being poisoned.
Yeah.
When you eat in Europe for a week and you don't gain any weight. You're like, this is not. I had pizza. I had pasta. I didn't feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
You come over here, you feel like you get hit with a tranquilizer dart.
Yeah.
Like, we're fucking poisoning ourselves. You won't get to 300 pounds if you live in Sicily.
No.
Unless you drink a lot of fucking wine.
Yeah, and even the wine is like...
It's better. Well, it's just, there's something about, like, just the air there. Just something about the atmosphere.
I'm English. We are pretty much in our DNA English, and then like a big scoop of Polish Jew on top. You know, not even a big scoop at this point. Both my grandfather and my dad were shiksa-loving Jewish men who whittled me and my brother down to about 20%. And but when I don't know, there's something about there that is so just, I don't know. I love to go to Paris, but Paris isn't relaxing. You know, I'm out we're doing stuff. I love London. I love Madrid. I love lots of places. I love Rome. I love lots of places in the world. But something about Sicily, man, I'm like, I'm in. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, this is, like you said, it's something about the lifestyle, just so laid back. And maybe I like it because it's a bit of anachronism. I think, you know what I mean? Like, you feel like you've stepped out of the same pace and or rhythm of the modern future world that we see every day.
Yes, it's a different vibration. It's a different way. I mean, and then everybody's doing it that way too. So you sort of settle into their way of life. You sort of settle into their pace of things.
And then if you need a shot of adrenaline, just hit Palermo, because that place is wild.
Oh, I'm sure.
It was so good.
Is it still run by the mob?
I don't know. They say no.
Oh, then yes.
They say that it doesn't exist anymore, but if I remember, there was a big scandal during lockdown in some small town in Sicily, or maybe it was Palermo. I'd have to research it. That the police were upset because some old mob guy had died, and they had a giant parade. No one was in here. Yeah, everyone was just out there. Old people, you know, everyone was out there doing their thing for Don, whoever it was, who was not with us anymore. And I was like, okay, they didn't want that story out. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, those people ran that place for a long ass time. You know, they're an integrated part of their society, like the Yakuza is in Japan.
Yeah.
It's just
for a very long time. For a
very long time.
You know, the way it works. Have you ever seen a funny movie called Johnny Stecchino?
No. With
Roberto Bellini, the Italian comedic actor?
No.
You would love it.
Yeah?
It's so fun. It's from the 80s, and Stecchino is a toothpick, yeah? So he's Johnny Toothpick. And it's that, what's the story of, it's a famous story, you know, he's a school teacher in Naples or whatever, but or in Italy, and this girl whose wife or lover or whatever, some big gangster in Sicily, he's in hiding because he did like ratted on someone. I don't know, something. she sees him and he looks just like him. So she brings him to Sicily and he's like walking around. People are like, yo, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, so it's that kind of thing, but it's unbelievably funny movie. It's insane.
Do you remember there was an Italian singer who created a very popular song where it was fake American lyrics? God, I'm trying to remember his name, but it was a song where he's singing fake words that sound like he's singing like the Rolling Stones or you know, the Beatles or something like that, but he's doing it with fake words. It's like what he thinks American songs sound like, but it's gibberish. This is the guy. What is his name? Adriano Celentano. Give me some volume on this.
Wow.
Listen, but it's really cool.
That's amazing. I love that.
You should listen
it's a
to
cool
the whole
song
thing.
too.
This song is very cool. There's a couple of different versions of it. This is like a live performance of it, but there's another one that's like a music video of it, and it's like really fucking interesting what that guy did.
That's cool. That's really good.
Yeah, he just made up fake American music. It's fucking great.
I'm gonna do that next week.
Why not? Fuck it. I mean, you know, there's a lot of songs that have like words that aren't really words. You know, they're just kind of like sounds, you know? Dan Auerbach talks about that from the Black Keys. Like a lot of times when he sings things, he's just like making up sounds, making up words.
Mick Jagger did it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, or he took words and mashed them into something that was more.
Especially live in the 70s, he has a lot of vowels going on. And you're like, I don't know what he's saying. It's so good.
But man, he's not lost any of the energy. If you watch like his old performances and now, it's just an older guy doing the same vibe.
I mean, it's also very cool because they play everything in the same key. You know, you'll find a lot of older, and I get it, man. It's, you know, singing is a physical thing. I mean, my one thing is kind of like the muse. Like if I stopped singing, it would go away. You know what I mean? If I didn't sing, you know, I'm going to take 2 years off. It would never get back to where my voice is.
Why is that?
It's just the nature of the physicality, I think. You know what I mean? Especially as it's 35 years, 40 years of singing.
So it's like you're working muscles in your neck.
Your vocal cords are just muscles, yeah.
Wow, and you're working them on a regular basis, and they get out of shape.
Yeah, and then like that, and then it just won't come back.
Oh,
or it won't come back to where I'd like to. I really like where my voice is. You know what I mean? I say we sing the songs in the same keys. You know, It was funny. We played the Forum. We were the first concert in the Forum, LA Forum, after COVID, and it was a bit. I had never played there. It was a big night. It was, you know, friends and family. It was great. But George Drakoulias, who's produced our first two records, and signed the band, after the show, he was like, if I had known you'd still be singing them 30 whatever years later, we could have put the keys down for you, you know? I was like, that wasn't how it worked back then. Because, you know, in rock and roll, you get, you know, you have the verse, and then you get to the chorus, and you want to get it exciting. So you want to knock it up a notch, you know? But we don't change them either, and I like that. I mean, my voice has changed, obviously, but it's still the same key. Do you wonder how long you're going to do it? Do you ever think about stopping? I don't. I do sometimes. I mean, you know, the pandemic was funny for me because at first, not financial things or whatever. It was just like, you know, since I was a teenager, pretty much this is what we do. We tour and we do concerts and we make music, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, maybe I'm going to go a little kooky, not doing it. And then I had horrible days like everyone else, and, you know, despair and fear and stuff of the unknown. But a lot of those days, like, I have a lot of interests, you know what I mean? I have a lot of others. I'd like to write a book. I'd maybe like to write more than one book, you know, find my voice outside of the musician in another artistic way or whatever. And just loving my wife and living life. And, you know, moving to Sicily. But a lot of those things, you know, I'm not ready to do that now. But also I look ahead and I'm like, do I want to be on stage when I'm 75? Do I want to? There's a difference if I have to. I don't know. I guess I'll call it if I'm lucky enough to get to 75. You know what I mean? I was like, get through the end of the week. You know what I mean? but I love it. But that event gave me the perspective of there's other. I don't want, you know what I mean? I would hate to be. I've always hated the idea that this is all I could do. Mm-hmm. That might sound weird, but
no, it's a great.
Because I'm born to do it. I love that kind of scenario, like. You know, like this is my wife's, like when I watch you, we're friends. When I see you in your element, this is obviously what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But I think I have, I don't know if ambition is the right word, but I definitely have interest in things that have nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
You know,
well, that's part of being a human, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to be isolated to one specific interest. There's so many fascinating things.
And that isolation, that's a thing too. And I'm really happy with could we have a level of success that's greater or whatever? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But the one thing I like about my life is I'm not I'm not so well known that I still can't do my own grocery shopping. I love to cook. I like to go to the market. I like to pick out my shit, you know, or that you can't get, you know what I mean? That we have access to the whole world, you know, and I don't have to worry about anyone giving a shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
About, or the people that do like it, that come up to me wherever I am in the world, they're usually real fans. They're not celebrity people.
Right.
So they're like, man, I saw you when you played this song, you know, and that's the other thing about music. It's like rock music, you know, you can do a lot of stuff, but you know, one thing about the songs we've written, and I meet people and people play the songs we've written at weddings and at funerals, you know what I mean? Not just parties and not just things, but like, you know, my brother, I wrote, you know, when we wrote She Talks to Angels, I always have time, and I'm always humbled by people's experiences with that song and addiction and things in their lives, whether it's them, family member, loss, or people that have overcome things, you know what I mean? And that we, you know, just wrote that song one day when we were kids, and that means so much to people. You know, there's a lot of songs like that in our repertoire that people come up to. I mean, really funny things sometimes. Like people will pick some song. I'm like, that was your wedding song? I'm like, okay. That's weird.
Jealous?
Or more obscure even.
Really?
You know, like some weird, like this song called Nonfiction. Like we walked down the aisle to I'm like, the Nonfiction? Really? It's kind of a dark song. You know what I mean?
Well, that's it. You're giving out, you know, with music, it's like it's an art form that changes people's feeling. When you hear a great song, it literally gives you energy.
Completely.
It's a drug. It really is. It's like an audio.
I'm exactly the same. I mean, I mean, it's maddening to be with me because this is the only time during this day that I don't have music on. But you know what I mean? But I listen to French music from the 20s, and I listen to like Peruvian cumbias from the 70s, or avant-garde electronic composers, whatever, you know, or blues and rock and roll and jazz and funk and R&B and whatever, but a lot.
Yeah.
You know, like,
well, that means you're doing the right thing, right? Like you really love it.
I also need it, like you just said, not only just for energy, but like for some soulful connection as well. And you know, especially with, you know, when I was younger, we all suffer from depression, and some people have a more acute relationships with that. But, you know, if there's a certain melancholy that comes over me, there's only some artist that I can sail across that deep water with, you know what I mean? To kind of assure me that we're not the only ones that feel this way. We're not the only ones that are, you know, life is that is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, no matter how rich you are, no matter how successful you are, no matter who you are, you still have to deal with the ups and downs of it.
Absolutely.
And I think adversity is the thing that really makes us who we are. You know, it's one thing as like being a father. I'm like, I'm not afraid of the adversity my kids face. As a matter of fact, that's what I really want to get to is how, because what makes us who we are is how we deal with adversity.
Mm-hmm. And if you don't deal with any adversity, it's not good.
And if you push it under the table or this or that and
avoid it.
Yeah, then where are you? You know what I mean? Where's the and the great and it's these things are cliches, but the greatest lessons are the hardest ones. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that stick to you the most.
Yes. And those are the ones that make you grow.
I have a great friend who's in a fantastic band. They just opened for us. We've been friends. His name is Jim Jones. This band's called the Jim Jones All Stars. He was in a band called The Hypnotics. And we've known each other for 30 years, and he went through really deep heroin addiction in the 90s. And it's funny to talk to him, and I love him, you know, he's like, yeah, man, it was a lesson. You know what I mean? I'm like, that's a fucking tough lesson, and I'm happy you're still here to talk about it. But I love his attitude. You know what I mean? I love that spirit in people. You know what I mean? That it didn't, you know, I learned from this, and I've moved on from this, and I don't have any regrets. I don't have any resentment towards this or anger about it. And it's no one's doing but my own. That responsibility, take responsibility for stuff, you know, is a big, and that's important. And I think we see a lot of that gone away, you know what I mean, with people. And every story is different, you know what I mean? And not everything is the same. And the what is real and what isn't real between there, that's for everyone to figure out, for people. You know? But
the fact that can be captured in a song and, like you said, sort of carry you through these bad moments, we realize like other people are experiencing grief, hardship, depression, darkness, terrible thoughts of loss. And that's the reason why those songs are so popular. It's not like people want to suffer. Like, no, there's like something they're resonating with.
And anger is a part of that too. You know what I mean? Like, and it's funny, like with the newer music, I'm like, you guys, like the world looks pretty shitty. Aren't you guys pissed a little bit? Or are you just like, no, I'm just gonna get some likes and my pants fit right and my hair is good. I'm like, okay, I get pop music is light sometimes, but I would like for the young people to, you know, I'd like to see in the art a little more anger, or
I'd like to see more rock. You know, it's like when I'm looking at music coming up today, there's a great absence of strong new rock bands that seem like rock bands from the past.
Guitar, bass.
Yes. I mean, God damn it, people still love that music. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you go see AC/DC there at a fucking stadium.
Yes.
You go see Metallica there at a stadium.
Yes.
So people are going.
So what the fuck happened? I mean, where is everybody?
I mean, I think it's definitely there. It's just, it's again, I think people for some reason think the music business is supposed to be the gauge, or they're just like any other fucking salesman. They always have been. Just because one salesman had a cool taste and one didn't, don't kid yourself.
Right.
They're not artists. They're salesmen. And there's cool people and not cool people, but they're not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think like, now we live in a time, and you see it a lot. You see people making comments about it in our industry about how you're just following. Whereas before, you had things that were popular, but someone said, fuck, sign the Stooges.
Yeah.
You know, Danny Fields did that, but he had great taste, but he was still a record company guy, the business side of it. Someone, you know what I mean? Someone said, sign Susie and the Banshees or whatever. Someone said, dude, I mean, Bob Dylan. You didn't know when they made first Bob Dylan record that he'd be 83 years old, Bob Dylan today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a lot of people said, don't sign him. He's not marketable. He's not commercial. And, you know, that's my thing. Where I'm looking for still that maverick spirit, or somebody who does have the wherewithal and or vision to see that maybe something is a little bit outside the box still could have not just, it would have importance And it can be popular as well.
Well, of course, and it always has been that way. The idea that everyone has a short attention span now, and we're interested in frivolous things. No, that's not true. That's just still junk food. It's still junk food,
right?
And there's still people that like a nice meal. I'm glad you're out there, dude.
Thanks
for doing this. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
Super
I
fun.
really enjoyed talking to you.
We got to talk about a lot of weird stuff.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Chad. Hi. What's happening, man?
Nothing much.
Nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, likewise.
We were already chatting about how Google is totally listening to me.
Right.
Confirmed 100%. Because your Google news feed is always like stuff that you're interested in, pretty much.
Yep.
But I was having a conversation with my wife about purses, and she was explaining to me that certain purses, like, you can't just buy the purse. You have to develop a relationship with the store owner. Like, what?
I don't get that. You think if you're trying to sell stuff, you'd want to sell it right when they came in.
Exactly. I don't get it. But, like, there's a thing that certain, like, posh people really love, and it's exclusivity.
Sure.
They love it. I'm the only one that can get this watch. I'm the only one that can get this fucking purse or whatever it is. So anyway, all of a sudden, Google starts showing me purse things. They start showing me all this stuff about purses. I didn't look anything up about purses. I just had a conversation with the phone sitting at the dinner table. That's crazy.
Yeah, it happens all the time. I mean,
It's
that
weird.
ends up in your feed. You're like, oh, my forearms are too small. Next thing you know, you got these flexi deals and the Gorilla Grip deal thingy that spins around.
There's no doubt it happens. There's 100% no doubt it happens, because that is the only explanation for that showing up. Because generally, it's always the same stuff, same kind of things that I'm interested in. Stuff that I click on, UFOs, MMA, some new car, something. It's like, it makes sense. And it shows up in my new, and I'm like, why are they showing me 3 different articles about purses? What the fuck is going on? You fucking creeps.
Yeah.
Ew. Ew. Is that legal? How's that work? Do you have to sign off on that on the app? Like, if you're using the Google News app, are you signing off on that?
There are multiple ways that you may have opted into something that's allowing that to happen. Yeah.
Jesus.
I haven't read any of those things.
Nobody
I
reads
scroll
those
to the
things.
bottom, hit the thing.
If you read them, you're a psycho. If you're sitting there
How long
reading
would it
those
take
things,
you?
forever.
Yeah.
Like, how big is the apple?
It's
What is that one?
3 full scrolls.
Yeah. Apple's pretty good about stuff. I think they're probably the best about that, because they're the first company that actually stepped in and said, we're going to stop companies from being able to share your information. They're the first that did. What exactly did they do, Jamie? They made some sort of a big deal. It was an advertising move, and a lot of people got pissed off at them for it.
It might have been the ability to opt out. I think they might have given you the option to opt out on the settings of the iOS for the first time. I'll check.
Something like that. I think you're right. Something like that. But a bunch of people are like, this is going to affect our advertising. But yeah, you guys are stealing money. Stop doing that.
I spend my mornings going through my emails, unsubscribing to stuff.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
There's companies, like there's one of our ads. Is like, which one is that? They'll go out and find the subscriptions. Which one is that? Jamie will find it.
Oh, like they go find it
They'll
and
do
let
it
you know
for you.
what you're subscribed to?
And you're like, oh, National Geographic still? Whatever it is. Whatever.
God, I am leaking money.
I'm sure. Apparently everybody is. It's just you get so accustomed to subscribing. Like, oh, yeah, that'll be easy. I'll get the cereal every month.
Yeah, no shit. I'm 5 years into a lot of week-long subscriptions, free subscriptions.
Yeah. Well, that was how they used to get you. How old are you?
49.
Okay, you might be old enough to remember. I'm 56. Do you remember those Columbia Record House deals?
Oh, hell yeah.
Nobody paid for that. How did they make any money?
I still have collection.
Everybody does. I feel like that was a way that they made artists seem more popular than they were. I think that was part of their deals. They could say they sold, millions and millions of records. I also think it was probably a way that they could rip artists off because they could say, we lost all this money on Columbia. Like they could factor it in, and say, I know it seems like you sold 1 million copies, but actually 400,000 of them are Columbia and nobody's paid for them.
The MC Hammer clause.
Right. Is that what it was?
I don't know, but he's that guy.
Did that happen to him?
I know that his record deal screwed him over. He had to file for bankruptcy, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He went full MC Hammer too. He went crazy. Like he was getting some house built. I remember it was the most extravagant house. He had this super expensive marble that was being brought in, and and then I guess they pulled the rug out from under him.
Yeah,
those dirty bastards. I don't know the whole story behind the MC Hammer thing, but they for sure don't want to pay you all that money.
Oh no way! If you look at royalties for comics, it's 0.00 15 zeros and then 1 cent.
Oh yeah, you get nothing for audio. For comedy audio, you get nothing. Yeah. You get nothing. It's always been like that, though. It's especially comedy albums. After 1980, who fucking bought comedy albums?
I mean, I don't know, but it's plus the lawsuit. You know about the lawsuit where they had to take a bunch of people off of Pandora and Spotify and everything because of the lawsuit that they were trying to get writer and performance credits.
Who was trying to get it?
Just a company. It was I can't remember what it's called.
Jamie can find it.
Okay.
So what else are you finding?
Experian was the company that does the subscription.
Okay, Experian.
That's good.
Yeah, so they'll find your subscriptions and they'll yank them. So what is the company that's doing this?
So you had all these royalties coming in, and then all of a sudden, this company, there was a bunch of estates, like the Robin Williams estate. I think maybe George Carlin, where they were like, hey, we should be getting more money for this because it's 50-50 split, but songwriters are getting a writer credit and a performance credit.
Right.
And so they wanted comics to do that. But that doesn't really make sense because comedians are I'm not using your bits,
right.
And so you wouldn't get a writing credit for my performance.
Right.
So it was strange. And so then Pandora was like, fuck this, we're pulling everything down, and pulled a bunch of guys off, including myself. But
I still don't totally understand. So who wanted the credit? When you said writer and then performer credit, was that to the comics, so the comics would get paid twice?
Yeah.
Okay. So instead of an artist that didn't write their song, the comics are like, no, we deserve to get paid twice because we created the entire content.
Exactly.
But Pandora was like, no, we can't do that.
Right, because the writers, when you're singing a song and someone else wrote it, that makes sense.
Right.
But no one's doing anybody's bits.
Right.
So I can't sit up here and do a Hedberg bit.
And if you are, you probably bought them from them. You know?
Yeah, so there was some sort of agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought a heckle line once from a buddy of mine back in Boston. It's such a dumb line. Brian Fraser, the comedian. The joke was, this is to someone in the audience that's heckling you, this is my impression of God when he made you. Okay, just a dash of cunt. Oh no, the cap fell off. Too much cunt.
How much did you pay for it?
I don't remember. I think it was $500. I don't remember. But it was such a great line.
So
I was like, dude,
use
that's a hilarious line. He's like, I'll never use it. I go, sell it to me. I'll fucking use it. But, that was a year into comedy. I was like, when you're a year into comedy, anything that works, it's like you have tools. You have just a toolbox. And anything that works. They're so precious. You're so scared to write new ones. Ah!
Yeah, you're start to freak out, and then you're like, oh, this come and go gas station bit always works.
Right.
So you fall back on that.
Right. And even that sucks. It's kind of the problem is when you're starting out, you say things in a very specific way, and that might not be the best way to say that bit, but that's the way you're kind of stuck saying it.
Yeah.
That is a problem with bits. Sometimes when you create, even today, I'll create I'm working on a new one, and I'm like, I don't know about this. I feel like there's another way to say this, and I'm just banking on the way that I've been saying it over and over again, and maybe I should just abandon it and let it sit there for a bit and come back to it.
So I didn't work summers for a long time. I have 2 kids. And when I was, when they were in high school, I'd always be home during the summer. And I found that in September, I would always be able to fix bits a little bit better because I let them sit. I almost forgot about it. You know how it starts, and then your brain is like, I have to get to this point, but I can't remember how I got there.
Right.
And so then you start to put it together a little differently.
And they're probably working in the back of your head subconsciously too, because even though you're not doing comedy for 3 months, you're still probably thinking, in 3 months I'm going to do comedy.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So it's probably like working in the background.
Most likely.
Yeah, for sure. That's what they say sleeping on it is all about.
Yeah, like if your piano piece, if you can't figure it out, you play it before you go to bed a bunch of times, and then all of a sudden the next morning you wake up and you're like, fiddle-a-doo.
There's been a few times where I woke up in the middle of the night to pee, and I realized how to fix a joke. Yeah, just like all of a sudden you're like, oh, that's it. It just needed one more little ingredient.
It is a fun eureka moment when you fix a bit.
Dude, what is it? Where's it coming from?
Like, where's the joy coming from?
No, where's the ideas coming from? Where the fuck are they coming from?
I think they do sit. I think there's a part back there that's just constantly going, and we don't hear about it. And then when it's done, they're like, get it to the fucking front.
Yeah, but even the creation of an idea is so mysterious. I mean, that's why people invoke the concept of the muse. That's the Stephen Pressfield. He swears by it. That the War of Art book is all about the muse, about summoning the muse when you write. There's something weird going on, I'll tell you that. Because it seems like they just enter into your head like a photon, like some shit from space. Just doop, all of a sudden it's in there, and oh, now's an idea. And even though it's your idea, I take credit for writing. I'll take credit for fixing jokes. I'll take credit for going up. I always feel like I can't really take credit for the original idea. The original idea is almost like this little gift.
Absolutely. Like you see something, or somebody's doing something, and you go, oh shit, and that sparks something, and you just go, all right, I got to write this down.
Sometimes you just say it out of nowhere. You just say it. You don't even know why you're saying it. You're just saying it. Yeah. And it's like, you didn't even think that much. It just came out.
Yeah, there's times where on stage where you're just all of a sudden riffing a bit, and you hit them with something, and they start clapping. You're like, oh, goddamn, thank God I'm recording this.
Oh, yeah, sometimes. Sometimes that's the best part of the bit. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? How is that the best part of the bit?
It's almost like you're playing chess in your head, and you are 7 steps ahead, but you don't even know it.
Right. It's a weird fucking art form. Weird art form. It's one of the only art forms where almost everybody writes their own stuff. If you think about musicians, there's a lot of musicians who write their own music, and they're kind of revered, right? Because musicians, when you go to see a musician, like a singer-songwriter, and they write their own stuff, you sit there and you're like, wow, this person crafted this in their mind and practiced it alone. And, there's something magical about that. But you can go see a really talented singer that has writers that write for them. And they're great too, but you don't feel the same, Yeah,
because you feel like you're good at playing the guitar, you have a great voice, you're good at making someone else's work. I used to audition for stuff. I am fucking toilet at auditioning. It's the truth. I go in there and it's somebody else's words, and I'm just you can hear the people in front of you, they're getting huge laughs. I go in there nothing. I don't know. I don't think I'd be a good singer of someone else's song. I think I'd have to write it.
I never wanted to be an actor. I had zero acting, no wishes, no dreams, no aspirations, zero. Just wanted to be a comic. And then I got a development deal from doing MTV.
Okay.
And then because of this development deal, I wound up being on a sitcom. So my point is I did 2 auditions ever. One was for a show called Hardball. I got that show. And that show got canceled. And another one was for a show called News Radio. And I got that show.
Yeah.
And those were the only 2 that I had ever done.
Good for you.
It was the nuttiest thing of all time. People would get so mad at me. I'm like, look, I just stepped in shit. I got super lucky. They were looking for a cocky baseball player for this show on Fox. And I went in and they met me and they're like, oh, this is the guy.
That's great.
And then I did this show where I played a mentally challenged conspiracy theorist maintenance guy at a radio station. That was perfect too. Yeah, I was like, I got these.
They always sent me in for these auditions where it was like, I was 30-something years old, and it would be 22 good looking. And you're like, what the fuck am I doing here? I went in one time, and it was like an Abercrombie and Fitch shoot.
Oh, God.
And so I go in, and I'm looking around. Everyone's a foot taller than me, chiseled jawline. I'm like,
there's just agents will throw anything at the wall. I went in I definitely did a bunch of auditions after those shows that I didn't wind up getting, like for movies and stuff like that.
Mhm.
They're all so weird. You're in a room with someone, and then you have to improvise. Sometimes they ask you to improvise. Like, look, this is the one time I went in for the reading, and the PA was this kid. It's not the kid's fault, but he's reading the script. He's terrible, and you're supposed to be reacting, and he's barely getting the sentence right.
Right.
And then you're supposed to have this realistic reaction to this, And then they were like, I want you, this is what the guy said. He goes, I want you to you're very excited. Your friend is getting married. You're very excited. I want you to write down a piece of paper, get married. You're trying to talk him into getting married. And I'm going, so you want me to do this with this guy? I go, look, if you want to bring in an actor and me and an actor can fuck around, I go, he's barely getting through these conversations. This is silly. Then I was like, I don't want to be an actor. Like, I realized, like, why am I even here? Like, I don't want to do this. Let me get the fuck out of here.
Nowhere in real life would somebody go, I'm thinking about getting married, and your response is, you gotta get married. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was a dumb script. The movie was terrible. But a friend of mine was in it. And I was like, it'll be fun to do a movie with him. But going on the audition, like, what am I doing? It was just one of those movies where it was written for fake people. It was written in some weird way for people that don't exist. I was like, you're trying so hard to make people talk and think this way. These aren't real people. This is bizarre. Like, every person in this movie is totally disingenuous. Like, every word that you wrote for them is not like anything people ever say. Right. This movie sucks. It fucking sucks. And it looks like you wrote it on Adderall, and you're just trying to make some money. And why am I here?
Yeah. Have you seen the show Suits?
I have not.
Okay, so they have this really weird cadence where they'll say, and I'm not going to goddamn do it. They use goddamn in front of stuff, but it's every character.
Oh god!
And so you're like, how did all these people meet?
Is it from the 20s or something?
No, it's like
it's current.
Yeah, I think it's still on. I think it just had a thing.
Oh, that's bad writing. Or a bunch of people that are like really easily influenced.
Yeah,
that's where accents come from. Like, one fucking dude probably talked a certain way, and everybody's like, that guy sounds cool. I was all like this too.
I was reading that some people have a thing in their head where, when they're talking to someone with an accent, to make that person feel more comfortable, they start to speak in the accent without even knowing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, I would switch accents, like, when I moved to new places. I realized I only lived in Boston for, like, 6 years, and I was 19, and I was on television for this thing that I did. And I heard myself on TV, and I was like, ew. Ew. I had no idea my accent was so strong. It's like, yuck.
Oh, Boston accent?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Oh, interesting.
So I killed it for the most part until I get a couple of drinks in me.
Yeah, that's the same with me. You put whiskey in me and I get a little Canadian.
Yeah, especially if I'm around my friends with Boston. We're all talking shit to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys talk shit.
Yeah, fucking quacksack guy.
Yeah, the best place to do stand-up. Because to develop there, like, you are, that treadmill is going. You got to hop on. You got to move. Get moving. Everybody's moving. Nobody in the audience has any attention span. They don't want to hear you dilly-dally and pontificate up there. They want fucking jokes.
Yeah, hammer me. I got to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, they're all tired.
I love doing comedy in Boston.
Blue collar. It's not even necessarily blue collar, because there's a lot of, like, white collar people that come to the shows too. It's just like work ethic. When you have to shovel your car out of snow every fucking year, you have work ethic. You can't get up at 8 o'clock to be at work at 9. No, you have to get up at 7 because you got an hour of shoveling to do.
Yeah, defrost the windshield.
Yeah, you got to do all that shit. You got to start the car up, let it run, heat the inside to defrost the windshield, get the fucking scraper, and then you're out there on a fucking skating rink. Your street's a skating rink, so you have to drive 5 miles an hour, and you have to make sure that you hit the brakes way before the car in front of you, or you're going to cause a pileup. I saw so many pileups, man.
Yeah.
Whew. God
I grew up in Minnesota. I lived in Minnesota my whole life.
And you've seen it.
It's just nonstop.
I think Minnesota is the #1 state where people die in deer accidents. Is it the number one?
Getting shot, you mean?
No. Deer on the road.
Oh, God. Yeah, I would think
accidents.
that. I would think that.
It's either Michigan or Minnesota. I forget which one. But those places, you grow up in a place like that, man, you develop some resilience. Yeah. Those are different human beings. Yeah. You grow up in fucking Florida, The only thing you have to worry about, the sky becomes an angry god every couple of years.
Yeah. I remember
Pennsylvania. Oh, wow. Damn. 1 in 38 chance of hitting an animal. So you drive for 2 months, you're going to hit one in West Virginia. West Virginia. Pennsylvania's 1 in 59. That's still high. But 1 in 38 is crazy.
Yeah,
1 in 38 means every month you're hitting a fucking deer. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. It doesn't mean that. It means overall all the time of your life. 1 in 38. But that's a lot.
I've never hit a deer. It's probably stupid to put out into the universe.
Yeah.
But I've never hit.
I've never hit one either. I did hit a squirrel once. I felt so bad. Little guy was moving left and juking left and right, not sure. And I'm like, come on, fucker, don't do this. Don't do this. And he did it. And I felt the thump. I'm like, oh, no. Yeah. And I look back and I see his little legs kicking. But you know what? Vultures have to eat too. And that's what that's all about, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
That's a weird thing, too, when you see a dead animal and you're like, oh. And then you come back like 20 minutes later and you see these monsters hovering over it, devouring
Just gone.
They're so gross.
Pulling everything out.
Oh, you ever seen a Tibetan sky funeral? Bro. In Tibet, I don't know which religion, I don't know what they're practicing, but they have this ritual called the Tibetan sky funeral. And instead of burying people, what they do is they chop them up and they feed them to vultures. Yeah, and there's graphic video of this online because it's like this big ritual. So there's graphic video of these dudes with these like giant cutting boards and fucking cleavers hacking up people, and there's a swarm of vultures all around them. So they're hacking up body parts, and then these vultures are just devouring these human beings. And we think it's gross, right? But isn't it grosser that you waste the body?
Dump it. Yeah.
What is this, Jamie? Oh, it's a video of it. That guy looked a little too cute to be there. I was like, what are you doing there, fella? I thought it was a movie. So look at these. Look at all these vultures.
Jesus, this is like when pelicans follow a fishing boat.
Oh, they 100% know what's going on because they've been doing it all the time.
Let's do tourist attraction in some part of China.
Jesus Christ. Tourist attraction.
Oh, there they go.
So they're not going to show you hacking the guy up.
Forget it.
But there's plenty of other videos that are more documentary style that show like very graphic images of this person just hacking apart this bot.
How big? How big do they cut the pieces?
Just like chunks. Okay. And the vultures, you saw how they are. They're like piranha. Yeah. They're all just on it.
Yeah.
And they just devour everything. They devour the bones. They devour everything. Isn't that better? Though, I mean, look, nobody wants their loved one to be reduced to meat, you know, but is it better that you're taking your loved one and you're pumping them filled with some toxic chemical that makes it so that they'll never rot? You can exhume them years later and find fentanyl traces and shit. Like,
if you believe like in something else, like something's going on afterlife wise,
right?
I mean, the soul's gone anyways. It's,
right.
It's the vessel that you're putting in the ground or letting vultures.
And if you believe that this person was murdered, like, do a better job now. Like, how much time do you need? You know, do it, film it, and get all your. I guess maybe like that. Remember that HBO show, Autopsy? Did you ever remember that show? There was a great show by this guy, Dr. Michael Baden, and Dr. Michael Baden would always catch like husbands that poisoned their wives secretly, or wives that had poisoned all their husbands, and people that had killed people like in secret, sneaky ways and gotten away with it. And then he gets on the case and he finds like really crazy examples. One of them was this one guy, and after his wife had died, I don't even know if it was his wife. It was maybe his girlfriend. But he kept buying cases of perfume, and no one could figure out why this guy was doing this. But he left his wife in the bed and never reported that she was dead, and kept fucking her and put like a mask on her, and then eventually put like some artificial vagina down there. And the perfume, he was pouring perfume on her to mask the decay. And so eventually, finally, they caught him, but they got these images of what used to be his wife with like a mask on the face, and there was clothes on what's left of this body, and then there's this like tube where the vagina is, and this fucking psycho was banging her corpse and like passing out from the smell and just cases of perfume. This dude was just pouring perfume all over her corpse.
I feel like I could solve that crime.
You have to be in the room. I mean, you have to be like in the neighborhood or something. You have to. Have you ever smelled the body? When I was a kid, the apartment that we lived in New Jersey, this guy died on one of the floors, and the smell is insane. It's so specific. It's so different. A rotting human body apparently has a very unique odor, and like the coroners and the guys they called in, like when there's a smell, they know what it is right away. They go, "That's a person." It's different than a dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say mice die in my garage, and I can't go in there for 2 days.
Yeah,
I mean it sucks. So a person's.
Oh my god, it was horrible. It's the whole hallway. You couldn't specify like where it was coming from. It was like a skunk. You know, it was everywhere. The whole hallway just reeked of this. Like it was just like the universe letting you know, get out of there. Get the fuck out. It's giving you this smell. Not just New Jersey, I mean that hallway. Sure. It's giving you the smell of death. It's a very specific smell.
Do you know how the guy died?
I don't remember. I was a little kid. I think I was 5 at the time. But I'll never forget that smell. It's like, oh, because he was in there for a while. You know, he's some loner. And he just fucking one day kicked the bucket. It took a while for anybody to figure it out, and they figured it out because of the smell.
And then how long did it take him to get him out of it?
I don't remember. I was too little. I don't remember. But it was a very, very specific smell. It was gross. But it is weird what we do. It's weird that Joey Diaz was trying to lay this out to me. He's like, Joe Rogan, that's a fucking scam. This is the scam. Even if you want to get cremated, they got to embalm you first. Then you're going to buy an urn. They got you. They got you for 10, 14, 15 grand every time. They're going to tell you your grandfather wants a beautiful coffin. He's fucking dead. What are we doing? It's like this weird thing that everybody does where you have to get your person embalmed and then you get them made up, which is the creepiest.
My daughter has a friend who her boyfriend's sister died, and she's getting into makeup and hair for a living, and they asked her to do the makeup and hair of the dead sister.
Oh my God.
Why the fuck would you, like, someone has to sign up for that.
Yeah, that has to be your very specific job. That's not regular makeup.
Yeah, it's not like you go into, like a Great Clips or something and ask somebody like, hey, my grandpa died. Can you come help?
Bro, that might haunt you for the rest of your life, especially if you know the person.
Way. Absolutely.
Oh.
I'd like a Viking funeral.
Oh, Viking funeral's dope. But a Viking funeral, again, you're kind of wasting the body. If you just put it in the ground, that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to go back to nature. I guess a Viking funeral, eventually you get back into the system. You're just taking the long run.
Yeah.
You turn back into carbon again. This is going to take so much time. But you're going right into microbes. And essentially what's inside of you starts eating you first, if I'm not mistaken. I think all the bacteria in your body you start breaking down from that stuff. I think a lot of weird things happen. But then the stuff on the outside figures out you're dead. And then the soil starts devouring you.
Going for it. Have you seen the people that get put into trees?
Yeah.
That's wild.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
Or like a diamond.
Yeah.
They get pressed down.
The trees definitely live well off of fertilizer that comes from dead animals. Yeah, they eat what's there. They take it in and suck it up, which is what fertilizer is, which is why our food sucks, because we give them fake food. We basically feed our processed food, right? Because nitrogen is what, we take nitrogen and a bunch of other bullshit chemicals and we pour it on this dead topsoil so that these poor corn can survive. And then we eat the corn and there's like no nourishment. And they're like, what are we doing?
Yeah. I remember like in 3rd grade, they taught us about crop rotation. And you're driving by these fields and you're like, this has been fucking corn since I was in 3rd grade.
There's no way you can rotate. Huh? Yeah. That's what they're all doing in the regenerative farms. Regenerative farms, they move everything around. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's how everyone's done it from the beginning of time. What is that? Mushrooms that eat your body?
Suit you wear to get buried in and you turn into mushrooms.
But they're going to embalm you, man. Unless you live in a place that lets you opt out of that. Unless this is for another country. Yeah. What are the laws in America? Let's find out what the laws are. When you die, do they have to embalm you? Because this is what Joey was saying. But that might have been very specific. It might be regional. It might be like certain cities.
They embalm you before you go into a cooker?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I didn't know that. I thought you just went in.
Not required by law.
Not required. They probably talking anyway. That's probably what it is.
It says, in fact, the FTC funeral law forbids any funeral home from stating the contrary.
Interesting. That's because they've done it.
Oh, absolutely. All they're trying to do is shame you, make you feel bad.
Listen, you have to embalm them before you cremate them.
Your grandfather came in here earlier and told us he wanted to be embalmed.
Is it necessary? According to federal law, it's forbidden to declare that embalming can entirely stop the process of decomposition. Oh, but that's different.
Well, that's probably why, I guess, though.
Right. It's entirely forbidden to declare that embalming. But is it mandatory? Is embalming do that? Is embalming mandatory?
I was giving more.
It's not required by federal law in the United States, and no funeral homes can claim that it is. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
However, there are some circumstances where embalming may be required. State law. Okay, some states require embalming if the body's not refrigerated or is held in transit for more than 24 hours. Other states require embalming if the death was caused by contagious disease or if the remains are being transported between states. So funeral homes will require embalming if the family chooses a service with the okay. That's probably visitation, open casket. That makes sense. Cemeteries may require embalming if the remains are being entombed in a mausoleum. Ew.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Embalming can help their loved ones see their loved ones for the last time. You know what? I have only been to one funeral where I saw one of my loved ones. It was my grandfather, and I was like, he is not there. Like whatever they left there, that is just not. That's not my grandpa. He's gone.
Yeah, when they go, oh, he looks so natural. Well, he wasn't fucking orange when I knew him.
Fuck no. No, he does not look natural. He looks weird.
Yeah,
there's like a part of you that knows that whatever a person is in their soul, whatever a soul is, it's off.
Yeah, that's gone.
It's off. Yeah, it's gone. And it's weird. It's a weird feeling that you get when you're around a dead body. It's like,
especially one that you knew so well.
Oh yeah. It's a wake up call, because you just realize, like, oh my God, like this comes for everyone. One day, everyone in your life is gonna go like that. And if you're lucky, you're gonna see it. Is that what the luck is? If you live long enough. I was switching phone numbers the other day, and I was going over my phone, my contact list, and there's so many people in there that are dead. I kept pulling out people that were dead. I was like, oh, he's gone. Oh, he's gone. It was crazy.
How long has it been since you switched last time?
Well, it's just I got a bunch of old numbers, from dudes that I haven't talked to in forever. That you just when you have an iPhone, you just keep getting a new number, and you just somehow or another, all the numbers come with you. Yeah. There's so many of my friends that are dead. It's so sobering, when you just start counting the numbers, like, oh fuck, Norm Macdonald, oh fuck, and you just go through all of it and you're like, fuck, he's gone too, Yeah.
I'm getting to the age where that's about to start happening, I think.
It happens. And sometimes it happens and you do not see it coming and it hits you like a train, especially when they take their own life. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. And then there's always that guilt of like, fuck, maybe if I talked to him, maybe if I had one conversation, or maybe that's just your ego.
Yeah, because I think once you're over that line, I don't think there's a lot of pulling it back.
Perhaps, but I think every circumstance is different.
Yeah, I guess there's that one dude that used to live by a bridge, and he would go out and talk guys off the ledge, and so I guess maybe that is.
There was one guy that jumped, and he lived. He's one of the rare guys that lived. And he said as he jumped, he'd realized what a horrible mistake he made, and he wanted to take it back, but he couldn't. And he lived, but he's all fucked up, but lived a happier life. Like, was thankful that he was alive, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I used to bartend, and this dude would come in, and he was missing his jaw.
He's talked more than 200 people off the ledge.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Highway patrol officer. I bet that guy's a smooth talker. I have a buddy who jumped off that bridge.
No shit?
Yeah. Tony Anagoni, who's a professional pool player. Good dude. I hadn't talked to him in a while. I hadn't talked to him in a couple of years. And then I saw it in the news. I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man, where it's just like, when it happens, you just get jolted. Especially the suicide ones. It's like, what?
Yeah, when you had no clue.
Because, like, you think about that person when you're all having fun together.
Mm-hmm.
You think about that person when you're sitting around laughing, cracking jokes.
Especially if it's the life of the party that does it.
Right.
And you go, oh, fuck, I could have picked 10 other guys besides you.
Right. Like, you imagine Robin Williams. Imagine watching Robin Williams on any. Did you ever see that commercial where he's doing a commercial? and he won't stop fucking around.
I don't think so.
And the director's trying to get him to stop fucking around. He's like, will not stop fucking around.
I love
And
that.
he's doing the different characters and shit. He's like, okay, Robin, can we focus now? And Robin's just fucking going off.
Yeah.
That guy you would never imagine could ever be sad. You know?
I was an extra in a movie with him, Billy Crystal, and Louise Dreyfus. And two people were sick. They went back to their trailers, and I was interviewing him, and he did it as Mrs. Doubtfire, and it was fucking awesome, man. Everybody was losing it.
You could play it, Jamie. You see it?
I said to him, Fred,
Would you mind please speaking to the camera?
It's already great. Look, his back is to the camera. Like it's a different guy.
Robin, just do the line so we get out.
I can't do everything. For me, this place is fabulous. I want to do the line for you.
Robin, the line, the introduction, just the one line that you got to do, okay, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Foul ball, a male hygiene spray. You know, sometimes below the waterline, you could reek. That's why I need new foul ball. Something the part bearer thing, had it upside down. Sorry, this is fabulous. I couldn't believe. Probably this can's too cold.
Would you do the line now? Just the introduction, one line, okay?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Sheldon Heston. No, I have very few Jewish friends, if any. But I'd like to say, won't you please help support the United Goyim College Fund? Help learn a child to eat hot dogs this year, mayonnaise and corned beef.
Can we get another actor in, please?
Oh, give me a chance, please. I need this.
All I have to do is
Didn't want to say. I didn't.
Even though I'm not going to do it, I'm going to cut camera. You got to do the line now. Just, all right? Can we hear it, please?
Я очень рад быть в Америке. Сейчас в Москве. Ожидая предлагания. Создание моника есть приелодни. You know, what I would have loved to have seen, actually, is if they could have combined and Drop-Off's funeral and the Olympics and had him in the bobsled run. All right, I'm ready, Howard.
All right, can we get it now?
Yes, sir,
You
I
know what
think
the
we
line
can.
is? Do you want me to hold the cue card?
No. Yeah, I can.
The
Okay.
one that says,
yeah,
now
I
doing
am.
commercial. Okay,
Yes, right
here we
down.
go.
Storm. That's a German name, isn't it? Storm. It sounds like a dog. I love that old Storm. Come here, boy. Hey, off the leg. We're ready now. Here we go. I'm ready to say that line, Howard, because I love you. I love you for the man that you are. An incredible man. More than just one night. A man who can, I don't know, make you realize, ouch, who are you? I'm ready now.
Okay.
You ready?
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Howard. Yes, Howard Storm is now directing commercials. Again, I can get it this time.
Yeah, once more.
Hi, I'm Jack Nicholson, and you know, Howard Storm is directing goddamn commercials. It's incredible that he can find a camera small enough to work with, but God bless him for trying. His first commercial was Billy Barty on a footstool. God, I love the fact that the man takes chances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And cut.
Yeah.
He just wasn't gonna do it.
He's a maniac.
Oh, that's incredible.
He was an odd dude, for sure. People get mad when you bring up the joke thieving allegations with that guy. But that's just what it was.
That went on for over 13 minutes. We only watched
That's hilarious.
2.5 minutes of it. Oh.
Yeah, people think that you're not supposed to talk about that part. But that was part of him.
Yeah, you have to talk about everything.
The guy still was great. He was still great. He was very odd.
And I wonder if his brain worked so quickly that sometimes it was out before he knew it.
Perhaps, you could excuse someone for a lot of things. I don't know how his brain worked. Obviously, he had like mental problems, which wound up, there was a lot of physical problems that wound up contributing to his suicide. But depression was part of that too. But it's like, you have to also put it in context. There wasn't anybody like him back then.
Yeah.
There was Jonathan Winters, who he took inspiration from, who a lot of people forgot about. Jonathan Winters was like really weird like that. He would do really weird, crazy stuff and act like just like different characters and just wouldn't be there and just would hold on to it. And people would like panic and they wouldn't know what to do. So I think he took a lot of inspiration from Jonathan Winters, who's an amazing talent too. But Robin was like very unique. There was really nobody like him. And he could act his ass off, man. It was like Good Morning Vietnam. Like he was good in movies too.
Yeah, I like Good Will Hunting when he's in
Yeah,
that.
man. Yeah, in serious roles. How about that 24-hour photo? Did you ever see that?
Yes.
Bro. Creepy. Yeah, he played a good psycho. It was very, very good. But like, you would never imagine a guy like that would hit the rocks where he'd wind up killing himself. You're like, no way.
And then you start to wonder, like, was the comedian part of him the show, and the 24-hour photo was the real deal?
I doubt the 24-hour photo was the real deal. I think the real deal was like a deeply depressed person. That the reason why they were so good at getting people entertained is because they needed so much more than the average person just to hit like a baseline.
Yeah.
You know, I think when people are super depressed and then they use comedy as like a way to just like a drug to just get them. Like Richard Jeni apparently was only happy when he's killing, and then when he got off stage, he was depressed. And he's another guy that wound up killing himself.
That's like an hour a day.
Yep.
That you're happy.
Yep. And he was like the most miserable guy, guaranteed. Like when I would do morning radio, I would always ask the drivers, like, who's the worst guy you have to drive around? And they always would say Richard Jeni. Say he hated it. He didn't want to be there. Didn't want to talk to anybody. He was miserable.
He's so fucking funny.
Dude is weird. He wanted to be a movie star, apparently. So back then in the 1980s and 90s, like what the thing was you would graduate and into movies, like a Jim Carrey, or into TV like a Seinfeld, and you have your own show. But everybody really wanted movies. That was the thing. And he never got any of those. He was only in like one movie. He was in The Mask with Jim Carrey.
Okay.
And he had a show on the UPN called Platypus Man.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was terrible. But his stand-up was brilliant. His stand-up was incredible. He was so good. We all like would just be in awe of him.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him doing a bit at the Comedy Works in Montreal. This little tiny room in Montreal. This great room run by this amazing guy named Jimbo. Jimbo was the best. And this room was only like a 90-seat room. And it was during the Just for Laughs Comedy Festival. And Richard Jeni went up and he did a bit about buying a Corvette. Like, what an unrelatable premise. What a premise where you like, how do you get anything out of this? And was murdering. Just murdering. I can't remember what he said, but I was crying laughing. We were crying laughing. It was so funny. And there were so many punchlines in there. It was so... His sense of irony, his sarcasm, the way he would hit the punchlines, the writing. It's like all day he prepared for these sets, and then he would just go into a darkness and just get ready to do it again.
That's brutal.
Horrible. I knew his girlfriend. His girlfriend was a comic, too. One of his girlfriends at the time. I don't think she was the girl that was his girlfriend at the time that he killed himself. But she was a comic at the store, and she would just tell me, it's just like, the guy's so brilliant, but he's like so eaten up.
Yeah, some people can't find balance.
It sucks, man. When they're that good, you just like want to hug them. Just like, come on, man, keep it together.
Just want to go. Just enjoy the rest of it.
I've told this story before, so I apologize to anybody that's heard it. But he went to the East Side Comedy Club in Huntington. That wasn't Huntington Beach. It was on Long Island. East Huntington. I forget where it was. But East Side Comedy Club is a great comedy club on Long Island. And I went there on a Sunday, and I talked to the guy that was the MC all weekend, and he was depressed. And I said, why are you depressed? He goes, Richard Jeni did a different hour every show. He did 4 different hours and killed. He goes, I'm up there. He goes, I have 20 minutes that I'm opening with, and I can barely get through them. They suck. And then I'm bringing on this genius who does a different hour every fucking show. And he goes, it makes you want to quit comedy. I think he might have quit comedy because I never heard from him. I really think that might have done him in. Like, I think he was around for like a year or two after that, but I think that was it.
That is tough to watch, though. When you're working with a master, you're not even close to it yet.
It's like those dudes who fought Mike Tyson in the early days. Like, you never saw them again.
Yeah. I've been late for a show twice in my life, and both times it was from watching Mike Tyson's Greatest Hits.
Oh, wow. They'll drive you crazy. There was a time, like, in like 1986 to like whatever it was when he lost to Buster Douglas, when there's never been a heavyweight like him. I think he was the greatest of all time. I think he was the greatest of all time for a short period of time, but I think you have to look at a fighter in particular. They can't keep it up forever. It's too crazy. Mm-hmm. They only have a few years in this like high revolution, high rev, red line prime. And that's what I try to judge them on. There's ways people judge fighters on longevity, like Sugar Ray Robinson, or the best example of all time is Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins was a world champion when he was 49 years old. Crazy.
That's my age.
Crazy. And fucking up guys that were 20 years younger than him with ease. You know,
That's wild.
I mean, he was a master, just a masterful boxer who had incredible discipline and never lost focus and never got out of shape and never ate bad food, never ate processed anything. He always ate like clean, organic food, drank water, no booze, fuck you. You know, up in the morning, always running, always calisthenics, always was shredded, never gained weight in between fights. Even today, I had him on the podcast today, like a couple months ago. How many months ago? 6 months ago? Maybe a little longer. Something like that. Even now, guy's like in his 50s, fucking shredded.
I don't have
ready
that.
to go. You don't have to.
Yeah,
You're a comedian.
It's like I need to process food sometimes.
Sometimes you need a little comfort. You know.
What do you think it was about Tyson? Do you think it was his? I always equated it to his legs and his core.
There was a lot of factors. First of all, there was his upbringing, right? So he had a horrible upbringing.
Okay.
Just crime and violence in the worst neighborhood in Brooklyn. He lived in Bed-Stuy, right? So Brownsville, I think, originally in Bed-Stuy. Terrible neighborhoods, real bad. You know, a lot of crime, a lot of violence. And then at 13 years of age, he gets adopted by this guy, Cus D'Amato, who's one of the greatest boxing minds of all time. And he's also a hypnotist. So from age 13 on, he's hypnotizing Mike and telling Mike he's the greatest of all time. He's the greatest of all time. He's going to be the greatest heavyweight the world has ever seen. And then on top of it, you have crazy genetics. Mike, I had Teddy Allison. He told me that when Mike was 13, he was knocking out a grown man. And they wouldn't believe he was 13. He'd bring him to boxing tournaments. They're like, how old's that kid? He goes, 13. He goes, he's fucking 16. He goes, okay, he's 16. He'd put him in with the 16-year-olds. He'd knock the 16-year-olds out. Yeah, he was a freak. So you have that sometimes. You know, you have kids that just have extraordinary genes. And then you have this perfect storm of a very intelligent person who's deeply neglected as a child and then adopted by a genius. Not just a boxing genius, but a genius in terms of psychology and life and philosophy, and he understood war. And like he was a war historian, and he was a boxing historian, and he was also managed by this guy, Jim Jacobs, excuse me. And Jim Jacobs had Jim Jeffries tapes, or James Jeffries. He had Jack Johnson and Jack Dempsey. He had all the film footage of like fighters that some of the greatest boxers of all time. Willie Pep, you know, Floyd Patterson. He had all this old footage on reels, and he was like the biggest collector of old boxing footage. And Mike was being managed by him. So Mike would sit there all day and watch Jack Dempsey fight, watch Jack Johnson fight, watch Stanley Greb, watch these old killers. You know, these guys that existed, you know, decades ago, and no one gets a chance to see them. Because, you know, we're talking about 1980. You don't even have VHS tapes, right? When did they come along? They were like 82 or something like that, right? So he's getting like, this is happening to him in the 70s, like late 70s. Like, so let's make sense of this. So he's 58. He's a year older than me. And so how old was he when he was 13? What year was it when he was 13, rather?
So he was born in
66. I've been 79.
79. Okay. No VHS. So the only way you can see these things is if they put them on television, which they might, but then you have to watch it while it's on TV. You can't rewatch it again. There's no way to record anything. Or, you know, Jim Jacobs. You know Jim Jacobs. Jim Jacobs, who also did the commentary in a lot of those. If you watch a lot of those old films, they're black and white and there's no sound. And they like put in sound later. And Jim Jacobs does the commentary. I know his voice. And he was a genius too. And they had this incredible convergence of all these things that created Mike Tyson in like 1986, where people were like, holy shit.
Yeah.
When he would walk out there with no bathrobe and just fucking... He was a perfect creation of the universe. Like the universe, all the factors that would come into play that make something super special all came in his, I mean, to be a boxing champion. It could not have had a better convergence of mind, talent, background, and then the people that were influencing him.
Yeah, he was wild.
Yeah, he's being trained by Teddy Atlas when he's a little kid.
Isn't it illegal to hypnotize the child?
That's a good question.
I would think there's got to be.
That's a
something.
good question. Depends. Like, what if your kid thinks they're possessed? That might be a good thing to hypnotize them. If the kid is like legit, like, you child, I have words for you. Like, oh, Billy, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? I'm sorry I left you alone. I had to work. I had 2 jobs. I had to pay the bills. Billy's bouncing off the walls at home and he thinks he's possessed.
Freaking out. You're like, watch the spoon.
Yeah, it might be good to hypnotize that kid. But yeah, I would think hypnotizing anybody before they were aware of what the fuck that means. But I don't think hypnotizing is what people think it is either. I don't necessarily. I've only been hypnotized once, so I can't speak to like what the total potential of what someone could do with hypnosis is. But you're aware of what's going on. Mm-hmm. It's not like you're gonna like take your clothes off and blow this guy. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're just in a different state of consciousness, and it's almost like you're allowed to look at things for what they really are versus all this noise that's around most of the ideas in your head, where you're blaming other people when you should probably blame yourself, when you were lazy and that's why it went bad, and it wasn't like someone else's fault, and all that stuff that keeps people on the wrong track, that keeps people drinking too much and gambling too much, all those weird things that are going on in your head. Like, you'll get past that and you'll see you.
Yeah.
And you see you for a brief amount of time, and you kind of analyze what it is that's fucking with you. And then someone who's like a good performance psychologist can implant ideas, like help you implant ideas in your mind of how you're going to approach things from now on. How are you going to look at things from now on? I know a lot of fighters use them. A lot of fighters use hypnotists and performance coaches. The guy who did it to me is my friend Vinny Shorman, and he does it to a lot of fighters. He hypnotizes a lot of fighters.
And what does he put in there then?
I think it depends. I think it's different for each fighter.
What they need.
Yeah,
what they're missing.
I mean, some fighters. There's a thing that happens with some fighters in the midst of a chaotic fight. They will forget about the game plan, and they will just go on instinct and start throwing down, and they wind up getting knocked out, or something goes bad. They panic. Like, I don't want to say panic, but they don't think straight. That's the best way to say it. Because they're still fighting. It's chaos, but you're letting that lizard brain take over, and you're not sticking to the game plan. Like, the really good fighters know how, even in these like chaotic scrambles, to keep things technical. Don't do anything that's going to get you caught. Like, it looks nutty when you're watching it on television, but if you're watching a tactician like a Max Holloway or Sanhagen or Sean O'Malley, these fighters are very tactical. Everything they're doing is to elicit a reaction from you, and then they have counters based on how you do things, and then they start downloading how you're moving and reacting to things, and then they'll start plotting and moving. Anderson Silva was the very best at that. He would take the first round, and he would just be kind of like moving with you, and then towards the end of the round, he started fucking you up. But he was just downloading. Anderson in his prime, I had never seen anything like him. He was in his prime. He was just downloading people's movements.
And do you think those other fighters could see it in his eyes and they're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Now he knows.
Yeah, when he was at the top, for sure. Everyone was terrified of him. The one thing that they did find out, though, he had a flaw. And the flaw was, if you didn't attack him, he didn't attack you. Like, he wasn't willing to take stupid chances, especially with, like, big punchers.
Sure.
Like, there's this guy, Patrick Cote, and Patrick Cote was a big puncher, like one-punch KO guy. And they had the worst fight. It was a boring-ass fight. And then Patrick, unfortunately, threw a kick and blew out his knee. It was like the worst ending of a fight ever. Just his knee exploded.
Just not getting hit? Just kind of twisted?
Yeah, not getting hit at all. He just went to throw a kick, and his knee was in a weird position, and it just blew apart. And he's like, ah, and falls down. That's happened before. It happened to Tom Aspinall recently. Threw a kick, knee fell apart. Didn't even happen. Like, it wasn't happening like where someone did something to him. He just threw a kick and his knee fell apart.
I'd rather watch a guy get knocked unconscious than have that huge response to a part of their body blowing up.
The knee's a bad one, but the worst is a shin break. That's the very, very worst. Or an arm break. A forearm break or a shin break. Those are very hard to watch. Those are the hardest I've ever. I've seen 4 leg breaks in person, and they're fucking horrific, man. They are fucking horrific. They hurt your soul.
Oh, you got
This
one?
is the worst one. Oh, that's Patrick right there. So watch how he does this. Look, it's so crazy. They're moving around, and he goes like he's going to throw a kick, and he just fucking moved weird.
That's it.
Out of nowhere. His knee just exploded, blew out his ACL, tore his meniscus. Crazy.
And that's a tough dude. So for him to have that reaction,
The toughness. He was an animal. Patrick Cote was a fucking animal. But the fight was kind of boring because he was so dangerous. So Anderson couldn't lead, right? Because if you lead, you worry about being countered. So Anderson was not just really fucking good, but also really smart. He just knew when he could hit you, and he knew when you could hit him, and he would take his time. But again, once he got you figured out, like as the fight went on, he would like if he made the fight boring, it was also a strategy because then you would be anxious and you would maybe do something to try to pick up the pace, and he would crack you. But he's an old veteran, so he's just standing around going, "I don't give a fuck about booze. It's like I'm gonna just move around here." He did that with another guy, a Brazilian guy, Thales Leites. Kind of the same thing. Boring ass fight, but a dangerous fighter and a really dangerous guy in the ground. Thales Leites was a nasty jiu-jitsu black belt. And so he was like, "We ain't going to the ground. Like, I will fucking stay on the outside, just kind of barely win every round. Yeah, but if you do something stupid, I'll fuck you up." And nobody did anything
Wild
stupid.
to know all that shit.
Well, he was just so smart that he didn't care if people were booing. And then the UFC would get mad at him. They'd get mad at him because those performances, even though he's the greatest of all time, at the time he was for sure. In my eyes, he's still in the conversation. During his time period when he was running shit, still in my book, one of the, if not the greatest of all time, for sure. He's in the conversation, whatever that. The conversation's so subjective, and I change my opinion on it all the time. But during that time period, he didn't give a fuck if people were booing.
Yeah.
He didn't care. He's like, and so the UFC would get mad at him. But I was always of the mind that he's doing the 100% correct thing. He's the best fighter. And to fight the best, you got to know when to attack and when not to attack. And sometimes you don't attack at all.
Yeah.
Sometimes if he does something out of character and forces it, that was not his style. So for him to engage in a style that's not his style, then that's stupid. The smart thing is to fight to the best of your abilities. And unfortunately, some of those fights were not fun. But you also get the Vitor Belfort fight from the same guy. You know, you get you get the Okami fight, you get the Forrest Griffin fight, you get all those insane knockouts, those highlight reel knockouts. He was a monster, man. In his prime, he was a monster.
But if you can take the booze and the other guy can't.
Yeah. Well, it was also like he wasn't going to do anything stupid until he did. And then he did, and he got knocked out by Chris Weidman because he was doing something stupid. That's literally what his demise was the thing that kept him so invincible his whole career. He would stay composed. No matter what happened, he just stayed composed. He always knew when to attack, when not to attack, when to attack, when not to attack. He was just a genius. There's guys that, like, for a while, whatever those years are, where you can't beat him. Like, no one's going to beat him for these years.
And that's just because of his strategy, watching you move.
Well, he was also so good at being a champion, right? There's a thing about performing in front of so many people with such high stakes. And if you've never experienced that before, the first time you ever fight for a championship fight, it's so crazy. You see it in guys' faces sometimes.
Sure.
You see the weight of it on them. They're like, fuck, this is so heavy. It's like there's so much anxiety. You just can't wait to get in there and get it. And once it gets going, then you're fine. Then you're just going on instincts. Then you're going on training. And then you're fighting. But it's the buildup and the thinking, the anticipation, the anxiety. He's used to that.
Yeah.
He's done that 13 times. He defended the middleweight title, I believe, more than anyone ever. Is that true? I believe he did.
That's why Gene Hackman measured the hoop in Hoosiers. Right? Let them know, like, you've been here. This is it. Same fuck. It's 10 feet.
Yeah. It's the same thing everywhere. Yeah. But the thing is, that's like that anxiety of performing in the moment. And that's what a sports psychologist does. That's where a sports psychiatrist comes in. That's where a sports hypnotist, rather, comes in. Psychiatrists too, but they give you drugs. You can't take those when you're fighting. Some guys have tried. I knew a guy who got kicked off a card because he was on Adderall. And they're like, you can't take Adderall and fight. He's like, I need it for my ADD. Like, shut up. Shut up, bro. You're on speed.
It's tough though, man. Sports can mess you up.
Oh, 100%.
Like I come home from golf for the last 3 years, miserable, right? Calling myself a dumb fuck, calling myself a piece of shit, loser. And then my girlfriend goes, hey, why don't you just tell you, pretend you're talking to 8-year-old you. And I tried that shit for a round. I had the greatest round of my life.
Yeah, you could do it. You just have to, that part of being a man in particular, like, fucking idiot. Like you make a mistake, you got to avoid that. There's zero good.
There's a gym teacher with real short shorts in my head. That is the voice in my head, dude. Just like, you fucking idiot.
I'm guilty of that sometimes when I play pool. I'll talk shit to myself.
This is
Charles
great.
Barkley's one of us. What does he do? What does he do?
God damn it, you fat fuck. Did you hear how fast that was? I mean, he'd almost not even hit the ball before he said it. That's amazing.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
And then the girls taking the video laugh at the end. That's so good.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that does not help you. But also, there's a thing about a guy like a Charles Barkley or a guy like you. It's like you don't really have the time to dedicate to a thing like golf to really get great at it.
Right.
It's the same thing as playing pool. The great pool players, they play 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day. If you want to play like a Shane Van Boning level, you want to play like a Fedor Gorst level, you have to play 8 hours a day. They play 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
They don't fuck around. They're so in the groove all the time that if you're like a casual player, you just can't find that groove. They don't want to ever let that groove go. They're in that groove all day long. All day long. They wake up in the morning and they start thinking about running balls. They start thinking about putting English on balls. Like if you want to play golf like a really great golfer, those fucking guys play every day. They have coaches.
There's just no way.
They analyze footage. Like look at Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods started playing when he was how old?
3 maybe? 2?
Arguably.
Yeah.
Yeah, and was coached by his father from the time he was a child. Played constantly.
Yeah.
Greatest of all time.
I mean, you can get in the groove for a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps you going back. But you're not going to stay in the groove.
You're not going to stay in the groove.
No.
That, to me, it's maddening for me with pool. Because I could play pool, like if I have a night off and I can play for like 5-6 hours, like around 4 hours in, I start really getting the groove. I start feeling it. But it's like inconsistent. It comes and goes.
Yeah.
But if you play with a great player and you watch them do it, they just never get out of the groove. They're always there. They very rarely miss. They very rarely miss position. The cue ball's perfect. It's always moving exactly where they want it to go. And if it's not, they play safe. And you watch it and just like, what? It's like this is a feel of the movement of the balls that's only possible if you're so finely tuned to it that you're playing every day. Like this guy Fedor, he just won the World Championships. He's a friend of mine. He's been on the podcast before. We were having a conversation on the phone about cues because he had switched. He was with this company Q-Tech, and they switched this company White Carbon, and it was months ago. And I was saying we were talking about different approaches he uses and different equipment. He's like, I'm still adjusting to his cue. I go, really? I go, you had it for like how long now? He's like 4 months. He goes, well, I'm pretty much there. He goes, but I'm about 3 or 4% off. 3 or 4% off. 3 or 4% off. But this guy's a fucking robot. Like his understanding of where he should be versus where he is, and how he wants to know exactly how much pressure to apply on that cue to make that ball dance exactly the way. He's like, it's a little off. It's a little, like he knows it's a little off. I did it just right, but it went there instead of there. 3%.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
You ever left the stage and just screamed 100% into the green room? I'm off 100%.
Every now and then you catch a groove and you are in 100%. And those moments are the weirdest. You're like, why can't I do this all the time? Why can't I just have so much fun with the jokes all the time? Sometimes you're having so much fun saying the material. It makes everything so much better.
Yeah.
And you're like, why don't I do this all the time?
And it just feels like every single thing you say is going to be awesome.
And the more you do it, the more you're there. Right? So if you have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Like if you're doing a real week in a place, you know, by the time Saturday rolls around, you're a wizard.
Yeah.
You're a wizard.
Yeah.
You got those bits tied up in a fucking basement. You're in control of the situation.
Just thinking about what you're going to eat after the show and still chilling.
You're in the flow. You're in that flow state. And that's when you come up with new stuff. That's the best way to come up with new stuff because you just feel funny.
Yeah.
You feel where the funny is. It's like, I know that vibe. I caught that vibe. I know where that vibe is. I can ride that vibe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's those golf guys. So if you're not doing that every day, you're going to get out there and fucking loser. Fucking idiot. You fat fuck. You talk yourself just like Charles Barkley. It's unavoidable.
Yeah. Do you ever play snooker?
I know. I have not played. I've seen people play it. I've fucked around on a snooker table. I've never played a game of snooker, but it's very difficult. That's hard. A lot of snooker players are super successful in pool. No pool players. Maybe Alex Pagulayan, he can play everything. He's like a world champion in like every discipline. He's a world champion in 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball, back. He's like one of the greats of all time. One of the Filipinos too, which for whatever reason, Filipinos are the best pool players on earth. Like there's guys driving taxi cabs in the Philippines rather, that can win pool tournaments in America. They come over here like you can't even everywhere you go there's pool tables. Like it's like one of the most popular games in the whole island chain. It's huge over there. But that guy is he's like an elite professional snooker player as well as an elite professional pool player, but he's super rare. There's like John Moore. There's a couple other guys that can play like really good snooker.
We came up playing snooker like northern Minnesota.
That's a tough game, man.
Yeah, you go in and these guys are just like, they take it so fucking serious. If you lose them $1, I mean, these were old men. And if you lose them $1, forget it, you're out. I remember they always used to say so a 2-ball was worth money. So you'd have to make a cherry, it's called, a red ball first, and then you had to make a number ball. And then he would always go, if he'd missed the 2-ball, he'd go, they never do. Or he'd go, yeah, you bet, if he'd made it. And so we went to this guy's funeral, and we had a buddy with me, and he had a flask with him. And they were talking, and Ray stands up and raises the flask, and he goes, they never do. And then all his old buddies had flasks with them, and they raise and go, yeah, you bet. It was the fucking greatest funeral I've ever been to.
That's awesome. Well, I bet snooker halls. What do you call them? What do they call snooker halls when people play snooker?
We just played at the spot. I don't know. It was like a little restaurant that had tables in back.
Oh, okay. And they were all snooker tables?
We had 2 pool tables and then 2 snooker tables.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because like places where they just play snooker, do they call them a snooker hall? Is that what they call them? Yeah? Snooker club. The term pool actually comes from gambling. Pool is not the game. The game is pocket billiards. The pool is what's called, they pool their money together, gamble.
Oh.
That's the name. That's the name that was attributed to it. Yeah. It was really a gambling game, 100%. But snooker players come over to America. Snooker players come over to America and rob people in pool. They play really good because they're used to those little holes, and also these big ass holes, and it's just getting used to the ball moving different because their balls are so small. They don't put a lot of side English on them, and they don't do like weird stuff with them. American cue balls are larger, so the billiard balls are larger, so they do a lot of shit with them. They throw balls into the side pocket with English and do weird things. So they have to learn all that stuff, and then they learn how to break hard. Once they do that, their technique is so flawless.
Yeah, spot on, because they're going just straight shots.
And they have academies that teach people how to play. There's not like a lot of there's a few really good teachers in this country, but there's no like national system where you have like a university that you go to learn how to play snooker.
Right.
Like, they have that. They have like real, at one point in time, there was real money in snooker in the UK. Like real money. Like those guys were millionaires.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The guys I was playing with were not millionaires.
Well, you were playing with the guys in Canada or Michigan, right?
Minnesota. Yeah.
All that cold stuff's the same to me. But in the UK, there was snooker was huge on television. I remember going over there for a gig long time ago. I turned on the TV and I'm like, whoa, they got snooker on like regular TV. This is nuts. Yeah. Watching these matches because you're stuck in a hotel room before your show. Yep. So you're just watching. What do you guys watch? And they're all watching snooker. But for whatever reason, I think it died off. I don't think it's that popular anymore.
I don't think you could find a snooker table in the town I grew up in anymore.
Yeah.
The place is closed. They get rid of them because all the old guys that played died off.
Well, the game that really died off was three cushion billiards. Three cushion billiards was the real game back in the day.
What's that?
It's a game with no pockets. And the game, it was also a very big gambling game. Where people would gamble a lot of money. Like gentlemen would gamble a lot of money playing three cushion. And three cushion, you can't find that anywhere anymore. It's still in some countries. I think Korea has a big three cushion scene, and Belgium, there's a guy from Belgium that does really well three cushion. Some European countries still use it.
Is that the one that has like the score up on a wire above the table where you move it with your cue?
That they do that with pool too.
Oh, okay.
That's just a score line. But what three cushion billiards is this giant ass table that has no pockets, and you have three balls, and it's usually two white balls and a red ball, or two red balls and a white ball. And see, right here they do yellow sometimes too now. So this guy has to hit a ball, and then it has to go three cushions, and then hit the second ball. So it's all about understanding angles. See if you can find a video of someone doing it. It's fucking boring. See, this is the game. So he's got to hit a ball, and then it's got to go three cushions and hit another ball. But what it really does is if you learn this game, it teaches you how billiard balls move around a table. So it really helps you play better position for pocket billiards, and it helps you learn how to play safe better and how to kick at balls better. So like this guy
That's pretty wild that he's hitting that.
Mm-hmm. This guy's obviously a wizard. This is really hard to do. So it is really a thinking person's game. The problem that I have with it is I want to see balls go away.
Yeah.
I don't want to see them sticking around. If I make a point, I want you to go bye-bye. I don't want to see you. The fun with me is that guy, Bloomdahl, is one of the greatest of all time. World champion. I don't know. I think I said his name wrong, but because I only watched like a few matches ever, I'm ADD to the max. I watched like 10 minutes. I'm like, why is the ball still there?
Mm-hmm.
This game sucks.
Yeah, the elimination process is the best part of pool, I think.
Exactly. I like watching someone run out, and then making a ball is so like the last ball. Like if it's a hard shot, like oh my god, is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? You know, there's a lot, and then when it goes away, I'm like yay, it's satisfying. I don't want to see it bounce around and stick around. But I've seen people play snooker at a very high level, and it's wild to watch. You know, you watch someone just run out in snooker, and you're just like, Jesus Christ! Like you have to be so precise. The table's huge.
Yeah, tiny pockets, little balls.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a super difficult game. But that's, for whatever reason, that never caught on over here. It's like soccer. For whatever reason, never caught on over here.
Just in pockets, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, like, some things never caught. I have a friend of mine, my friend Eddie, owns the local soccer professional team out here. And he gave me some insight on that. He goes, they never take a break. He's like, football, baseball, you get commercial breaks. So commercials get stuffed in. Soccer never stops. It's like they play on the clock, and the clock keeps going, and every match is going to be X amount of minutes long, and that's that. There's no room for commercials. I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. Because if you go watch professional soccer live, it's fucking exciting as shit.
Yeah, everybody's freaking out.
And you appreciate the athleticism that you have to have, the cardio that you have to be running back and forth and sprinting and sideways and, ducking and dodging and fucking kicking balls at crazy angles. It's a wild-ass sport.
Yeah, they're very good. I mean, you look at those guys and you go, well, there's not a 10% body fat person on this.
Not one. No excess fat. They all have like fairly small upper bodies and just jacked legs.
Yeah.
And these guys are just sprinting constantly. They have no wasted motion. At the elite levels, like the Lionel Messi level, there's no wasted motion. These guys are just freak athletes.
My kids both played soccer junior and senior year, and it was great because I don't know anything about it, and it's the only sport I wouldn't yell at. Because I didn't want people to go, that's fucking wrong, dude. So I just sit there and keep my mouth shut.
Bro, some parents are brutal.
Oh, it's so tough. I watched a guy after a hockey game. This kid he scored probably, 6 goals or something. This little tiny kid. This is 14U. And this dad, he's yelling at this kid. I'm walking out, And he's right by the locker room. And I go, hey man, I pulled the guy aside and I go, come on, the kid, what's going on here? I thought it was a dad. It wasn't the dad. It was the goalie's dad yelling at the kid that scored on him, calling him a fucking fancy pants and all this other shit. And I was like, bro, he's a kid. What are you doing?
Oh no.
Yeah, but parents go way too over the top.
Oh no.
Like yelling at an ump is one thing, but yelling at a kid because he scored on your kid, that's ridiculous.
Ugh. Ugh. I've seen guys get knocked out in front of their screaming moms. Their moms are screaming, kick his ass, this guy fucking sucks, this guy's a pussy. Whack.
Lights out?
Yeah, in front of their mom. While their mom's screaming obscenities. It's hard to swallow. Hard to swallow. Mom, you probably distracted the fuck out of your son, first of all. Imagine hearing your mom screaming all that shit, and you're like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't like my mom yelling, you got him, honey, when I was pitching.
Oh, God.
That kind of shit where you're like, I am working on it.
Don't do this, lady.
Yeah.
I know this is not for you. This is for me. Okay, you're supposed to clap when things go well.
Yeah.
And that's it. Don't be fucking yelling out instructions.
You got him, honey.
Like you didn't think you had him until your mom yelled it out.
Like, oh, I got him?
Okay.
Thank you, mother.
Now I got it.
Thank you so much.
Especially people that have never competed in a sport before. You don't know how fucking distracting that is.
Yeah.
Like, shut your hole, lady.
And she had competed in sports. That's the problem.
No! So she loved it.
Yeah, that'd be like her being on the beam, and I'm like, jump higher.
It's also, I think, people back then in those days, like the when she grew up, they didn't know any better. Like, people didn't know what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do. People hit their kids.
Oh, yeah.
They all hit their kids. They all yelled at their kids, called them fucking idiots.
Uh-huh.
Everybody did that. We were animals. You know, like, if you grew up and your parents grew up in the 1940s and 50s, you were an animal. Like they were animals. Because they were raised by people who grew up in the Depression. Okay, and those people were animals, and those people were their parents fought in World War I. Okay, like these are barbarians.
Yeah, and
so it's like so many generations of softness have led us to where we are now. But if if you're our parents, you're exposed to all that shit.
Well, his dad took off, and his mom went into like a mental institution because of it.
Oh,
so he got raised by his grandparents. So that's like a generation back.
Oh God.
And so when my mom and dad would discipline me, I was like, why are you doing this? And you're terrifying.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Oof. Jesus Christ. That's a lot. That's a lot to manage. Imagine being a grandparent. Like, fuck.
I know. We thought we were done
again.
Yeah.
Thought we're done.
Exactly.
Guy wanted to go play golf. Fuck. Now I got to take care of another kid. And this one's mad. Yeah. Because they got abandoned. They have all these issues now. They're confused.
I gave my dad a lot of leeway.
Welcome.
A lot. Just because of that. Like
Yeah.
he stole my identity when I was in high school and ruined my credit.
No!
Yeah. And I was like, I got raised by his fucking grandparents. I don't know.
Oh, no. Yeah. Imagine dad being just like a straight up criminal. Like, Dad.
Oh, I don't have to imagine. My dad stole
Straight
a
up
car.
criminal?
Oh God, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. He helped me. He had me
I guess
help
he
him
has to
steal
if
the
he
car.
stole your identity. What am I thinking?
Yeah.
He's only gonna do it once, only to his kid.
I got a rental car once because my car was in the shop. He took the keys, made a copy of the keys, and then when I brought that rental car back, had me drive him there, and I didn't know it. He stole the car and then drove to Las Vegas because the cops were looking for him for writing bad checks. I mean, what the fuck, man?
Holy shit, dude. How do you not become a comedian?
Yeah, I know.
Totally makes sense.
You can't
right?
be ticking away at
an office job.
Yeah, just
you're,
typing like,
you'll go
"That
crazy.
motherfucker."
You will go crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll barely keep it together.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, pretty wild. I called when I went to college. I called to get a phone line, and they were like, "I don't think so.
Wow.
You owe us thousands of dollars."
Because he had stolen your identity? Oh, my God. Did you try to explain it to them?
My mom had to write a letter to everybody that said that I lived with her the whole time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. You couldn't get a phone line.
My dad, listen to what he fucking stole another identity. It was a kid that he graduated high school with who died in a motorcycle accident.
Oh, my God.
My dad called his parents and said, "Hey, you guys have some benefits coming. I just need his social security."
Oh, my God.
And then became that dude.
And then signed up Columbia Records. Get all of Jimi Hendrix's greatest hits.
Yeah, Yeah, it was wild living with him.
Fuck, man, that's crazy. Holy shit. Wow. When you were in high school, what did you think you were going to be?
I don't know, maybe a teacher or a lawyer or something.
And when did the comedy bug get you?
Way early. I mean, I wanted to do comedy forever. I just lived in a town where there wasn't comedy. So I thought,
so it's like a thing in the back of your head?
Yeah. I mean, way back in the day, I watched my grandpa listen to records and just start laughing. I'm like, oh, I want to do that.
Wow. Yeah, I remember my first exposure to comedy was probably, the actual stand-up comedy was probably Bill Cosby record.
Mm-hmm.
Because my parents had a Bill Cosby record, and they had Cheech and Chong, and I think they might have had a George Carlin one too. Because everyone had records back then, because there was nothing on TV, and so you'd sit around, you'd listen to records. So we listened to Cheech and Chong when I was a little kid. I was probably like 8 or 9 or something like that. I was like, this is so funny.
Yep.
And then when I was in high school, I got a hold of some Richard Pryor cassettes. And me and my girlfriend were in my bedroom just howling, laughing at Richard Pryor. Like, this is so crazy. What he's saying is so crazy. Because this is like, at the time, we're talking, I was in high school in 81. So this is probably like 83, something like that. And so in 1983, like, Richard Pryor was the king. This is like when he was doing Live at the Sunset Strip.
Oh, wow.
My parents took me to see that. I think I was 15 years old. And we were in the movie theater, and I'll never forget this, because this is the first time I'd ever experienced anything like this. I'd never seen someone do stand-up comedy for a long time. I had only seen, like, a guy do some jokes on The Tonight Show, like a real, like, cut and dry, set up punchline, 5 minutes. All right, that was terrific. Come sit on the couch. And the comic would sit there, and I would tell you about the zoo, and so that was my exposure to comedy. But in the theater, I remember, I'll never forget this, sitting in the theater, watching Live in the Sunset Strip and looking at the audience. And people were moving around. Yeah. I remember this guy was holding his stomach and he was slapping the chair and his wife was slapping him. They were just going, oh my God, oh my God. It was so funny. And I remember thinking, I've never seen anything this funny. Like all the funny movies that I love, they were never this funny. No. All this guy's doing is talking.
And to get humans to react like that,
it was crazy.
It's so wild.
It was like all he's doing is talking. How is he doing this?
Yeah, I remember the first comedy I ever saw was this guy, Wild Bill Bauer, out of Minnesota. And I'll never forget this joke. He goes, I called my boss the other day, and I told him I can't come in because I'm sick. And he says, how sick are you? And I said, well, I'm fucking my sister. And I still laugh about it. I mean, it's like the funniest shit in the world.
That's a great joke.
It's such a great joke.
That's a great joke.
And that was my introduction. So same thing. People are freaking out. That was great.
Couldn't that guy string a bunch together?
Yeah.
How good was he?
Yeah, he was real good.
If you can write a joke like that, unless you're a one-hit wonder.
No, he wasn't.
That seems like a crazy hit to be that good of a joke, to be a one-hit wonder. Yeah. So like that guy's got a bunch of them. Yeah. Some of those guys that are like real good like that, for whatever reason, people never find out about them.
No, he just stayed in Minnesota. He ended up booking tours for other guys and stuff like that.
There was a guy named Bob Woods who was a legend on Long Island. He was this big guy, this big, like, jolly guy, and he was hilarious. And he was a legend in Long Island. And to this day, I'm upset that I never got a chance to see him live. Because all the comics from that day, they always tell me, Bob Woods, Bob Woods. This is like the early 80s. So I think when I came along, I don't think I got to New York until 90 or 91. And I think he'd already stopped. This is Bob Woods. He was a character, man. Give me some volume.
Let me introduce myself. Here I am, Mr. Cholesterol, the Incredible Bulk, Hungry Jack, a man called Horse, Sir Lunch-a-Lot, Chef Boy, are you fat? Pizza on Earth, goodwill towards manicotti, Rebel without a waistline, Strawberry Fields for breakfast, Lord of the Ring-Dings, the Earl of Sandwich, the Prince of Wales, and a little house on the prairie, all rolled into one. What can I tell you, folks? What can I tell you? I'm a fat fucking guy. Boom, boom, bring some food to my room so we can eat it all night. Keep the brioche in sight. And I woke up this morning, I got myself a hammock. Let me clear some things up for you right away.
Yeah, because I hope it's going to get better.
No, I wasn't the Rip Taylor balloon in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. No, I'm not one of the moon dogs from WrestleMania. No, I'm not Dusty Rhodes. No, I'm not going to pay a lot for that muffler. No, I'm not Boone Powell as a Rastafarian. No, I wasn't making a list and checking it twice last December. No, I haven't buttoned this jacket since I bought it. No, I'm not Baby Heel Star Trek episode. No, I'm not Pip O'Neill as the Michelin Man. No, I'm not Norm from Cheers if it was set in California. No, it's not a fucking wig, okay? This is my real hair. Really? It's all on the shampoo. Some people shampoo with Prel. Some people use Head and Shoulders. I just get out the dippity-doo and the mop and glow. But look, I read minds, all right? Call me Christian for this shit. I'm getting a reading from this girl. She's thinking if I fall, she's fucking dead.
A lot of fat jokes.
Yeah,
it's better than this. This is like some things he did on TV. This is like him like recording a set for television. It looks like. Was it 88? Yeah. That wasn't the best set. He had an insane Jackie Gleason impression. Insane. And a lot of things, he inspired a lot of comedians. A lot of comedians in Long Island. That just wasn't the best set of his.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy's a writer. Holy shit.
Oh, you bang him out, man. But again, it's like the world was different then. You got to also think stand-up comedy. Let's just put it into perspective. 1988 was 36 years ago. 36 years before that, there was no stand-up comedy.
Wow.
Yeah. So you have to think about it, right? So if you went back to 1950, let's go to 50. What the fuck is there? What's the stand-up comedy? It's nonsense. It's guys in the Catskills that are telling two Jews walking to a bar jokes.
Yeah.
It's not real comedy. And then Lenny Bruce comes along in the 60s, and then everything changes. And you get Mort Saul. You get
Joan Rivers.
Yeah, eventually. They come later.
Okay.
They all come later, and Carlin comes later. And Pryor comes later. They're all inspired by Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce is really like the germ. He was really like the center of it all. Like from him, all things come. Like that guy's the real godfather of comedy. The kind of comedy that we do, we talk about stuff.
Right.
Like everybody was just telling jokes back then. They were just being jokey joke guy. And then, there's Don Rickles, who was like the insult guys, insulting people. That was always very funny. But nobody was doing like social commentary. Nobody was like making funny points about things that go on in society until Lenny came around.
Yeah.
And
working against the machine a little bit.
Getting arrested left and right, dude.
That's pretty sweet.
Pretty wild. You really think about it? I had on my office, I have a photograph of him getting arrested.
I mean, I don't think you can get arrested for comedy anymore.
Oh, you definitely could try. You can in Canada.
Challenge
in Canada, you can get sued. I know. I had a guy on the podcast that got sued and lost. And he got fined because there was a few different things. This guy had made a joke about a kid who was Mike Ward. Thank you. He had made a joke about a kid that they had done some benefit for, or a really sick kid, and the kid was still alive a few years later. And the joke, some kind of a joke about like, can I get my money back? Like, is this kid really sick? Like something along those lines. I might have fucked it up. I think I butchered it. But anyway, the point is, it was just a joke, and they sued him, and they won. Like he got charged, and he lost. Like,
who sued him? The parents?
I think they fined him. I think it was one of those things where. See, let's find out what the specifics of it are. Because there was another one in, I believe, Vancouver, where a comedian was getting heckled by these lesbians. And they started making fun of them for being lesbians, saying a bunch of really rude things. And that guy got fined, too. Like a large number. Yeah. Like you can get... Canada does not have freedom of speech. It's not the same as the United States. It doesn't have a First Amendment. They have hate crime laws. So they have weird stuff. This is why Jordan Peterson, way back in 2016, was telling them, like, you cannot have compelled speech laws. Canadian who mocked disabled child singer did not breach limits of free speech. That's not Mike Ward, though. Case pitted Quebec comedian Mike Ward against former child. Oh, that must be the child singer that's sick. Did not breach limits of free speech. So it went to the Supreme Court. So this is 2021. When did we have him on? It was definitely way before that because it wasn't in Texas. So he must have finally won under a 5-4 split decision. Wow. 4 people said fuck him. Fuck your joke. The top court ruled Friday while comedian Mike Ward's act ridiculed Jeremy Gabriel, a young man with Treacher-Collins syndrome. He was chosen as a target not because of his disability, but because of his fame, which is true. In its ruling, the court found that Ward's jokes did not seek to incite others to mock Gabriel, and he cannot be blamed for the actions of Gabriel's classmates and others who parroted the jokes. See, folks, this is what happens if you try to be too nice. You can't be too nice. You can't go that far. You got to let people say things that are offensive. If you don't, then the only way to enforce that is totalitarianism. You start locking people in jail. I know you want people to be a better person. They should be encouraged to be better people, but you can't do that. You can't fucking force people to say things or not say things.
I think he came on after this happened in 2016.
Right. He was on.
$35,000?
Yeah, he got paid. He's ordered to pay $35,000 in moral and punitive damages. But that's not as much as the guy in Vancouver. The guy in Vancouver, I think, if memory serves me, I think it was a lot more money. The guy in Vancouver, there was 2 lesbians heckling him at a show. Okay, I might have thought it was $225,000 or something. Either way, fuck you.
Yeah,
fuck you.
I was in Calgary one time. I was talking about the Queen. Oh, and then the MC came up and he goes, fuck these Americans. They come here. They think we have a queen. Learn about the country you're coming to. And I was like, oh, shit. I thought you had a queen. So I went to the public library, did all this research. And there is a queen because there was a treaty. And so she acts as the queen. Mm-hmm. So the next day I went up and he came up to bring me off stage. And I go, hey, man, just stay here for a sec. And I read the treaty. And I go, just so you know, I'm an American, but you do have a queen. And then I took a $20 bill out and licked it and stuck it to his forehead. And I go, she's on your fucking money, man. I just like, what a
That's
dick.
hilarious. Well, some comedians are dicks.
And no lawsuit.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you were right. How are they going to sue you for being right?
Yeah.
Fucking idiots. But it's like that thing of like you try to set up society where you prevent people from being mean. But the problem is people are going to be mean. And the only way to prevent people from being mean is to really ostracize people who are mean and then have everybody else learn from that and like learn from the way you talk about these people that are mean. And then we all kind of grow together. You can't have laws that enforce your opinion of what someone can or cannot be allowed to say, because then you never get that guy's joke. Your friend,
right,
that's sick because I'm fucking my sister. Like, you don't get that.
Yeah, right.
You don't get that joke because that's illegal. So like then you don't get funsies because that's just funsies. He didn't really fuck anybody. It's a joke. Exactly. You know, Bob Marley didn't shoot any sheriffs. It's just fun. It's a fun thing to say.
Yeah. When I was in 7th grade, if you talked in the history class, they made you take a pacifier and sit there like you were a baby.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because they were like, I told you to shut up. Now you have to suck on this pacifier.
Oh, my God.
And there's no fucking way you'd be able to do that now. But guess what? Everybody shut up that had the pacifier.
I got paddled in Florida. I got in a fight with this kid, Preston Banks. Me and this kid, we got in a scrap. And we both got brought to the principal's office and we got paddled. Well, they whacked me in the ass with a fucking cricket racket. It was like this, they had this fucking thing. They slap you one shot in the ass, like, and then they send you home. You're like, whoa, I got hit.
Mm-hmm.
No, you can't do that today.
Oh, there's no chance.
By the way, we never fought again. Yeah, and we became friends after that.
That's what I'm saying. It's like these kids now can take a chair from the back of the room, throw it at the teacher when he's not looking, and that teacher just has to sit there and take it.
Well, yeah, especially when you get into high school, things get very, very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous because people are starting to get strong and they're aggressive. And these young men have testosterone for the first time in their life. So all of a sudden you're 13, and then boom, the factory opens.
Yeah.
And you're like, Yahoo! And you start growing. You got a mustache now. Now you're 14 and 15, and then you got this fucking loser teacher. This teacher's talking shit. You want to fuck this teacher up.
Yeah.
And you know if you do, you'd be a hero for the rest of the class. You'd be a legend for all your boys. This teacher's talking shit, you just grab his tie and box him in the face.
Yeah.
Guys hit teachers. There's so many videos of people,
all the time.
so many online videos of poor teachers getting beaten up by their students.
And it's always the guys that fucked first that would take the lead on that. I always felt it was those guys. It was like the rest of us waiting to have sex. We were just sitting in our chairs.
You're not ready to
listening.
fight. Yeah, especially the teacher. Yeah. Or women that beat the teachers up. Those are horrible. Horrible, because those are slow beatings. Like not much gets done. You know, it's like a lot of hair pulling.
It's like watching a tall guy fall.
Shitty punches to the face,
Yeah.
and you just trapped there, and nobody's helping you, and everyone's screaming and cheering.
That's great.
They're all filming it, and then we wonder, why does nobody want to be a teacher? Why does the education system sucks? Why? Well, because the whole thing sucks. Like you couldn't even just fix the schools. You got to start from a foundational level in the bad neighborhoods. Like you have to somehow or another help people get the fuck out of this place of total, complete despair.
Yeah.
And the fact that these places of total, complete despair have existed in the same location for decade after decade after decade. And you want these kids to do better? Like how?
Right.
How?
All they've done is see it repeated over and over.
Think about your dad. Like, how did that happen? That didn't happen.
I choose not to think about my dad. Thank you.
But if you were your dad's dad, that would have never happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have the good fortune of understanding the mistakes of those who came before us. And even even thinking about, we can't even put our mind in what it must be like to be a kid that grows up in the south side of Chicago in 2024, where you're seeing people shot every weekend. And you can't put yourself into that. So to expect that child to come out of that environment and then go to Yale and be fine with everything, be fine when he's heard bullets whiz by his head, he's seen his friends get shot in the street, he's seen drive-bys, he's seen all that, he's seen drug dealers rapping in the streets, holding guns and smoking weed in front of everybody, and street takeovers. You've seen that from the time you were a child. How are you gonna escape that?
Right, because even if you do escape it, sometimes some part of you misses it and thinks now you're not being normal.
Right.
It's like when guys come back from the Middle East, and they're like, I want to go back there. It's like, why the fuck would you want to go back there? But it's because that's their new normal. That's what they miss.
It's not just that. It's also alive. It's alive. Like if you're gangbanging like that, you're alive. There's a lot going on.
Sure.
You know, you go from that to working in and out. Like, what is this? I'd rather be in jail. You know, guys would rather get shot. They really would. In some places and some people, they would rather be living the life. Because at least that life, there's one of the things that comes out of gangs and bad neighborhoods is a brotherhood and a camaraderie that doesn't exist in our home, right? So they don't have any real love in the home, but the love they have with the people that they would literally kill people for. Mm-hmm. And they're all together and they're making money together and they're partying together. They're having a good time together, driving cars together. Like this is way better than whatever they grew up with.
It's like band of brothers shit.
Yeah, it's exciting. They're literally in a war. But they're in a war in an American city, which is crazy. But if you look at the death toll of people killed in Afghanistan during the height of the war, it's comparable to the people killed in the south side of Chicago. I would imagine the people in the south side of Chicago, more people get killed. I think what happens in war, of course, is depending upon the war, of course, but sometimes there's large amounts of death, like in Gaza, if you can call it a war. Like there's large amounts of deaths and large amounts in one day, right? Which in gang violence, you get it over the weekend. You know, this guy got shot, that guy got shot. It's cumulative. Mm-hmm. But I bet it's close, and I believe it's higher. I believe the death toll for the south side of Chicago is as high or higher than Afghanistan at the height of the war.
That's wild.
Wild.
And then if somebody dies in Mexico, there's a tourism alert.
Oh, yeah.
Where you're not supposed to go.
What's the way they die in Mexico?
The old Sicilian necktie.
I've seen some videos. Whew. There was a dude who used to be a doorman at the Improv, and one day I was just walking to the club. I'm like, what's up? He goes, You want to see this cartel video? I go, what is it? And it was a dude who was tied up in his arms and his legs in all positions, and a pit bull was eating his dick. And I was like, yo, I do not need to see this before I go on stage. Like, this is horrific. This huge pit bull was just clamped down this guy's dick, and he's just writhing back and forth in agony while his dog eats him alive.
It's a great,
Jesus Christ.
Great peanut butter commercial.
I don't think they use peanut butter. I don't think they have to. These dogs are literally trained to eat people. Just fucking terrifying. Is there a place that shows statistics about gang violence?
I need to know more about what deaths are you talking about in Afghanistan?
Okay, let's say this.
It's like everyone is a lot. They way outnumber the Chicago deaths.
In the weekends or all total?
2023, there was 621 deaths in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And 2021, I see for Afghanistan, 5,200 civilians were killed.
But is that when we pulled out?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. That was
88.
That was
were killed the year before. 8,600 the year before that.
Oh, okay. So it's always more. It's always more for Afghanistan. The year we pulled out was horrific.
Soldiers, though, if you just do Western soldiers, it's a very similar number. But
I think that's what it was.
It's not civilians.
Okay, so it's people in Afghanistan that are killed.
Western,
all told. Western soldiers, it's comparable. That must be what I read.
But still, even thinking about an American city, not even an American city, the South Side of an American city,
a major metropolitan
versus
city.
A fucking war-torn country.
Right. It's a country that, I mean, it's a city rather that Frank Sinatra wrote a song about. It was his kind of town. Right? My kind of town, Chicago. Have you heard AI convert Frank Sinatra into Eminem? So Frank Sinatra is singing "Lose Yourself."
Oh my God,
it's perfect.
Does it sound amazing?
It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. Have you heard it, Jamie? You don't think it's amazing? Look at his face. Look at his face.
Cynical on all the AI
Look at his
stuff.
face.
Yeah, he rolled his eyes.
It sounds cool, but when would you ever want to? Are you going to choose to listen to that any day?
I listen to it on a loop in my house.
I know
all day long.
It's a cool experiment often, but it's never really good.
No, you're right. It's interesting though. Yeah, to me, it's fascinating how competent it is. Here it is. Listen how good this is.
I hope this is the right one. This is actually not what we thought that was.
What do you mean?
That was a cover by someone singing.
Who is that?
It says the guy's name right here.
Oh, it's not AI?
No, that was a lounge singer, yeah.
Oh, he's great. Keep him going. Who is this guy?
Well, is it that guy that covers all of the songs?
Well, so that's Richard Cheese.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I was thinking.
Do we have a problem here with sound stuff? YouTube shit? Is that what this is? We can't play that?
I don't know. I don't know if anyone's
Well,
got
let's
the rights to
cut that out just so we don't get in trouble, and just say who the guy is. We'll cut that out. We'll edit that out so we don't get in trouble. Who's
I
the guy?
don't know that we would. I don't. I don't think even know the rules.
They always fuck us, man. They fuck us. When we were
playing a song, they come after.
Oh yeah, you could play 2 sets. What's his name? Ben Dunhill. Damn, that's good. I thought.
Yeah, it was really good.
So I saw a YouTube reel or an Instagram reel.
So there is, but that's what I said. I just chose the wrong one. Is all. When I clicked.
Oh, well, that one was really good. Okay, this is the thing that I saw.
See, that's the same thing.
Same
That's the
guy.
cover.
Okay, so
people
it's
got
not.
tricked by the
They
cover.
got tricked. Damn, Ben.
He's doing a gangster.
You're so
Paradise.
good. Let me hear this.
So what Chad brought up though is this guy from early Napster days, Richard Cheese, in the Lounge Against the Machine.
That guy
went
rules.
super viral.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
He was doing these lounge versions of Rage Against the Machine,
Right.
Prodigy, and all sorts of fun.
The thing about that guy is, though, he sounded exactly like Sinatra.
Yeah, this Ben Dunhill guy. Yeah.
I mean, that sounded like an AI Sinatra. That's why they tricked that guy on that video that I saw. Wow. How good is that, dude? Thank you for catching that.
There's a lot of people online that are willing to repost anything and just say, this is what this is. They get so much money for engagement farming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading something about that. Someone was talking about how they make money on Instagram. And they're making thousands of dollars a month on Instagram and with engagement. And that's why they post so much. Someone said, why do you post so much?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's like, I make money. This is like a business for me. This isn't. And I'm like, what? How much money can you make on Instagram?
Also, if you'd be doing TikTok and YouTube too, you can make thousands of dollars for about an hour of work a day.
Yeah, why would you rather regular work?
Yeah, no shit. I have people that do like will go through one of my albums and then they'll actually make it into a sketch where they play all of the parts, me, my children, whatever it is that I'm talking about, and then they put that out and tag me in it, and it's like, I don't know, they make money off of it.
That's wild.
And then I try to post something and they say there's a copyright infringement. It's like, that's fucking mine.
Yeah, the legalese shit, it all gets real weird.
Yeah.
It's just like, I get it. There's a lot of people there's a lot of people making money off of other people's stuff too. So I get that, why that would piss you off if someone's taking your
I
stuff.
saw a discussion today. I think Marquez Brownlee was bringing it up that he pays a company to transcribe his videos for YouTube, upload as a transcription so people can look at it in closed captioning and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
There are now companies that exist that can rip that transcription off of YouTube. I'm not sure exactly how. And then they're uploading that as blog posts.
Ooh.
And then they make, ad revenue off of a blog post that they did no work to.
Well, there's so many blog posts that are clearly either made by AI or by foreign people that don't totally understand English because the way they phrase things is goofy, and they do like celebrity news. Like sometimes you get suckered into clicking on a link, like you read like a legitimate story and then underneath there's a sponsored link. Why is John Travolta homeless? Like, what? John Travolta's homeless. You got me. And then you get sucked in. Like the 10 people that have aged the worst over the last 20 years.
I'll click on that every time.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
What is happening here? People who lie about plastic surgery, and you go look at, oh my goodness, you're such a fucking liar. And then you get sucked in, and it's like next. So it's each one you click, they get a new click. They get a new. It's not all on one page. It's in multiple pages. There's multiple hits, and then they're getting the ad revenue off of that. We had a guy back in the day that went to jail because he rigged something so that every time you went to his website, if you afterwards bought something from Amazon, it would credit his account. Like you went through his website link to get Amazon.
So you get like a percentage?
Yeah, so he like put like a cookie in your computer or something. I don't know exactly how. I don't want to say how it went, but this guy went to jail because he was making money that really wasn't his money.
Sure.
So instead of someone saying, "Hey," I don't know if they still do this, but the way it used to do is they would say, "Hey, if you want to support this podcast, use our Amazon link on our website, and we get a cut back from Amazon every time you use it." And so they would do it as a way to support, and then it would probably facilitate some impulse purchases that maybe you would never make before.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go, oh, this guy's got a great podcast. I'm going to help him out by going to Amazon. Oh, I can use socks. And then you start buying things off of Amazon. It's so easy. And then, so this guy would do that. If you would go to that Amazon, like, even if you didn't buy anything, it would put like a cookie in your computer. So next time you went to Amazon,
oh shit,
it was saying like, oh, he went through my website.
Well, they do that now with like, if they go to my website or they go to your videos, stuff like that, and then they can send ads out to people that have similar click patterns, like all that shit. Wow. That just blows my mind.
Yeah, I was reading a thing today that was saying don't have an Amazon Alexa in your bedroom. Whoa. If you're talking dirty to each other, Amazon Alexa is listening.
You're trying to watch porn, you're just listening to yourself.
It's the only way it works. It has to listen.
Yeah.
Do you use one of those?
No.
Yeah.
No way, dude. I always assume my phone's listening to me too. Always. Now I know it is, for sure. At least with
I think that's one of those things. We don't know that when you buy that, like you've already agreed to like having a microphone around you all the time.
Yeah, and you don't think about it. You just think, oh, what a convenience.
Yeah.
I just ask Alexa, and she'll play music for me. And Alexa will turn the lights down. Alexa will do all these things. What a great thing to have.
Sometimes I'll just yell, Alexa, make my daughter stop talking to me. And she's like, we have an Alexa now? It's like, no, just please take the hint.
Well, if you talk shit to Siri, Siri gets upset. Like if you ask, like you get rude with Siri, Siri will go, there's no reason to talk like that.
Why are you talking to me?
And Siri has like, we're, maybe a month away from that being implemented completely on your iPhone, right? Isn't the new iPhone 18, iOS 18, doesn't that have like a much more advanced Siri that'll have conversations with you?
Find out when we get to use it, that's for sure.
Well, you could use it right now, right? Can't you use the beta if you wanted to, if you want to get crazy?
I would not assume that it works perfectly, but it might. I don't know.
I bet by the time they're letting people try the beta, it's probably pretty good. I think Marcus Brownlee just released a video where he was examining iOS 18, the pros and cons of it, the things that it can do. It can make text messages with a satellite now. So if you're in a place that has no service, you can send out a text message via satellite. Not just an SOS, but like you could send a specific text to people.
It can also make people very lonely because you're going to be talking to this robot.
Yeah, that's going to be, it's like the movie Her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's 100% going to happen. And by the way, Scarlett Johansson, she sued, which one was it? ChatGPT?
Yeah. Or
was it Gemini?
She actually went through with it. But yeah, she was OpenAI, the company.
Okay, so they were asking her if they could use her voice, and she said no. And they used a voice that's exactly like her voice.
Oh.
Not exactly. Pretty close. Close enough. Close enough where she decided she was going to sue.
Is it her
Or at least
shit from
threatened to
like
sue.
other clips?
What's her from? No, it's
Okay.
another person.
Okay.
But her contention is they got a person to sound like her,
Mm-hmm.
which people have sued for before, right? Like, didn't Kim Kardashian sue because they had a Kim Kardashian lookalike did a commercial when Kim wouldn't do it?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So if like you won't do something, they can get someone that looks super similar to you to do it, and then they'll go, fuck you, I'm suing you.
People were sending me a car commercial for a while that I had to listen to it twice because I thought it was me.
Oh, wow.
And they didn't even ask me the first time.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
They just like, no. I mean, they weren't trying to use my voice at all.
But they used someone who sounded so much like you.
It was crazy. A lot of people thought, like, hey, man, congrats on that commercial. And I was like, what's that now?
Yeah, the Scarlett Johansson thing, we played it. Now that I'm thinking about it, when we played it here, it was different because she was the voice of her, right?
Yep.
So she was the voice that Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with. But the clip that we played was her like bedtime talking, like he was laying in bed, and I think she had like more of a raspy time to go to sleep voice. Whereas in the regular ChatGPT implementation is like Scarlett at the office.
Okay.
Did you ever see that movie where she becomes a god?
What's it called? You remember?
Lucy.
Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
Wild fucking movie, man. That's a fun movie, man.
She is one of those actresses where if I see her on the picture of the movie,
she's compelling. Yeah. She was great in this movie, Under the Skin. It was an indie sci-fi film, and she played an alien.
Okay.
She played this alien that seduced men and like drowned them in another dimension. It's very hard to describe exactly how it did, but she was naked walking to them, and they were just slowly drowning. It was a crazy movie, a really weird movie, but she's an alien. She comes from another planet, and she's really hot, and she like seduces these men.
Under the Skin.
Yeah, it's a crazy movie. So I don't know if the alien did that to her, and it became her. I don't remember how it worked, or she just assumed that. It was really good though. It was very original, like an original movie. Like you watch, like ooh. But again, hot. like ruin your life hot.
Yeah.
Like change your plans, move to another state hot. There's certain women that they lock eyes with you, you're in real trouble.
Oh man, that happened to me. I got her to move to Minnesota. That was pretty sick.
That is pretty sick.
Yeah, and she's still there.
Congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, sometimes it works. You never know. But the thing is, like, if she's an alien and she really just wants to drown you in another dimension,
I fucking let her.
You might have to.
Yeah.
You might. I mean, what are you gonna live forever?
No,
you're not.
Sure not.
At least you go out in a very unconventional and pretty amazing way. People are gonna be talking about that forever if they know.
Yeah.
If they ever find out about
Vultures can't find me from way under an interdimensional water system.
What do you think is going on with all this UFO talk? Think it's all nonsense?
I don't even know about it.
You don't pay attention at all?
Not really.
Wow.
Because if they want to come get me, let's go.
But like when you see all this like disclosure talk on television and talking to Congress, and you don't pay attention to that.
Not really.
Good for you.
I wait until the end because it's like
right.
It's like I tell my kids all the time, don't borrow worry from around the bend.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like if you're gonna have to worry about it, you're gonna have to fucking worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily worried about the alien thing. I'm more interested.
Sure.
Like, what is this? What the fuck is going on? What? How much of this is nonsense? It's not 0%. So okay, how much of it is real?
So you do think that people are coming down, or other?
I think it's highly likely that the universe is way stranger than we think it is. Way stranger. And I don't even know if it's as conventional as a thing gets in a ship and flies here from another place.
Sure.
I think it might be interdimensional traveling. It might be something that's always been here. There's that thought because there's so many instances of things like what we think of that are in like the Bhagavad Gita, these ancient texts. They're thousands and thousands of years old, and they're talking about things that fly in the sky, flying chariots, flying things that have gods in them. Like, what is that? What's that all about?
Like comets? Shooting stars?
Could be. For sure, some of them probably, right? Some of these things that people see streaking across the sky, they see something extraordinary. It lights up the sky, and then mythology gets attached to that, right? And then people, 10 years from now, tell that story. And then other people tell the story that's told to them by the people that were there, and then that gets a little twisted up like a game of telephone. There's some of that too. But then there's also uniformity. There's uniformity to the descriptions of the movements of the ships and what these things do, and why they're interested in us, and what they say. It gets very weird. It gets very weird to the point it's like, okay, if this is a mass illusion, if this is a creation of the mind, like Carl Jung thought it was a creation of the mind, thought it was some sort of an illusion that people conjure up in their mind, but it's just like a common illusion. It's just like it's there in the human psyche.
Yeah.
But then there's also like physical evidence of these things. The physical evidence is when things get real weird. Because like if you're telling the truth, then this isn't totally an illusion. Or maybe it's all those things. Maybe it's total bullshit, lies, people with myths that make up myths about comets and natural disasters and all kinds of other stuff. And also interdimensional beings occasionally. And then also things that have always been here occasionally. And then also things from another planet occasionally.
Yeah.
I mean, all things are, it's not binary, right? It's not either UFOs are bullshit or, they're real, 100%. It's like, it might be all those things, everything combined.
That's what I think a lot of people struggle with is it can be yes and yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be yes and no.
Yeah, there could be a lot of things going on simultaneously. We can't be, we're concentrating on one. Some of them, I 100% am convinced are government drones that work on some incredibly sophisticated propulsion system that probably doesn't have a person in it, but they probably can move at fantastic speeds using some new novel propulsion system that they don't want to release to the public. And they probably don't know how to weaponize it yet. So they're probably flying these things around at insane rates of speed. They just can't put guns on them yet. They can't figure out how to shoot people with them. But so they're just fucking with them. And then I think that's the reason why they keep getting sighted over these military spaces. I think they try them out on the troops, just like they try out vaccines in the troops, just like they try out burn pits. They didn't test burn pits to make sure that people weren't going to get sick if they're just breathing in toxic fumes from all the garbage from thousands of troops. And they just did it. I think they probably do the same thing with everything. They just try shit out.
Yeah, I also wonder if you hear something, if it makes you think it. Like when I watched Blair Witch Project.
Oh, yeah.
I went it was dark when I got home. It was light when I left and dark when I got home. And I sprinted. And all of a sudden, you think you're seeing fucking people in the corner turned around, and you go, well, that can't be right.
Right. Yeah.
So once it's in your head, maybe you keep seeing it.
Definitely. Sure. Yeah, things in the woods, things you see in the woods. That's probably what Bigfoot is. It gets in your head.
I would think.
Yeah. You go looking for that fucking giant hairy man.
Yeah. You see a tree kind of bend with the wind, and you're like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. The thing about Bigfoot that's really interesting, though, is that Native Americans have a bunch of different names for them. There's a lot of names for them, and they don't really have a lot of fake animals. It's not a common trait in North American culture in any Native American culture, rather, to worship a bunch of different things or to talk about a bunch of different things that aren't real. Like, mostly they were talking about real things and then spirits, right? Like, they were talking about the different spirits of the sky and spirits of the sun and nature. They're essentially talking about Mother Earth and God and Gaia and nature. But they didn't have, like, fake animals. They did have Bigfoot. Yeah, there's a lot of Bigfoot that makes you go, I think at one point in time it was real. I think at one point.
You think there were a bunch of them?
Yeah. Well, they know there was a real thing, right? They know there's a thing called Gigantopithecus, and Gigantopithecus existed alongside human beings. for sure, 100%. And it was a bipedal hominid that was between 8 and 10 feet tall, and it was like in the orangutan genus. And this thing was discovered in the 1920s or 1930s in an apothecary shop in China. An anthropologist was there, and he found these massive primate teeth. And he instantly knew that they didn't belong to a gorilla. They didn't belong to any known primate. He's like, where did you get these? And so they took him to the site, and they started digging. They found jaw bones that indicated that it was bipedal, something about the position of the jaw that indicated this thing stood up on two legs. But by the size of it, and then they found some other bones. I think they have a very incomplete skeleton of these things, but they know that it was a real animal, and they know that it existed as recently as, I believe it was 100,000 years ago for sure, but it could be way more current. There's just no bones available.
So then you think that thing was real, stories got passed on, and then people started seeing it? Okay.
Yeah, probably.
I could get behind that.
Yeah. Also, where it existed makes sense, because if you think about the sightings are all in the Pacific Northwest, right? The Pacific Northwest, if you follow that up past Alaska, which also has a lot of sightings, then you go across the Bering Land Bridge.
Yeah.
Right? And Asia was where this thing existed. It kind of makes sense. And then the more they find out about people in North America, they used to think that all people came across the Bering Land Bridge. They don't think that anymore. There's so much evidence of people that were here 25,000 years ago. There's footprints in the ground, they're like in mud, that they've now carbon dated to more than 20 plus thousand years old. And so that's just what we have, right? That's just the footprint that we got lucky and got from 20. Who's to say that there's not people that were here 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago? So now you've got Bigfoot's real, right? Because if those people really were alive, and while those people were alive, so if you go back 20,000, right? If you go back 20,000 years ago, you're dealing with North American lions, which were the biggest lions on Earth, bigger than African lions. You have saber-toothed tigers. You have giant sloths. You have all these enormous animals that don't exist here anymore. And this was all in North America alongside people. It just kind of makes sense that you would have a Bigfoot. You'd have a Gigantopithecus. At at least a few of them, especially up there where they're like it's thickly dense forest. Seems like if you're a big fucking plant-eating shithead, then that's where you would live. You would live there. It just totally makes sense that they probably existed, just like all these other things. You know, they don't find a whole lot, unless they're in the tar pits, they don't find a whole lot of like saber-toothed tigers. They don't find a whole lot of things that existed before 25, 35,000 years ago, except dinosaurs, of course. So who knows?
Oh, man. I would love if the afterlife, you were just there for an hour, hooked you up to a fucking cord, put everything that happened in there so you know.
Right.
And then that's out. Lights out.
What would you do if you had a chance to be get that cord hooked in and see an hour of any point in the history of the earth? What would you go to?
Oh, well, I was saying all of it within an hour. It just to get the download. Yeah, like when Keanu Reeves knows Kung Fu.
Yeah, that would be fun. But if you could go and see one point in history, in the history of Earth, where would you go?
I think I'd probably... Oh, that's a great question. I mean, this is going to probably be lame, but I'd like to go to World War II.
That's not lame at all.
I'd like to see the genesis of it all, and then throughout, and all the hidden conversations that were taking place.
You remember the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan?
Oh my God, yeah.
That was the first opening scene. That was the first scene of a war that made me think this is probably what it was like back then for those guys.
Yeah, I didn't say one word. I went to a matinee and I didn't say another word until I woke up.
Bro, it was so heavy.
Brutal.
It was so brutal and so graphic and so intense.
When that fucking guy doesn't kill the German at the end, I mean, I was furious.
Yeah.
Like breathing with my shoulders.
Crazy fucking movie, man. And only a tiny fraction of how crazy it really was.
I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. the existence of like being there and seeing it happen and being a part of it. Fuck, man.
And then they had to come back and they had to actually live lives.
Yeah. And no coaching, right? You just come back what they call shell shock.
Yeah.
Then. I don't even want to see this, dude.
Yeah, this is wild.
I don't want to see this. Speaking of which, how about that president? How about that Trump fella? How crazy is this? If there's ever been a real indication that we're in a simulation, it's like this season of USA is the craziest season that's ever existed. There's so many twists and turns, so many plots, so many villains, so many incompetent, bumbling fools that you're like, there's no way that lady's a heartbeat away from the president. There's no way. There's no way someone is not telling her to stop saying that same thing over and over again. What can be unburdened by what has been? Like, she just says it over and over and over again. This isn't real. This is writing. Someone wrote this. It seems like a script.
When a president that is giving a speech gets shot in the ear and then stands up and goes full John Bender at the end of Breakfast Club.
Bro, he pumps his fist in the air.
That was a crazy
and says, fight, fight, fight. And when the fucking guy who's a photographer is a wizard, that guy who got that photograph, find out his name, because this guy's award-winning
with the
photographer.
flag above it.
Yes. Yeah. And the angle that he got it, like where he was standing when he took the photo. It's one of the most iconic photos of all time.
He had a GoPro on while he was doing it.
Wow.
Moving position of
take it. Wow, that's nuts, man. That's nuts. So you could see as the bullets start flying, this fucking dude doesn't even duck. He's still got his camera out. He's right behind Trump, and he's just got his camera out. That is so gangster. I mean, you want to talk about getting a shot no matter what? He's running around. There could be bullets flying his way.
I would think you're holding up something black in your hand that's pointed at the president. You fucking should get shot.
I mean, the Trump story is right out of a movie. And I'm hoping it's not a Stephen King movie.
Came out while we've been recording.
Secret Service ramped up security after receiving intel of an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. No known connection to shooting. Oh, they ramped that up, and so they ignored the roof 150 yards away?
Yeah, it's just there's so many things where you just go, what the fuck?
What the fuck, dude? Yeah. All of it. And there's so much of it that seems fake, like the female Secret Service agent that can't holster her weapon. Have you seen this? Mm-mm. She's like moving around all radically, and she tries to holster her weapon. She can't get it in there, and she can't figure out how to put it in there. And she stops for a minute, and she tries back to do it again. And it looks so fake.
She an actress?
No, it looks like an actress.
Okay.
It looks like if you were going to have a bumbling person in a movie, like almost like a comedy of errors or a Coen Brothers movie about an assassination attempt on a president. You have this lady, like here, watch what her gun. Look, she gets her gun out. She tried to put it in there. She couldn't do it. And she's thinking about putting it back in there. She finally gets it in there. Like the whole thing, it's like, look at her fumbling around. The whole thing is crazy. They're erratic movements. No one knows exactly what to do. It seems fake.
Yeah, that's an audition I could nail.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, now you're panicking. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You really shouldn't be here. Go. You're like, where I put my gun? Like it does. You want Secret Service cool, calm, collected. High ready with the gun, scanning the area, looking left and right.
Yeah.
You want them to like swift, decisive movements. You don't want to see any of this fucking squirrely trying to put the gun back in. It seems fake.
When you see the Reagan shot, it is just a bunch of people moving as one.
They dive on him. Yeah. Bang, dive on him. It almost seems like as this simulation gets further and further along, it gets more and more insane.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, they dive.
Immediately,
they dive on the guy.
They got him.
Immediately. They get his gun immediately. And Reagan survives.
Yeah.
Which is also crazy. The Trump one is just so nuts, too. Like, if he turns his head at the last second and the bullet grazes his ears, if he didn't, it hits the back of his head and he's dead. And then we fall into chaos, and who knows what the fuck happens.
Big chaos.
And then people think that the Biden administration had Trump killed, and then there's these questions like, how the fuck does this 20-year-old kid climb on that roof 150 yards away and no one sees him?
Well, that one guy was pointing at him the whole time.
Yes.
He's like pointing to.
Yes.
He's like, he's right there.
And they're yelling, he's got a gun. There's a guy in the prone position on a roof 150 yards away from the former president. The whole thing's nuts. The whole thing stinks of either incompetence or a design, or we're in the Matrix. This is a fucking fake movie. It seems like almost to watch this, the most bombastic and manly of presidents, for lack of a better term, to see him with these two female bumbling Secret Service agents, especially the one, to see that, to see everything happen the way it is, to see that they knew this guy was on the roof, to hear that guy had pointed his rifle before that at a cop. So the cop engaged him. He pointed the rifle and the cop ran away. The guy climbed the roof with a ladder. You can see the ladder. The whole thing is bananas. He's 20 years old. And then you find out he was in a BlackRock commercial. You're like, is this the Black Mirror? Like, tell me what's going on. Is this real? Is this real? And then Trump goes golfing with a bandage on his ear the next day.
Yeah. And then the putt, when he made the putt,
Jesus
did you hear his quote?
No.
He said, that's the difference between me and the shooter. I don't miss.
This is a real person.
And then now you have people flooding from the left being like, all right.
Yeah.
That's a good quote. I'll do this.
There's people that are like, okay, he won. Like, they've just given in. They're not even going to try to run anybody other than Biden now. They were trying to get Biden out, and now I think they've abandoned that.
I wonder if they're doing the old, like, train the boxer as a southpaw.
Yeah, I read that golf story too. This is not the first time. There's a lot of golf accounts that put out fake shit.
Oh.
And that.
Jamie, stop ruining our dreams.
I just want to.
You son of a bitch.
That was not seemingly real.
Jamie plays a lot of golf. He gets very touchy when it comes to golf. He calls bullshit.
That's fair.
It just came from a Reddit post that people screenshotted. There was no pictures, no nothing else.
Oh, well, touche, young troll. Touche. You got your fucking story mentioned on the podcast.
That's me. You can get me very easily.
I did read that too. The whole thing's so wild. There's video of the kid in the BlackRock commercial, and you're like, what? And there's the video of a kid, like, they're saying he's getting bullied in high school, but it doesn't seem like he's being bullied. It seems like everyone's having fun because he's talking about how he has a 10-inch penis, and they're just filming each other. It looks like they're having fun. And you're looking like, how is it? 2 years later, this guy tries to kill Trump? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
And then you find out he was a registered Republican? Like, what?
High school, those 10-inch dick guys always getting bullied.
He was saying it funny. It was like he's trying to be funny. Say, yeah, I got a 10-inch penis. I mean, he wasn't saying, like, I definitely have a 10-inch dick. It was like it didn't seem like he was being bullied. I mean, obviously, I saw one clip. Who knows what the fuck the full context of it is, but 20 years old, and he's got this idea, and he pulls it off. He actually gets a shot off and nicks him, and then they kill him. Like, you're seeing this 20-year-old kid, his life is over. Like, somehow or another, he talked himself into trying to assassinate the president as a lone gunman in Pennsylvania, got on top of a roof, either through sheer incompetence or for some other reason. He actually gets a shot off, and the president just moves his head at the right time. Like, the whole thing is, if it was in a movie, I'd be like, shut the fuck up.
That'll make you believe in God. That's like God's up there when he's going like, I don't want to talk to this guy yet. He's alive.
Yeah.
I don't want him up here yet. I don't want to get. I'm the greatest angel.
Or maybe he wants him here to expose how crazy our political system really is. Because the only way we find out how coordinated everything is, whether you're a Trump fan or not, even if you hate Trump, put that aside for a second and just look at how much coordination there is in the media to go after him. And it exposes like this thing where you have to step back and go, wait a minute, hold on a second. What's really going on? Like, whether you hate that guy or not, hate him, think he's a crook, hate him, think he's a liar, hate him. Don't you think it's weird that they're all in lockstep with the way they talk about him, even with things that aren't true. Like, especially like the Russia collusion hoax that they all talked about for years and years. I thought it was real. I thought like he colluded with Russia, and that was like the crazy thing about him winning the presidency. Oh my God, he worked with Russia. Maybe Russia has something on him. You kept hearing about it, right? That was just bullshit. And they went through that for years and years, and then you start going, okay, what else is coordinated where everybody is saying something? Like, how about the Nord Stream pipeline? You know, Seymour Hersh says we blew it up. Like, esteemed journalist is like, no matter what they say, I am telling you, this was our doing. We blew this up. This wasn't some other country. This wasn't Russia. They wouldn't blow up their own pipeline. We blew it up. But every newspaper is like, this is bullshit. This was impossible. It could not happen. This was all Russian disinformation. Russian disinformation. You can hear it about like every story. It's like so hard to understand. Like, what is the motivation to getting these stories out? Are these narratives created by the real government that runs everything and then like tells the news organizations that are in business with them what to say and what to do?
Knows? I mean,
that's where it gets spooky.
You get like, you're voting for a guy who isn't doing much when he gets there. I mean, there's a lot of people around that are making these things. And I will tell you, I still believe some of the Russian shit. Because you've heard me fucking misquote the Gulf thing. I mean, I still believe a lot of shit I hear.
Oh, I do all the time. They get me all the time. There's so many stories that I'm sure are bullshit that I've parroted.
But if Trump wouldn't play the political game, if he wouldn't put the people on the Supreme Court, I mean, I know it's his job when he's in there, but if he wouldn't do any of that shit, he's definitely the come out on stage and be like waving papers. You guys aren't going to fucking believe this.
Yeah.
And tell everybody everything.
He is, if he wasn't doing that other stuff. But the only way he gets any support is if he does that other stuff too. Like, you got to understand about Trump. He was a lifelong Democrat.
Yeah.
Lifelong. Which is so weird.
Wasn't it when he was starting to run for president? Wasn't he still? Like, wasn't he, when he started talking about it?
I believe
still
so.
a Democrat. Right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I believe so. Well, he had a very close relationship with the Clintons to the point where he paid them to come to his wedding. Or his daughter's wedding, or one of those things. Like, you would pay them, and they would come to weddings and events, and he would go to events. You know, that was like the famous thing that was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You remember that? The White House Press Correspondents' Dinner was always supposed to be this thing where comedians would do it, and they would, like Michelle Wolf did it one year, fucking crushed it. I remember. She crushed it so hard. And they would go up, and they would, Trump was, by the way, the first guy to not do it. Like, you're not making fun of me? Which is kind of a pussy move. But every other president got roasted. And one time, during the White House press correspondence thing, Obama went on stage and he roasted Trump. And one of the lines he said to Trump, he said, "I'm one thing that you'll never be," which is the president of the United States. Because this is when Trump was trying to claim that Obama was from Kenya. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
The birther stuff. Yeah. Which is wild. That stuff was wild. You know, he was like saying he knows for sure that Obama came from Kenya, and then there's people that were like examining photoshops of the birth certificate. It was a crazy conspiracy. And that was, you know, he was roasting Trump in the audience, and you could see Trump in his head going, all right, okay, I'm going to fucking run now. Like, that might have been the thing that got him to run. Like, legitimately, that's how crazy that guy is. That one moment where Obama was talking shit to him might be the reason why Trump was like, I'll fucking show you. Because you do not want that fucking guy on your bad side.
Well, this is the first time I've ever meant this, but thanks, Obama.
Whoops. What a crazy turn of it. Again, seems like it's written. Seems like a script. Seems like a simulation.
That shit really does.
It really does. So much of it really does. So much of life really feels like a simulation. And the thing about this Trump stuff and just all of this stuff that's happening with social media and AI, the guy who's at the helm of one of the biggest social media networks in the world is Elon Musk. Elon Musk said that the odds of us not being in the simulation are in the billions. He believes wholeheartedly that we're in a simulation. See if you can find him saying that, because it's such a nutty quote. Because when someone says that, you go, oh yeah, maybe. But when Elon Musk says that, and he says it definitively, he says it like with pure confidence, and he's no hyperbole. He's just stating it like, this is something I've analyzed. This is something I've thought about for a long time.
Yeah, but he also made that Cybertruck.
Do you like it or not?
It looks like it can't be penetrated with a bullet.
You can't be penetrated with a bullet, and they're fun to drive. You ever driven one?
I've driven a Tesla normal, but this is different.
The same thing. It defies time. Doesn't make sense. It goes so fast for something that's so big, and it's bulletproof. It's crazy, but it's the kind of thing that you would make if you're that guy. Like, let's make a fucking steel truck that's bulletproof.
Simulation.
Here it is. Do you entertain that?
Well, the argument for the simulation, I think, is quite strong, because if you assume any improvement at all over time, any improvement, 1%, 0.1%, just extend the time frame, make it 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. What would civilization, if you count it, if you're very generous, civilization is maybe 7,000 or 8,000 years old, if you count it from the first writing. This is nothing. This is nothing. So, if you assume any rate of improvement at all, then games will be indistinguishable from reality. Or civilization will end. One of those two things will occur. Therefore, we are most likely in a simulation.
So this is on my podcast. He said that, but then there was another interview where he was being questioned, like, what are the odds? And he said the odds of us not being in a simulation are in the billions. And he firmly believes it. But it might be what the universe is, which we were talking about, how the universe is stranger. I think the universe is stranger than we think it is. That might be why. It might be because it's not totally real, or nothing is totally real. The idea of totally real is not real. Like, our concept of things being real is, even if you look at quantum physics, right, which I'm definitely going to butcher, but there's the observer effect. There's this thing that they do where they look at things on a quantum level, and when you're looking at them and measuring them, they have a different reaction. There's something that's going on where we're interacting with matter, where it doesn't make any sense. Like, if you get down to like the lowest levels of understandable reality, you get into subatomic particles, and then you have spooky action at a distance, where these things are somehow or another, they're connected in vast spaces, but they interact with each other instantaneously. And if you take photons, and photons are quantumly entangled, they figured out how to take some sort of a super sophisticated image of photons that are quantum entangled. They look like a yin and a yang, like exactly. It's the wildest thing. You see it and you're like, what the fuck? You see, Jamie will find
it. Is it that golden ratio thing? Is it part of that?
The golden ratio is different. The golden ratio is like, there's like things like the Fibonacci sequence. There's like mathematical ratios that exist in all of nature. Yeah. This is quantum entanglement. This is like two photons that are quantumly entangled, and when they get this like super sophisticated imaging of this thing, it looks like a yin and yang, like exactly.
That's pretty sweet.
Jamie will find it.
So you think we all have a different a simulation? Like, this is what I'm seeing, but in someone else's simulation, I'm very poor. I'm living somewhere else. I'm doing this.
Probably all things are happening simultaneously, and you're just in this one right now. And I'm not even sure if you're in the same one that you were in yesterday. That's where it gets weird. I think when you go to bed, like, who the fuck knows what happens? You're closing your eyes and disappearing. Who is to say that you are coming back in the exact same place? You might have been born today. Your whole life, everything that exists, might have been a creation that did not exist 12 hours ago. You might have woken up. Here it is. Look at that.
That is pretty insane.
Fucking insane. It looks exactly like a yin and a yang. Duality and harmony. That's the Chinese symbol for duality and harmony, and that is literally quantum entangled photons. Like, there's so many things like that in sacred geometry, and when they're looking at all of this, like the smallest things they can measure, you're getting to magic. Subatomic particles are fucking magic. What are they doing? They're in a superposition? What the fuck does that mean? Well, they're moving and they're still at the same time. Like, what are you even saying? What does that mean? They blink in and out of existence. They go away, they come back, they move around. You don't know where the fuck they went. Like, what is this? It's magic. It's basically something that can't exist anywhere else other than in the quantum state. But that's like the base of everything. Like, everything you touch is nothing. There's nothing there. It's mostly nothing. And yet it's oak tables.
We might be misunderstanding what happened here a little.
How so? We went over that with, who did we go over that with?
I know, but it says that I'm rereading.
We went over it with Eric Weinstein, didn't we?
It says so that yin yang was programmed into it, recovering enough information to recreate a yin yang symbol programmed into the photon generating apparatus.
Applying tricks of holography, the researchers were able to read positional information into interference of two separated light waves, recovering enough information to recreate a yin-yang symbol programmed into the photon-generating apparatus. Yeah, but I don't think they're saying they programmed that into it. If you see what they're saying, the researchers were able to read positional information in the interference of two separated light waves, recovering enough information to recreate a yin-yang symbol programmed into the photon-generating apparatus. I think they're saying that they're recreating this symbol based on what's happening. I don't think they're saying they program it to look like that.
My guess is that they're doing that so that they knew what they were looking for.
It says, as simple as the yin-yang looks, in this single static image represents a significant leap in measuring numerous quantum states in a short time. Don't you think that Eric Weinstein would have picked up on that if that's what it was saying? Go back to that. Stop. Go back to what it just said there, because I want to read the next. Where were you? No, a little lower. This method is exponentially faster than previous techniques, requiring only minutes or seconds instead of days. What? Importantly, the detection time is not influenced by the symmetry's complexity, a solution to the long-standing scalability challenge in projective tomography. Okay, we're too dumb.
It looks like they were looking at them and then figured out how to map them by what they were looking at, and then could program it, right?
Isn't quantum all sorts of directions, not just X, Y? It's a flat 2D image, and it's like it's all the dimensions, so it's in super space and up and down and left and right.
Well, how much can they see of a photon, right? Like, what is a photon? Okay, let's look at this. Give me an image, Google image of a photon. Let's see what the fuck they can say. I mean, all this stuff is, how about neutrinos? They're passing through the Earth, like passing through us right now from space. What? Like, what is this? Is that what it looks like? What is that left? Shapes are photons?
Crazier than that one.
Bro, look at that. Hologram of a single photon. What? Just that alone. Okay, if that's at the bottom. You keep looking in the ingredients. Individual points in a picture, traditional photography merely register light intensity. The interference phenomena also registers the phase of the light waves in traditional holography. A well-described, undisturbed reference wave is superimposed with another wave of the same wavelength reflected off a three-dimensional object when a hologram is generated. Interference occurs as a result of the phase variations between the two waves, resulting in a complicated pattern of lines. That's a lot of words. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I just said. That's the problem. We're too dumb. We're too uneducated to really understand what the fuck they're saying, but
that's why they can trick you.
Yeah, man. It's all about Jesus. Jesus is the base of it all. There's a lot of people that believe that. Maybe in their world. Maybe if you... Here's what gets really screwy, right? Maybe if you believe in Jesus, it's real. Like, maybe that's what religion is really all about. Maybe the thing is not, oh, I can prove that there's no God. Maybe if you believe there's a God, there's a God. Like, it might... That's how weird the simulation might be.
Well, I think it's a brilliant move, because if you believe there's a God, you're never going to know you're wrong.
Right.
Because it's like goes to dark.
Also, Jordan Peterson, he has this very interesting perspective on this. He says, I won't tell you whether or not I believe in a God, but I act as if God is real. And if you act as if God is real, you will have a better life. Which is almost like that thing of the muse, right? Like, is the muse a real thing that gives you ideas? I don't know, but I do know that if I sit in front of my computer on a regular basis, I dedicate myself to writing, ideas come to me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's just like, I don't know if creativity is like endurance. I don't know if it's like a physical quality that you possess because of work.
I don't know. To me, God is like year-round Santa. It's like, go to sleep, be nice. He's keeping a list.
Yeah, that God, that kind of God. But what about the universe as God? There's some creative force that absolutely exists, and it's called the universe. It literally makes all the stars. It literally makes black holes. It literally makes carbon-based life forms in Goldilocks zones on planets like ours. It makes it. The universe made us. So if you wanted to find evidence of a God, the universe is God. It makes sense that it would be God. It is everything. We want it to be a person. We want it to be like a guy with rules.
Right.
But there are some kind of rules, right? As